Chapter 1. Survival for All, a lifespan of 30 days at the start. The Order has retreated. Civilization has ceased to exist. Dear fortunate souls, welcome to the realm of Shan. Hi, a chilling mechanical voice thundered in Wang Jin's mind, abruptly yanking him from the depths of slumber. Wang Jin sprang upright like a startled fish, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He found himself in a dilapidated wooden cabin, a dim kerosene lamp flickering weakly on the worn table and chairs, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Cold wind seeped through the crevices of the cabin, causing the flame to dance erratically. Glancing up, he noticed a narrow wooden bed against the darkened wall, where a woman sat, her watchful gaze fixed intently upon him. "What the hell is this place?" Wang Jin muttered under his breath, shaking his head vigorously in an effort to clear his mind. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in a novel. How had he suddenly found himself in this ghastly place? And what was with that sudden voice? Could it be he had traversed into the world of the novel? Growing up in an orphanage, he had often read that those without parents were rarely ordinary. Could it be you're awake? At that moment, a cool and slightly trembling voice interrupted Wang Jin's thoughts. It was the woman, slowly approaching him. He then recognized her. "Chen Shuer, is that you?" Wang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. This woman was his senior from university, with a voluptuous figure, fair skin, and long legs. At that moment, she wore an off-shoulder top paired with a miniskirt and black stockings, exuding an alluring charm. They had known each other in school, though not particularly well. It was unusual to see her dressed so provocatively. She usually favored more conservative attire. Chen Shuer's face bore a hint of panic. "It's me. You heard that voice too, right? It seems we've been transported to this place called Shanghai." Wang Jin regarded her, realizing that anyone thrust into an unfamiliar environment would feel a sense of dread. She was no exception. However, before he could ponder further, the mechanical voice resonated once more. "All players have awakened. The game is about to commence. This is a two-player survival game, and the system has assigned partners based on your gender preferences. Your lives are intertwined with your partners. If your partner dies, you will be obliterated by the system. Here, death signifies true annihilation. Be mindful of your lifespan. Should it reach 0, you too shall perish. The first 7 days serve as a grace period for novices. The cabin is relatively safe. After 7 days, the first challenge will commence. In this game, danger lurks everywhere. We now grant you some advice. 1. Upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. 2. Focus your attention to activate the game panel. Use it wisely. 3. The nights during the first 7 days are extremely perilous. Do not venture outside the shelter at night. 4. Hunting beasts can yield a small amount of lifespan. 5. Do not insult the beasts. It will drive them mad. 6. In 3 days, you may face a shortage of food. 7. Players from different factions are considered adversaries. 8. You belong to the Nanshan faction. Now, good luck to you." After the two processed the voice in their minds, they exchanged silent glances, their emotions tumultuous and unsettled. For such occurrences required time to accept. After a while, Chen Shuer murmured, "Is the heavens preventing me from ending my life?" "Ending your life?" Wang Jin questioned in disbelief, raising his gaze to her. "Senior, what did you just say?" The system had just indicated that if a partner perished, the other would also be eradicated. "Don't worry, since we've crossed over, let's just wait a bit longer." "Wait? What do you mean by that?" Wang Jin exclaimed, alarmed. "Literally what I said." With that, Chen Shuer winked at Wang Jin, then lowered her head, seemingly engrossed in studying the panel. Wang Jin stared at her, utterly baffled. In school, Chen Shuer had always appeared rather normal. "I must find a way to prevent this madwoman from taking her own life. If she wants to die, she shouldn't drag me down with her." With that thought in mind, he quickly said, Can we discuss not dying just yet?" Chen Shuer smiled slightly. "Just teasing you." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin sighed in relief. It would indeed be absurd to lose his life due to a teammate's suicide before the survival challenge even began. He focused his mind as instructed by the system, and indeed, a game-like panel appeared in his mind. Daily information channel, trade, home, personal information, tasks, survival manual, map. There were numerous functions, all accessible merely by thought. Wang Jin opened the channel, eager to grasp the situation. Within it lay World Channel, Faction Channel, Private Channel. He first opened the World Channel. Current survivors, 10 billion to Wang Jin's surprise. Although there were many messages on the World Channel, none were overly exaggerated. "Damn, I just clicked on 2 models. How did I suddenly end up in this dump? You clicked on models during the day? There are beasts outside. Help. TMB, why is my teammate a guy? That idiot just now. The system assigned teammates based on your gender preferences. My teammate is my female boss. Ha 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 ha. I am Dongshan Yuansher Tianzuan. Why the hell do I only have 30 days to live? Same here. Who the hell invented this survival game? 30 days to live? Wang Jin recalled the system's prompt that death would occur when lifespan reached 0. He quickly typed a message in the world channel. Do you all only have 30 days to live? Send. Will you consume 1 day's lifespan to send this message? Prompt. The first message sent in the world and faction channels each day consumes 1 day's lifespan, the second consumes 2 days, and so on. Private chats do not consume lifespan. No wonder there aren't many messages among 10 billion people. They're truly playing a game with their lifespan. Wang Jin cursed and canceled the message. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Commencing the awakening of talents. The talent is shared among the squad. Awakening successful. The squad talent is lifespan conversion. The game begins. As the voice faded, a ray of sunlight pierced through the wooden cabin, heralding the dawn. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged a glance, hastily examining their acquired talents. Wang Jin, well-versed in web literature, understood the significance of talents. He opened his personal information. Name, Wang Jin. Level, 1. Experience, 0-100. Teammate, Chen Shuer. View. Age, 20. Lifespan, 100-100. Attack power, 10. Defense power, 10. Speed, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Talent. Lifespan conversion universal, can convert lifespan into free attribute points. Lifespan, 30 days, 4 hours, 28 minutes. Skills, none. Status, afraid, longing to return home. Indeed, I only have 30 days to live. But what does this talent mean? How many attribute points can I convert from my 30-day lifespan? After pondering for a while, Wang Jin decided to postpone any experimental attempts, realizing he could not afford to toy with his lifespan. He then attempted to view Chen Shuer's panel, and to his surprise, he could indeed check it directly. Her panel was similar to his, differing only in name, age, and status. Name, 10 year. Age, 21. Lifespan, 4 hours, 27 minutes. Status, wanting to die, craving companionship. Wanting to die? She was just teasing me. Seeing those words made Wang Jin's heart sink. Wait! He suddenly looked up at Chen Shuer in terror. What about your lifespan? Chapter 2. Let's go for broke. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at his backpack, within which lay a stone axe and 2 units of timber acquired from a recent transaction. The backpack boasted a total of 10 compartments, allowing for the stacking of similar items up to 100 units. Fixating on the stone axe, he accessed its description. Stone axe durability, 100-100. Ideal for felling trees, equipped attack power 2. Grasping the axe firmly, he declared, "Let's go." With a resounding show, the two pushed open the wooden door, revealing a vast expanse of grassland, overgrown with wild grasses, while a forest loomed in the distance. 9 celestial bodies adorned the sky, hues of red, blue, black, and white swirling in a mesmerizing display. What on earth is this place? Both stared in astonishment, mouths agape at the bewildering sight before them. Let's venture into the woods ahead, suggested the other. Wang Jin quickly regained his composure. After all, his fate was intertwined with Chen Shuer's. If they did not devise a plan, they would be facing rebirth in just over 4 hours. Chen Shuer closed her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she inhaled the air of this new world. All right, but this world is truly beautiful, she remarked, her long legs clad in sheer black stockings, fortunately devoid of high heels. Not far into the forest, after a mere 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. Wang Jin wielded the stone axe, eager to ascertain the efficiency of resource acquisition. Without hesitation, he swung the axe at the tree before him. It felt laborious, yet he persisted with each strike. Chen Shuer joined him in the endeavor, though with each swing, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, and her alluring attire stirred a fervor within Wang Jin. What was he getting worked up about? He chided himself silently. If he didn't muster some strength, he might not survive this ordeal. After half an hour of relentless chopping, the tree finally succumbed, crashing to the ground and decomposing into 5 units of timber. The two sat upon the earth, wiping the sweat from their brows. 5 units of timber for half an hour of toil was far too taxing. This method was unsustainable. Moreover, where did the resources from the trading post originate? Observing Chen Shui's dwindling lifespan of less than 4 hours, Wang Jin felt a surge of urgency. "Senior, let us hunt for beasts," he proclaimed decisively. Although he was uncertain of the beast's strength, it was the only path available to them. According to the system's prompts, slaying beasts could yield lifespan points and fulfill quests for treasure chests. If they managed to procure valuable resources from the chests, they could be sold to prolong her life. Chen Shui, noticing Wang Jin's expression, felt a twinge of guilt. "Wang Jin, I apologize in my excitement. I forgot our lives are interconnected. Enough with the chatter. If it comes to it, just let me experience the sensation of dying beneath the peony," he retorted. "That's out of the question," she replied firmly, shaking her head. Wang Jin shot her an exasperated glance and strode purposefully into the forest. The two moved boldly through the underbrush, their eyes scanning the surroundings, acutely aware that their lifespans permitted no cautious advance. At last, after several minutes, they heard a distinct cluck emanating from the thicket ahead. "There's movement!" Wang Jin halted abruptly, gripping the stone axe tightly. He quickly glanced at Chen Shui's attributes. Life, 100,100. Attack, 18. Defense, 10. Speed, 10. Having reviewed her stats, he turned to her and inquired, "Senior, what attribute did you exchange your lifespan for?" "Attack power. I traded a portion of my lifespan for a boost in attack." "I converted it all," she responded. "Understood," he replied, moving cautiously forward, recognizing that early attack power would yield the greatest returns. Soon, a fiery red chicken, approximately 1 meter tall, emerged before them. Turkey level, 1 life. 80/80 lacking visibility into its other attributes. It bore only 80 points of health. Wang Jin and Chen Shui exchanged knowing glances from behind the tree, nodding in unison. Then, the two dashed from behind their cover, axes in hand, charging towards the turkey. 7/13. Wang Jin fixated intently on the turkey's health. He had dealt 7 points of damage, while Chen Shui inflicted 13. The turkey, in pain, retaliated with a swift peck to Wang Jin's chest. 15. What the hell? Its attack is so high. Wang Jin felt a fiery pain sear through his chest from the peck. Nevertheless, he retaliated with a fierce swing of his axe, with Chen Shui closely following suit. Shortly thereafter, after a toll of 30 points of health, they successfully felled the turkey. Having been attacked twice, Wang Jin realized he could afford to play it cautiously. This turkey was rather dim-witted, making it easier to evade and strike. Experience points gained. 1 lifespan gained. 1 hour quest completed. Reward, 1 one-star treasure chest. Upon the turkey's demise, it automatically decomposed, leaving behind 2 pieces of chicken meat on the ground. Wang Jin hastily checked Chen Shui's lifespan. 4 hours, 36 minutes. He exhaled in relief, realizing they had both gained an hour of life. Simultaneously, he marveled at Chen Shui's composure. Her proficiency in dispatching the turkey surpassed his own, entirely unbecoming of a delicate girl. However, he dismissed these thoughts and hurriedly stowed the 2 pieces of meat in his backpack. At that moment, 3 turkeys, alerted by the noise, approached with their characteristic cluck. Wang Jin raised his gaze, his mind racing. 1 turkey was manageable, but 3 posed a significant threat, especially given their high attack power. If his health dwindled too much, they would still be unable to secure sufficient lifespan before nightfall. To safely navigate the day, they needed to accumulate 1 day's worth of lifespan before darkness descended. Resolving this, he clenched his fists. After all, Chen Shui had only 4 hours to live. Hoarding lifespan for himself would be futile. It was better to take a gamble. Would you like to expend lifespan to acquire attribute points? Yes. Let's go all in. Chapter 3. Task Card. 30 days of lifespan consumed. Converted into 6 points of free attributes. Current remaining lifespan, 3 hours and 36 minutes. Damn it, I just spent an hour of my lifespan to purchase wood. And now my lifespan is even lower than Chen Shui's. As the menacing turkeys approached, Wang Jin resolutely allocated all his attribute points to defense, raising his defense attribute to 16 points. With sufficient attack power on his side, the immediate priority was to preserve his health. Observing Wang Jin exhaust all his lifespan, Chen Shui's lips curled into a smile. "Wang Jin, now you're thinking correctly. Our talent for longevity is of no use. As long as we don't die immediately, that's what matters. Wang Jin tightened his grip on the axe, retorting, "Stop the chatter. I've maxed out my defense to absorb damage. You focus on delivering powerful strikes." Qin Shuai appeared eager and replied, "Don't worry. I one T-lag behind." Wang Jin glanced at her status, which displayed excitement and a desire to fight. "What are you so excited about?" He cursed inwardly, charging toward the turkeys with his axe. Upon seeing him rush forward, the 3 turkeys emitted a fiercer clucking sound. After Wang Jin swung his axe at the foremost turkey, he immediately turned and fled. "What are you doing?" Qin Shuai asked incredulously as she prepared to unleash her prowess but noticed him retreating. "I'm drawing their aggro. You attack them. Got it?" Qin Shuai's eyes lit up as she seized the opportunity, swinging her axe at the turkeys while they pursued Wang Jin. Her strike dealt more damage than Wang Jin's, causing the turkey to squawk in pain, prompting the others to redirect their attention toward her. "Foolish turkeys, I'm right here." Wang Jin roared, quickly hacking at the nearest turkey's rear. The turkey flapped its wings in surprise from Wang Jin's sudden attack. However, his taunt seemed to incite them further, as they all charged at him in unison. Qin Shuai seized the moment to deliver another blow. This woman is quite skilled, Wang Jin thought, secretly astonished at her prowess. Just as he was momentarily distracted, one of the turkeys pecked him. -9 Wang Jin immediately retaliated with a strike to its head. "Senior sister, let's take them on one at a time." After finishing his strike, he retreated towards Qin Shuai while delivering another blow. The turkeys only dealt 9 points of damage at a time, posing minimal threat. Wang Jin decided to adopt a slightly more aggressive approach. Qin Shuai nodded, staying by his side as her axe swung with fierce momentum, each blow targeting vital points. Wang Jin began to suspect she might be a professional assassin. Soon, the first turkey fell under their relentless attacks. With only 2 remaining, they proved far easier to handle. Wang Jin successfully killed all the turkeys at the cost of 28 points of health. Qin Shuai also took a peck, losing 15 health, but she didn't utter a word. With 3 experience points and 3 hours of lifespan credited to him, he sat down, exhaling in relief. At least he could live for another 3 hours. "Wang Jin, a treasure chest!" Qin Shuai exclaimed, pointing at the carcasses of the turkeys. Wang Jin glanced over and saw 6 pieces of turkey meat and a treasure chest with a star symbol on it. Identical to the one obtained from the previous task. There really is a treasure chest. Wang Jin eagerly opened his survival manual to search for information on the treasure chest. In the world of Shanghai, treasure chests can be obtained by hunting beasts or completing tasks, and of course, if you're lucky enough, you may stumble upon a treasure chest. The higher the star rating of the treasure chest, the better the items it can yield. Strive to acquire treasure chests, as they greatly enhance your chances of survival. Friendly reminder: luck is also a part of strength. Haha, what luck! Just killed a few turkeys and got a treasure chest. With that, Wang Jin stood up and moved the treasure chest closer, retrieving the one from his backpack as well. Though it was called a treasure chest, it was simply a wooden box about the size of a basin. A 1-star treasure chest. Who knows what could be inside? "Let us open it." Qin Shuai appeared rather impatient. "All right, let us each open one and see who has better luck." "Sounds good." Qin Shuai immediately opened her treasure chest, and a flash of white light emerged, revealing a card within. She took the card and held it up. "Is this a 1-star task card?" "A task card." Wang Jin opened the survival manual to check the task details. Tasks can be obtained through task cards. The higher the star rating of the task card, the higher the star level of the task. Once a task is initiated, it cannot be cancelled. Failure to complete the task will result in severe penalties, so please use with caution. Friendly reminder: completing tasks can yield substantial rewards, but it may also lead to quicker demise. After reading, Wang Jin nodded, preparing to open the remaining treasure chest, as failure could incur penalties, so he didn't want to rush. "We should first." Before he could finish his sentence, a prompt echoed in his mind. 1-star task, Rabbit Hunter, has been activated. Task prompt: please proceed to the Great Deer Plains and kill 10 wild rabbits. Remaining task time, 4 hours. Task reward: failure penalty, deduction of 15 days of lifespan. Upon hearing the prompt, Wang Jin leaped up, turning to Qin Shuai with urgency. "Sister, can we negotiate?" Qin Shuai glanced at Wang Jin's expression and, noticing his status, displayed anger and a desire to kill. She bit her lip and replied slowly, "Do you believe tomorrow will be better?" Wang Jin retorted, "I don't even know if there will be a tomorrow. How can I talk about something better?" "That's why we need to take a risk. Tomorrow will be better," Qin Shuai countered. Wang Jin's gaze sharpened as he said, "You're right, I know we can only use this task card now. But don't forget, Our lives are currently intertwined. I don't care what you experienced before coming here. That is all in the past. I can't accompany you in this madness, but I hope you can consult me on any decisions." Hearing this, Chen Shuer lifted her head and gazed directly into Wang Jin's eyes. After a moment, she lowered her head and softly replied, "Okay." Upon hearing her agreement, Wang Jin nodded and opened the remaining treasure chest. Inside lay a solitary bottle of mineral water. Wang Jin cursed, "Just a bottle of water." Chen Shuer consoled him, "Don't be disheartened. Water is crucial right now." "True. I'm parched," he admitted, grabbing the mineral water and downing half of it. After finishing, he handed the remaining half to Chen Shuer. She accepted it and took a swig directly from the bottle. Observing this, Wang Jin secretly sighed in relief, thinking to himself that at least this girl, despite being a bit crazy, was not overly demanding. After drinking a bit more than half, Chen Shuer stored the remainder and said, "Let us go find those rabbits." Wang Jin promptly opened the map, discovering that their current location was called Dangkong Forest, with the spawn point located at the Great Deer Plains. Moreover, the areas they had traversed lit up on the map, while unvisited areas remained shrouded in darkness. In the dark area not far from the spawn point, a red dot appeared, leading Wang Jin to believe this was the location indicated by the task prompt. He glanced at his health, 42-100. Realizing that health did not recover after exiting combat, Wang Jin stood up and called to Chen Shuer, "Let us go. It's time to hunt rabbits." Chapter 4. Behemoth. The journey from the forest to the grassland was fraught with difficulty, primarily due to numerous thorns ahead. As they progressed, Chen Shuer's black stockings were torn by the thorns, revealing her fair thighs, as if they had been ripped apart. It was a sight of a different flavor. However, Wang Jin had no time to admire her. The countdown for the task was dwindling, and for him and Chen Shuer, this time felt like a countdown to death. They had to complete this task before the timer expired. Others might have a chance of failure, but they did not. Suddenly, Chen Shuer halted. "Wang Jin, look over there. It seems there are fruits." Wang Jin glanced over and indeed saw a small shrub not far away, laden with red berries. "Let us check it out. It might be edible." The two approached the berries and inspected them. Berries, edible, a favorite of certain wild beasts. "Wang Jin, these berries are safe to eat. Let us pick some." "All right." They quickly harvested all the red berries from the shrub, totaling over 40. Chen Shuer tasted one and remarked, "It's pleasantly tangy and sweet. You should try it," handing him a berry. Wang Jin took a bite and found it quite agreeable. As they walked, Chen Shuer stared at the berries thoughtfully, saying, "The information shows these berries are favored by certain wild beasts. We might use them to lure them. Let us give it a try later. For now, we should find those rabbits." Chen Shuer glanced at the remaining task time, which was now 3 hours and 47 minutes. "Let us quicken our pace." Soon, they emerged from the forest and reached the Great Deer Plains. "What the hell is that?" As they stepped into the open area, Wang Jin was astonished at what lay ahead, and Chen Shuer gasped, covering her mouth. Not far away stood a colossal beast resembling a giraffe, towering over 10 meters high. It radiated a mesmerizing blue light as it leisurely roamed the grasslands. Firefly deer, blessed by the celestial deity, Type B, year, 800, level, 45, health. Description: an unremarkable centennial behemoth. Upon seeing the information about the beast, Wang Jin could not help but swallow hard, exchanging a glance with Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer whispered, "Wang Jin, what should we do? This beast is here. How can we find the rabbits? Let us investigate what this creature is. Its information differs from the beast we encountered earlier." After saying this, Wang Jin hastily searched for the firefly deer in the survival manual. But to no avail, he then searched for the phrase "blessed by the celestial deity," and fortunately, there was an entry in the survival manual about it. The creature blessed by the celestial deity is a giant beast from the world of mountains and seas. The higher the year, the stronger the power. In the state of being blessed by the celestial deity, it cannot be harmed. By using the broken yuan seal, one can lift the invincible state of the giant beast and thus slay it. Friendly reminder: giant beasts are neutral creatures. If you lack sufficient strength, do not seek death. Neutral creatures, that is a relief. After reading this, Wang Jin let out a long sigh of relief and quickly shared this information with Chen Shuer. "Can this creature be killed?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jin's heart raced. "Senior sister, you should remain calm. This thing is beyond our current capabilities. Moreover, the survival manual states that we need something called the broken yuan seal to break its invincibility." Chen Shuer smiled. "I'm not insane. I think being alive is quite enjoyable. I want to go looking for death. Enjoyable indeed." Wang Jin quickly checked her status. "Happy, excited, a capricious woman. It's not just about wanting to die. But Wang Jin had no idea what made her so cheerful. Let us go find the rabbits. Since it's a neutral creature, it shouldn't harm us. Wang Jin steeled himself, with less than 3.5 hours left for the task. He had no choice but to risk being stomped to death by the firefly deer. Soon, the two ventured out, beginning their search for wild rabbits at the marked task point. Fortunately, the firefly deer nearby paid no attention to the two small figures. Wang Jin searched the vicinity and gradually grew anxious. The grass here was knee-deep, making it quite difficult to find a single rabbit. Rabbits typically burrow, and they might choose to dig in taller grass. Having grown up in the countryside, Wang Jin had a bit of experience in this regard. Thinking of this, he scanned the area and noticed a patch of grass that was evidently taller nearby. So he hurried over. Clearing away the weeds, he indeed found a burrow beneath. However, the diameter of this burrow was nearly a meter wide, and there was some droppings at the entrance. Could such a large burrow belong to a rabbit? Chen Shuer approached as well, looking at the burrow. Let us give it a try. The chicken we encountered earlier was quite large too, but how do we lure it out? No need to lure. There's one over there. What? Wang Jin turned to look, and a gigantic rabbit with red eyes was charging towards them. Wild rabbit, level 1, health, 60-60. It only has 60 health. Upon seeing the attributes, Wang Jin burst into laughter, gripping his axe and charging forward. Senior sister, attack it! At this moment, the wild rabbit had reached Wang Jin, who swiftly swung his axe at it. 7. Simultaneously, Chen Shuer brought down her axe. 13. Together, they dealt 20 points of damage to the wild rabbit. However, the rabbit was incredibly quick, and in that brief moment, it bit Wang Jin. 5. Wang Jin glanced at his health bar and swung his axe down once more. After attacking, he immediately retreated. Chen Shuer stepped in, and with a series of swift strikes, she successfully defeated the wild rabbit while dodging all its attacks. After slaying the rabbit, Chen Shuer turned to Wang Jin with a smile. You're not very skilled, are you, little brother? When fighting, one must pay attention to technique. Wang Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. Let us continue searching for rabbits. As he spoke, he collected the rabbit meat that had dropped, gaining an additional hour of lifespan and 1 experience point. Wild rabbit. 110.9 more to go. Wang Jin returned to the burrow. It was possible that the one inside was not the same as the last. However, seeing the earlier rabbit's behavior, it should attack upon seeing people. Wang Jin decided to strike the entrance of the burrow with his axe vigorously. After banging for a while with no reaction, he wondered if it was empty. Chen Shuer pondered, do you think these beasts might possess a hint of intelligence? Who knows? But they seem no different from ordinary animals. Perhaps they do, Chen Shuer said, squatting at the burrow's entrance and clearing her throat. Silly rabbit, come out. Wang Jin shook his head at her. Are you out of your mind? Undeterred, Chen Shuer replied, the system said not to insult beasts. Otherwise, they might go berserk. Perhaps this will lure it out, silly rabbit. She called out several more times, and suddenly there was movement from within the burrow. Before long, a large gray rabbit with red eyes charged out of the entrance, as if intent on tearing Chen Shuer apart. Wang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even possible? Chapter 5. The second phase. Once the wild rabbit burst forth, Chen Shuer and Wang Jin made quick work of it, similarly gaining an hour of lifespan and 1 experience point. 8 more to go. After slaying this rabbit, Wang Jin's anxiety eased. If they continued at this pace, they might very well complete the task. Let us go, sister. Let us continue hunting rabbits. You just have to remind me that you're a year older, don't you? That still makes me older. Fine, fine. As long as you don't go crazy. You can call me whatever you like. They continued their search across the grasslands, and before long, discovered another rabbit burrow. Silly rabbit. Chen Shuer resorted to her old trick. Step aside. Let me handle this. You can't even insult a rabbit properly. Wang Jin found it hard to watch. Chen Shuer quickly retreated. Then you go ahead. Wang Jin squatted at the burrow entrance, cursing vehemently. His tirade left Chen Shuer dumbfounded, while the rabbit inside seemed utterly humiliated and bolted out in a flash. However, once the wild rabbit emerged, it was swiftly dealt with by Wang Jin and Chen Shuer in turn, quickly converting it into lifespan points. Haha, senior sister, let us keep searching for rabbit holes. Now, Wang Jin brimmed with confidence about completing the task. You're quite skilled at cursing rabbits, Chen Shuer remarked dryly. Of course. The two continued to scour the grasslands, spending 2 hours before finally slaying 9 rabbits, leaving only 1 more to complete the task. Most of their time had been spent locating the rabbit burrows, and since the rabbits were weak, they had been able to dispatch them without taking damage. Soon, they found another rabbit burrow. Wang Jin unleashed a flurry of insults. And the rabbit charged out, only to be slain by the two of them. Task, Rabbit Slayer, completed. Reward. Choose one basic weapon. Please select your reward. Immediately after this prompt, a weapon selection interface appeared in Wang Jin's mind. The options included knives, guns, swords, staffs, shields, hammers, and more. Iron sword. Attack 6 wooden spear. Attack 6, iron shield. Defense 6 meteor hammer. Attack 8, senior sister. Can you choose a weapon? Chen Shuer nodded and directly selected a spear. Once chosen, the spear materialized in her hands. A dark-haired beauty wielding a spear looked quite thrilling. Then I'll choose a shield. One for offense, one for defense. Chen Shuer's eyes lit up. That works. Subsequently, Wang Jin selected the shield. Once he had the shield in one hand and the axe in the other, his defense surged by 6 points. Task reward selection completed. Would you like to proceed to the next phase? Wait. Upon hearing the prompt, Wang Jin quickly stopped her. Chen Shuer looked at him disdainfully. What, are you scared? I want to see what level the task reward is before proceeding. He then opened the trading post to search for weapons, wanting to ascertain whether the task reward was worth the risk. Iron sword. 100 units of food. Iron dagger. 200 units of wood. After reviewing, Wang Jin rolled his neck and resolutely said, Senior sister. Fortune favors the bold. Having completed the first task with ease and gained a weapon, Wang Jin felt emboldened. Now that's the spirit, Chen Shuer nodded in satisfaction. The next phase of the task has begun. In a certain area of the giant deer plains, wild rabbits have mutated. Please proceed to the indicated location on the map and kill 4 mutated rabbits. Task time, 2 hours. Task reward? Mutated rabbits? Wang Jin frowned slightly upon reading the task prompt, especially since he only had 37 health points remaining. Chen Shuer, however, opened the map for a closer look. It's not far from here. Let us hurry over. All right, let us go take a look. The two immediately set off towards their destination as indicated on the map. Along the way, they stumbled upon 2 rabbit burrows, thinking it wouldn't take much effort. So they decided to lure the rabbits out and slay them. After all, a rabbit grants 1 hour of life and a modicum of experience points, with the potential to acquire a treasure chest. Mutated wild rabbit, level 1, health 120 ahead. 4 wild rabbits with crimson fur appeared before the toot. Both individuals lay concealed in the grass, observing, as Wang Jin contemplated the attributes of the mutated wild rabbit. A sense of trepidation gripped him. Senior, this rabbit has quite a high health pool, he remarked. Since they are grouped together, we cannot launch an attack, especially since your health is nearly depleted. I shall check the trading post for any items to restore health. With that, Wang Jin opened the trading interface, searching for healing items. Alas, the results were barren. It seemed that even if someone had obtained healing items, they would not part with them for sale. After all, one would be foolish to do so. When the battle commences, be sure to use your shield to block their attacks. If your health reaches 0, flee immediately. All right, let us stealthily approach and execute a surprise attack. With that, the two crawled through the grass, inching forward. Suddenly, the rabbits detected the 2 hidden figures in the underbrush, and they let out a furious roar, charging towards them. They've noticed us. Let's take them down. Wang Jin sprang to his feet, gripping his shield tightly, ready to absorb their onslaught. Chen Shuer rose as well, her hands firmly clutching a spear. The speed of this group of mutated wild rabbits was significantly greater than that of the previous ones, and in an instant, they were upon the 2.1 rabbit leapt directly at Wang Jin. He had no time to evade and could only raise his shield to defend. The rabbit collided forcefully with the shield. -5-4 The mutated wild rabbit lost 5 health points upon striking the shield, while Wang Jin only lost 4 points due to the shield's protection. Thank goodness for the shield. Wang Jin was left momentarily stunned. Stepping back several paces, seizing the opportunity, Chen Shuer thrust her spear into the abdomen of the mutated wild rabbit. With a fierce cry, she thrust forward again. 55 Wang Jin observed as the rabbit's health plummeted by nearly half. Its weakness lay in its abdomen. Even if Chen Shuer had wielded a long spear, she would not have achieved such formidable damage. A seasoned gamer like him immediately deduced that this must be its weak point. However, after Chen Shuer struck, the other rabbits turned their attention to her. She dodged swiftly, but one mutated rabbit still managed to bite her thigh, causing blood to flow freely, yet she remained silent. 21 Damn. That is a hefty amount of damage, you fool, your grandfather is here. Wang Jin shouted in anger, causing the remaining 3 rabbits to turn and charge at him like a powder keg ignited. Thank goodness this world has a built-in taunt feature. Senior, take down the one with low health, understood, just don't die. Chapter 6. The Rabbit King, without hesitation, Wang Jin turned and fled. However, his speed was no match for that of the mutated rabbits, which quickly closed the distance. Damn it, here we go. Wang Jin grasped his shield, sidestepping just in time to narrowly avoid the rabbit's furious onslaught. The mutated rabbits landed and turned, pouncing at Wang Jin once more. Their eyes glowing ominously red, emitting hissing sounds as if they would not relent until he was torn to shreds. Experience gained from defeating a mutated wild rabbit, 2 points. Life gained from defeating a mutated wild rabbit, 2 hours. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer had already transformed the low-health rabbit into a veritable sieve. 12-1 mutated rabbit pursued Wang Jin at high speed, and he could not evade in time, suffering a bite to his leg, which he had failed to block with his shield, resulting in a loss of 12 health points. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, cold sweat pouring down his face, and swung his axe at the rabbit. Health, 21-100. With only 21 health points remaining, he had to block the rabbit's attacks with his shield. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly perish. Another rabbit lunged at him, and Wang Jin's expression sharpened as he braced his shield tightly. Chen Shuer arrived just in time, thrusting her spear as the mutated rabbit leapt. Fortunately, her attack successfully repelled the rabbit, inflicting nearly half its health as damage. However, the other 2 rabbits also lunged at Wang Jin. -3-4. The 2 rabbits collided with his shield, pushing him back several steps. Yet this moment created an opening for Chen Shuer, who fiercely struck the low-health rabbit twice with her spear. Sensing this, the other 2 rabbits abandoned their assault on Wang Jin and charged at Chen Shuer. She stood her ground, continuing her assault on the weakened rabbit. "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Jin cursed silently, charging towards one of the rabbits with his shield raised. The other rabbit bit Chen Shuer, causing her health to drop again by 21. Chen Shuer, 43-100 after knocking one rabbit away. Wang Jin rushed to her side, bringing his shield down upon the rabbit attacking her. -9 Damn. Using the shield inflicts more damage than the axe. While Chen Shuer seized the moment to stab the low-health rabbit, the rabbit Wang Jin struck retaliated with a bite. Wang Jin, 10-100. Chen Shuer glanced at Wang Jin's health. "Come on, let's go for it." With that, she lunged at the rabbit with her spear, resolutely declaring, "We might as well be a pair of doomed lovers." Wang Jin steeled himself, positioning his shield beside her, ready to defend against the other rabbit's attack. Chen Shuer engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the rabbit, risking a bite as she aimed for its abdomen. After paying the price of 21 health points, she successfully brought it down. Upon its defeat, the rabbit dropped a treasure chest. However, Wang Jin's situation was dire. Having primarily focused on shielding against the last rabbit, he endured 2 consecutive hits, reducing his health further. -7 Wang Jin, 3-100. "I'm coming." After Chen Shuer dispatched the rabbit, she hurriedly approached without a moment to spare. "Be careful, it can only bite you once." Wang Jin quickly retreated, and Chen Shuer seized the opportunity to stab with her spear, followed by a sweeping attack. However, the sweep missed, and the rabbit bit her arm. -20 Alarmed, Wang Jin hurled his axe at the rabbit and charged forward with his shield. To his surprise, the rabbit stood upright. Thankfully, Chen Shuer took advantage of this moment, delivering 2 thrusts to its abdomen as it rose. Once the rabbit fell, the 2 did not dare to linger, hastily gathering their spoils before collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Wang Jin's health dwindled to a mere 3-100, while Chen Shuer was left with only 2-100. "Finally, it's over," Wang Jin said, his voice trembling with residual fear. Chen Shuer smiled faintly. "Indeed, we have succeeded." Wang Jin's gaze inadvertently fell upon her bleeding thigh and arm, prompting him to ask, "Does it not hurt?" "Of course it hurts. You've been bitten several times as well. But this is the game's rule. A little blood won't kill us." She swiftly tore a piece from her black stockings, adeptly wrapping it around her injured thigh as a makeshift bandage. "Dio, you want me to bandage yours?" Chen Shuer pointed to Wang Jin's leg, which was similarly bloodied. "Can I do it myself?" "No." Chen Shuer shot him a look, tearing off another small piece of her stockings and handing it to him. Wang Jin accepted it, mumbling, "These socks aren't of great quality." At that moment, a system notification resonated in their minds. Quest, Rabbit Hunter. Stage 2 completed. Reward, 15 days of life. Due to the mutated wild rabbits being meticulously cultivated by the Rabbit King, you have successfully drawn its attention. Quest, Rabbit Hunter. Stage 3 initiated. Quest requirement, defeat the Rabbit King. Quest duration, 1 hour. Completion reward, 1 2-star treasure chest. Failure penalty, annihilation. What? Wang Jin was taken aback by the sudden notification, his face a mask of shock and fear. The Rabbit King exists. At that moment, Qin Shuer also heard the notification in her mind, letting out a resigned sigh, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Just as they were reeling from the revelation, an object resembling a meteor streaked across the sky, plummeting towards the ground at breakneck speed. The two looked up. Rabbit King, boss level, level 1, health, 500 run. Upon seeing the Rabbit King's attributes, Wang Jin grasped Qin Shuer's arm without hesitation and turned to flee. Where are we running to? If we don't kill it, we'll die when the time runs out, Qin Shuer asked anxiously as they ran. The cabin, Wang Jin shouted back. The system states that the cabin is relatively safe. We should take refuge there and devise a plan, hoping it can shield us from the Rabbit King's attack. With my 3 health points and your 2, charging in there would be tantamount to suicide. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Rabbit King landed on the ground, and they both turned to glance at it. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the Rabbit King was entirely snow-white, exuding an oddly adorable demeanor. However, in Wang Jin's eyes, it was far from adorable. After it fell, it let out a furious roar and charged towards Wang Jin and Qin Shuer. Its speed surpassed ours. Wang Jin gazed in horror at the rapidly approaching King of the Hares. Although the King of the Hares was not as swift as the mutated hares, it was still slightly faster than Wang Jin and Qin Shuer. Qin Shuer immediately exclaimed that she had just gained 15 days of lifespan, converting it all into speed attributes. Excellent. After saying this, Wang Jin promptly activated his talent for lifespan conversion, transforming the recently acquired 15 days into 3 points of attributes, all of which he invested into speed. With the increase in speed, both of their speed attributes reached 13 points, a slight improvement over before. Quick! Wang Jin roared, exerting every ounce of strength to sprint towards the small wooden cabin. He fervently hoped not to encounter any other hares along the way. If they attracted the attention of other hares, the two of them would surely meet their demise together. Qin Shuer, disregarding the pain in her legs, lengthened her strides, matching Wang Jin's pace effortlessly. Meanwhile, the King of the Hares relentlessly pursued them from behind. Across the grassland, a man and a woman raced ahead, with a snow-white hare in hot pursuit. The sound of the wind whistled past their ears, and Wang Jin could even hear the frantic beating of his own heart. Qin Shuer's hair had become disheveled, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks, yet she paid it no mind, her feet never faltering. Fortunately, the small cabin was not far. Both of them put forth their utmost effort, and the cabin soon became clearly visible on the horizon. However, at that moment, the King of the Hares lunged forward abruptly, closing the distance to just a few steps away, casting a shadow of death over them. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and decisively shouted, "Split up and draw its attention." Qin Shuer understood immediately, and in an instant, they dashed off in opposite directions. The King of the Hares hesitated for a moment, then chose to continue chasing Wang Jin. Seizing this fleeting moment, Wang Jin shot away like an arrow. Yet, the King of the Hares was ultimately faster, quickly closing the gap behind him. "Foolish hare, your great aunt is right here." In a moment of desperation, Qin Shuer shouted, "At that cry." The King of the Hares' eyes turned blood-red, as if thoroughly enraged, and without hesitation, it abandoned Wang Jin to pounce towards Qin Shuer like lightning. Wang Jin silently rejoiced, taking a deep breath before hastily rushing towards the cabin. Moments later, he arrived at the cabin's entrance, heart racing, and kicked the door open with all his might. He swiftly turned around, just as the King of the Hares leapt high, aiming for Qin Shuer, who had just reached the cabin door. Wang Jin acted quickly, grabbing her hand and pulling her with all his strength. As they both tumbled into the cabin, the King of the Hares' attack crashed against the cabin, causing it to shudder, but fortunately, it held together. Inside the cabin, Qin Shuer was on top, and Wang Jin beneath, both gasping for breath. Wang Jin could smell the mingling scents of her sweat and a faint fragrance. However, neither had the luxury to ponder such thoughts, as they hurriedly stood to assess the cabin's condition. Cabin, 97-100. Seeing the cabin's health, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the cabin's defenses were sufficiently robust. At that moment, the King of the Hares thrust its enormous head through the wooden door. Fortunately, the door was not very wide, preventing its massive body from entering. Qin Shuer's gaze sharpened. She instantly wielded her spear, aiming fiercely at the King of the Hares' eyes. The spear pierced directly into its eye, causing the King of the Hares to howl in agony, its massive head thrashing wildly within the cabin, forcing the exhausted Qin Shuer to relinquish her grip on the spear. The spear remained lodged in the King of the Hares' eye, blood gushing forth. 108. Upon seeing the damage, Wang Jin felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly retrieved his shield to strike at it. However, the King of the Hares was already retreating, its head slowly withdrawing from the cabin. Leaving no opportunity to attack its eye-2, observing the King of the Hare's health, Wang Jin was momentarily stunned. 2 points of damage. What on earth? Chen Shuer also drew her axe, wildly hacking at its head. -3 at that moment. The King of the Hares finally withdrew its head from the cabin, and the spear fell from its EYIT, emitted furious roars from outside, then began to batter the cabin with its forepaws. Wang Jin watched as the cabin's health steadily diminished. Senior, hurry, attack it. We must slay it before it breaks through the cabin. Chen Shuer nodded, picking up the spear from the ground. The two of them positioned themselves at the doorway. When the King of the Hares approached, Chen Shuer would thrust her spear, while Wang Jin would chop with his axe. However, the axe's short reach made it difficult to strike the King of the Hares, and they had to be exceedingly cautious of its attacks. If either were hit, they would surely perish. Chen Shuer anxiously remarked, "This won't do. It's hard for us to attack from here, while it relentlessly assaults our cabin." "Ivy, got it. Let us taunt it. Maybe it'll enter a frenzied state and recklessly attack the cabin, making it easier for us to find an opening. Though this might hasten the cabin's demise. You taunt, and I'll attack." Chen Shuer tightened her grip on the spear, readying herself. All right. After taking a deep breath, Wang Jin unleashed a barrage of insults at the King of the Hares. This completely enraged it, prompting it to rise and latch onto the cabin, gnawing furiously. "Quick, attack it." Seeing the King of the Hares standing and tearing at the cabin, exposing its white underbelly, Wang Jin urged, without needing to be told. Chen Shuer thrust her spear with all her might. -7-8. Wang Jin, equally unyielding, hurled his axe at its belly with all his strength. -3-3. After throwing his axe, he quickly grabbed Chen Shuer's axe and tossed it, thankful that the axe rebounded upon hitting the King of the Hare's body. Simultaneously, as he continuously threw axes, Wang Jin peppered the hare with curses. Cabin, 91-100. King of the Hares, 372-500. The King of the Hares let out an earth-shattering roar, appearing to lose all reason as it recklessly gnawed at the cabin. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, with bloodshot eyes, relentlessly assaulted the King of the Hares. Even as their arms grew fatigued, they did not relent. Thus, the two of them engaged in a race against time with the King of the Hares. Wang Jin occasionally hurled insults to keep it in a frenzy. Time remaining on task, 6 minutes. Cabin, 17-100. King of the Hares, 92-500. It was getting close. Wang Jin felt as if his hands had lost all sensation, and Chen Shuer's face had turned pale, her hands trembling as she gripped the spear. Both were drenched in sweat, having pushed their bodies to the brink after nearly an hour of intense exertion. Yet they continued to assault the King of the Hares. However, at that moment, the King of the Hares retreated several steps. Was it about to flee? Wang Jin's heart raced. If it escaped, the task would surely fail, and the two of them would meet certain doom in their weakened state. Fortunately, it did not flee but instead took a few steps back before launching another assault on the cabin. Seeing this, Chen Shuer grasped her spear and extended it, the spear's shaft bracing against the cabin. "This won't work. Let go. If you get hit, you'll die," Wang Jin exclaimed in alarm. Chen Shuer wore a resolute expression. "I know, but there's no other choice. The cabin's health is nearly depleted. It's a gamble." Wang Jin gritted his teeth, placing a hand on Chen Shuer's shoulder, ready to pull her back at any moment. He understood that this was the only option left. In an instant, the King of the Hares charged towards the cabin, and Chen Shuer released her grip just in time, as Wang Jin yanked her back. The moment the King of the Hares collided with the cabin, the spear, with the cabin's support behind it, pierced through its body due to the immense force. This impact brought the already dilapidated cabin to the brink of collapse. Yet the King of the Hares was also fatally wounded by its own strength. Cabin, 7-100. Seeing the King of the Hares fall, the two of them collapsed within the cabin, lacking even the strength to inspect the spoils of its demise. Chapter 8. Great Gains. Slaying the King of the Hares grants experience points 15. Slaying the King of the Hares grants lifespan value 1 day. Task, Hare Hunter, completed. Reward, 1 2-star treasure chest. Wang Jin listened to the notifications in his mind, fearing the arrival of a 4th stage. Fortunately, the rewards concluded without further incident. Just as he sighed in relief, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out, nearly sending Wang Jin into a panic. "Congratulations, you are among the first 1 million players in the Shanghai world to slay a boss-level beast. Each of you receives 1 opportunity to choose a reward. Please select your reward. 1. Breaking Yuan Seal, a set of A, B, C, D. Want to slay a giant beast? Choose this. 2. Random skill scroll 1. Say goodbye to ordinary attacks. 3. 100-year beast soul 3. You may find it quite useful in the future. 4. 3-star treasure chest 1. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. 5. 3-star soil tin. Accelerate crop growth. 6. Wood 100, stone 100, meat 100, pure water 50 bottles. Qin Shuer glanced at the notification in her mind and suggested without a second thought. How about we select the skill? Agreed. In response, Wang Jin harbored no objections. The first broken Yuan seal was undoubtedly off the table. The firefly deer he had encountered today was certainly not something they could handle in the short term. As for the 300-year beast souls, their names suggested they were rewards for slaying colossal beasts, yet their utility remained a mystery. Thus, Wang Jin was left with no choice but to select one option among a treasure chest. Land or resources. Which one should he choose? Wang Jin found himself in a quandary. Observing his demeanor, Qin Shuer remarked, if we choose land, we have no seeds, and those resources are easily obtainable. Do you wish to gamble? Wang Jin teased that a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Qin Shuer's eyes as she replied, as I mentioned today, let's take a risk. Tomorrow will surely be better, and now we have arrived at this moment. You truly are a madwoman. If we make even the slightest mistake today, we are finished, Wang Jin retorted. Qin Shuer turned her head with difficulty, her complexion still pale and utterly drained, yet she managed to smile and flutter her eyelashes. But the outcome is good, isn't it? Indeed. Then let us choose the treasure chest. With that, Wang Jin promptly selected the 3-star treasure chest, while a scroll, bearing the marks of time, materialized in Qin Shuer's hands. Not bad, let me show you, she said, and then shared the information about the skill scroll through a private channel. Flying swallow steps. Unleash 2 shockwaves at an incredible speed, culminating in an explosion after the shockwaves dissipate. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Note: usable only with sword, knife, or gun-type weapons. Wang Jin glanced at the skill description and the eager Qin Shuer, saying, you should learn it. It suits you perfectly. Qin Shuer nodded with delight, cheerfully accepting the scroll for use. Meanwhile, Wang Jin struggled to rise from the ground. Noticing this, Qin Shuer promptly inquired, where are you going? To close the door. If a wild beast wanders in, we will have no means to resist. He replied. With that, Wang Jin laboriously made his way to the entrance, where he collected some spoils from the wild rabbit king. In total, he gathered 7 pieces of meat, a 2-star treasure chest, and a large rabbit pelt. Without pausing to examine them, he stuffed everything into his backpack and returned to the wooden cabin, shutting the door behind him before collapsing beside Qin Shuer. Let's rest for a bit. I simply can't move anymore. We can open the treasure chest later. Qin Shuer immediately sat up, her eyes filled with anticipation. No way, how can one rest without opening the treasure chest? Observing her expression, Wang Jin sighed. Well, all right then. The two then laid out their treasures. 1 1-star chest, 2 2-star chests, and 1 3-star chest. Qin Shuer clapped her hands, brimming with impatience. Let's start with the 1-star chest, agreed. Wang Jin's eyes sparkled. After a day of life and death battles, the thrill of rewards was exhilarating. Especially during the unboxing, he recalled that earlier he had opened a treasure chest to find only a bottle of water. Turning to Qin Shuer, he said, you go ahead. Okay. Qin Shuer promptly opened the 1-star chest, revealing a wood unit. 50 in total. 50 units of wood isn't bad, she grinned, stowing the wood away before proceeding to the next 2-star chest. Inside lay 2 items, a blueprint and a potion. Name: Chainmail Blueprint. Attributes: Defense 6, Health 50, Materials: 5 units of iron, 5 units of wood. Note: the blueprint is a one-time use item and will disappear upon use. Mutagen Potion. Grants the user a mutated state for 5 minutes, boosting attack, defense, and speed by 50. Side effect: after mutation ends, the user enters a state of weakness for 1 day, with all attributes reduced by 99. Wang Jin's eyes lit up upon seeing these items. Senior, your luck is quite remarkable. A piece of armor and a life-saving potion, albeit with some side effects. Without iron, I can't craft the armor, Qin Shuer replied, then pointed to the other chest. Why don't you try this one? All right, I'll give it a go. Wang Jin eagerly opened the other 2-star chest, which contained only 1 item. He quickly picked it up for inspection. Low-level animal trap. When placed in the wild, it may capture beasts. Wang Jin grimaced at the sight of the trap. You should open the last 3-star chest. Poor thing, Qin Shuer muttered, hastily opening the final 3-star chest. Inside lay a scroll, and both hurried to examine it. Pet Summoning Scroll, used to randomly obtain a pet egg. The egg will recognize its owner upon hatching. Description: if luck is on your side, you may acquire an immensely powerful being. A pet. Both Qin Shuer and Wang Jin's hearts raced at the sight of the scroll, especially at the mention of an immensely powerful being. Shall we give it a try? Qin Shuer suggested. Wang Jin pondered for a moment. Let us wait. We should go outside to use it. If it turns out to be a dragon egg, our little wooden cabin won't suffice. A dragon egg? Indeed, a dragon egg. All right, let us hurry. With that, Qin Shuer flung open the door and dashed outside, as if the fatigue from earlier had vanished. Wang Jin followed suit, exchanging a glance with her as she unhesitatingly activated the pet summoning scroll. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, revealing an orange-white egg streaked with hints of black on the ground. Golden legend, they both quickly turned to look. Infinite blood egg, upon hatching, randomly grants a giant beast pet. Probability of acquisition: 100-year giant beast, 99.9, 50 to 800 years, 1,000-year giant beast, 0.999, 1,000 to 8,000 years, 10,000-year giant beast, 0.001, 10,000 to 50,000 years. Hatching time: 3 hours. Description: you can always trust that 0.001 chance. Chapter 9. Jade Fox. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer exchanged excited glances, unable to conceal their exhilaration. They had witnessed giant beasts before. That 800-year firefly deer was already at level 45. The thought of a 1,000-year or even a 10,000-year giant beast was beyond imagination. Moreover, this infinite blood egg guaranteed a 100-year giant beast as a minimum. Qin Shuer gazed at the infinite blood egg, murmuring, I never expected that this world could still harbor 10,000-year giant beasts. But how do we hatch it? Wang Jin hurriedly approached, cradling the rather large infinite blood egg in his arms. At that moment, a prompt appeared in his mind regarding the hatching process. Senior, it can be directly hatched, but it will take 3 hours. We should move it into the wooden cabin for hatching. Qin Shuer urged. All right. Wang Jin quickly carried the infinite blood egg into the cabin, placing it in the center, while Qin Shuer followed and closed the door behind them. You should do it.at that moment. Wang Jin felt somewhat unsure about his luck. If a 50-year beast hatched, it would be quite the loss. Qin Shuer nodded, placing her hand on the infinite blood egg and turning to Wang Jin. How do you feel about your luck? Wang Jin hesitated, scratching his head. Well, it seems not so great. In that case, I am willing to trade all of my luck for a 10,000-year giant beast pet. With that, Qin Shuer promptly selected to hatch the egg. The infinite blood egg began to emit a red glow, accompanied by a 3-hour countdown. Wait, my luck is already somewhat poor. If a 10,000-year pet hatches, won't I be doomed to a lifetime of misfortune? Qin Shuer looked at Wang Jin with a serious expression. But you still have me, right? When you put it that way, you may have a point. After all the good things have come from you. Qin Shuer proudly lifted her chin. Thus, you were always the unlucky one. Being a bit more unlucky doesn't make much difference. Wang Jin dramatically flopped onto the ground. Let it be the end. Just as he lay down, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and his stomach grumbled. With all the treasure chests opened, his earlier excitement began to fade. He simply lacked the energy to search for food. His eyelids growing heavier until he gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Observing this, Qin Shuer chose not to disturb him, instead fixating her gaze on the infinite blood egg. However, it wasn't long before she too succumbed to exhaustion and lay down beside him. They were utterly drained. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and with a crack, the shell of the infinite blood egg shattered, revealing a fox approximately 1 meter long. It possessed 9 tails. Its fur as white as snow, and was encrusted with frost-like material. Upon emerging, the fox surveyed its surroundings cautiously, and upon noticing the dilapidated wooden cabin, a hint of disdain flickered in its eyes. It then approached the still slumbering Qin Shuer, affectionately nudging her cheek with its head, yet she remained unresponsive. It sauntered over to Wang Jin, observing the two who slept like logs and could only helplessly lie down on the ground. Just as the fox hatched, a system announcement rang out. Congratulations to Wang Jin and Qin Shuer of the Nanshan camp for being the first to obtain the 8,000-year giant beast pet, Jade Fox. Reward obtained, Jade Fox hunting map. This system announcement echoed in the minds of every player 3 times. Yet, Wang Jin and Qin Shuer were far too fatigued to stir. Despite their continued slumber, the world and faction channels erupted with fervor, even as the act of sending a single message seemed to cost a day's worth of life. The information rolled through the channels at a dizzying speed. What in the world? I spent an entire day chopping wood, and you tell me someone has acquired an 8,000-year-old colossal beast pet. What on earth is that? Is it real? There's a 300-year-old giant beast near me. At least 7 to 8 meters tall. 8,000 years? That's absurd. My teammates and I exerted tremendous effort just to slay a level 1 beast. Ha! There's a hill fox nearby, a 5,000-year-old giant beast. Larger than Godzilla itself. Can that even be a pet? 8,000 years? I have a 13,000-year-old giant mantis nearby that frightens me to the point of not daring to step outside. What colossal beast? Ivy, never seen one. Oh, great one. Please take me along. I am also from the Nanshan faction. Unbeknownst to Wang Jin and Qin Shui'er, who were blissfully asleep, the clamor of the channel continued unabated. It was only when night fell that Wang Jin awoke, driven by an unbearable hunger. Throughout the day, he had consumed merely a few berries, and incessantly cursing the rabbits had left him severely dehydrated. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a pure white fox, fixating on him with unwavering attention. Inside the small cabin, the kerosene lamp flickered gently. Wang Jin leaned in for a closer look, and upon discerning the fox's appearance, particularly its 9 tails, he staggered back in astonishment. Holy moly, a 9-tailed fox. Is this the pet we hatched? Why is it so small? Whereas the colossal beast we were promised? Astonishment flooded Wang Jin's mind as he became acutely aware of a peculiar connection between himself and the fox, allowing him to access the fox's attribute panel, which he hastily examined. Pet name, Jade Fox grade, B level, 1 experience, 0-100 health, 220 attack power, 27 defense power, 19 speed, 24 training progress, 8,000 skills, none after perusing the attributes. Wang Jin could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Such high attributes at level 1. He quickly approached the still slumbering Qin Shui'er and gently shook her awake. Senior, wake up, quickly. Qin Shui'er opened her eyes groggily, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice as she asked, "What is it?" "Let me sleep a bit longer." Wang Jin pointed to the jade fox beside him. "Look at our pet." "Pet?" Qin Shui'er instantly perked up, springing to her feet with a burst of energy. Her beautiful eyes swiftly scanned the room, and when they landed on the jade fox, they sparkled with delight. "What a beautiful fox with that." She rushed forward and tenderly stroked the fox's head. "It's so cold, and it has 9 tails." The jade fox nuzzled against her palm affectionately. Qin Shui'er beamed. "Wang Jin, it really likes us." She then embraced the jade fox, which playfully rolled in her arms, its 9 tails swaying joyfully. Wang Jin stood by, gazing at the jade fox, lost in thought. What year is this giant beast from? Why is it so small? Moreover, its level 1 attributes exceed ours by more than double. Attributes? Qin Shui'er then remembered to check the jade fox's attributes. Upon seeing the attack power listed as 27, she exclaimed in awe, "It has 27 points of attack power. But what does that training progress mean?" "I am not quite sure either," Wang Jin replied with a resigned shake of his head. He had just searched for information regarding the jade fox, training, and pet grades in the survival manual, but found nothing. At that moment, the jade fox let out a few soft whines. As its owners, Wang Jin and Qin Shui'er instantly understood its intent. It was hungry. Chapter 10. Roasting meat, securing water. "I'm even hungrier than you," Wang Jin declared as he began to munch on a few berries, simultaneously offering some to Qin Shui'er and the jade fox. The moment the jade fox saw the berries, a look of disdain crossed its face. Qin Shui'er remarked, "It doesn't want this. Don't we have meat? Let us give it some meat." Wang Jin retrieved a piece of chicken, sighing, "We do have meat, but it's raw." Qin Shui'er frowned slightly at the bloody meat. "Let us not give it raw meat, and besides, I'm hungry too. These berries won't suffice." Though both were hungry, they were not desperate enough to resort to raw meat, considering it was only the first day. Wang Jin glanced at the nearby 3-star treasure chest and promptly walked over to retrieve it. They had left the chest inside the small cabin after opening it. He examined the chest closely and stated, "This is a bronze chest. We can simply ignite the wood with the kerosene lamp and place it inside to burn. This way, we set the cabin ablaze, and we can roast the meat. What do you think?" Qin Shui'er's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Let us try it." Wang Jin immediately took a piece of wood from his backpack. However, the wood was quite large. So he ran over to grab an axe and began chopping it vigorously. Fortunately, it split easily, although the chopped wood could no longer be used as material. Next, the two of them ignited a fire inside the 3-star treasure chest, with Qin Shui'er's spear transforming into a tool for roasting meat. Before long, the meat began to sizzle and exude oil. While the meat roasted, Wang Jin browsed for water information in the trading hall. After all, thirst was far more unbearable than hunger. Although they had berries, they did not quench thirst. Moreover, their small half bottle of water had long been consumed. Upon searching for water in the trading hall, various types of water appeared before him: river water, spring water, and even well water for sale. Wang Jin's eyes immediately landed on the well water, and he promptly added the well water seller as a friend. Before long, the well water seller accepted the friend request. His name was Chun Sanwei. Bro, how much for the well water? Chun Sanwei replied instantly, 5 units of wood or 1 day of life for 1 unit, 1 liter, of well water. Upon reading this, Wang Jin cursed under his breath, "Why don't you go rob someone?" Chun Sanwei was unfazed. His spawn point happened to be near a well, and although he was unsure where the well had come from, he had made a small fortune from the well water, with prices steadily rising. However, he primarily traded in wood and stone, so he responded, "Do you have anything else?" "I have meat." Upon seeing those 3 words, Chun Sanwei became somewhat excited. It was challenging to trade well water for food. After all, many were in the water business, but few dared to hunt beasts on the first day, making food a scarce commodity. Moreover, the system announcement had mentioned that they might face food shortages in 3 days. Wait a minute. He suddenly recalled the name of the person he was trading with, Wang Jin. Instantly, he remembered the system announcement from earlier that day. His heart began to race, and he immediately replied, "Are you the Wang Jin who acquired the 8,000-year-old giant beast pet?" Wang Jin stared blankly at the message. "What 8,000-year-old giant beast? You don't know?" "The system just announced that our Nanshan faction S. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer's team obtained an 8,000-year-old giant beast pet called Jade Fox, 8,000-year-old giant beast." After reading the message, Wang Jin's gaze fixated on the jade fox beside Chen Shuer, waiting eagerly for the meat to cook, his breath quickening. "This little fox is an 8,000-year-old giant beast." Chen Shuer, puzzled by Wang Jin's astonished expression, inquired, "What are you saying?" "It's an 8,000-year-old giant beast. The system just announced it, but we were asleep and didn't hear it." Wang Jin pointed at the jade fox. Instantly, Chen Shuer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scrutinized the jade fox from head to tail. "I see. Its training progress is 8,000. If we can max it out, it might become a true 8,000-year-old giant beast. Though it's likely just a cub now." Wang Jin nodded. "That's indeed possible. With this pet, our chances of survival should significantly increase, but you'd better refrain from carelessly using up your lifespan." Chen Shuer shot him a knowing glance. "Got it." Afterward, she turned to the jade fox and asked, "Little Jade, do you know how to increase your training points?" Watching Chen Shuer, Wang Jin couldn't help but admire her. She had even given the fox a name. The jade fox responded with a couple of soft sounds, and Wang Jin and Chen Shuer grasped its meaning. "Pet eggs." They hurriedly opened the trading hall and searched for pet eggs, but found it utterly barren. Chen Shuer sighed. "No one is foolish enough. Even if someone obtained a pet egg, they wouldn't sell it so soon." Wang Jin had anticipated this. "Well, at least we know how to train it, so we can take our time." Having learned about the jade fox's situation, he continued to seek out the well water seller to purchase water. "Bro, it's me." However, at that time, my teammates and I were asleep, so we didn't hear the system announcement. "Thank you for informing me." Wang Jin didn't hesitate to reveal that he had acquired the jade fox, considering that even if he knew a name, he couldn't find himself, and since the system had made an announcement, it was likely common knowledge. Moreover, most importantly, showcasing his situation would be beneficial for bargaining. It really you? You and your teammates sleeping during the day? How thrilling. Also, can you tell me how you obtained your jade fox? I'll give you some well water for free." Without a second thought, Wang Jin replied, "We found a 3-star treasure chest and hatched a jade fox egg." Chen Sanwei read the message with disbelief and responded, "Foxes shouldn't lay eggs, right? In this world, nothing is truly impossible. It would not be surprising to see a fox lay eggs. Indeed, you are quite fortunate to have stumbled upon a 3-star treasure chest, while I have yet to even glimpse a shadow of one. Although the information you provided may not be of much use, I shall still offer you 2 liters of water." Wang Jin, glancing at the message, suddenly found this person to be rather agreeable. After all, in this world where there are no constraints, if he were to withhold his offering, he would be at a loss as well. After some contemplation, he replied, "How about this? I will trade meat for your water. 1 piece of meat for 5 liters of water. We could establish a long-term partnership." Upon hearing this, Chen Sanwei felt that Wang Jin was somewhat unreasonable. After all, his well water was not an inexhaustible resource, and it was quite safe, unlike river water which could cause stomach troubles. However, he considered that Wang Jin possessed a jade fox, which should be capable of procuring ample meat. If they could indeed form a long-term cooperation, it would suffice to trade for meat on a daily basis. Moreover, the system had indicated that food supplies would dwindle in a few days. After consulting with his teammates, he agreed, "Very well. I currently have only 10 liters of well water. Let us exchange for 2 pieces of meat." The other party immediately initiated the trade, presenting 12 units of well water. Wang Jin examined the details of the well water. Well water, non-toxic and safe for consumption. After reading this, Wang Jin promptly produced 2 pieces of rabbit meat, as he was not particularly fond of it. Once both parties confirmed the transaction, Wang Jin's backpack was enriched with 12 units of well water. Following the addition of the water to his inventory, Wang Jin and Chen Sanwei continued their light banter. Wang Jin thought him to be quite decent, especially since he had honored his word by trading an additional 2 units of water, marking the establishment of his first friendship in this world, albeit one limited to mere conversation. He then picked up an empty 2-star treasure chest and placed 1 unit of water inside. He took several hearty swigs from the chest before handing it to Chen Shuer. "This is the well water I just acquired. It is exceptionally pure." Chen Shuer accepted the chest and similarly took several gulps, her thirst unquenchable. After drinking, she resumed grilling the meat. "Thank you. I have already grilled a piece over there. You may indulge first." "There's no need for thanks. According to the customs here, we are bound together by fate." With that, Wang Jin walked over and took the grilled meat, which was skewered by a sharp point and, due to the small fire, was charred in some places while others remained undercooked. However, Wang Jin was indifferent to such details. In this forsaken place, being able to consume meat was already a significant blessing. The piece of meat weighed over a pound, and Wang Jin used his axe to slice it in half, offering the other portion to Chen Shuer. "You should eat as well. I cannot finish this alone." Wang Jin took a bite, forcing it down despite the lack of seasoning. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer nibbled at her share, showing no signs of discomfort. The jade fox nearby was salivating profusely. Chen Shuer glanced at the jade fox and said, "Little you, your meat is still being grilled. This piece I am trying out first, as my previous attempt resulted in it being burnt. Yours will turn out just fine." Wang Jin, perplexed, remarked, "So we are merely guinea pigs?" Chen Shuer smiled lightly. "Little you is still a cub. It requires careful nurturing." Wang Jin, forcing himself to finish the grilled meat, suppressed his nausea and replied, "It is an 8,000-year-old behemoth, with a lifespan far exceeding ours." At this juncture, he checked his health status. 62,100.it seemed that in the cabin, he could gradually recover his vitality. Suddenly, Chen Shuer shifted the topic. "Wang Jin, do you harbor resentment towards me today?" "Indeed, I somewhat wish for us to perish together. However, the outcome has been favorable." Chen Shuer smiled at Wang Jin, feeling a surge of happiness since arriving here. In her heart, this place was vastly superior to her previous world. After a day of companionship, she found this younger brother, who was a year her junior, to be quite commendable at the very least. After she had engaged in some rather reckless behavior, he did not place undue blame upon her. Instead, seeking various solutions, particularly, he had boldly utilized all his lifespan to initiate the second phase of the task. "Rest assured, dear brother, I shall refrain from reckless actions in the future." Wang Jin, relieved to hear her words, replied, "That is good to know." He then covertly checked her status, which displayed happy, touched. As long as she was not contemplating self-harm, he felt reassured. After reviewing this, Wang Jin resolved to inspect the cabin, for the system announcement had urged prompt upgrades to their shelter. He first examined the conditions for upgrading the cabin, which required 100 units of wood and 5 days of lifespan. Upon observing these prerequisites, Wang Jin wore a bitter expression. Upgrading the cabin also demanded lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us continue hunting beasts tomorrow, trading meat for these essential materials." Wang Jin readily agreed. Both of their attributes were commendable, and with the addition of a jade fox boasting even more extraordinary attributes, hunting beasts certainly seemed a wise choice. Moreover, it would yield food, as the system had warned of an impending food shortage in 3 days, thus they must stockpile provisions in the interim. The meat could be stored in the backpack without spoiling. Wang Jin then checked the conditions for repairing the cabin, which required only 30 units of wood. "Senior, you have the wood. Please proceed with the repair of the cabin." "Understood." With that, Chen Shuer promptly utilized 30 units of wood to repair the cabin, which would take an hour to complete. After accomplishing this task, Wang Jin began to peruse the survival manual. Through the survival manual, he learned that humanity in the mountain and sea world was divided into 4 factions: East Mountain, South Mountain, West Mountain, and North Mountain. Each faction boasted a population of over 2 billion individuals, and members of different factions maintained hostile relations. The initial attributes of all individuals were relatively similar. The elderly had regained their youth. And remarkably, even children had acquired adult bodies, with the system endowing them with cognition. Aside from innate talents, the attributes were largely equivalent, placing everyone on a level playing field. Of course, the starting points depended entirely on luck. Additionally, the survival manual contained crucial information regarding the heavenly pivot. Numerous heavenly pivots existed throughout the mountain and sea world, and upon locating and activating one, individuals could be teleported. Having absorbed this information, Wang Jin closed the interface. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer had finished grilling the meat, and the jade fox was happily feasting. "Senior, there is little to be done at night. I shall take my leave and rest." With that, Wang Jin lay down on the ground. Although there was a bed, he decided to offer it to Chen Shuer, despite harboring thoughts of sharing the bed with her. Chen Shuer nodded, and once the jade fox had finished eating, she cradled it and settled onto the bed. Though it was a wooden plank bed, the layer of straw atop made it far more comfortable than sleeping on the ground, especially as the night was cool. Making the floor a tad chilly, Chen Shuer leaned against the wall, while the jade fox was placed at the foot of the bed, as it was too cold to be held while sleeping. After a while, Chen Shuer softly said, "Come up and sleep. The ground is cold." Wang Jin glanced at her and promptly rose to join her. He had no intention of being courteous, and indeed, sleeping on the ground was rather cold. He merely needed to be mindful of his actions. Furthermore, with a solitary male and female sharing a space, and their lives intertwined, it was only a matter of time before they would sleep side by side. Subsequently, Wang Jin lay down, and the bed was small, leaving them somewhat cramped. Chen Shuer leaned against him, her cheeks tinged with a slight flush, as it was her first experience sharing a room with a male, let alone sharing a bed. She could even detect the scent of his sweat. However, Wang Jin did not make any inappropriate moves, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, if he had attempted to take liberties, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. At the same time, she contemplated the plan for the following day, eager to test the skills she had recently acquired. With the skills learned but not yet utilized, her anticipation grew. "I will be diligent. All shall pass," she silently vowed to herself. In the dead of night, Wang Jin was abruptly awakened. "So cold. Did I not have a rabbit pelt?" Remembering this, he retrieved the pelt from his backpack. It bore no bloodstains or odors, making it perfect as a blanket, soft and plush. He gazed at the curled-up figure of Chen Shuer and draped the rabbit pelt over her, then nestled beneath it himself. Chapter 12. The Power of Flying Swans on Snow. Time: 8:00 a.m. Temperature: 18 to 21 degrees. Weather: overcast. Daylight duration: 8 hours. At 8 in the morning, a notification echoed in Wang Jin's mind, gradually coaxing him to open his eyes. He had slept rather well, primarily due to the cozy blanket. Moreover, he had not experienced any nightmares, and he had naturally accepted the reality of his new existence in this world. This led Wang Jin to suspect that the system had played a role, as he had not sensed much fear from others during yesterday's interactions. He checked his attributes. His health had fully restored. He had accrued 39 experience points, and regarding lifespan, he had 1 day, 7 hours, and 49 minutes remaining, well within the safety threshold. Beside him, Chen Shuer was already awake, and upon noticing Wang Jin, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Rise and shine. Let us venture outside." At that moment, she had removed her black stockings, revealing her fair, delicate thighs, though he was uncertain when she had done so. Thanks to the game's rules, her wounds had healed, though traces of blood still lingered. Observing her appearance, Wang Jin chuckled, "All right, but I must first attend to my morning routine." His bladder felt as though it might burst. After waking yesterday, it had already been night, and he had refrained from going outside, relieved that neither of them had suffered from stomach issues. "Hurry along. Are you not pulling?" Chen Shuer clenched her fist. "I just resolved it." "All right then." Wang Jin opened the door to the wooden cabin and inhaled a breath of completely untainted air from nature. He glanced up at the sky, noticing a slight change in the 7 celestial bodies above. The originally vibrant colors of the 7 stars were fading, as if they were all transitioning to black. "What is going on?" Wang Jin murmured, taking a few steps forward. Not far away, a 10-meter-high glowing deer was leisurely grazing. He quickly turned to change direction, ensuring he did not face the glowing deer. If it thought Wang Jin was trying to insult it, what a relief! Wang Jin sighed, whistling a cheerful tune after resolving his earlier concern. Turning around, he spotted Chen Shuer approaching with the jade fox. "How refreshing," she asked nonchalantly. Wang Jin's face turned slightly. "Do you walk without making a sound? What if I hadn't pulled up my pants?" Chen Shuer's face flushed slightly as she jokingly replied. "Then, I would have had the opportunity to enjoy the view." Wang Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to tease others. Just yesterday, she had seemed despondent. He immediately retorted, "If you want to enjoy the view, wait until nightfall. I assure you it will be quite the spectacle." Qin Shuer scoffed lightly, choosing not to linger on the topic. "Let us go find some beasts." Wang Jin nodded, pointing at the sky. "Senior, look at the celestial bodies above. Their colors have all changed." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuer looked up and remarked, "I just noticed that too, and after checking the channel, it seems everyone can see the celestial bodies. And their colors have all shifted as well. Is that so?" Wang Jin pondered thoughtfully. "Let us explore uncharted territories, seek out beasts, and simultaneously unveil the map," Qin Shuer suggested, opening the map. The moment she did, a prompt echoed in their minds. There is a marker on the map indicating a 2-star treasure chest, but acquiring it will not be easy. Having read numerous novels, Wang Jin exclaimed in surprise. Could it be a golden finger? He promptly opened the world channel. The world channel was quiet, as sending a message required sacrificing a day of life. Nevertheless, there were still some audacious individuals who, undeterred by the cost, occasionally chatted on the channel. Through them, Wang Jin learned that everyone had received the notification. TM's white excitement for a moment. Qin Shuer's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Let us check it out. The system says this treasure chest is difficult to obtain, so there may be some obstacles. Let us go." Following the map's direction, they headed towards the designated spot in the dark expanse of the Dangkong forest, which was not far from their current location. The path was clear, and they encountered not even a rabbit hole along the grasslands. Upon reaching the Dangkong forest, Wang Jin placed the animal trap he had obtained yesterday under a tree and thoughtfully placed a berry atop it. Then the trio continued onward. Soon, they finally discovered a wild beast, an old friend at level 1, the turkey. Currently, the turkey posed no threat to the two of them and could be easily dealt with. Upon spotting the beast, Qin Shuer became instantly excited. "Let me try. I want to test my skill." "Go ahead." Wang Jin encouraged, amused at her enthusiasm. He was equally curious to see the power of her skill, as the value of a skill was comparable to that of a 3-star treasure chest. Qin Shuer swiftly drew her spear and exclaimed, "Flying phoenix treading on snow." In an instant, she deftly waved the spear, conjuring 2 waves of sword-like energy that surged towards the turkey. Upon impact, the turkey let out 2 clucks before exploding from within. With a thud, it collapsed. Wang Jin intently monitored the turkey's health. Her skill inflicted 2 segments of damage. The first strike reduced its health by 37 points, while the second explosion completely annihilated it. This indicated that the second hit caused over 43 points of damage. Wang Jin turned to Qin Shuer and remarked, "This skill's damage has significantly increased, and it's a ranged attack." Qin Shuer was equally pleased with her skill, puffing out her chest. "From now on, I shall protect you." "All right, but to be fair, you look quite impressive using that skill." "You should say I look stunning," she corrected. "It's all the same," he replied, running over to collect the turkey's meager spoils, which amounted to only a single piece of meat. This caused him to furrow his brow. Yesterday, both the turkey and the rabbit had dropped 2 pieces of meat upon defeat, yet the first beast they killed today yielded only 1. Qin Shuer noticed the discrepancy and said to Wang Jin, "Dear brother, could this be related to the system's mention of food shortages?" Wang Jin shook his head, uncertain. "We might just be experiencing bad luck. We'll know more after taking down a few more beasts. Well, let us head to the treasure chest." Following the map's guidance, they arrived at the vicinity of the treasure chest within a few minutes. Upon arrival, their eyes widened. The jade fox displayed a lively eagerness beside them, as a wolf lay sleeping near the 2-star treasure chest. Sandwolf, level 3, health 200. Ha! A level 3 silly wolf, still fast asleep. I expected a challenge. Chapter 13. The function of the animal trap. Qin Shuer immediately said upon seeing the wolf's attributes, "Let me handle this." "Wait a moment." Wang Jin quickly interjected. Qin Shuer frowned. "Why?" "I think we should test the abilities of the little jade fox," Wang Jin suggested, pointing at the jade fox nearby. "But it's still a cub," Qin Shuer protested. The jade fox immediately displayed its displeasure, as if to say, "Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm an 8,000-year-old giant beast." Observing the jade fox's expression, Qin Shuer hesitated. "Well, go ahead and give it a try." Upon receiving Qin Shuer's consent, the jade fox nodded in satisfaction and charged forward. Standing only 1 meter long, the jade fox faced the sandwolf, which appeared to be at least 2 or 3 meters long. Yet it showed no fear. It raised its paw and delivered a resounding slap to the sandwolf. "Do you think little Jade will be okay?" Qin Shuer asked uncertainly, observing the small stature of the jade fox. "Of course. Little Jade has 220 health. Higher than that wolf, it will have no trouble winning. But do foxes fight by slapping? Wang Jin commented, cringing at the jade fox's attack, though the damage was indeed substantial, dealing 18 points of health to the sand wolf with each slap. Slapping is quite effective. Isn't it? Qin Shuai remarked, if it were to bite, it might end up with a mouthful of wolf fur. That is a valid point. The sand wolf, bewildered from being abruptly awakened, stood up in fury, roaring at the jade fox, which was slightly smaller than itself. The little jade fox, however, was incredibly swift. The sand wolf could not touch it, while the jade fox landed multiple slaps in succession. As it ran, its 9 tails swayed gracefully, creating a beautiful sight. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The sand wolf could do nothing but roar ineffectually, while the jade fox toyed with it, evading all attacks, with one final slap. The sand wolf fell to the ground, defeated and disheartened. After defeating the sand wolf, the jade fox proudly strutted back, its 9 tails held high. Little Jade, you were amazing, Qin Shuai exclaimed, rushing over to embrace the jade fox and happily petting its head. However, Wang Jin's attention was not on the jade fox. After all, if an 8,000-year-old giant beast couldn't defeat a sand wolf, it might as well revert to being an egg. Instead, he focused on the fact that after the jade fox defeated the sand wolf, it dropped only 1 piece of meat. Senior, it seems it really only dropped 1 piece of meat. Qin Shuai finally realized, looking at the lone piece of meat nearby with a sense of resignation. It appears that the drop rate for meat has indeed decreased, and we can't survive solely on meat. We need other provisions as well, particularly salt. Without it, we could suffer from electrolyte imbalances, leading to fatigue, weakness, dizziness, and nausea. Wang Jin nodded at her reminder, acknowledging the importance of the matter. Moreover, meat without salt is truly difficult to swallow. Today, let us focus on gathering more meat, and later we can check the trading post for other food items we might trade for some meat. Although many aspects of this world have been digitized, many things remain akin to Blue Star, where craftsmanship allows for the creation of countless items. All right, let us search the grasslands for rabbits. There don't seem to be many beasts in the forest, Qin Shuai suggested. Wang Jin went to retrieve the wolf meat and the 2-star treasure chest, fully agreeing with her. After all, rabbits were easier to hunt than turkeys. Just as they turned around, a loud crash echoed, reminiscent of the sound when the Rabbit King had fallen from the sky. The two were startled. Qin Shuai looked ahead. That sound? Is it from the direction we just came from? It seems so. Let us go investigate, but be cautious. They proceeded slowly towards the source of the sound, yet after searching for a while, they found nothing. Wang Jin was puzzled. What is going on? It was clearly a loud noise. It should be nearby. At that moment, the jade fox began to call out incessantly. The two individuals turned their heads, and there it was, the animal trap that Wang Jin had just set at this moment. The trap had been retracted, yet it contained nothing within. However, beside the trap, there was a small orb of light. Approaching this orb, information materialized before their eyes. Emerald Hawk, temporary summons an Emerald Hawk for 5 minutes upon use. What on earth is this? Are there really temporary beasts? Wang Jin and Qin Shuai exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Meanwhile, the jade fox trotted over and nudged Wang Jin's foot, letting out a few soft cries. You want it? As the master, Wang Jin immediately grasped the jade fox's intentions. The jade fox humanely nodded in affirmation. Brother, it's asking us to use this temporary beast and give it a try. All right. Wang Jin activated the temporary Emerald Hawk, and before them materialized a creature approximately 2 meters tall, resembling a blue-feathered bird, exuding a charmingly naive aura. Following the summoning of this temporary beast, the animal trap vanished completely. Upon seeing the summoned creature, the jade fox dashed forward, engaging in play with the temporary Emerald Hawk. Fortunately, the Emerald Hawk was of average strength and soon lay defeated beneath the jade fox's claws. Then, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. Upon the demise of the temporary Emerald Hawk, it transformed into a radiant circle, entering the jade fox's body. Your pet, the jade fox, has gained 20 experience points. Successfully devoured the Emerald Hawk's head. Would you like to replace it? Note, the ability to devour is not unique to the jade fox, but is a capacity shared among all pets. Wang Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Earlier, when they had slain a coyote, he and Qin Shuai each received merely 3 experience points and an additional 3 hours of lifespan. While the jade fox had gained nothing, he had been slightly puzzled. But now it appeared that the jade fox intended to use this to level up. However, what did it mean to successfully devour the Emerald Hawk's head? He quickly glanced at the jade fox, who was also in a state of shock, closely observing the jade fox. Yet, the The jade fox fervently shook its head. Is replacing it of no benefit to you? Wang Jin asked uncertainly. The jade fox nodded. Could it be that after the replacement, your head would transform into that of the emerald hawk? The jade fox again nodded in agreement, signaling its refusal to replace it. If it holds no benefit, then let's forego the replacement. Chen Shuer envisioned a fox body with an emerald hawk's head and quickly remarked, then what use is this devouring? Wang Jin decisively rejected the replacement. Chen Shuer pondered. If a pet can devour parts, can it devour wings? Upon hearing Chen Shuer's words, Wang Jin inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the jade fox. It nodded once more. Incredible. The two were filled with excitement. If that were the case, it could fly. With this thought, they simultaneously opened the trading interface, immediately searching for the term temporary. However, there was nothing in the trading market. The animal trap. Quickly check the animal trap, Chen Shuer reminded. That item was caught by the animal trap. If we can acquire it, we must do so at any cost. There are few pet owners, and those who have obtained an animal trap likely remain unaware of its value. Chapter 14. Trading animal traps. Searching for animal traps. Indeed, there were several listed in the trading market. This item was obtained from treasure chests, and it seemed that not many had acquired it, with even fewer willing to sell. Senior, I'll start from the top, and you begin from the bottom, contacting them one by one. All right. Wang Jin promptly began adding their friends, reaching out one by one. Hey brother, I have some meat. Would you be willing to trade it for your animal trap? 2 pieces. I'll offer you 2 pieces of meat. Your animal trap can only catch beasts worth at most 2 pieces of meat, and it might even yield nothing. What? Why would I trade my animal trap for meat? I simply enjoy hunting. I'm the owner of that jade fox. It's currently lounging at home while I let it catch beasts, so I want to have some fun. Don't believe me? I'll send you a picture. In no more than 3 pieces of meat. Following this, the two engaged in various tactics and persuasion. If they could capture a flying beast and allow the jade fox to devour its wings, that would be a tremendous gain. Moreover, even if they did not manage to devour the wings, leveling it up would still be advantageous, as meat could be sought from beasts. As more pet owners emerged and everyone realized the necessity for leveling up pets in this manner, the price of animal traps would undoubtedly soar. After much effort, the two managed to exchange for 5 animal traps, having exhausted their daily trading opportunities. Most were exchanged for at least 3 pieces of meat, with some even requiring 4 pieces, as the majority refused to trade. When one suddenly offered meat for an animal trap, others surely regarded them as foolish. The more one sought to trade, the less others were willing to comply. For fools were indeed rare. Most importantly, animal traps could only be obtained from treasure chests of 2 stars or higher. For someone to finally acquire a 2-star treasure chest and obtain an animal trap, they would be reluctant to trade it for mere pieces of meat. The 5 animal traps cost them a total of 17 pieces of meat, yet they still had 24 pieces remaining. They had obtained 43 pieces yesterday, consumed 2, used 2 for water, and gained 2 more today. Brother, let us head to the prairie to find some rabbits and stock up on meat. All right. With their trading opportunities exhausted, the two made their way down the mountain to the prairie. Let us open that treasure chest we obtained earlier. At this moment, Chen Shuer recalled the treasure chest they had acquired, as they had been so focused on the animal traps. All right. Wang Jin showed no hesitation, retrieving the treasure chest from his backpack and handing it to Chen Shuer. You do it. Wang Jin lacked confidence in his luck. Chen Shuer nodded, took the treasure chest, and opened it directly. Inside was a scroll. Upon seeing the scroll, both felt a surge of excitement, yet after examining it, they sighed in disappointment. 3-star land scroll. Using it grants 1 3-star land. Chen Shuer pouted at the scroll. We don't have any seeds. Let us keep it for now, and later we can place it at the entrance of the wooden cabin to see. All right, Chen Shuer nodded. They then began their journey to search for rabbit holes. However, the rabbit holes were rather scattered, and it took them nearly 30 minutes to find one, which seemed even scarcer than the previous day. Observing this, Chen Shuer suggested, let us split up. Your attack power is relatively low, so take Xiaoyu with you while I go alone. Wang Jin contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Senior, please be cautious. Got it. I'll be careful. With that, Chen Shuer headed off in another direction, while Wang Jin reluctantly parted ways with her. Subsequently, on the prairie, the two tirelessly searched for rabbit holes, and upon finding them, unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults on the rabbit holes. Time flew by, and Wang Jin, accompanied by Xiaoyu, managed to locate only 7 rabbit holes, while Chen Shuer found even fewer. Merely it was evident that the rabbits had diminished significantly today. They dared not venture too far apart, ensuring they could support each other in case of danger. And regardless of who killed the rabbits, Both would gain experience and lifespan. At this moment, Wang Jin's private chat channel chimed. It was a message from Qin Shuer, and messages from teammates automatically prompted in their minds. Hey, brother, hurry over. Wang Jin glanced at the message and quickly rushed towards Qin Shuer. They were not far apart and could hear each other's voices, yet she opted to send a message, likely having discovered something. Senior, what is going on? Look over there. Wang Jin followed Qin Shuer's. Not far from the prairie, in the forest, there was a small hill made of crimson stones. Surrounding this small hill were 7 or 8 wild men wielding clubs. The wild men stood about 3 meters tall and were patrolling around the hill. Iron mine. Collecting yields iron blocks, or guardian level, 10 health, 500 description. The warrior guarding the ore will eliminate any miners, with levels increasing alongside the world's level. Upon reading the description, Wang Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. An iron mine. Beside him, the Jade Fox glared intensely at the ore guardian. Clearly feeling the pressure as well, Qin Shuer, gazing at the iron mine, felt a surge of excitement and turning to Wang Jin, said, Hey brother, how about we give it a try? Wang Jin's heart raced. But there are 7 or 8 level 10 foes over there, each with 500 health. We certainly cannot defeat them. Qin Shuer shot Wang Jin a disdainful glance. Are you foolish? I know we can't defeat them. Wang Jin felt bewildered. Then what do you propose? What I mean is, let us test the speed of those giants. If they aren't too fast, I'll lure them away while you sneak into mine. Hearing this, Wang Jin took a deep breath. Her idea was quite audacious. If those creatures were significantly faster than her, being chased could lead to dire consequences. Yet, high risks often accompany high rewards. He had just checked the trading market. Iron was a core material for crafting basic weapons. His shield, Qin Shuer's spear, and their chainmail blueprints all required iron, and those who obtained crafting blueprints could hardly find iron for sale. The price of iron had skyrocketed, making it an item that was in high demand but scarce. And there it was, a mountain of iron mine. Not to mention that it was literally called an iron mine. Seeing Wang Jin hesitate, Qin Shuer adopted a sweet tone. Come on, brother, fortune favors the bold. This is what you said. Wang Jin observed her expression for a moment and contemplated that rather than languishing in obscurity, it would be better to take a risk. The group of guardians appeared to be short-legged and not particularly swift. Damn it, Qin Shuer, I believe you have a point, he exclaimed. But are you certain that if I attempt to steal the ore, you can divert their attention? Qin Shuer nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll leave the mining to you. However, she paused, but we don't have any tools. How do we mine? The introduction didn't specify that we need a pickaxe. Why not try using an axe? Will that even work? Wang Jin replied uncertainly. There's only one way to find out. With a deep breath, Wang Jin nodded. You provoke them. I'll hide nearby. All right. This world has an innate mocking feature. Nothing is as effective as a good curse. After Wang Jin distanced himself a few hundred meters from Qin Shuer, he concealed himself. Qin Shuer cleared her throat and shouted at the guardians. Hey, you fools over there. Yes, I'm talking to you, big dunderheads. Come and fight me. Chapter 15. Stealing iron. Qin Shuer's furious shout made the guardians turn in unison. You heard me, you big fools. Come at me. Upon hearing her taunt, the guardians, feeling utterly humiliated, brandished their clubs and charged towards her. Wang Jin, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of excitement. Their speed was not particularly fast, comparable to his own. Qin Shuer noticed this as well, running and turning her head to taunt. Come chase your auntie, you big dummies. The guardians roared in fury, their demeanor suggesting they were intent on devouring her alive. At that moment, Wang Jin stealthily made his way toward the iron mine. Once the guardians had moved to a relatively safe distance, he dashed to the front of the iron mine. Gazing at the mountain-like structure of iron ore, Wang Jin felt a thrill of excitement and took out his axe to strike the ore. Tool level too low. Unable to collect. Damn it. Don't mess with me. Wang Jin cursed upon hearing the prompt in his mind and retrieved his shield. I wonder if the shield will suffice. He mused, then swung the shield against the iron ore. This time, no message of inability to collect appeared, though neither did a successful collection notification. Let's try hitting it a few more times, Wang Jin thought, vigorously smashing the iron ore with his shield. Collection successful. Obtained iron block 1. It actually works. After a dozen strikes, he finally secured 1 iron block, which appeared directly in his backpack without the need for crafting. This achievement invigorated him, and he repeatedly struck the ore with his shield. If I could harvest all this iron, I would surely strike it rich. Collection successful. Obtained iron block 1. Collection successful. Obtained iron block 1. Collection successful. Obtained iron block 1. Before long, Wang Jin was drenched in sweat. But the sight of 6 iron blocks in his backpack made it all worthwhile. Good brother. Run, the wild men are returning. They won't stray too far from the iron mine, Qin Shuai called out from a distance. Wang Jin turned to see 7 wild men approaching the iron mine. Upon noticing Wang Jin stealing the ore, their anger surged, and they wielded their clubs menacingly. Senior sister, I'll draw their attention. You can steal the ore after, he shouted. Remember, use the spear to strike. The axe is useless. Wang Jin assessed the wild men's speed, feeling unfazed. They matched his pace and wouldn't stray too far from the mine, which was advantageous as it meant they wouldn't pursue him relentlessly. Qin Shuai, filled with excitement, replied, "Haha, good brother, sounds great." As the wild men drew closer to the mine, Wang Jin stowed his shield in his backpack. Big fool, come chase your grandfather, he yelled before sprinting away without looking back. The wild men, pounding their chests in frustration, chased after him, clubs raised. Aha! What does it matter if you have 500 health? You can't catch me. Wang Jin smirked at the impotent rage of the wild men behind him. As they pursued him, Qin Shuai stealthily approached the iron mine, following Wang Jin's advice. Armed with her spear, she struck at the ore. Flying swan treads on snow. She executed a skill. Collection successful, obtained iron block 1. Collection successful. Obtained iron block 1. Collection successful, obtained iron block 1. With a single skill, she acquired 3 iron blocks. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately began to strike the ore again, unleashing her skill as soon as it was ready. Senior sister, the wild men are coming back. After some time mining, Qin Shuai, seeing the furious wild men, activated her skill once more and fled. Employing her previous tactic, she unleashed a barrage of insults at the wild men. They charged after her once more, prompting Wang Jin to quickly step in and take over the mining task. Before long, the wild men, unable to catch Qin Shuai, returned. Wang Jin, too, turned and fled, hurling curses at the wild men. However, this time only 6 wild men pursued him, while 1 remained, furious but guarding the iron mine. Qin Shuai, seeing this, felt somewhat helpless. She attempted to use her skill to attack the lone guardian, but found that a single skill only reduced its health by 12 points, forcing her to retreat with her jade fox. Meanwhile, Wang Jin recognized the issue. After evading the wild men, he joined Qin Shuai. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Qin Shuai had stolen ore once, while Wang Jin had managed to steal it twice. How many pieces of iron did you mine? Qin Shuai asked, her expression one of pride. Hee, I got a total of 13 pieces from my 2 attempts. What about you? Qin Shuai's lips curled into a smile. I got 15 pieces in one go. Wang Jin was somewhat incredulous. How is that even possible? I have a skill. It allows me to mine quickly, and I can collect 3 at once. Skills can mine? Yes, if I had known, I would have gone first, Qin Shuai lamented. Wang Jin lay back on the ground, feeling the fatigue from the exertion. That's enough. We can't be too greedy, and this iron mine will be ours sooner or later. Although they couldn't defeat the wild men now, he believed they would eventually be able to. Given the pace of their progress over the past 2 days, Wang Jin felt that he and Qin Shuai were among the more advanced players. Of course, the greatest reward was still the Jade Fox. Observing Wang Jin lying down, Qin Shuai quickly urged, "Get up. We need to return to the cabin. I'm starving." Wang Jin promptly sprang up, equally hungry. Glancing at the time, he noted that only an hour remained until darkness fell, equivalent to 7 hours of continuous work outside with just 2 berries consumed. Most of the time had been spent searching for rabbits. Let us head back and roast some meat. All right. Qin Shuai smiled as she and Wang Jin made their way back to the safety of their shelter. Watching her demeanor, Wang Jin felt a weight lift from his heart. She must have experienced something quite distressing on Blue Star, or else she wouldn't have contemplated such drastic measures. Yet, she seemed to enjoy this place. Today, he had seen many smiles on her face. Reflecting on her past self on Blue Star, she appeared normal but had never smiled, even though their interactions had been limited. Her personality suited him quite well. It was time to seize the moment. Wang Jin silently resolved. Upon returning to the small cabin, Wang Jin cleared the grass in front of the cabin to create an open space, then chopped the wood and arranged it neatly. However, he found that the kerosene lamp inside the cabin could not be removed. He ignited the wood inside and then took the flame outside. Soon, a fire crackled to life in front of the cabin, and this time it was Wang Jin who used the spear to roast the meat while Qin Shuai sat beside the Jade Fox, waiting. Suddenly, she pulled out a scroll, exclaiming with delight, "Good brother, how did I end up with an extra map in my backpack?" Chapter 16. The Jade Fox Hunting Map. What map? Wang Jin asked, somewhat bewildered as he looked at the scroll she produced. After examining its attributes, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. This must be a reward from the system when we obtained the Jade Fox. I didn't notice it in my backpack until just now. Here, take a look. She handed the map to him, and he immediately checked it. Jade Fox Hunting Map. Place it within a shelter to enter the hunting map and hunt jade foxes. Note: only one opportunity to enter per day. If successful in hunting, the hunting map will disappear. Failing within the hunting map will not result in death, but you will experience the thrill of dying. Reading the description of the hunting map, Wang Jin furrowed his brow. Does this map contain an adult jade fox? And what rewards await upon a successful hunt remains unknown. Chen Shui shot him a glance. We can try it out shortly. The hunting map states that there is one chance to enter each day, and even if we fail, we won't die. Haha, that's true. Wang Jin scratched his head. After we finish the roasted meat, let's give it a shot. Perhaps we can earn some great rewards after the hunt. Sounds good. The meat is burning, Chen Shui shouted. Wang Jin suddenly realized that he had been so engrossed in examining the hunting map that the meat was starting to smoke. He quickly handed the map back to Chen Shui and flipped the meat. The jade fox, overhearing their conversation, displayed a look of extreme disdain. Chen Shui observed Wang Jin tending to the meat and pondered. I'll go set a trap and see if I can catch something. It will be dark soon, and we can check it in the morning. Go ahead, just don't stray too far. All right with that? Chen Shui took the jade fox with her to set a trap. However, she did not run far, stopping approximately 200 meters from the small cabin. She then chopped some nearby grass with an axe, set a trap after retrieving it from her backpack, and returned to the cabin. The meat on the fire was sizzling, nearly cooked to perfection. Wang Jin skillfully divided a piece of meat in half, handing one portion to Chen Shui while keeping the other for himself, with a third piece given to the jade fox. Although slightly charred, scraping away the burnt exterior made it palatable. Just as they were eating, a brilliant light suddenly streaked across the sky, plummeting toward the ground like a meteor. Wang Jin, facing that direction, caught sight of it and pointed. Curious, he asked, "What is that?" Chen Shui turned her head at the sound, gazing at the descending object, shaking her head slightly, a hint of confusion on her face. It seems to be falling towards the trap. Could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous crash erupted as the object collided directly with the trap, after which all fell silent. Wang Jin, witnessing this, nearly choked on the meat in his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this for real?" A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Shui's eyes. "Brother, shall we go take a look?" "Let us go." Wang Jin quickly got up, stuffing 2 large bites of roasted meat into his mouth, swallowing hastily before heading in the direction of the trap alongside Chen Shui. Upon arriving at the trap's location, they found it had already closed, a glowing point flickering nearby, reminiscent of the morning's events. So this is how the trap captures wild beasts. Wang Jin observed the trap, shrugging helplessly, while Chen Shui offered a wry smile. Had they known it would fall from the sky, they could have simply waited at home for it to come to them. Wang Jin bent down to pick up the glowing ring, and the trap vanished in an instant. Checking the item information revealed, Coyote, temporary summons a coyote for 5 minutes upon use. Wang Jin shook his head, expressing disappointment. Not a flying beast. It has no wings. However, Chen Shui, unfazed, pouted. Let us give it to little you. No wings doesn't matter, it has experience. All right, Wang Jin replied, using the temporary coyote. In an instant, a black wolf, approximately 2 meters long, appeared before them. Little you, upon seeing it, excitedly dashed forward, engaging in a fierce duel with the coyote. After several rounds, Little You emerged victorious, earning 20 experience points. Yet, this time, the devouring effect did not trigger. Wang Jin pondered thoughtfully. It seems it isn't guaranteed to devour a part. That's fine, there will be opportunities, Chen Shui said with a smile, gently patting the jade fox's head. That moment, a system notification sounded. Time until dark. 10 minutes, all right, let us head back. We still have 4 traps to set tomorrow. And it's almost dark, Wang Jin suggested. Sure, little you, let us go back, Chen Shui exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, little you, wagging its 9 tails, joyfully sprinted towards the small cabin. Wait for me, little you. Chen Shui laughed as she chased after it. Little you waited for Chen Shui to catch up, then leaped into her arms. Holding the jade fox, Chen Shui turned to look at the still dazed Wang Jin, calling out, "Hurry up, silly brother." Wang Jin gazed at Chen Shui, whose laughter resembled that of a child, and quietly checked her status, which displayed happy. Warmed, a slight smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "I am coming." Inside the small cabin, The oil lamp flickered like an everlasting beacon, casting dancing shadows. As the countdown to nightfall reached 0, darkness swiftly consumed the world. Yet, within the cabin, Wang Jin and Chen Shuai remained oblivious to the outside changes. Their hearts filled with joy as they studied the Jade Fox hunting scroll. Slowly unfurling the scroll, a breathtaking landscape unfolded before their eyes, where mountains and waters intertwined, creating a picturesque scene. At the center of the scroll, a jade fox appeared so lifelike that it seemed ready to leap forth at any moment. The entire scroll measured about 2 meters in length, with each of them holding an end. Gazing in awe, Wang Jin, "This painting is truly beautiful," Chen Shuai whispered in admiration. "Indeed," Wang Jin replied, his eyes shining with excitement. "What if we hang it on the wall of the cabin?" "Sounds good," Chen Shuai agreed with a nod. The two unfurled the scroll completely and placed it against the wall, and to their astonishment, the hunting scene adhered itself to the wall automatically. However, the exquisite hunting image clashed with the dilapidated cabin, creating a stark contrast. Wang Jin turned to Chen Shuai, softly asking, "Shall we go in? Let us go hunt the jade fox?" "Ha ha!" Chen Shuai exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. "Would you like to enter the hunting scene?" "Yes," they both replied in unison. In an instant, the world spun around them, and Wang Jin and Chen Shuai found themselves in an unfamiliar illusion. The scenery was enchanting, with lush green grass spread like a velvet carpet, dotted with vibrant flowers blooming in competition, while a mountain range loomed in the distance. The sight before them mirrored the depiction on the scroll to the tiniest detail. After stepping in, they exchanged puzzled glances and pinched their arms to ensure they were not dreaming. "Senior sister, shall we go back?" Wang Jin's voice carried a hint of hesitation. "Well, we want to die anyway, so how about we give it a try?" Chen Shuai suggested, her earlier excitement waning. Ahead, a jade fox over 40 meters long lay resting on the ground, resembling a giant version of Little You. Jade fox, age, 8,000 years, level, 55, health. Chapter 17. The initial role of the hunting scene. Are you serious? Wang Jin's mouth twitched. That creature could likely squash both of them with a single PAW. Doesn't have the divine protection status, indicating we can inflict damage on it, and the scroll mentions that failure in hunting won't result in death. We should give it a try, Chen Shuai stated earnestly. Wang Jin looked at her, somewhat speechless, but decided to go along with it. In truth, he also wanted to test the strength of this colossal beast. At worst, he would experience what it felt like to die. After all, he had never died before. I suppose Chen Shuai feels the same way. Chen Shuai nodded in satisfaction at Wang Jin, then retrieved a spear from her backpack. "I am going in." "All right, I'm going too," Wang Jin declared, pulling out his axe. He chose not to bring a shield, believing it would be of little use. Flying swallow treads on snow. Chen Shuai activated her skill, wielding her spear to unleash 2 shockwaves toward the jade fox. Boom! The skill struck the jade fox, startling it from its slumber. -1 Wang Jin gasped at the damage dealt. Indeed, they could inflict harm, albeit minimal, only a single point to AT that moment. The jade fox stood up, towering at a height of 20 meters, its 9 tails swaying back and forth. IT regarded the 2 diminutive figures before it, and in a flash, appeared right in front of them. The speed was astonishing, leaving Wang Jin and Chen Shuai no time to react. Their eyes widened in shock as they only saw a massive paw swooping towards them. -99,999 -99,999. You have been killed by the jade fox. Hunting failed, automatically exiting the hunting scene. Back in the small cabin, Wang Jin and Chen Shuai stood as if frozen in time. Mouths agape, their faces still bearing remnants of lingering terror. They had just experienced the chilling sensation of death, the feeling arriving so swiftly that their consciousness was instantly engulfed by darkness. After a while, Wang Jin was the first to regain his composure, taking a deep breath and turning to Chen Shuai, suggesting, "Perhaps we should treat that thing as a mere decoration for now. We need not check it for a while." Chen Shuai nodded in agreement, her head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. Yes, that feeling was indeed unpleasant. Wang Jin then checked both of their lifespan values, casually glancing at Chen Shuai's status. He had 1 day and 18 hours left, while Chen Shuai had 1 day and 12 hours. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of inspiration lighting up his eyes. "Senior sister, what if we enter and avoid provoking that jade fox? Focusing solely on honing our combat skills? After all, we want to truly die. It's like a natural training ground where we can freely engage in combat." Chen Shuai's eyes brightened, as if awakened. "Yes? How did I not think of that?" Wang Jin wore a mischievous smile. "Do you know why you didn't think of it?" "Why?" "Because you're big-chested and brainless." Chen Shui's brows furrowed in indignation. You dare mock me? You brat! With that, she pretended to strike Wang Jin, who nimbly dodged left and right, his tongue still wagging. Senior sister, I'm just speaking the truth. Chen Shui, exasperated, stomped her foot and quickened her movements. Meanwhile, the jade fox yawned, silently observing its two masters playfully bicker. Wang Jin continued to evade. He inadvertently tripped over the bed, falling backward onto it. Chen Shui, unable to stop herself in time, tumbled after him. And they both ended up sprawled on the bed in that moment. Their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths distinctly audible. Chen Shui's face instantly flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she rolled over to the other side. Silly brother. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really have it out with you. Wang Jin let out a sigh of relief. He had just caught a glimpse of Chen Shui's status, which indicated a lonely state. Something she had displayed the previous night as well, prompting him to make a joke. The two lay on opposite sides of the bed, the atmosphere turning subtly awkward. After a brief silence, Chen Shui broke it first. Speaking softly, thank you. I actually think this place is quite nice, but you mustn't sneak a peek at my status too often in the future. This wretched function makes me feel like my privacy has vanished. You often sneak a peek at my status, don't you? Wang Jin curled his lips in disdain. You caught me? Chen Shui's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Wang Jin turned to look at her, saying, come on, I'm not a fool. You always provoke me at crucial moments. Chen Shui's gaze shifted. So, shall we refrain from spying on each other's status from now on? Wang Jin firmly rejected the notion. No way did I worry that one day you might feel despondent again, so I check in on you every few minutes. Besides, it's well known that a woman's heart is the hardest to decipher. This function is simply divine. Chen Shui clenched her fist and said softly, then what does your current status signify? Upon hearing this, Wang Jin cursed under his breath about the wretched game, realizing his privacy had been stripped away. And he could only respond with a forced smile. You're so beautiful, and with just the two of us here, it's only natural for me, as a man, to have such thoughts. But fear not, I will not lose my sanity. You are quite honest. Chen Shui sat up, her eyes emanating a dangerous glint as she gazed at Wang Jin. No coercion allowed. If you try, I'll take you down with me. Wang Jin thought to himself, I'm well aware of that. No need for your reminder. Who would dare to coerce someone who is contemplating suicide? The real challenge would be to perish together. Then, somewhat mischievously, he asked, what if one were to be gentle? Chen Shui shot him an incredulous look. I have no idea. All right then. Wang Jin flopped back onto the bed. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Yet the sky outside had already darkened. Dawn would not arrive until 8 the following morning, meaning they had a lengthy 16 hours of night ahead, with little to occupy themselves, having exhausted their trading opportunities. Wang Jin could only open the channel to see if any brave souls were spending their lifespans chatting. Upon opening the world channel, he was struck by the staggering number displayed, over 8 billion. This meant that on that very day alone, the death toll had exceeded 2 billion. These were all individuals who had perished that day. In the morning, Wang Jin had even noted the number had climbed to over 10 billion. As on the first day, as long as one didn't act recklessly, survival was almost guaranteed. Observing the figures, Wang Jin felt a weight in his heart. After all, they were all lives, and so many had been extinguished in an instant. Wait! Wang Jin suddenly sat upright. Today, one could indeed survive without recklessness, so long as they focused on developing their skills and avoided provoking overly powerful beasts. Thus, the primary cause of death must be linked to the locations of treasure chests indicated by the system today. Chapter 18. Level up, what's wrong? Chen Shui inquired, watching Wang Jin sit up abruptly with a puzzled expression. Wang Jin immediately shared his thoughts with her. A level 3 coyote posed little threat to the two of them, given their decent attributes, combined with their skills and the jade fox. However, for others, it might be a different story. Considering the situation, acquiring equipment at this stage was quite challenging, implying that without exceptional talents, everyone's attributes were likely around 10 points, making it plausible they could be overwhelmed by the coyote. Chen Shui nodded thoughtfully after hearing Wang Jin's explanation. Subsequently, they both began to peruse the world channel and faction channel, gathering information that indicated every treasure hunter had encountered a level 3 beast, though the types of beasts varied. Wang Jin pondered for a moment and sent a message to their comrade, Chen Sanwei. Brother, are you there? Chen Sanwei quickly replied, I'm here. What is up? Did you run out of water? Not yet. Did you go treasure hunting today? I did. There was a level 3 leopard near the treasure chest, and my teammate and I nearly lost our lives. How about you? A level 3 leopard almost cost you your lives. It seems Chen Sanwei and his teammate have rather average talents. With this thought, Wang Jin recounted his encounter with the level 3 coyote, advising him to be cautious of the system, and then concluded the conversation. Just then, a system notification echoed in both their minds. Congratulations to the Eastern Mountain faction, Edward and Catherine S. team for being the first to complete their level up, receiving a reward of a Millennium Beast Soul X1. The same notification rang out like a series of firecrackers 3 times in quick succession. Wang Jin casually glanced at his experience points, noting 54,100. Clearly, he still had a considerable distance to go before leveling up. Leveling up is truly arduous. We've slain a fair number of beasts. Yet I've only garnered 54 experience points, he muttered in frustration. Chen Shuer gracefully perched on the edge of the bed, extending her long, slender legs and delicately brushing off the dust that had settled on them. The dilapidated wooden cabin exuded an air of age and disorder. It was indeed perplexing how they had managed to level up. Hadn't the system repeatedly emphasized how perilous the nights were during the first 7 days? How could they possibly level up at night? Chen Shuer furrowed her brow, her words laced with confusion. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Jin seemed to be struck by a profound revelation. Suddenly lifting his head and staring at her with wide, astonished eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Shuer instinctively tugged at her clothing beneath his somewhat unsettling gaze. Wang Jin regained his composure and said, leveling up at night means they must have engaged in hunting during the dark. Could it be that the system's warning about the nights being extremely dangerous in the first 7 days harbors some secret? Chen Shuer also grasped the implication, her beautiful eyes turning to Wang Jin. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Shall we venture out to investigate? A spark of excitement flickered in Chen Shuer's eyes. Wang Jin glanced at her expression of eagerness, fully aware that preventing this reckless woman from pursuing her whims was impossible, and thus he nodded slightly. After all, he too was curious to see. Let us be cautious, Wang Jin reminded her. Understood, Chen Shuer replied cheerily, then seized her long spear and gracefully made her way to the cabin's entrance. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and the two cautiously peered outside, followed by the furry head of a jade fox. Outside, darkness enveloped the landscape, the sky devoid of any glimmer of light, resembling a massive black curtain pressing down, rendering visibility nearly impossible, save for the whistling wind. It's pitch black outside. We can't see a thing. Even if there are beasts nearby, we wouldn't be able to detect them, Wang Jin whispered. What if you employed that technique you used to berate the rabbit earlier? Just shout a few times. Perhaps it will draw the beasts closer. Chen Shuer's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Are you out of your mind? There's a glow deer wandering about out there. If we insult it, this little wooden cabin would be flattened in an instant. Wang Jin hastily interjected. Good point. Chen Shuer stuck out her tongue. She then opened the map to examine it closely, stating, there's nothing abnormal displayed on the map either. Wang Jin pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened with a newfound idea. Berries. Aren't they highly attractive to certain beasts? Let us toss some near the door and see what happens. Well done, little brother. You're quite clever, Chen Shuer praised, her eyes lighting up. However, just as she finished speaking, she noticed Wang Jin's gaze fixated directly on her chest, while his status displayed contempt. Chen Shuer's expression darkened as she lifted her gaze. You little imp, are you insulting me again? Of course not. I'm merely expressing disdain for Xiaoyu. Wang Jin quickly denied, flustered as he tossed 2 berries outside. Humph, you'd better be ridiculing Xiaoyu. Chen Shuer scolded. After discarding the berries, the two crouched at the entrance, waiting. They dared not step outside, as the system warned that venturing out during the first 7 nights was exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, in the pitch-black surroundings, 2 blind individuals encountering a beast might struggle even against a low-level creature. Yet, why was it that the nights were deemed so perilous during the first 7 days? Did that mean that after 7 days, it would no longer be dangerous? Wang Jin felt perplexed. Chen Shuer shook her head. Who knows? But if others can level up at night, it certainly implies that hunting beasts is possible during those hours. Indeed. Wang Jin wholeheartedly agreed, and the two continued to wait at the door. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of a clucking chicken echoed through the air. Soon, through the dim light within the cabin, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer caught sight of its form. Turkey, level 1, health 160. Senior sister, this creature has double the health of the turkey we encountered during the day. Let us not dwell on that. Let us take it down. With that, Chen Shuer brandished her spear, preparing to unleash her skill. Wang Jin, seeing this, quickly grasped her hand. What are you doing? Senior sister, just lure it in. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer halted. Then you insult it. Wang Jin signaled that it was all good, then bellowed, Mongrel chicken. Chapter 19. The secret of the first 7 nights. Upon hearing Wang Jin's insult, the turkey was instantly incensed, flapping its wings and charging towards the cabin. However, it halted approximately 2 meters away, merely flapping its wings and squawking in fury. Simultaneously, more turkeys emerged from the darkness, along with several rabbits, all with health points twice that of what they had encountered during the day. The cacophony of chicken clucks mingled with the sounds of rabbits was relentless. Through the dim light inside the cabin, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer saw a multitude of beasts gathering before them. What on earth is happening? Wang Jin stared at the unfolding scene, momentarily bewildered. Chen Shuer is no exception. It appears they cannot come over? It seems that. Wang Jin swallowed hard. If they can't come over, wouldn't they be sitting ducks? What are we waiting for? With that, Chen Shuer brandished her long spear and charged out, with Yu following closely behind. Observing this, Wang Jin grasped his shield in one hand and an axe in the other, rushing out as well as the two emerged from the small cabin. The roars of the beasts outside grew even louder. Yet, they stood there, seething with impotent rage. Good brother, they truly cannot come over. Chen Shuer exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lifted her spear and thrust it forward, striking one of the turkeys. The turkey squawked in pain but only let out a few clucks. Not advancing an inch, Wang Jin, unwilling to be outdone, swung his shield at the beasts ahead. Yu also dashed forward, slashing at them with its claws. After Chen Shuer felled the first beast, a notification echoed in Wang Jin's mind, announcing he had gained 1 experience point and 1 hour of life. However, the turkey yielded no spoils. Its carcass vanished without a trace. Wang Jin, wielding his shield, swung it vigorously, yet the MVP was undoubtedly Yu, whose high damage and swift movements allowed it to claw at the beasts relentlessly. As the trio continued their relentless assault, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer's experience and lifespan surged. Level has increased to level 2, gaining 10 free attribute points. Upon hearing the news of their level up, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged glances and unhesitatingly allocated all their points to attack power. After all, they were in the midst of harvesting experience and lifespan, as turkeys and hares continued to pour in from the outside, seemingly endless. Both were breathless yet persisted in swinging their weapons, frantically reaping experience points and lifespan. As the clock struck 8 p.m., all the turkeys and hares vanished. After nearly 3 hours of relentless combat, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer had ascended to level 3 and gained a remarkable 15 days of lifespan. However, as the turkeys and hares disappeared, new beasts emerged ahead. As they focused their gaze, they found themselves confronted by the souls of the fallen turkeys and hares. Ghost, level 1, health, 99,999. What on earth? Level 1 with 99,999 health? Staring at the ghost's attributes, Wang Jin was taken aback. Chen Shuer once again employed her skills, striking at the emerging ghosts, yet only managing to chip away 39 points of health, barely a scratch against their staggering total. Witnessing this, Wang Jin hurriedly pulled Chen Shuer back into the small cabin and shut the door. The ghosts had crossed the threshold where the previous beasts could not enter, now looming before them. Yet, after Wang Jin and Chen Shuer entered and secured the door, the ghosts merely wandered outside, emitting eerie howls. Observing the ghost's inability to enter the cabin, Wang Jin let out a sigh of relief. What in the world are those? How did killing turkeys lead to such creatures? Chen Shuer felt a twinge of fear, as girls often do in the face of such things. I don't know. Let's wait and see if they leave. Wang Jin, no longer worried about the ghost's inability to enter, felt a surge of excitement over their earlier gains. In just a short while, we've leveled up twice and gained 15 days of lifespan. Haha, upon hearing this, Chen Shuer's fear dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. The two settled inside the cabin, beginning to examine their attributes. Name: Wang Jin level 3 experience, 75 300 teammate. Chen Shuer, view, age, 20 life, 100 attack power, 30, defense, 16, speed, 13, free attribute points, 0 talent. Lifespan conversion, universal. Lifespan can be consumed to exchange for free attribute points. Lifespan, 16 days 17 hours. Status, exhausted. Excited after reviewing his attributes, Wang Jin stole a glance at Chen Shuer's stats. Name: Chen Shuer level 3 experience, 75 300 teammate. Wang Jin, view, age, 21 life, 100 attack power, 36, defense, 10, speed, 13, free attribute points, 0 talent. Lifespan conversion, universal. Lifespan can be consumed to exchange for free attribute points. Lifespan, 15 days 3 hours status. Exhausted, thrilled thankfully, we both have reached 15 days of lifespan now. However, the beasts outside have considerable health and high defense, making it difficult to kill many, good brother. What does the system mean by saying the first 7 days are incredibly dangerous? I feel like this is a boon. This is indeed a boon. We missed a whole day yesterday, Wang Jin lamented over the previous night's sleep. Continuing, however, if the system operates this way, those who discover this problem early will have a significant advantage. After all, it's tough to gain so much experience from killing beasts during the day. Qin Shuai nodded in agreement. Should we inform the people from the Nanshan camp? I noticed most of them are from our Huaxia nation. Indeed. Wang Jin nodded, reasoning that they were not losing any lifespan by sharing this information. Furthermore, with so many factions opposing each other, he felt that the weaker factions would ultimately suffer, so aiding their own camp was a commendable act. Subsequently, Wang Jin opened the camp channel, only to find that many had already discovered this situation and were alerting others within the camp. Sister, it seems we need not bother. Everyone in the camp is already aware, and given the circumstances, it's likely that all 4 factions have caught on, especially since those 2 just leveled up last night. It's easy to deduce. Qin Shuai paused, then said, then let us just rest for a bit. I'm utterly exhausted. Chapter 20. Torrential rain resting in bed. Wang Jin's eyes lit up. Yes, with that horde of ghosts outside. They couldn't venture out anyway, so it would be wise to sleep early. With that, Qin Shuai flopped onto the bed, but she stole a glance at Wang Jin's state before clenching her fist and glaring at him fiercely. Wang Jin awkwardly scratched his head, then lay down on the bed, covering himself with the hare's pelt. Yu, who instinctively jumped onto the foot of the bed and lay down. The 2 were quite close, able to catch a whiff of each other's scent, which was undoubtedly one of sweat, given that they had not bathed for 2 days and were drenched in perspiration. Qin Shuai found the odor somewhat uncomfortable. Brother, can we wash in the river tomorrow? I feel all sticky. Even if there is water, we lack a bucket and towels. Qin Shuai looked despondent. I'm going crazy. You mustn't despise me. I usually smell delightful. I wouldn't despise you. My own sin isn't pleasant either. That's good. I want despise yours before long. Qin Shuai curled up into a ball and gradually drifted off to sleep. Having exerted herself physically throughout the day, Wang Jin yawned, preparing to check if there were any items to craft. Over the past 2 days, they had been preoccupied with hunting beasts, neglecting the small cabin. However, he could upgrade the cabin tomorrow. They had sufficient lifespan, only lacking wood. He first utilized 5 iron pieces and 5 units of wood to craft a chainmail for his backpack. Here, crafting equipment was straightforward. As long as one had the blueprints, they could create items using the required materials. The chainmail turned out to be a vest-like piece of armor, unremarkable in appearance, yet providing decent attributes. After a brief examination, Wang Jin stored it in his backpack. He then opened the crafting section, which contained only basic tools: stone axe, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of wood, stone pickaxe, 4 units of stone, 2 units of wood, iron axe, 5 units of iron, 1 unit of wood. Just some basic axes and tools, and nothing else of interest to craft, prompting Wang Jin to abandon the effort. He cast another glance out the window. The ghosts were still there. Reluctantly, he lay down to sleep. In his dreams, he felt something pressing down on him. Upon waking, he discovered that Qin Shuai had nestled into his embrace, one hand resting on his chest and one leg pressing against an inappropriate area. Wang Jin first checked her status and confirmed she was indeed asleep, then gently shifted her leg down a bit. Such elasticity. The feel is quite pleasant, he mused inwardly, observing the sleeping Qin Shuai. He noticed traces of sweat on her face, her makeup long washed away. Yet, even without it, she remained beautiful, her delicate features accentuated by long eyelashes that fluttered like tiny fans. Wang Jin's heart raced involuntarily, and as he gazed at her quivering lashes, he decided to embrace her fully. Of course, Wang Jin had no ulterior motives. Her sleeping posture indicated she was likely a girl with little sense of security. Otherwise, she wouldn't curl up so tightly every time she slept. Her grasp on Wang Jin was probably an instinctual search for comfort in her dreams. Breathing in her scent, sweat with a hint of fragrance, Wang Jin soon slipped back into slumber. Time: 8 o'clock. Temperature: 15 to 18 degrees. The weather: torrential rain. Daylight duration: 8 hours. Friendly reminder: starting tomorrow, hunting common beasts will not yield meat, lasting for 30 days. Task cards have been issued. The task cards distributed this time are non-tradable and will vanish if not used within a day. Good luck to you all. As the clock struck 8, a prompt resonated in Wang Jin's mind. He slowly opened his eyes. The first sound reaching him was the patter of rain outside the wooden cabin. Peering out, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn, it's pouring." Qin Shuer was already awake, seated on a stool, drenched to the skin and shivering from the cold. Her clothes had become as transparent as water. Fortunately, she still had a spare. Noticing Wang Jin had risen, she remarked, "You're awake. Today the system is generously offering a free task card." Observing her state, Wang Jin deduced she must have just stepped outside for a moment, as human biological clocks are remarkably precise. I'll step out for a bit with that." He hurried out of the cabin. Upon opening the door, he was astounded. The rain outside could only be described as terrifying. The wind howled, and the sky over the grassland seemed shrouded in darkness. There was no choice. He had to brave the downpour. The moment he stepped outside, a chill enveloped him. The rain felt as frigid as ice, drenching him to the bone. Battling the torrential rain, Wang Jin quickly attended to his needs and swiftly returned to the cabin. In just a short while, he too resembled a drenched rat, shivering in the cold. "What's going on? Wasn't it nearly 20 degrees?" he questioned. "Why does the rain feel like ice water?" Qin Shuer shook her head. "I don't know. It started pouring as soon as I woke up." "What should we do today?" Wang Jin pondered, hesitant, for if he chose not to venture out, he would forfeit a day's opportunity for growth. The system had just warned that starting tomorrow, common beasts would no longer drop meat. If he ventured out, this bone-chilling rain could prove fatal. Falling ill would spell disaster. Qin Shuer felt conflicted as well, but ultimately gritted her teeth and declared, "We must go. The system has provided a free task card today, and it only lasts for a day. It urges us to venture out. Staying here might mean missing out on some opportunity." Wang Jin nodded in agreement. "Then let's go. It's just heavy rain." Qin Shuer smiled at Wang Jin. "I like your spirit." With that, she activated the task card. "This task is a special mission. Failure will result in system annihilation. Do you wish to begin?" Qin Shuer and Wang Jin exchanged determined glances and nodded firmly. "Special task, Tree Terminator, has commenced. Task prompt, please obtain 20 units of wood by chopping down trees. Remaining task time, 2 hours. Task reward, food package X1. Failure punishment, annihilation. Chopping trees? A food package? The system is truly up to something." Wang Jin stared at the task in bewilderment. "Let's go. We only have 2 hours. Based on our previous experience, we only managed to chop down 5 units of wood in half an hour. So time is of the essence." Chapter 21. The Reward for the Brave Wait. Wang Jin suddenly exclaimed, "We should make 2 iron axes to take with us. Who knows if there will be a second phase like last time? Plus iron axes should chop faster." "Agreed. Let's do it." Qin Shuer replied decisively. The two immediately set to work, consuming 10 units of iron and 2 units of wood to craft 2 iron axes. "Here, put this on," Wang Jin said as he handed Qin Shuer the chainmail he had crafted the day before. Qin Shuer glanced at it and promptly declined. "I don't need it, you're completely soaked." Upon hearing this, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully rebuked, "You little brat, thank you." After accepting the chainmail, she donned it, then, like arrows released from a bow, they dashed outside. The bone-chilling rain fell like a deluge, quickly forming deep puddles on the grassland. Undeterred, they braved the storm, sprinting toward the nearby woods. The jade fox followed suit. Astonishingly, it seemed to repel the torrential rain with a frosty aura surrounding it. Before long, they reached the forest's edge. Without a moment's pause, they brandished their iron axes and began chopping at the trees. They both understood the necessity of continuous movement. If their bodies grew too cold, they would not last long in such harsh conditions. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer swung their axes repeatedly, each strike resonating with a dull thud, sending splashes of water and wood chips flying. The relentless rain battered them, nearly blinding them, yet their movements did not falter. Wang Jin's arm muscles tensed with each swing, every motion exerting his full strength as rain and sweat streamed down his forehead. Qin Shuer was no different. Her chainmail gleamed under the downpour. Though her hair clung to her cheeks, she continued to chop without pause. Fortunately, the efficiency of the iron axes far surpassed that of stone ones. In under 20 minutes, a large tree crashed to the ground. They dared not rest, immediately moving on to the next tree. After more than an hour of battling the elements, accompanied by the thunderous fall of yet another tree, they finally succeeded in collecting 20 units of wood. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, "Task, Tree Terminator, completed. Reward obtained, food package X1. Would you like to initiate the next phase?" "There's really a next phase?" Wang Jin exclaimed in disbelief, quickly inspecting the food package they had just acquired. The description of the food package read, "Upon opening, It provides enough sustenance for 2 people for a day. Specific contents vary. Only enough food for a day. Wang Jin and Qin Shuai exchanged glances, contemplating before resolutely nodding. Task, Tree Terminator, Phase 2 initiated. Task prompt, please obtain 50 units of wood by chopping down trees. Task time, 4 hours. Task reward, food package X9. Task failure punishment, annihilation, damn it. Wang Jin exclaimed, staring at the task details, 50 more units. My hands might just give out, no choice but to chop. Qin Shuai also wore a look of resignation. Let's eat something first. Otherwise, our bodies won't hold up. Wang Jin proposed. All right, Qin Shuai agreed. Subsequently, Wang Jin swiftly opened the food package, revealing 2 steaming wild beast meat steaks and 2 exquisite meals. He quickly grabbed 2 steaks, handing one to Qin Shuai while he devoured the other eagerly, the icy rain mingling with the meat as he consumed it, no longer caring about the cold. With the rain providing all the moisture he needed, he finished in a gust and resumed the battle against the trees. Qin Shuai, her lips turning purple from the cold, watched Wang Jin's determined figure and couldn't help but smile. With only a small portion of food left, she tossed the remainder to the eagerly watching Jade Fox. The fox, displeased, whined a few times at their actions. Observing Wang Jin's fervor, Qin Shuai took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the axe, and joined in the tree-chopping effort. The rain showed no signs of relenting, each raindrop hammering down on them, making every axe swing feel like an uphill battle. Wang Jin's hands had turned pale from the water, and his palms throbbed from the exertion, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to strike the tree trunk. Qin Shuai's stamina began to wane. Her movements slowed, and her steps faltered. Noticing her struggle, Wang Jin shouted, "Take a break. I'll handle it." Qin Shuai stubbornly shook her head. "No, we do this together." Time slipped away with each swing of the axe. As the quantity of wood accumulated, their bodies approached their limits. Wang Jin felt as though his arms no longer belonged to him, heavy and numb. The Jade Fox kept a vigilant watch nearby. Finally, after more than 3 grueling hours, they successfully chopped enough wood. Wang Jin's axe clattered to the ground, and Qin Shuai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Task, Tree Terminator, completed. Reward obtained, food package X9. Would you like to initiate the next phase? Another phase. Wang Jin stared at the system prompt, feeling exasperated, as they had no strength left to continue chopping trees, shivering uncontrollably. If not for their attributes in this world, ordinary people would have long since succumbed to the cold rain after such exertion. Brother, what should we do? Qin Shuai, now exhausted, panted heavily. Wang Jin contemplated before replying, let us just call it a day. If we have to chop another 100 units, we won't make it. Qin Shuai felt a bit reluctant. But I just checked the World Channel and saw that others have similar tasks, like chopping trees or mining stones. And everywhere is experiencing this torrential rain. If everyone has the same task, isn't the third phase a dead end? I believe there must be a glimmer of hope. After all, we have iron axes, but what about the others? Observing Qin Shuai's countenance, Wang Jin lapsed into silence for a moment before saying, If you wish to give it a try, I shall accompany you. Qin Shuai exclaimed in delight. Really? Yes. Wang Jin affirmed with resolute nod. Good brother, if it truly leads to a dead end, I will acquiesce to your previous proposition. All right, but do not regret no regrets. With that, Qin Shuai initiated the third phase. Task, Tree Terminator, third phase completed. Rewards obtained. 1 day of silence, bravery reward. Food package X20, wood X100, stone X100, a creature has borne the burden for you. Chapter 22. Remove your clothes. What? Wang Jin listened in astonishment to the alert reverberating in his mind. Qin Shuai mirrored his bewilderment. This system truly knows how to stir things up. We must return quickly. With that, Wang Jin grasped Qin Shuai's hand and made for the small cabin. Having endured 5 hours of rain outside, their bodies were nearing their limits. All right. Qin Shuai, regaining her composure, hurried after Wang Jin. Minutes later, the two returned to the small cabin. Wang Jin promptly retrieved the 3-star treasure chest and swiftly chopped a unit of wood, igniting it with the kerosene lamp inside. The two huddled by the chest, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After some time, the wood in the chest finally caught fire. Yet, even with the flames, they remained unbearably cold. The icy rain from outside had drenched their clothes, and the meager fire struggled to dry them. As time passed, their condition worsened. They shivered even more violently, their lips turning a deep shade of purple. Senior, this won't do. I feel my consciousness fading. Then, what should we do? Qin Shuai's situation was no different. Remove your clothes. What did you say? Chen Shuer gazed at him, disbelief etched on her face. Wang Jin, struggling to stand, grasped her shoulders and insisted, I am not jesting. This rainwater is no ordinary rainwater. We have been warming ourselves for too long, and instead, we are becoming colder. If this continues, we will perish. Chen Shuer lowered her head, torn within. Seeing her indecision, Wang Jin turned away, urging, I won't look. You go first and lay on the bed afterward. Fine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Shuer cast aside her hesitation, stripped off her clothes, and lay on the bed, covering herself tightly with rabbit fur. All right, she said from the bed. Only then did Wang Jin turn around, removing his own clothes before retrieving Chen Shuer's garments. What are you doing? Chen Shuer, glancing at the bare Wang Jin, felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Yet her gaze remained fixed on her clothes. After all, there was still her undergarment. Wang Jin moved a stool from within the cabin, stating, I'll place your clothes here to dry. Otherwise, when will they ever be dry? He arranged the clothes carefully, taking note of their size, internally exclaiming, quite large. Once all was set, he crawled under the covers. Don't touch me. Upon seeing Wang Jin join her, Chen Shuer's previously pale face flushed even more. And she quickly turned to face away from him. I won't touch you. I won't touch you. At this moment, Wang Jin had no other intentions, for the cold continued to assail him. Outside, the rain surely held some mystery. He silently thought, even after burrowing under the covers, he remained chilled to the bone, while Chen Shuer trembled beside him. Time passed slowly, and the two continued to shake in unison. Wang Jin took a deep breath. Turning to embrace the still-turned Chen Shuer. What are you doing? She shrieked, struggling fiercely. Wang Jin tightened his grip. Senior, I mean you no harm. This is the only way our bodies will gradually warm. You're lying. She bit down on his hand. Truly, I intend no harm. You can observe my state. Wang Jin endured the pain, softly soothing her. Do not fear. I will not act improperly. Did you not embrace me last night? As he spoke, he gently patted her shoulder with his other hand. Chen Shuer's breathing quickened, yet she eventually calmed down, loosening her bite. Do not fear. Do not fear. Wang Jin quickly reassured her, knowing that without this embrace, they would likely freeze to death. She shut her eyes, whispering softly, All right, rest assured. With that, Wang Jin took a corner of the blanket and began to dry her soaked hair. Afterward, he held her tightly once more, his hands resting on her abdomen. It was then that he felt a flicker of warmth. Indeed, this was the best solution. Noticing that he made no further advances, Chen Shuer exhaled in relief, though her body remained tense. Senior, you do not need to remain so rigid. I will not act inappropriately. As warmth began to seep back into her body, Wang Jin commenced examining the small cabin. The wood he had just acquired was sufficient to upgrade it. Consume 100 wood, 5 days of lifespan to upgrade the cabin? Yes, Wang Jin decided without hesitation. The small cabin began to expand, the bed transforming into a double bed. A blanket and a pillow appeared atop it. Wang Jin placed the pillow beneath his head while Chen Shuer lay against his arm. Upon completion of the transformation, the entire cabin nearly doubled in size, and a separate little room appeared in the corner. Presumably a restroom. The floor was replaced with new wooden planks, the once dark boards now a bright yellow. The table and chairs were also renewed. The only constant was the ever-burning kerosene lamp. Wang Jin checked the information on the small cabin. Small cabin, level, 1 star, health, 300 health points. Wang Jin nodded in satisfaction, then continued to explore the crafting options. A new item called a furnace appeared, but constructing it required 10 units of copper and 5 days of lifespan. Its purpose remained unclear. For now, the two remained tightly entwined, Chen Shuer silent throughout the cabin's upgrade. Status, tension, cold. Observing her condition, Wang Jin held her even closer, resting his head near her ear, inhaling her scent. Her body was soft, and as he embraced her, his body temperature began to rise. Yet, any slight movement from him caused her to shudder. After a while, Chen Shuer's body returned to normal and she spoke, You can stop holding me now. I'm no longer cold. No, I am still cold. Chen Shuer clenched her fists, her face flushed as she remarked, Your body is radiating heat. How can you still be cold? And you're pressing against me. Wang Jin laughed awkwardly. That's just a natural response. Reluctantly, he released her. Only then did Chen Shuer return, wrapping herself tightly in the rabbit fur blanket, though her cheeks remained crimson. You naughty brother, be mindful of your state. Understood. It will be fine shortly. Wang Jin turned to gaze outside the cabin. The torrential rain continued unabated, and he worried it might flood the small cabin. Chen Shuer glanced at the time, realizing it was merely half an hour until darkness fell, and she said, "Get up and put on your clothes. We need to go outside and hunt beasts before nightfall." Chapter 23. Jade Fox Level Up. Wang Jin replied affirmatively, throwing off the covers and rising from the bed. Ever since tasting success the previous night, he felt that even if a hailstorm were to descend, he would venture out. He approached his clothes, finding them still damp. Squeezing them revealed water. With a sigh, he turned to Chen Shuer, adopting a serious tone. "Senior, my clothes are still wet. Perhaps it would be best not to wear them at all." Chen Shuer inhaled deeply. "Wear them or not, it's your choice. Just hand me my clothes. You'll catch a chill. We're going out into the rain soon." "You scoundrel." "Very well then." Afterward, Wang Jin donned a pair of shorts, added more wood to the fire to stoke it further, and shifted their clothes for better drying. He then turned to her, saying, "You stay there. We have half an hour until dark. I will place the remaining 4 traps so that little you can level up, making our beast hunts swifter." Chen Shuer paused, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over her, and she nodded. Wang Jin opened the cabin door, which felt sturdier than the previous rickety structure, facing the raging storm outside. He took a deep breath and dashed out. The rain struck him, the biting cold returning. With gritted teeth, Wang Jin ventured 2 meters from the cabin, setting out all the traps in a flurry. Once done, he hurried back inside. Just that brief moment left him shivering, and he quickly squatted by the fire to warm himself. Seeing him, Chen Shuer softly said, "Naughty brother, if you're cold, why not come lie down for a bit?" Wang Jin looked up, replying, "No need. It will be dark soon. I should eat something first to replenish my strength." As he spoke, Wang Jin retrieved 2 portions of the food package from earlier in the day, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Chen Shuer. "You can eat on the bed. Come down when it gets dark." Chen Shuer sat up, wrapping herself in a blanket, extending her fair arm to accept the meal. "Thank you. As I mentioned before, our fates are intertwined. There's no need for gratitude." Chen Shuer smiled and nodded in agreement. Wang Jin then opened the meal, revealing white rice and dishes reminiscent of those from Blue Star, albeit now cold. Nevertheless, it was far more palatable than the tasteless roasted meat they had consumed over the past couple of days. The meal was ample enough to satisfy 2 people if rationed. But Wang Jin, starved, dug in voraciously. Chen Shuer, with a lesser appetite, shared half of her portion with Xiaoyu, taking small bites herself, revealing a glimpse of her figure without much care for modesty. Once he finished eating, Wang Jin sat by the fire, awaiting the catch from the traps. Before long, a resounding boom echoed in the distance. After hearing 4 such sounds, Wang Jin braved the downpour and dashed outside. Outside the small cabin, all 4 traps had successfully captured prey. He hurriedly examined each catch, but was disappointed to find none of them had wings. "Xiaoyu!" he bellowed into the cabin, his voice cutting through the storm. Xiaoyu immediately emerged at the sound. Wang Jin utilized all the temporary beasts to upgrade Xiaoyu. While she battled the beasts, he surveyed the surroundings, relieved to see no signs of rising water. Before long, Xiaoyu triumphed over all the temporary beasts, elevating her level to 2. Although she had triggered some devouring opportunities along the way, Wang Jin had declined them all. Seeing her upgrade, Wang Jin returned to the cabin and checked her attributes. Pet name: Jade Fox. Grade: B level, 2 experience, 2200 health, 260 attack power, 32 defense power, 23 speed, 29 training progress, 8000 skills. None. Wang Jin was taken aback by the Jade Fox's attributes. Noting an impressive increase of 18 points upon leveling up, 4 in health, 5 in attack, 4 in defense, and 5 in speed, while he had only gained 10 points from his own upgrade. However, it appeared that the Jade Fox's attributes were automatically assigned rather than freely chosen. Glancing at their lifespans, he remarked, "Senior, let us sell all the iron for lifespan." After a moment of thought, Chen Shuer nodded, considering the nearby iron mine as a viable source. Upon searching the trading post for iron, they discovered the price was currently hovering around 2 days of lifespan per piece, and the supply was scarce. Wang Jin instructed Chen Shuer to list all 13 remaining pieces of iron, counting it as a single transaction opportunity. However, due to their recent acquisition of a silence package, they were unable to purchase traps from the trading post, as the prices for those available were exorbitantly high. The freshly listed 13 pieces of iron quickly sold, netting them 26 days of lifespan without any middleman markup. There was also a function for distributing lifespan, allowing them to either split it equally or allocate it to one person. Wang Jin wasted no time in giving all the lifespan to Chen Shuer. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, darkness enveloped the sky. They exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Wang Jin handed her a coat, saying, "Just wear one. The other will dry by the fire. I can't see anything in this darkness, so I'll wait for you outside." With that, he stepped out, braving the bitter cold as he placed several berries about 2 meters from the cabin before retreating to the door to wait silently. While it wasn't necessary to leave bait, he had learned from the chat channel the previous day that beasts would come if one waited outside for a while. However, using bait would hasten their arrival. Chen Shuer soon joined him at the cabin's entrance, dressed in a coat and wielding her spear. Wang Jin did not turn to look at her, instructing her to wait until the beasts arrived before coming out. Moments later, the clucking of chickens echoed, accompanied by the approach of more beasts. Wild turkey. Level 1. Health. 320. Great. Their health has increased again. Wang Jin cursed under his breath as he charged forward with his shield, with Chen Shuer closely following behind. The torrential rain continued to pour in this vast world, where countless small cabins housed pairs of men and women, braving the biting rain as they launched assaults against the beasts. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer were among them, yet many cabins remained devoid of conflict. As time passed, their levels rose to 4, granting them 10 free attribute points. When the clock struck 8 in the evening, all beasts vanished and spirits reappeared, marking another 4-hour period of leveling up, during which each gained an additional 16 days and 3 hours of lifespan. Stammering in the cold, Wang Jin suggested, "Let's head back to the cabin." Chen Shuer replied, her lips turning purple from the chill. Inside the cabin, the fire had died down, prompting Wang Jin to prepare his axe to chop wood. However, Chen Shuer seized his hand, saying, "Don't burn it. Let us go to bed." Wang Jin acquiesced. "Turn around. Let me help you dry your hair first." Chen Shuer gazed at him, then nodded, turning away, though her clenched fist revealed her discomfort, as her state was hardly different from being unclothed. Wang Jin gently placed the warm garment over her head, slowly drying her damp hair. Both shivered in the cold, as if gripped tightly by icy hands. "Here, you can dry yourself. I want to help with this part," Wang Jin said, handing her the clothing and turning away to show respect. At this moment, they were nearly bare before one another. Chen Shuer's white garment, soaked by the rain, accentuated her alluring curves. Her skin subtly visible beneath the fabric, exuding a hazy yet irresistible beauty. She was tall and not overly slender, even slightly plump, yet her stomach bore no excess fat, appearing soft and rosy. However, Wang Jin had become numb from the cold, his body temporarily in a frozen state. Chen Shuer accepted the clothing, silently drying herself before collapsing onto the bed, pulling the blanket around her. "I'm done." Wang Jin quickly turned, hastily drying himself before diving under the covers. Chen Shuer still faced away from him, but Wang Jin reached out, slipping his arm under her neck and pulling her into an embrace. The jade fox leapt onto the foot of the bed, its 9 tails swaying back and forth, unfazed by the downpour. Both bodies remained icy, and Wang Jin's hand trembled uncontrollably, prompting him to hold her tighter. "Brother, have you ever slept like this with another woman?" After a moment, as their body temperatures gradually warmed, Chen Shuer quietly inquired, "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Wang Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Just curious." "No, I haven't," Wang Jin answered truthfully. Despite his usual banter and ease around women, he remained a pure-hearted novice. Hearing this, Chen Shuer felt warmth spread within her, biting her lip in response. Wang Jin quickly glanced at her status, which indicated happy, fearful. Unsure of her past experiences, he thought, it seems she lacks a sense of security. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he gently patted her. Feeling his touch, Chen Shuer pursed her lips. "Did you peek at my status again?" "I was looking openly." "What do you mean peeking?" "Rest assured, whatever you've gone through, now that fate has paired us together, I will treat you well." "Really?" "Indeed, more genuine than gold. Weren't you calling me a madwoman? I actually like that about you." After a moment of silence, Chen Shuer remarked, "You're quite adept at charming girls. I imagine you've charmed many in college." "Senior, I assure you that wasn't the case. I don't lie." "I can see your status. You're a liar," Wang Jin responded. "Saying I've never charmed a girl is the truth, while claiming I don't lie is false." Chen Shuer huffed, her cheeks flushed as she declared, "I am going to sleep now. Once you warm up, let go of me, and if you peek at my status again, I want to talk to you." Wang Jin was momentarily baffled by her words. Given that he was already warm and even beginning to feel a slight heat from the lifting of the seal, he pondered, what does she mean by not allowing me to see her status? He was about to check her status but paused, deciding against it. He thought, never mind. People need to maintain their dignity. Since fate has paired us, I will treat you well. I quite like your personality. Wang Jing understood that Chen Shuer had developed some fondness for him. Since she requested not to peek at her status, he resolved to respect her wish, aware that discovering certain truths might alter his own status immediately. Wang Jinggan was 100% certain that Chen Shuer was not asleep at that moment. She was secretly observing his condition. As such, Wang Jing tightened his embrace around her, and an adventurous hand began to wander. Just as Wang Jing had anticipated, Chen Shuer was blushing deeply while stealing glances at him, and upon realizing that his state had not changed significantly, she let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, she was still under the threat of a gun, and Wang Jing's fervent demeanor left her at a loss for what to do. She contemplated pushing him away, yet she hesitated, feeling a conflict within herself, especially since he had not made any overt advances. Caught in this intense inner turmoil, just as she thought of his restraint, she felt a hand beginning to roam restlessly. With her arms crossed defiantly and her teeth gritted, Chen Shuer exclaimed, "Wang Jing, don't move recklessly, or I shall not hold you anymore." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing hurriedly ceased his actions, placing his hand back on her abdomen. Helpless, he decided to access the trading post, as he still had several trading opportunities left unused, which he did not wish to squander. He intended to see if the auction house had anything that could enhance their living conditions. After rummaging for quite some time, he indeed found many valuable items, though the majority seemed to be purposefully displayed by others for show. Among the items were designs for the dawn garment, requiring materials such as Beast Soul of a Century 2, Superior Leather 1, Great Wilderness Beast Skin Tin, Pet Egg, Tail Stinger Scorpion, 800 Years, Beast Exploration Device, capable of detecting beast locations within 1,000 meters. Gazing at such ostentatiously displayed items in the trading post, Wang Jing felt an overwhelming envy and inwardly cursed those fortunate individuals. Subsequently, he exchanged a bit of well water with his friend Chan Sanwei, who appeared utterly befuddled when Wang Jing initiated the trade due to his imposed silence. For his remaining 2 trading opportunities, he used 5 pieces of meat to acquire a trap, as someone was directly trading meat for traps. And he also exchanged a piece of meat for a watermelon seed, considering he still had 1 plot of 3-star land left unused. Although it was a bit pricey, the duo was not lacking in food thanks to the rewards from the Brave Adventurer title. Afterward, Wang Jing glanced at the chat channel, but found it filled with trivial chatter devoid of substance. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavier. Having chopped wood all day and fought beasts for 4 hours at night, he was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer remained awake, tightly held in Wang Jing's embrace, feeling slightly anxious. Yet, being held by him provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. Once Wang Jing had drifted off to sleep, she too succumbed to slumber, experiencing a rare and restful night. Chapter 25. The Vanishing Beasts. Time: 8 o'clock. Temperature: 20 to 28 degrees. Weather: clear. Daylight duration: 8 hours. Reminder: it may be quite hot tomorrow. As morning dawned, the system's prompt resonated in Wang Jing's mind, awakening him. He opened his eyes and sprang up, glancing outside to find that the torrential rain had ceased and the sun was shining brightly. Chen Shuer was already awake, seated on a stool, dressed, though her clothes had yet to dry completely. Observing this, Wang Jing threw off the covers and hurriedly prepared to head out. "Wait!" Chen Shuer called out, her face flushed. "We have a toilet inside now. You needn't go outside at a tea that moment." Wang Jing recalled that he had upgraded the small wooden house yesterday and rushed inside. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback to find a wooden toilet that could flush. Although he was unsure where the waste would go, the flushing mechanism was connected to a water collection device outside, which was filled to the brim after a day of heavy rain. Satisfied with this newfound convenience, he finished his business and whistled cheerfully as he stepped outside. Chen Shuer shot him a disapproving glance. "Could you at least put on your clothes before wandering around like that?" Wang Jing scratched his head and quickly donned his attire, which, although still damp, was no longer cold. "Sister, let's have breakfast and then head out." "All right, the system indicated it will be quite warm tomorrow. Should we consider finding something to cool down?" Wang Jing remembered the system's warning but thought that the grasslands and forests likely lacked any cooling items. He glanced at the nearby jade fox and had a sudden realization. "Sister, don't worry. With this little creature around, our room's temperature will automatically drop by 2 degrees. I almost wanted to kick it out yesterday." Upon hearing Wang Jing's words, the jade fox emitted a few discontented sounds. Clearly displeased, "Don't bully Xiaoyu," Chen Shuer scolded, walking over to affectionately pat the jade fox's head. "All right, let's eat. The food package allows for random items. Do you think whatever you desire will materialize?" As Wang Jing spoke, he retrieved the food package. Chen Shuer pondered for a moment. I would like some noodles in that case. I desire a whole roasted cow, Wang Jing declared, promptly opening the food package. Inside were 2 steaming bowls of noodles, contained within a peculiar box, reminiscent of yesterday's meal. However, like before, the box would vanish shortly after consumption. Alongside the noodles was a roasted, whole rabbit, which appeared to weigh about 2 pounds. Damn it, where's the whole roasted cow? Wang Jing grumbled, glaring at the roasted rabbit. Who told you to be greedy and wish for a whole cow? With no choice, Wang Jing began to eat the noodles, finding them quite delicious, with meat included. Although he couldn't discern what type it was, Chen Shuer divided the meal with the jade fox. After finishing their breakfast, the pair promptly exited the small wooden house. That moment, the 9 celestial bodies in the sky had turned completely black. After a full day of rain, there were no water stains left on the ground. Oh right, sister. I bought a watermelon seed yesterday. Since we have 3-star land, shall we give it a try? Sure. I quite like watermelons. Let us place the land about 2 meters away from the wooden house so that the nighttime beasts won't wander over. Agreed. With that, Wang Jing utilized the 3-star land scroll, and his backpack now included an additional plot of land. He laid it out, noticing it was a 1 meter by 1 meter black patch that could be freely moved, resembling a game-like building feature. Next, he dug a small hole with his hand, placed the watermelon seed inside, covered it with soil and kindly watered it a little. Chen Shuer gazed at the watermelon seed Wang Jing produced, feeling something was amiss. Wang Jing, I feel like you've been duped. Isn't that just a watermelon seed? Actually, I realized that a while ago. However, it does indeed display as a watermelon seed. Wang Jing replied with a dark expression. After purchasing it yesterday, he discovered that the so-called watermelon seed was merely a seed spat out after eating a watermelon. And it was just a single seed. Haha, didn't you claim to be very clever? I see you as a fool. Chen Shuer seized the opportunity to tease him. Sister, I must tell you something. What is it? You ought to lose some weight. All right, you little brat, are you saying I'm fat? You're asking for a beating, Chen Shuer declared, raising her fist and charging at him. Wang Jing promptly opened the map and headed toward the darkened area. This was a prearranged plan for them to explore uncharted territory. Seeing the smile on Chen Shuer's face filled Wang Jing with joy. From the very beginning, he had aimed to help her return to normalcy. Sister, I genuinely appreciate your figure. Holding you feels wonderful. Who asked for your approval? After bantering for a while, Wang Jing felt the moment was ripe, grasping her hand and leading her forward. Chen Shuer struggled for a moment, but, seeing his firm grip, relented, considering they had already shared a night together. Brother, have you noticed that all the rabbit holes on the grassland have vanished? After walking for a while across the prairie, they encountered not a single beast. Not even a rabbit hole could be seen. Indeed, I wonder what trick the system is up to this time. Today it only warned that tomorrow would be hot. Wang Jing was equally puzzled, and then opened the chat channel. This morning, he discovered that his silence had been lifted. The messages in the channel were dwindling, as life was not easily obtained. However, there were always those with iron wills, venting their frustrations in the chat. Wang Jing then reached out to his friend Chen Sanwei, and through their conversation, he realized that everyone was experiencing the same phenomenon. The beasts seemed to have inexplicably disappeared. Sister, everyone is in the same boat. We haven't encountered any beasts. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer deflated. Ah, then what do we do? Are we really going to chop trees? Let us keep moving forward and explore the map a bit more. All right, after walking for a bit longer, the prairie was eerily silent. Not a single creature was to be seen. Not even an ant, brother. Should we head back and try our luck at mining instead? Wang Jing nodded in agreement. They had been walking for nearly 2 hours with nothing to show for it. Going to mine was indeed a good idea. Moreover, didn't they say there was a chance of finding treasure chests outside? How come we haven't stumbled upon one yet? With that, the pair set off hand in hand toward the iron mine. Not far ahead, a massive glow deer appeared again in their line of sight. Though it seemed to have undergone some changes, its once blue skin was now dotted with numerous black spots. Having not seen it yesterday, it had returned today. Wang Jing casually glanced at its attributes. Firefly deer, year 800 level, 45 health. A hapless creature forcibly dragged by the system to execute a certain task, now severely injured and in a state of extreme weakness. Chapter 26. The corrupted firefly deer. Wang Jing gazed at its attributes, his eyes widening in astonishment. The divine protection status had vanished. What? Chen Shuer looked at Wang Jing in confusion, then checked the firefly deer's attributes herself. Her eyes instantly lighting up as she gripped her spear tightly. Wait, what's going on? Chen Shuer asked, puzzled, thinking it might be trying to stop her. This is a golden opportunity. It no longer has the divine protection status and is injured. Plus, the information shows it is in a state of extreme weakness. Senior, didn't you notice the last part of the description? I saw it. It was dragged by the system to complete a task. Wang Jin shot a disdainful glance at Qin Shuer. Do you remember when we completed the third phase of the Tree Terminator mission yesterday? The system mentioned a creature taking on all the burdens for us. Qin Shuer's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that one? Wang Jin nodded at it. Must be this poor brother. Neither of them had paid much attention to the system's prompt about a creature taking on their burdens, especially since they hadn't seen the firefly deer yesterday and were half frozen, so this matter had long been forgotten. If that is the case, it's rather pitiful. Should we still go for it? After uttering this, Qin Shuer displayed a hint of guilt, yet her grip on the spear tightened. Wang Jin observed her state silently, then took out his shield and axe. Let us give it a try. If we can't win, we'll run. All right, Qin Shuer exclaimed excitedly, her earlier guilt dissipating. She handed over the chainmail. Wear this for enhanced defense. You'll bear the brunt of the damage. How quickly her mood changes. Wang Jin thought, feeling a jolt in his heart as he donned the chainmail. The giant beast is a neutral creature and shouldn't attack us. Let us approach slowly and plan a sneak attack. Qin Shuer nodded. That sounds good then. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer turned to focus on the jade fox. The jade fox, sensing their eerie gazes, nodded its fluffy head in understanding. Little you can still comprehend our words. Indeed, that's what a pet should be like. Now, let us move. With that, the trio gradually approached the firefly deer. They walked cautiously, as no one knew if this injured creature, stripped of its divine protection, would suddenly retaliate. Moreover, they were in a vast prairie, with no place to hide. The firefly deer soon spotted the three tiny figures nearby and lifted its head to glance at them. This glance sent Wang Jin and Qin Shuer's hearts racing. But fortunately, after a moment, the firefly deer returned to grazing. At that moment, the creature was suffering from immense inner turmoil. Having endured inexplicable torment the previous day, it needed to consume more grass to soothe its wounded spirit. To it, the trio merely resembled three bothersome flies. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer, observing the firefly deer resuming its grazing, simultaneously exhaled in relief. Yet, they were still apprehensive. Despite its extreme weakness, it was still a colossal beast, and they had no way of gauging its true strength. However, it wasn't their style to back down from a challenge, and Wang Jin was internally eager to test his mettle, as they crept behind the firefly deer. Wang Jin silently signaled to Qin Shuer to attack its legs, as the creature was too tall to reach anywhere else, and targeting its head while it was grazing would be far too perilous. Striking from behind would allow for a quick escape if their attack failed. Whether they could outrun it if things went awry was not a consideration for Wang Jin and Qin Shuer. For if they couldn't run, there would be no point in trying. Qin Shuer understood Wang Jin's gestures and nodded. He raised his axe high, aiming for the deer's legs, softly counting down, 3, 2. Qin Shuer readied her stance, skills primed, while the jade fox prepared to charge. Attack! At Wang Jin's command, his iron axe sliced through the air toward the firefly deer's legs with a whoosh. He had chosen the axe for its slightly higher damage than the shield. Simultaneously, Qin Shuer and the jade fox unleashed their attacks, 3 strikes landing squarely on the deer's legs. With Wang Jin, a level 4 warrior wielding the axe, delivering a formidable 44 points of damage, and Qin Shuer with her spear, achieving an even greater 52 points. The firefly deer was soon marked with 4 damage values, -61, -86, -109, -52. Wang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. Is the firefly deer's defense negative? His 44 points of damage unexpectedly dealt 61 points, with the 2 highest damage values resulting from Qin Shuer's skills. He swung the axe again, casting a glance at the firefly deer's attributes, which sent a chill through him. Health, 7,235, 12,000. Damn it, senior, run, Wang Jin shouted, turning to drag Qin Shuer away. The firefly deer, suddenly wounded, let out a roar of rage. How dare these 3 tiny flies attack it? What had felt like mere tickling now brought excruciating pain. A blue light enveloped the creature as it attempted to unleash a skill to obliterate the minuscule attackers before it. However, the dark spots on its body caused it to sway unsteadily. Still, it managed to release a powerful shockwave. The wave surged toward Wang Jin, Qin Shuer, and the jade fox, who were too close to evade. Wang Jin felt an immense force collide with him, sending his body flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood surging as his health plummeted by half. Qin Shuer and the jade fox fared no better. Thrown back helplessly by the shockwave, however, the firefly deer, now swaying. Its black spots rapidly expanding from using its skill, fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Struggling, Wang Jin got back on his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hurried to help Chen Shuer up, noticing her health was down to merely 10 points. Are you all right? Wang Jin asked with concern as he saw her pale face. Chen Shuer steadied herself, momentarily abandoning her intention to continue the attack against the fallen creature. I'm fine, just in a lot of pain. Let us go. Wang Jin nodded, feeling immense pain himself. Although his health remained sufficient to survive, the physical pain was undeniable. They ran a considerable distance, finally lying low in the grass to observe the downed firefly deer. Health, 6,385 12,000. Chapter 27. The Choice of Fate. Wang Jin looked at the firefly deer's health value. His eyes suddenly brightening, he turned to Chen Shuer, excitement bubbling within him. Senior, look, its health is continuously dropping. Chen Shuer, still shaken, replied softly, let us wait here for a moment. Perhaps it will perish soon. Indeed, this firefly deer has been tainted, and we're unclear what has polluted it. Let us hope it meets its end. After saying this, Wang Jin lay flat on the ground. Having just endured the firefly deer's shockwave, he felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart, burning with pain. Once settled, he extended his arm, turning his head to ask, Senior, would you like to lie down as well? My arm can serve as your pillow. Fine, I'll lie down. Chen Shuer agreed without hesitation, resting beside him with her head on his arm. Wang Jin stole a glance at her, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Senior, does it still hurt? It hurts like hell. Don't you feel any pain? I am tough. I'm feeling much better now. Would you like me to give you a massage? Are you trying to kill me, you brat? Do you think you can take advantage of me? After saying this, Chen Shuer angrily pinched Wang Jin's arm. Wang Jin exaggeratedly cried out, his face contorted with mock pain. Ouch! This arm was just injured the most. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer felt a pang of guilt and quickly sat up. Her face filled with remorse. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right. It's all right. Wang Jin also sat up, placing a hand on her shoulder softly. Senior, I'm leaning on you. It hurts badly. Chen Shuer glanced at him, slowly lowered her head, and after a brief pause, said, okay. Wang Jin's lips curled into a slight smile as he seized the moment to pull her into his embrace. A cunning look flashing across his face. His inner thoughts were, since he had feelings for her, he should seize the opportunity to win her over. Although it was inevitable, such matters should not be postponed. Initially startled by Wang Jin's embrace, Chen Shuer instinctively attempted to break free. Yet, recalling how she had just hurt him, she halted her movements, as she resigned herself to being held for a moment. She glanced at Wang Jin's condition and her eyes widened in surprise, causing her to pull away without hesitation. Senior, what is wrong? Wang Jin was taken aback by her sudden movement, utterly perplexed. Chen Shuer bit her silver teeth, her gaze filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she said softly, Wang Jin, you really know how to charm the ladies. Damn it. Wang Jin finally came to his senses, cursing inwardly as he scratched his head, gazing at her and saying, Senior, I truly only wanted to embrace you. You keep weaving your tales. If it weren't for the status display, I might have been lured into your bed by tomorrow. Aren't we already in bed? Wang Jin muttered softly, his voice barely audible, yet it was still keenly picked up by Chen Shuer. Are you courting death? Chen Shuer retorted lightly, delivering a merciless punch in his direction. Sensing the imminent danger, Wang Jin hurriedly dodged, forcing a smile on his face. Senior, please don't be mad. I was merely jesting. Chen Shuer glared at him, her brows furrowing in anger. You scoundrel! Just as Wang Jin was about to defend himself, a reluctant roar echoed through the air. Both turned swiftly to look at Ying Lu, who had risen to its feet, thrashing about wildly, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Yet, with its struggles, the dark spots on its body multiplied, and its health was plummeting rapidly. Before long, it collapsed with a resounding thud. Killing Lu, gain 9 free attribute points, lifespan 30 days. The moment Ying Lu fell, a notification resonated in their minds. Ha, brother, it truly perished on its own. Chen Shuer momentarily forgot the earlier incident, elated beyond measure. Indeed, yet it's astonishing that a colossal beast offers free attribute points as a reward. Wang Jin's eyes lit up at the sound of the attribute points being credited. Loot is here. Let us hasten over. Chen Shuer pointed to the spot where Ying Lu had just fallen, now surrounded by a mass of spoils. Let us go. The two hurried towards the bounty, the earlier pain vanishing without a trace. Upon reaching their destination, Wang Jin, without hesitation, began to gather the plentiful loot into his bag. After stowing it away, they squatted down to examine their newfound treasures. Ing-Lu meat, a meat infused with spiritual energy, exquisite in taste. 31. Great Wilderness Beast Hide, a core material for crafting advanced equipment. 8. Centennial Beast Soul, the essence condensed from the death of a century-old beast. A core material for crafting advanced equipment, also consumable. 3. Blueprint, Soul-Cleaving Blade, Centennial Beast Soul 1, Crimson Gold Armor Plate 1, Superior Iron Ingot 2, Senior, WVE Struck Gold. Wang Jin exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the sight of the loot. Indeed, and there's also a scroll. Let us take a look. All right. Wang Jin then pulled out the last scroll for inspection. However, upon seeing it, their expressions changed drastically. Scroll, Choice of Destiny, each team that first kills a giant beast will inevitably obtain this. Non-tradable, Effect 1. Dissolves the relationship with teammates, all resources are evenly distributed, and undividable materials are allocated through point voting. Warm reminder. If you kill a teammate, you will acquire all resources, and in solo status. You may receive double rewards at times. Effect 2. Permanently binds teammates, sharing lifespans. Warm reminder. Once bound, the relationship cannot be dissolved. Holding the scroll, Wang Jin glanced at Chen Shuer, who at that moment had only 10 points of health, while he still had half, owing to his higher defense and the chain mail he wore. If he wished, he could easily take Chen Shuer's life, even if she exhausted all her lifespan points. Wang Jin still had the upper hand. Chen Shuer looked at him, her beautiful eyes wide, her lips trembling slightly, her heart racing. Wang Jin, will you abandon me? Upon hearing her words, Wang Jin immediately activated the scroll. This item had to be used immediately upon acquisition. Otherwise, mutual trust would be impossible. Your teammate Wang Jin has used the Choice of Destiny scroll. He chooses Effect 2, sharing lifespans. Do you wish to accept? Please note, if you choose Effect 1, your teammate's status will be directly dissolved. Chen Shuer paused at the message resonating in her mind. She then covered her face with one hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. For the man before her had not forsaken her. Deep down, she had believed Wang Jin would no longer stand by her, considering how she had acted over the past few days. She knew he had berated her through the status display. I choose 2. With a hint of sobs, she stated resolutely. Initiating lifespan sharing successful. Hearing the notification in his mind, Wang Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could already envision the chaos that would ensue once everyone acquired this scroll, with former allies turning against each other. After all, while the first choice appeared to offer 2 options, it was essentially a single option, to betray one's teammate, as the notion of sharing resources was utterly fallacious. Chapter 28. Attribute Points. Wang Jin quickly stepped forward, gently helping Chen Shuer, who remained seated on the ground, to her feet. With a concerned smile, he softly inquired, Senior, what troubles you? Why are you crying? When you cry, you lose your charm. Chen Shuer slowly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Wang Jin, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling as she asked, Why do you still wish to stay with me? Wang Jin reached out, tenderly wiping away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, his expression sincere and unwavering. How could I bear to leave such a beautiful and capable teammate like you? Besides, you haven't chosen to leave either, have you? But I know you often curse me in your heart. I can see your status, Chen Shuer responded with a hint of self-deprecation. Wang Jin chuckled softly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Cursing is a form of love, and in this world, a madwoman is far better than a little fairy. Chen Shuer couldn't help but smile through her tears, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. That's what you say. Indeed, it is. Wang Jin seized the moment to pull her tightly into his embrace, kissing her forehead gently. Senior, may I call you Shuer from now on? He wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. This kiss followed by a request had 100% chance of her acquiescence. For a girl like Chen Shuer, force wouldn't yield any results. As expected, her cheeks flushed, and she playfully glared at him, her voice barely above a whisper. You cheeky little brother. You certainly have a way with words. Wang Jin seized the moment, grinning. Well then, Shuer, shall we return to the little wooden house? All right. Wang Jin immediately released her, taking her hand as they made their way towards the wooden house. During their journey, after a moment of inner conflict, Chen Shuer hesitantly said, Aren't we going to steal from the mine? You only have 10 points of health left. We should return to the wooden house to recover first. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Wang Jin looked at her in surprise. You actually intend to listen to me? Yes, from now on, I will try to listen to you. In a moment of excitement, I want a hug. Wang Jin caught sight of her status and couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this desire for an embrace was quite delightful. By the way, our lifespans have merged, you should check. Chen Shuer noticed Wang Jin discreetly glancing at her status and quickly shifted the topic. Wang Jin then carefully examined their combined lifespan, which now read 115 days 12 hours, shared. And the rate of lifespan consumption had significantly increased. Previously, each individual consumed 1 hour of lifespan for 1 hour of survival, but now, 2 hours of lifespan were consumed for every hour they lived together. I wonder how our talents will transform, Wang Jin pondered quietly before activating his talent for lifespan conversion. 10 days of lifespan consumed, gained 1 free attribute point. I also received a point. Chen Shuer remarked softly, observing Wang Jin activate his talent. Wang Jin nodded slightly, realizing that moving forward, every activation of their talent would cost 10 days of lifespan, with each person receiving 1 attribute point. Shuer, how should we allocate our attribute points? We can't just focus entirely on attack for nighttime monster hunting. That would leave our other attributes too low. Moreover, after 7 days, there will likely be no nighttime, and a dungeon will appear. Chen Shuer's eyes sparkle with thought. How about one focuses entirely on attack and agility, while the other concentrates on defense and health, just like before in games? One handles damage absorption, while the other focuses on output. Your idea is quite constructive. Wang Jin weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Such an extreme allocation method had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lay in maximizing the potential of their attribute points, while the drawback was that if they encountered a situation like the recent encounter with Ying Lu, where area attack skills were employed, the weaker party could easily perish. He wondered whether there existed skills that could allow one to shield a teammate from damage, or perhaps skills that could convert defense or health into a certain amount of output. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Jin opened the trading post to search for skills. Wind control. Upon activation, enter wind control state within 1 second, reducing the next incoming attack's damage by 90, and restoring a significant amount of health, the restoration amount relating to 1's defense and attack values. Cooldown. 60s, price. 999 years of lifespan sweep. Swiftly wielding a weapon, unleashing a wide-range sweeping attack. Cooldown. 40s, price. 666 years of lifespan. These were the only 2 skills available in the trading post, both showcased by others for display purposes. However, the Wind Mastery appeared to be an exceedingly formidable divine skill. Wang Jin gazed at the Wind Mastery ability, his heart brimming with envy, yet he refrained from attempting to add this individual as a friend. After all, once the skill was displayed, it was certain that many would wish to befriend him. Moreover, he lacked the means to exchange for such a skill. Nevertheless, upon witnessing this skill, Wang Jin promptly resolved to allocate his points in accordance with Chen Shuer's suggestion, for this skill could ensure the safety of damage-dealing rolls. After all, not being able to obtain it now does not imply that it will be unattainable in the future. In this world, as long as the tank can withstand the damage, it can provoke the beasts. Shuer, you allocate points to attack, and I shall focus on defense. Let us temporarily follow your proposed method. If it proves ineffective, we can adjust later. After all, obtaining lifespan grants us attribute points. Chen Shuer regarded Wang Jin, hesitating for a moment before responding. Are you certain about adding to defense? Sustaining injuries here can be quite painful. I am tough and resilient. Naturally, I should bear the brunt of the attacks. Should I let my woman take the hits? Who is your woman? Chen Shuer retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice, then inquired. So how exactly do we allocate the points? Wang Jin pondered for a moment before replying, we currently possess 10 free attribute points. You should add 5 points to attack, 1 point each to health and defense, and allocate the remaining points to agility. As for myself, I will add 1 point each to agility and attack, while dedicating 4 points to health and defense, as we must also consider other attributes and leave some margin for error. Chen Shuer found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Your teammate Chen Shuer has consumed 100 days of lifespan to exchange for 10 attribute points. Wang Jin, upon hearing the notification, abruptly turned to Chen Shuer. Sister, why did you exchange all your lifespan again? Chen Shuer looked at him in confusion. What else should we do with our lifespan? Her question left Wang Jin momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, it did seem to make sense. Wang Jin rubbed his temples and sighed in resignation. Fine. If you wish to exchange, then so be it. All right, I will allocate my points now. With that, Chen Shuer completed the allocation of her 20 free attribute points as Wang Jin had instructed. Wang Jin also utilized his 20 points, and upon finishing, he could distinctly feel himself becoming sturdier. The enhancement to his defense and health attributes was indeed remarkable, allowing him to endure longer. Chapter 29. The function of the centenary beast's soul. Before long, the two returned to the small wooden cabin. where Wang Jin took a moment to examine the upgrade requirements for the cabin. 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and an additional 10 days of lifespan. This revelation caused his lips to twitch in exasperation. If they were to follow the upgrade requirements by chopping trees and mining stones, it would take them at least 10 days. Thankfully, there was a trading market. Subsequently, the two sat on the bed, akin to curious children, examining the items dropped by the firefly deer. First, there was a weapon blueprint, which contained crimson gold armor pieces. They searched the trading market but found only crimson gold, with no knowledge of how to craft the armor pieces. They also had iron ingots, presumably made from iron, yet they were unaware of how to forge iron ingots, so they decided to set the blueprints aside. The great wilderness beast skin was also currently of no use, as there were no equipment blueprints available. Wang Jin then held a centenary beast soul in his hand for close inspection. It was roughly the size of an egg, orange-red in hue, with an intriguing description stating it was edible. "Schwer, how about we try eating one?" Chen Schwer hesitated, glancing at the item. "Can it really be eaten?" At that moment, the forgotten jade fox whimpered softly, indicating its desire not to be left out. "Do you wish to eat it?" Wang Jin asked the jade fox uncertainly. The jade fox nodded. "Then go ahead." Wang Jin handed over one centenary beast soul, as they had 3 in total, and it seemed reasonable to test it with the little jade fox first. The jade fox took the centenary beast soul from Wang Jin and swallowed it whole. Immediately, it radiated a red glow and leveled up, jumping straight to level 4, and afterward, it fixed its gaze intently on Wang Jin. Experience. 2400. Wow, it just gained 500 points of experience. Wang Jin exclaimed in disbelief while observing the jade fox's attributes. Wang Jin, the firefly deer must have yielded no experience upon its demise. As it was contained within this beast soul, then we have 2 left, 1 for each of us. With that, Wang Jin ignored the jade fox's eager expression and handed a centenary beast soul to Chen Schwer. He then took out the final centenary beast soul and, imitating the jade fox, swallowed it in one gulp. It had no discernible flavor and was somewhat difficult to swallow, however, as the centenary beast soul entered his mouth. It gradually transformed into a liquid that flowed into his body. Soon after, he felt a slight warmth within him, and a notification chimed in. Experience gained 500. This caused Wang Jin's level to ascend directly to level 5. Upon witnessing this, Chen Schwer no longer hesitated and consumed her own, also reaching level 5. Schwer, I suspect that the reward for the brave was indeed this firefly deer. The items it dropped are evidently superior to the last reward. Chen Schwer nodded thoughtfully. It is likely, thankfully, you initiated the 3rd phase. Otherwise, these items would have had no relevance to us. Wang Jin said with a hint of trepidation. Heh, and yet you still scold me in your heart? Any normal person would be displeased, Chen Schwer retorted. How do you intend to thank me? Desires a kiss, desires a hug. Wang Jin smirked at her state, having successfully provoked her. However, he understood that it was merely his timely appearance during her most sorrowful moments that had allowed their relationship to progress so swiftly. How about a kiss then? Wang Jin suggested half-jokingly, observing her demeanor. You scoundrel, you peeked at my status again. Chen Schwer's face flushed crimson, her ears appearing as though they could emit steam, and she suddenly tackled Wang Jin. I simply wish to kiss you. Is that so wrong with that? She leaned in and kissed Wang Jin. He was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. Her kiss was clumsy, instinctual in nature, but as Wang Jin regained his composure, he wrapped his arms around her waist, passionately responding. He could feel her heart racing, and as they kissed, he gently stroked her hair, attempting to help her relax. After a moment, Chen Schwer pulled away, resting her head to the side, murmuring, You rotten little brother, you must not abandon me in the future. Observing the girl in his embrace, who so desperately lacked a sense of security, Wang Jin patted her shoulder reassuringly. Schwer, rest assured. We are bound together by the system. So why would you fear that I might leave you? I am afraid. Schwer, what have you been through that made you so sorrowful before? Chen Schwer fell silent at this question, her throat tightening. I do not care about your past. We are in a different world now, and I will treat you well. Realizing he had misspoken, Wang Jin hurriedly offered comfort. All right, I believe you. She nestled her head against Wang Jin's chest. Speaking softly, Then you shall be my girlfriend from now on, Wang Jin declared as he patted her back. Chen Schwer replied in a voice barely louder than a whisper, accompanied by a smile. Wang Jin, upon hearing this, embraced her tightly, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Shortly thereafter, Chen Schwer rose from Wang Jin's side, avoiding his gaze as she stated earnestly, Let us go mine. What are we doing idling in the small cabin during the day? Wang Jin chuckled. Wait a moment. Don't we have firefly deer meat? We should roast it. The description mentions it is quite delectable. You can go roast it, you scoundrel. What is the matter? Wang Jin asked. Perplexed, Qin Shuai regarded him with displeasure. Aren't you rather proud of yourself for having won me over so easily? Shuai, what nonsense are you speaking? With a wife as beautiful as you, how could I be anything but joyous? Would I be sad? Really? Of course, it's the truth. After confirming that he was not lying, Qin Shuai finally dropped her sulky expression. Then let us go roast the meat, dumb him. Outside the small wooden cabin, Wang Jin skillfully kindled a fire, while Qin Shuai's spear transformed once more into a tool for roasting meat. The firefly deer meat was notably larger than ordinary beast meat, with a single piece sufficient to feed both of them and the jade fox. Before long, the meat was sizzling and releasing tantalizing aromas, thankfully not burnt this time. Once cooked, they allowed it to cool for a moment before Wang Jin eagerly took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Delicious. This piece of meat required no seasoning, yet it possessed an indescribable flavor, far surpassing the seasoned meat he had consumed before his journey. Quickly, try it. Wang Jin urged, handing a piece of firefly deer meat to Qin Shuai. Qin Shuai accepted it, taking a small bite, her expression mirroring Wang Jin's astonishment. Indeed, soon, the two of them savored the exquisite meal, with the jade fox also receiving its share. After finishing, they clasped hands and resolved to venture toward the iron mine. Attribute sheet. Wang Jin, level 5, health, 220, attack, 43, defense, 28, speed, 16, Qin Shuai, level 5, health, 130, attack, 61, defense, 13, speed, 22, Jade Fox, level 4, health, 340, attack, 41, defense, 31, speed, 39, chapter 30. Someone approaches the iron mine was not particularly close to the small wooden cabin, requiring the two of them a full half-hour to reach their destination, or guardian level, 10 health, 500 description. A valiant warrior dedicated to protecting the ore, who will eliminate all miners. The level increases with the rise of the world's level. The two individuals concealed themselves a short distance away, observing the 7 wild guardians of the mine before them. This time, they had devised a new strategy, assigning Yuhua to lure the wild men. Yuhua's overall attributes surpassed those of the two, and with remarkable speed, he posed no danger in enticing the wild men. Of course, Wang Jin and Qin Shuai had considered slaying the 7 wild men, but given their 500 health points and formidable defenses, they abandoned that notion and resorted to their old tactics. Wang Jin looked at Yuhua and softly said, "Little Yu, it's up to you now." Yuhua nodded, then raised his head, his 9 tails held high, as he gracefully approached Shuai. That expression on Little Yu really deserves a smack. It makes me want to hit him, Wang Jin remarked. Qin Shuai shot him a glare. Can you even take him on? Upon hearing this, Wang Jin deflated like a punctured balloon. I can't. How can I bully Little Yu then? Meanwhile, Little Yu had approached the wild men, deliberately prancing before them and emitting a few light calls, successfully catching their attention. The 7 wild men exchanged glances, unsure of the intentions of this little creature. Suddenly, Little Yu leapt up and delivered a sharp slap across the face of one of the wild men. After landing, he continued to whine at the group, likely hurling insults that were quite unpleasant. Consequently, the 7 wild men roared in fury, appearing even angrier than before, brandishing their clubs and charging towards Yuhua. Ha ha, Shuai, let's go mine. Wang Jin laughed as he saw all 7 wild men pursuing Little Yu and quickly made his way toward the iron mine. Qin Shuai followed suit, taking out her spear and muttering. Little Yu has been led astray by him. Upon arriving at the iron mine, they began to strike away. Wang Jin wielded his shield while Qin Shuai used her spear, occasionally casting a skill. As they were engrossed in their mining, 2 men approached from the nearby forest towards the iron mine. Leading them was a rugged-looking man, accompanied by a delicate young man with an attractive visage. Today, there were no beasts around, and they were reluctant to chop wood, so they continued deeper into the forest until they had crossed a mountain to arrive here. Big brother, wait! There are people ahead. The delicate young man called out to his companion. The rugged man, Chao Wenjie, and the delicate one, Zhao San, possessed the ability to sense nearby creatures. However, since both had the same talent and its use consumed stamina, they generally took turns activating it. The reason these 2 men were paired together was due to the system's matchmaking based on gender preference. Chao Wenjie turned to Zhao San, licking his lips and playfully pinching his thigh. Darling, how far away are they? Zhao San enjoyed the touch, displaying a blissful expression as he linked arms with Chao Wenjie, bashfully replying, Big brother, they are just behind that grove, perhaps a few hundred meters away. But it's getting dark. Should we still go take a look? Chao Wenjie wore a mischievous smile. We must go see. We have been here for so long and finally see people. After we deal with them, we can enjoy some women, and once they are gone, we can stay in their little cabin after dark. Zhao San's face lit up with excitement. He too wanted to experience the thrill of switching roles. Big brother, what if those two are strong? Could it be dangerous? Chao Wenjie patted his chest. We are both level 3 now, with an attack power of 30. What do we have to fear? He then drew a bow and arrow. Continuing, I'll take them out in one shot. Zhao San, emboldened by his words, especially with the bow he had received from a treasure chest, felt a surge of courage. The two swiftly made their way toward the iron mine. Before long, they hid behind a large tree, peeking out to observe. Their eyes brightened at the sight of Chen Shuer wielding her spear to mine, and their excitement grew upon spotting the iron mine. Big brother, the iron mine. We're going to strike it rich, but there are still 8 creatures in the distance, Zhao San exclaimed eagerly. Forget about the other creatures. Let us take care of that little one first. The man will be useless once he's dead, but we must keep the woman intact. Her figure is simply divine. Zhao San still felt a twinge of concern. Why can't we see the information on those two? And they seem to have weapons. Chao Wenjie also checked Wang Jin and Chen Shuer. Finding no attributes displayed, he shook his head. I guess we can't view their stats. Never mind, let us just attack them. What if they have weapons? I have a bow and arrow, and the iron mine and weapons will all belong to us. With that, Chao Wenjie drew his bow, aiming at Wang Jin, and released the arrow. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, completely oblivious to the impending danger, were diligently mining iron. Meanwhile, Yuhua had thoroughly enraged the guardians, who were still being led in circles by him, as the arrow neared. Wang Jin instinctively sensed something and looked up, only to see an arrow hurtling towards him at great speed. His eyes widened in shock, and without time to think, he instinctively raised his shield to defend himself. However, the arrow was too swift. He could not react in time, and it struck him squarely in the forehead. Wang Jin! Chen Shuer shrieked as she witnessed this scene, her heart racing as she sprinted towards him. Tears beginning to flow from her eyes out of worry. -1. You have been attacked by a player from the same faction. Retaliating will allow you to steal their entire health value. Wang Jin, feeling the arrow strike, experienced a tingling sensation in his scalp. With his defense of 28 points, combined with the 12 points provided by his chainmail and shield, the attack did not breach his defenses. However, as he regained his composure, he quickly pulled Chen Shuer behind him, thrusting his shield into her hands. If he was unharmed, Chen Shuer might not be so fortunate. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of anxiety. Chen Shuer's health had not fully recovered, and if she were hit, it would be perilous. Shuer, I'm fine. Someone is coming, he declared, then led her to the other side of the iron mine. Chen Shuer checked his status. Relieved to see he had only lost a single health point, and quickly wiped her tears away. Brother, I will go kill them, Chen Shuer exclaimed, her eyes still slightly red, her anger palpable. Chapter 30. Defeating Chao Wenjie and Zhao San. Seeing Chen Shuer's determination, Wang Jin grasped her hand tightly. As a college student, he bore no psychological burden in slaying beasts. However, the thought of taking a life stirred hesitation within him, especially since he had only recently stepped away from a lawful society. Yet, his expression hardened. Those two had shot an arrow aimed at him, clearly intent on his demise. Had they targeted Chen Shuer instead, the consequences would have been dire. Wang Jin would not allow anyone to harm her, for she had already become his beloved. Moreover, having discovered the iron mine, they both had to be eliminated. Shuer, I will go with you. Stay behind me, Wang Jin instructed, removing his chainmail and offering it to her. Chen Shuer accepted it with a nod, donning the armor. From the recent attack, she understood that even without chainmail, her adversaries would struggle to harm Wang Jin. Once she was ready, Wang Jin marched towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Reminding her once more, Shuer, remember to stay behind me, on the other side. After shooting the arrow, Chao Wenjie realized he could not see any damage dealt and only knew that Wang Jin had not been killed. Observing that Wang Jin had hurriedly pulled Chen Shuer to safety, the two remained patient, continuing to draw their bows and wait for the pair to reveal themselves. After a brief wait, they spotted Wang Jin charging out. And Chao Wenjie felt a surge of delight, inwardly cursing Wang Jin for being a fool as he shot another arrow. However, this arrow also revealed their position, causing Wang Jin and Chen Shuer to accelerate towards them. Wang Jin saw no need to block the incoming arrow. Doing so would only waste precious time. The arrow struck him in the chest, reducing his health by 2 points due to the absence of chainmail. However, it tore a hole in his clothing, which frustrated Wang Jin, as it was his only garment. He yanked the arrow from his attire and looked up with a smile, waving at the two men not far ahead. Wang Jin's smile terrified Xiao Wenjie and Zhao San, who could hardly believe that their arrow had seemingly failed to affect him. Run. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. After all, their only weapon was the bow. And having seen Wang Jin remain unscathed from two arrows, they dared not take the risk. However, two players focused entirely on attack points could never outrun Wang Jin. Chen Shuer, seeing them flee, surged forward. Her spear skill ready to unleash. In that moment, she was filled with rage, for those two had dared to shoot at Wang Jin. Though no harm was done, the scare had been enough to infuriate her. Shuer, slow down. Wait for me, Wang Jin exclaimed, feeling a pang of anxiety as she accelerated, regretting having encouraged her to increase her speed. If she wishes to pursue something, it is likely that I would be unable to catch up with her, perhaps unable to even restrain her. Fortunately, those two individuals did not turn back to shoot arrows at Chen Shuer. With a graceful leap, she closed the distance to her target. Upon reaching the skill attack range, Chen Shuer let out a light breath, her spear slicing through the air, unleashing two shockwaves towards the fleeing figures ahead. Hearing her voice, Xiao Wenjie and Zhao San simultaneously turned to glance back, their eyes widening in astonishment upon witnessing the shockwaves. The shockwaves struck Xiao Wenjie directly. With an impressive attack power of 61 points, coupled with the spear, totaling 67 points of damage, the skill struck Xiao Wenjie, who possessed a mere 10 points of defense, resulting in an undeniable instant kill. The skill. Xiao Wenjie's health bar was instantly depleted, and he murmured a few words before collapsing to the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend why these two seemingly random individuals could not only disregard his attacks, but also wield skills. It is worth noting that skills are exceedingly rare in the current circumstances. Upon witnessing his companion's demise, Zhao San did not hesitate to continue his flight forward. However, as he ran, he suddenly stopped, then collapsed to the ground, his life force extinguished. The death of his companion meant his own erasure. A rule of this world, unless the bond of companionship was severed: kill hostile human, gain lifespan of 61 days and 3 hours. After Zhao San's death, a notification tone echoed in the minds of Wang Jin and Chen Shuer simultaneously. Yet, Chen Shuer showed no sign of fear. She turned gracefully, waving towards Wang Jin behind her. Brother, hurry up. I've already handled it. Why haven't you come over yet? Wang Jin felt a bit embarrassed, sensing himself as a mere bystander. But he promptly straightened his face and feigned seriousness, saying, Shuer, didn't we agree earlier? I would take the hits, and you would deal the damage. Why did you rush ahead? Chen Shuer playfully stuck out her tongue. I was just worried they might escape. Wang Jin looked at her, placing his hands solemnly on her shoulders, stating, even if they run away, it's not a problem. But if you get hurt, I would be deeply pained for a long time. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer's heart skipped a beat, her face flushing crimson, and she playfully grabbed Wang Jin's neck. Ah, you annoying brother, this is the third time today. I'm not a little girl anymore. If you keep this up, I will. What will you do? I will strangle you. Wang Jin couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Shuer's antics. After checking her status, he found it even more amusing and pulled her into an embrace. Whispering in her ear, do you want to sleep with me? You scoundrel, die. Chen Shuer's face had turned beet red, and in her fury, she aimed a kick at Wang Jin's vital area. Whoa, Shuer, you're serious. Wang Jin covered himself, unable to suppress a yelp. Chen Shuer glared at him, gritting her teeth. If you keep peeking at my status, I swear I'll castrate you. All right, I won't look anymore. Let us go loot the bodies. Those two had bows and arrows. Humph. Chen Shuer snorted, turning to check if the two had dropped anything of value. Wang Jin, still feeling nervous, stood up, relieved that her kick wasn't too hard. Otherwise, he might have entered a state of transcendence, living devoid of conflict. After the demise of the two individuals, they vanished, leaving behind a plethora of resources. Wang Jin approached to inspect. They had dropped a wooden bow, 18 arrows, a blueprint, and an object resembling a fish tank. Weaving machine blueprint, wood 50, fiber 20, Great Wilderness bee skin 5, beginner S fish tank, essential for fish farming. Looking at these items, Wang Jin couldn't help but curse the system. Surely, those two had more than just this. Even basic materials and food were missing, likely consumed by the system. Shuer, let us head back. It's almost dark. Chen Shuer turned with a forlorn expression. What about our fox? Chapter 31. Upgrading the cabin. The fox? Wang Jin suddenly remembered the jade fox still circling with the wild men, and he hurriedly pulled Chen Shuer back. Near the iron mine, the wild men had returned. with two guarding the ore, having sensed that someone was stealing from them, and even pilfering a corner. As for the Jade Fox, it was frolicking merrily with 5 other wild men, who were utterly helpless against it, just as it was against them due to their high defense. Chen Shuer, seeing this, shouted, "Little you, stop playing and come home." Upon hearing her call, the Jade Fox accelerated, swiftly outpacing the wild men. With the Jade Fox in tow, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer easily evaded the wildmen's pursuit, hand in hand, accompanied by a snowy white 9-tailed fox, making their way to the cabin. Upon returning to the cabin, Wang Jin immediately began to kindle a fire at the door, preparing to cook another piece of glowing deer meat, primarily because it was simply delicious. Watching Wang Jin focus on roasting meat, Chen Shuer pondered and said, "Brother, for our 5 trading opportunities today, how about we skip buying the traps?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jin instantly understood her intention. She wished to enhance their quality of life. They had successfully mined 62 pieces of iron, a considerable fortune, more than sufficient for upgrading the cabin. "Thus," he replied, "I was thinking the same. Shall we exchange materials to upgrade the cabin first?" Chen Shuer's face lit up with excitement. "Great. I'll go trade now." "Go ahead." Wang Jin smiled faintly, continuing to roast the glowing deer meat. Since upgrading the cabin required 500 units of wood and 500 units of stone, and the current exchange rate for iron to wood and stone was approximately 1:20, plus he already had 100 units of stone, Chen Shuer traded 25 pieces of iron for wood and 20 pieces of iron for stone. This consumed only 2 trading opportunities. Iron was a scarce resource, and Chen Shuer's selling price was neither too high nor too low, resulting in a swift sellout. She then promptly exchanged 500 units of wood and 500 units of stone, plus 10 days of lifespan, to upgrade the cabin. The cabin began to expand rapidly, nearly pushing Wang Jin, who was outside roasting meat, away. Once the upgrade was complete, the cabin transformed into a 2-story house with a larger area. Seeing the transformed cabin, Chen Shuer was elated and eagerly entered. Moments later, she emerged, her face beaming with excitement. "Brother, stop roasting for a moment. Come see our new house." Saying this, she pulled Wang Jin inside without waiting for a response. Wang Jin, feeling helpless, set down the meat and followed her in. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the transformation. The once cramped 40-square-meter cabin had now expanded to nearly 80 square meters, and 2 cabinets had been added. The double bed was adorned with brand-new bedding, looking even more appealing. The bathroom was more spacious, featuring a stone bathtub, 2 towels made of unknown materials, and a stone faucet. The central table had also been rejuvenated, though the kerosene lamp remained unchanged. In the corner of the room, a staircase spiraled upward to the 2nd floor. The hunting mural of the Jade Fox remained prominent on the wall, now complemented by freshly painted wooden boards that enhanced the overall aesthetic. There are surprises upstairs. After touring the 1st floor, Chen Shuer excitedly led Wang Jin up to the 2nd floor. Half of the 2nd floor was an open terrace, while the other half was an empty room. On the terrace, a water reservoir stood connected to the faucet below. "Brother, I'll go to the trading post to get some water to fill it up. We can take a bath later." Chen Shuer was as joyful as a child. Wang Jin affectionately ruffled her hair, responding softly, "Go ahead." Chen Shuer nodded and immediately activated the trading post. After admiring the house, Wang Jin turned to head back downstairs to continue roasting meat, while Chen Shuer eagerly explored their new home. Once the glowing deer meat was finished, Wang Jin brought it into the cabin, only to find Chen Shuer already seated at the table, where 3 sets of wooden bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. "Hurry, hurry! Chop the meat into pieces and put it in the bowls. From now on, we can eat with bowls instead of using our hands," Chen Shuer urged upon seeing Wang Jin enter. He complied, slicing the meat into 3 portions and placing them in the bowls, picking up chopsticks to prepare for their meal. In truth, he found it more enjoyable to eat roasted meat with his hands. But since Chen Shuer had made this request, he would oblige to owe him. It was merely a reflection of Chen Shuer's pursuit of life's little rituals. Shuer, how about we open a food gift package and indulge ourselves a bit? Wang Jin suggested. Chen Shuer's eyes sparkled, and after contemplating for a moment, she replied, "I want barbecue and beer. Barbecue and beer. Can this gift package really produce those?" Wang Jin silently wondered as he retrieved a food gift package, inwardly praying, "Barbecue, beer, and make it spicy." He then slowly opened the package. "Congratulations on obtaining barbecue 1, beer 2, whoa, it actually worked!" Wang Jin exclaimed with excitement, quickly retrieving the newly acquired items. However, upon seeing what they had received, both of them were dumbfounded, as the barbecue was merely the skewers they had eaten before crossing over, and there weren't many, while the beer consisted of 2 cans. As this it. Wang Jin couldn't help but complain, considering that this gift package was supposed to provide a day's worth of food. Yet, seeing Chen Shuer's joyful expression, he felt it was worth it. He opened one can of beer and handed it to Chen Shuer, taking the other for himself. Shuer, cheers. All right, cheers. 2 wine glasses gracefully clinked in the air, producing a crisp, melodious sound, signaling the commencement of their meal. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the two nestled together, seeking solace as they quietly awaited the clock to strike 4 in the afternoon. As night descended, they ventured out once more to confront the encroaching beast tide. Although the daylight hours had been devoid of creatures, the night brought forth their return, albeit with heightened attributes. This time, Wang Jin ignited a fire outside the small cabin, preparing for a night of battle. At 8 o'clock, the beasts vanished completely, earning the duo a total of 361 experience points and extending their lifespans by 15 days, while simultaneously elevating their levels to 6th. Just as Wang Jin and Chen Shuer returned to the cabin, a system announcement reverberated through the air. Faction announcement. A total of 750,631 teams within the Nanshan faction have successfully completed the first kill of the giant beast today, thereby elevating the Nanshan world to level 1. The probabilities of obtaining treasure chests, creature levels, and rare resources have all increased. They have made remarkable contributions to the elevation of the Nanshan world level, and rewards are now being distributed. Brave and Pioneer insignias. As the insignias indicate, they are both brave and pioneer. We encourage faction players to follow in their footsteps and strive to survive. Number of recipients: 1, 222, 531. The faction channel is now open for free. Reminder: defeating players who possess the Brave and Pioneer insignias will allow you to inherit their insignias, and they cannot be obtained repeatedly. Chapter 32: Brave and Pioneer insignias. This announcement resonated thrice in the minds of all faction players. After the announcement concluded, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer distinctly felt a searing pain in their chests. Wang Jin hastily lifted his shirt to investigate, revealing a small black, sword-shaped insignia emblazoned on his chest. Chen Shuer, meanwhile, turned her head, discreetly lifting a corner of her shirt to take a look. Hers was a fiery red insignia, reminiscent of the sun. Shuer, let me see yours, in a way. Chen Shuer swiftly covered her chest, a hint of despair in her eyes, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Filled with curiosity, Wang Jin persisted. Come on, it's not like I haven't seen it before. When did you see it? Well, actually, when your clothes got wet yesterday, it was almost transparent. Are you sure? Chen Shuer replied, her tone laced with a hint of menace. Noticing her expression, Wang Jin quickly backtracked. No, I haven't seen anything. You better not have. Chen Shuer shot him a glare. Seeing her reaction, Wang Jin reluctantly abandoned his desire to glimpse her insignia. Brave insignia, unique grants an additional talent, which can be extracted by defeating players and can be swapped at any time. Pioneer insignia, unique, doubles the probability of obtaining treasure chests. Nearby players will sense the presence of the Pioneer. Incredible, I can gain another talent, Wang Jin exclaimed, gazing at his brave insignia in astonishment, while Chen Shuer pondered her sun-like Pioneer insignia. Moreover, due to their fateful connection via the Fate Scroll, both insignias would simultaneously benefit them. Chen Shuer softly remarked, however, my insignia essentially exposes both our locations. Yes, we might become quite the target for others. The system just mentioned that killing us would yield these 2 insignias. Wang Jin reflected on the system announcement, a hint of worry creeping into his thoughts. Only a little over 100,000 individuals had obtained these insignias, constituting a mere fraction of the Nanshan population. Those without insignias would likely go to great lengths to acquire them. After all, the absence of an insignia did not imply weakness. Many might simply have chosen to forego it at the 3rd stage of the tree terminator. Conversely, those who had received insignias were not necessarily formidable. Some might merely have gotten lucky. Chen Shuer, observing Wang Jin's demeanor, reassured him, don't worry, brother, if others come, we will take them down. With admiration for Chen Shuer's fierce spirit, Wang Jin affectionately tousled her hair, chuckling, you're right. Shuer, with our high attributes and the fox by our side, we have nothing to fear. Don't mess up my hair. I'm not a child, Chen Shuer retorted, fuming, I'm going to. Wang Jin declared, playfully ruffling her hair into disarray. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Shuer shot back, retaliating by giving Wang Jin's head a good tussle. After their playful banter, Wang Jin sat on the bed, exploring the faction channel, intrigued by the system's announcement of its free activation. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer, disinterested in the chat, eagerly delved into the workings of the loom she had just created. Faction channel. With the faction channel now open, The sheer volume of messages made it nearly impossible for Wang Jin to keep up. Can anyone tell me how to kill the giant beast? I feel like it could crush me with a single step. Despite 750,000 teams having slain the beast, it seemed odd that only 2 million had received rewards. Pioneer, I killed my teammate, hehehe. What use are those two insignias? Pioneer, image. How can you kill a teammate? I thought I'd be erased if a teammate died. My teammate did nothing. I wanted to take her down ages ago. Wow, these insignia attributes are incredible. I see the Pioneer mark on the map. Wish me luck tomorrow, brothers. Pioneer, here's a tip. The third stage task point from yesterday can be completed directly, and a giant beast nearby will be tainted. I gave up on the third stage. I teamed up with my sister. Black Silk and White Silk, video calls, anyone interested in trading food? Just a heads up. We prefer guys. The system must have made a mistake. Pioneer, image, why can I kill teammates? Check out this scroll's attributes. As Wang Jin perused the messages, he noticed that those who had acquired insignias bore the Pioneer mark beside their names. The map can show our locations, he thought, opening the map to find a large red, marking the location of their small cabin, labeled with the words, Pioneer. Great, so nearby players can sense my location? This directly marks our whereabouts, he scoffed. Come here. At that moment, Chen Shuer had successfully crafted the loom, her face alight with excitement as she called out to Wang Jin. Shuer, what is it? Wang Jin approached eagerly. This loom can create clothes, all kinds of clothes, as long as there's fiber. Clothes? Wang Jin's interest piqued. He hurried over to examine it. Curved deep robe, 50 fibers, straight deep robe, 50 fibers, qipao, 50 fibers. Underwear, 20 fibers, boxer shorts, 10 fibers, black silk, 5 fibers, white silk, 5 fibers, towels, 10 fibers, toothbrush, 5 fibers, 1 wood, fiber toothpaste, 30 fibers. The loom could produce various types of garments, allowing for color selection, and most importantly, the degree of conservativeness. Wang Jin's eyes lit up as he turned to Chen Shuer. Shuer, I think you look stunning in a qipao. How about a red one? It would suit you perfectly, and we could opt for a bolder style. That black lace one looks fantastic. And there's a transparent pair of boxers. Why are you pinching me? Chen Shuer pouted. You naughty brother, if you like it. You can wear it yourself. With that, she ignored Wang Jin and crafted a relatively conservative red curved deep robe, along with a plain large black underwear. Then she went on to create 2 toothbrushes and a tube of fiber toothpaste. The loom required no manual operation. Once a creation was selected, it would be completed swiftly. As for the fiber, she had just exchanged it for iron. Afterward, she gathered her newly made garments and declared, I'm going to take a shower now. Chapter 33 The Guild Information. Do you want me to put water in the treasure chest to boil? No need. Wang Jin replied, now turning his attention to his own clothing. Due to their shared lifespan, their backpacks were also shared. Wang Jin harbored no interest in his attire and casually crafted a set for himself. He then resumed exploring the faction channel, realizing that the evening's entertainment seemed confined to the channel's chatter. Are there guilds recruiting members? Wang Jin furrowed his brow at the recruitment messages, having not noticed any guilds previously. After observing for a while, he discovered that these guilds were essentially just group chats. He sifted through the deluge of messages, identifying a few guilds that appeared promising. Tianqi, if you have obtained a mark, come join us. Here, you will find players who have also acquired marks, and we can share information. Yebi Fengao. If you are weary from the day's toil, join us.I in the evening. We will arrange for beautiful maidens to entertain you with live broadcasts. You only need to contribute 50 units of timber to gain access to the video. Transaction Alliance. If you possess a substantial amount of special resources, join us. Here, you can exchange for what you desire. Verification of assets required. After perusing the messages, Wang Jin grasped the situation. Some individuals sought to profit from this, while others aimed to gather those with strength or resources. In this world, information and resources hold paramount importance, and those who develop rapidly tend to acquire more of both. After some contemplation, Wang Jin resolved to join the guild. The Yebi Fengao guild seemed quite appealing, and 50 units of timber was not a hefty price. Compelled by curiosity, Wang Jin inadvertently opened the accompanying video. Within, a sensuously clad beauty was dancing. Quite delightful indeed. Just as Wang Jin was engrossed, the sound of running water from the bathroom abruptly ceased. A chilling voice laced with menace pierced the AI. Is it pleasing to the eye? What? Wang Jin turned towards the bathroom, hastily shutting off the video. Damn. I forgot that after sharing my lifespan, the other party could observe the channel chat. There was no privacy left. He quickly checked Chen Shuer's status. Angry, jealous. Shuer, I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. Do you believe me? Good brother, I certainly believe you. But you must ensure not to make such mistakes again. If you do so once more, I shan't pay you any attention. Rest assured, I will not err again. Wang Jin was drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated Qin Shuer to be so stringent. Watching a dance was off limits. Meanwhile, in the bathtub, Qin Shuer was drying herself with a towel. Muttering to herself, "You scoundrel, if you wish to see a beauty dance, why not just ask me? Am I not pretty enough? I am trained in dance, after all. No, I cannot let him know. What if he truly wants me to perform for him? That is absolutely out of the question." She glanced down at her chest, gasping, "Ah, what about this mark? To be honest, it is rather beautiful, but could it not be relocated? Li Sanshur has accepted your friend request." "Li Sanshur, brother, are you the Wang Jin who obtained the Jade Fox? Do you know me, Li Sanshur? Only 4 individuals have made it onto the system announcement, so I certainly remember you. I never expected you to acquire a pet and still be so driven. Li Sanshur has invited you to join the group chat." Tianqi, after exchanging a few casual words with Li Sanshur, Wang Jin was warmly ushered into the group chat. Currently, the group comprised just over 50 members, all of whom had obtained marks. The group leader was none other than Li Sanshur, and through their conversation, Wang Jin learned that Li Sanshur was a pilot who had been flying before being transported here. Upon entering the group, the members immediately began ing him, inquiring about how he acquired the Jade Fox. At that moment, Li Sanshur sent him another message. "Brother, we have compiled useful information in the group. You may review the records. If you possess any valuable insights, feel free to share them within the guild." Wang Jin realized they wanted him to disclose the method of obtaining the Jade Fox. However, he remained indifferent, as this matter was purely based on luck. Subsequently, Wang Jin scrolled through the chat records and found several useful pieces of information. 1. Tomorrow's temperature will reach 50 degrees. 2. The Ore Guardian will immediately respawn after being killed. 3. Pregnancy is not possible. 4. Treasure chests may yield capture devices. Beasts can be captured when their health is low, with a chance of acquiring pet eggs and temporary beasts. 5. In the wild, one may encounter rangers. Challenging them may yield skills and the broken yuan mark, though rangers are exceptionally formidable. 6. Engaging in a specific task, such as chopping wood, may enhance proficiency, potentially leading to special items. 7. Crafting equipment may result in critical hits, thus improving the quality of the gear. How do they know pregnancy is not possible? It seems too soon to ascertain that. Wang Jin rubbed his temples, finding the 5th piece of information particularly significant, as it hinted at the possibility of acquiring skills, yet they had not encountered any so-called rangers. He then shared his method of obtaining the Jade Fox. Henceforth, Wang Jin's group nickname was changed to Dog Tua Brother. Go wash up to at this moment. Qin Shuer emerged, fully dressed. Wang Jin glanced over and could not help but swallow hard. Qin Shuer was adorned in a loose-fitting red traditional outfit. Yet, even the loose attire could not obscure her alluring figure, transforming from a modern beauty into an enchanting figure of antiquity, especially with the few visible crimson marks adorning her chest. She appeared utterly captivating. "What are you staring at? Hurry up," Qin Shuer urged, noticing Wang Jin's daze. "Oh, right." Wang Jin quickly dashed to the bathroom, where Qin Shuer had already prepared the bath. He swiftly brushed his teeth, acutely aware that he had not done so in several days, and worried about any odors during their kiss earlier. Afterward, he stripped and leaped into the bathtub. The water was somewhat cold, but the weather was not particularly frigid. Once finished, he exited wearing only a pair of shorts. As he was accustomed to sleeping without clothes, Qin Shuer lay on the bed, just as before, her back facing outward. Wang Jin approached and lay down, instinctively slipping his arm beneath her neck and pulling her into his embrace. "It's not cold today. Why are you still holding on to me?" she inquired. "Rest assured, I'm merely holding you, not doing anything else. I've exhausted my transaction attempts. Let us sleep early." "All right." Just then, Wang Jin's hand began to wander. This time, Qin Shuer did not resist or become angry. She simply grasped his hand, preventing it from straying lower. Wang Jin, feeling helpless, could only gently, softly. Before long, Qin Shuer, her face flushed, turned to him, resting her head against his chest, and softly said, "Naughty brother, it's still not the right time." Wang Jin responded with a soft tenderly stroking her hair. Though he yearned for more, he restrained himself, unwilling to pressure this extremely insecure girl. "Shuer, let us have a kiss before sleeping." She lifted her head and closed her eyes. "Shuer, may I see that mark of yours?" "No way, you rascal. You ruined the lovely atmosphere. Let us start over." Chapter 34. Qiangqi, time. 8 o'clock, temperature, 43 to 50 degrees, weather, clear, Daylight duration, 8 hours. Xiongqi in Zhongshan is about to break free from its seal, bringing endless disaster. At 8 in the morning, the system notification rang in Wang Jin's mind as expected. Upon opening his eyes, he found Chen Shuer sitting beside him, attentively wiping the sweat from his forehead and body. Looking at Wang Jin, Chen Shuer softly inquired, "Are you awake? Shuer, how come you always wake up so early?" "It's a habit of mine. You should hurry and wash up. It's scorching today." Wang Jin sat up, stretching, and began processing the information he had just received. Qiongqi? Isn't that one of the 4 great ancient beasts? Does it truly exist? Chen Shuer shook her head. "I recall that when we first arrived, the system mentioned a challenge task would commence after 7 days, likely related to this Qiongqi. Are we expected to slay Qiongqi?" Wang Jin gazed at the image of the jade fox on the wall, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Moreover, where is Zhongshan? With this thought, Wang Jin hurriedly opened the channel. "I possess information about Qiongqi. In this world, it is merely a slightly stronger beast. There is no need for everyone to worry." "Are you out of your mind? A slightly stronger beast requires a seal? Yesterday, we nearly froze to death, and today we're on the verge of roasting. What kind of place is this? Is it a realm of extremes? I suggest everyone report their locations. Nearby players can team up. Be wary of those who have obtained marks. They might resort to killing to seize talents. Does anyone have food? Please share. My teammates and I are on the brink of starvation." The channel buzzed with chatter, yet most of it was unhelpful information. No one within the guild seemed to comprehend its meaning. After scrolling through the messages, Wang Jin could only proceed to freshen up. He then opened a food package and shared breakfast with Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox. Shuer, let us head outside. The world level increased yesterday. Let us see what's different today. Stepping out of the small wooden house, Wang Jin was instantly enveloped by a furnace-like heat. As the external temperature soared to over 40 degrees, the scorching air engulfing him. Though it was hot inside the wooden house, the presence of that jade fox made it somewhat bearable. The 9 celestial bodies that had been entirely black the day before now displayed one returning to its original appearance. "Here." Chen Shuer handed him a straw hat. Having donned one herself, "I made these. The sun is too intense outside." Wang Jin accepted the hat and placed it atop his head, glancing at the celestial bodies above. "Shuer, look. One of the 9 celestial bodies has returned to normal." Chen Shuer also looked up, pondering, could this be related to the rise in world level? Wang Jin shook his head, uncertain, for when they first arrived, all 9 celestial bodies had appeared normal. Subsequently, the two examined the watermelons they had planted and discovered that the seedlings had already sprouted, with several small watermelons forming on them. At this rate, they estimated they would be able to indulge in watermelon within a couple of days. After their inspection, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer took turns cradling the jade fox as they ventured towards the darkened area marked on their map. Having learned about the existence of rangers yesterday, they were eager to see if anyone from the guild's descriptions could be found in the wild. This time, they headed towards the Dankong forest, reasoning that the forest would not be as sweltering as the grasslands. Just as they entered the forest, their attention was drawn to a glint of metal beneath the trees. "A treasure chest?" Chen Shuer exclaimed in delight and hurried over to investigate. "Brother, it's a 2-star treasure chest." "Ha." Wang Jin's face mirrored her excitement, for this was their first time finding a treasure chest in the wilderness. Previously, treasure chests had only been obtained through defeating beasts. He rushed over and urged, "Shuer, open it and see what's inside." Chen Shuer nodded and, after cracking her knuckles, directly opened the 2-star chest. A flash of white light revealed 3 items within. Healing elixir. Restores 3 health points per second for 60 seconds. Can only be effective once at a time. Flower bed. Decorative item. Salt. Edible, pure and harmless. Wang Jin's eyes lit up at the sight of the items, aside from the decorative piece. The other 2 were of great necessity. The healing elixir could save their lives in critical moments, and although the trading post had healing elixirs for sale, the prices were exorbitant. As for the salt, while they currently had a food package, roasted fire deer meat could be preserved. Wang Jin had a feeling that fire deer meat was more than just delicious. Chen Shuer was equally pleased with their treasure chest haul. Considering it only a 2-star chest, she stowed the items in her backpack and cheerfully remarked, "Brother, I'm quite lucky, aren't I?" "Indeed, my wife is the luckiest." "Who is your wife?" Chen Shuer retorted with a light scoff. "By the way, Shuer," Wang Jin suddenly looked at her with a serious expression. Chen Shuer, confused, asked, "What is it?" Wang Jin placed his hands on her shoulders and said earnestly, "Could you please stop calling me brother?" "What should I call you then? Call me husband. Get lost? Stinky brother." Chen Shuer's brows furrowed as she pretended to strike Wang Jin. He nimbly dodged, continuing to tease, "Shuer, don't be shy. It's only a matter of time. You still dare to say that? Chen Shuer picked up a stick from the ground and swung it at Wang Jin. He dodged while exclaiming, "You're trying to murder your husband," after a bout of playful banter. Both were slightly out of breath. Chen Shuer placed her hands on her hips, drenched in sweat, and complained, "Stinky brother, it's scorching. Stop messing around outside." Wang Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Let us move on, but could you be a little gentler?" "No." The two continued deeper into the forest, still finding no trace of any beasts, as if they had vanished from the world altogether. "From where do I come, and to where shall I return? The sword knows no eyes. Each shall accept their fate." At that moment, a male voice echoed from not far away. "Is someone there?" Wang Jin grabbed Chen Shuer's arm. "It should not be. The words he spoke are clearly different from ours, yet we can understand. Could it be a ranger?" Wang Jin gasped, for his purpose in venturing out was to seek rangers. Based on the guild's information from yesterday, rangers were akin to certain human avatars, and many had encountered rangers bearing the same name. Given the frequency of these encounters, rangers should not be difficult to find. There were different levels of rangers, starting from 1-star, and even a 1-star ranger was a formidable opponent for most players at this stage. However, if they could not defeat him, they could always flee, as he would not pursue too far. With this thought in mind, Wang Jin turned to Chen Shuer and said, "Let us go check it out." Chen Shuer nodded, and together they made their way toward the source of the voice. Before long, they came upon a small clearing where a figure clad in a dark green and black tight-fitting outfit, hair tied back and wearing a hat, with a black cloth covering his face, sat beneath a tree, a shield resting in front of him. Lu Changjia, type, Ranger, star level, 1, ISNT at hot. Wang Jin remarked, gazing at the Ranger Lu Changjia, who was completely wrapped in attire. "Wang Jin, you fool," Chen Shuer rolled her eyes at him. "They are like NPCs in the game world. They wouldn't fear the heat." "You actually know about NPCs?" Wang Jin stared at her in surprise. "Of course, I've played games before." Chen Shuer huffed lightly, a hint of pride in her tone. Wang Jin raised an eyebrow at her words, pondering whether this was truly a game world. Nevertheless, he felt content that Chen Shuer had stopped calling him brother. Being referred to as brother by his own woman felt somewhat awkward. However, if she called him older brother, that would be an entirely different matter. "Wang Jin, let's go. Let's see just how powerful this ranger is." Chen Shuer suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, let us go right now." Wang Jin replied. He had learned some crucial information regarding challenging rangers yesterday. One could not attack directly, or the ranger would enter a berserk state, greatly enhancing their attributes. The proper approach was to bow to the ranger as a gesture of friendly challenge. Naturally, multiple players could challenge him at once. As Wang Jin and Chen Shuer stepped forward, Lu Changjia rose to his feet. He regarded the approaching duo and said, "Lucky ones, are you here to challenge me? Lucky ones?" Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback by Lu Changjia's words, but quickly responded, "Yes, we wish to challenge you." "Ha ha ha." Lu Changjia laughed heartily, then bowed. "If that is the case, then may we each accept our fates." Wang Jin mimicked his bow, replying, "May we each accept our fates." Lu Changjia has accepted the challenge. Defeat Lu Changjia within 30 minutes, or he will recover all health points. "Shuer, let us do this." Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Wang Jin raised his shield without hesitation, while his other hand wielded an axe aimed at Lu Changjia. -3 Lu Changjia. 497,500? Wang Jin stared at the damage dealt, puzzled. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer's skill also struck him. -9 -12 What the heck? His defense is so high. No wonder others can't win. Lu Changjia laughed after being attacked, gripping his shield and charging toward Wang Jin. The jade fox quickly circled behind him, striking with its paw, inflicting similar minor damage. Lu Changjia collided his shield with Wang Jin's, sending him staggering backward. -12 Wang Jin, are you all right? Chen Shuer called out. Wang Jin assessed the damage and replied, "I'm fine. I can handle it. This guy is as tough as I am, just with low attack power. I'll keep him occupied. You and the fox focus on dealing damage." With that, Wang Jin charged forward once more, shield raised. Lu Changjia regarded Wang Jin's renewed assault, looking more serious. Wang Jin lunged at Lu Changjia with reckless abandon, and Lu Changjia swung his shield to retaliate. However, Wang Jin braced against him, buying time for Chen Shuer and the jade fox to attack. Each collision forced Wang Jin to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shuer thrust her spear forward like a silver snake, rapidly piercing toward Lu Changjia. Each strike sparked with damage values of -6 and -7. The jade fox joined the fray, pouncing and scratching, causing Lu Changjia considerable trouble. Lu Changjia attempted to counterattack Chen Shuer and the fox, but Wang Jin held him firmly in place, making it difficult for him to escape. He struggled to break free. But his speed was lacking. Every time he aimed to attack Chen Shuer, Wang Jin blocked with his shield. The two shield-wielding men engaged in a fierce tussle, while Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox relentlessly targeted Lu Changjia. It seemed as though Lu Changjia had no weaknesses. Damage was consistent no matter where they struck. Wang Jin even kicked him in the groin, but it had little effect. From where do I come? And to where shall I return? Midway through their skirmish, Lu Changjia suddenly began reciting poetry, startling Wang Jin. Damn it, Shuer, Xiao Yu, put in more effort. Hearing Lu Changjia's poetic recital, Wang Jin shouted loudly. Lu Changjia's health was considerably higher than his, and he was stronger, able to push Wang Jin back with each blow. Moreover, the sweltering weather outside made it challenging to continue fighting. They might not be defeated by Lu Changjia but succumb to the heat instead. Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox, spurred by Wang Jin's encouragement, intensified their assault. Lu Changjia's health gradually diminished. Luckily, this one-star ranger did not possess skills. His strength lay solely in his high attributes. Lucky ones? The vast wasteland requires fresh blood. After more than 10 minutes of struggle, Lu Changjia's health finally reached 0. He uttered a low remark before collapsing to the ground. Upon his fall, his body vanished, leaving behind a skill scroll and a broken Yuan seal. Defeated Ranger Lu Changjia obtained Spirit Fragment 1. After Lu Changjia fell, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer panted heavily, not from exhaustion, but from the oppressive heat. Skill? Chen Shuer gasped. Wang Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck with his shirt as he approached to collect Lu Changjia's dropped skill scroll and broken Yuan seal. Shield Slam. Hurl your shield to strike at enemies, inflicting a certain percentage of damage and briefly stunning them. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Usable only with shield-type weapons equipped. Breaking Yuan seal. Armor, it can stun as well. Wang Jin's eyes lit up at the sight of this skill. Quickly learn it, it's tailor-made for you, Chen Shuer urged upon seeing the skill's attributes. Wang Jin nodded, immediately using the skill scroll, and upon activation, he fully grasped the usage of this skill in his mind. What does the spirit shard mean? Wang Jin pondered, a bit puzzled by the extra spirit shard in his backpack, as there was no description for it. Chen Shuer got up from the ground, saying, never mind that. I'm dying of heat. Let us rest in the shade under the tree. Wang Jin also stood up, gently cradling the Jade Fox beside him and placing it between them for some cooling relief. Even after the recent battle, the Jade Fox remained icy to the touch. Shuer, what did you buy during the last trading opportunity yesterday? Why is there nothing extra on your backpack? I won't tell you. Why are you being so mysterious with me? Chen Shuer glanced at him and added, forget that, just hold me. Ah, it's so hot and you want me to hold you? Are you complaining? Chen Shuer shot him a glare. No, no, no. Wang Jin helplessly wrapped his arms around her. You're so clingy. He silently complained to himself, recalling how she had entwined around him all night, leaving his arms sored. At that moment, the Jade Fox suddenly glanced off into the distance, letting out a few soft whines. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer looked at it simultaneously. Is someone coming? Chapter 36. Attribute Enhancement. Shuer, it's likely that our mark of the Pioneer attracted someone, after all. The properties of these two marks are quite extraordinary. Chen Shuer nodded slightly. What should we do? Wang Jin thought for a moment and said, let us wait here. You hide behind, if they're just passing by. Then so be it, but if they have ill intentions, we'll eliminate them. Although he was aware that the individuals approaching were likely after their marks, Wang Jin was not inclined to strike first. After all, if they initiated the attack, killing them would yield all their lifespan points. However, Wang Jin did not expect that merely 5 days after leaving the confines of a lawful society, the darker aspects of human nature would already manifest so vividly. Chen Shuer nodded in agreement. She was not one to concern herself with such matters, and besides, she was not afraid of killing. Wang Jin glanced at the Jade Fox and softly said, little you. Go hide. Don't frighten them. If the newcomers recognized the Jade Fox, they might flee immediately, considering it was an 8,000-year-old beast pet. Little you obediently nodded, then swiftly darted out, concealing itself in a thicket. Wang Jin positioned himself in front of Chen Shuer, quietly awaiting their arrival. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the distance, a man and a woman, striding forward with an air of arrogance. It was evident that they were quite confident, even neglecting stealth tactics. The man was robust with a buzz cut, while the woman sported long, fiery red hair. Her appearance was decent. Upon spotting Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, the man first cast a few glances at Chen Shuer, but withdrew his gaze upon noticing his companion's look, then laughed heartily. I never expected the so-called pioneers to be just a couple of kids. I didn't mind braving this scorching sun for such a triviality. You think you can take our marks? Wang Jin remained unfazed. Quite the cocky little brat, aren't you? With that, the man brandished a hammer while the woman unsheathed an iron dagger, simultaneously launching an attack at Wang Jin. They understood that a small team only needed to kill one person to succeed. And with Chen Shuer behind Wang Jin, it was clear he was the sole target. Wang Jin promptly drew his shield to defend. With a resounding clash, he was pushed back several steps, losing 16 health points in the process. Their attack power is quite formidable. No wonder they are so audacious. A smirk crept onto Wang Jin's lips as he heard the system's notification chime. The man and woman were equally astonished. They hadn't anticipated that their combined assault wouldn't be enough to fell him. Shuer, attack the woman. Her damage output is high, while the man is not attacking. They likely have chosen to focus on defense and offense respectively. Just like us. Chen Shuer replied affirmatively, immediately unleashing a skill against the woman. A skill? The man exclaimed, quickly shielding the woman. 24-38 The man staggered back, his eyes wide with shock as he shouted. Kill that woman. Her damage is outrageous. His companion was equally startled, rushing to attack Chen Shuer with her dagger. Wang Jin, observing this, sought to activate the newly acquired skill to stun the woman. Just then, the snow-white fox dashed out at lightning speed, delivering a sharp slap to the woman. The woman cried out in pain, stumbling back several steps. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the fox. While Chen Shuer drew the bow she had obtained yesterday, aiming at the woman. The arrow flew forth, but the man barely managed to deflect it with all his might. However, while he could block Chen Shuer's arrow, he could not contend with the jade fox, which was far too swift. Don't kill us. We're willing to give you all our resources, the man pleaded desperately upon witnessing the turn of events. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Wang Jin shook his head. When you prepare to kill others, you must be ready to face death yourself. The jade fox, having hesitated momentarily, charged once more at the woman upon hearing Wang Jin's words. No. The man screamed in agony, watching as the fox's 9 tails waved ominously. He understood all too well. After all, some had seen wild foxes and jade foxes, sharing images in the channels. The woman stood no chance against the jade fox, who swiftly overwhelmed her. With her demise, the man fell silent, his life force extinguished as he collapsed. Killed hostile player, gained 32 days and 4 hours of lifespan. Bravery mark activated. Do you wish to extract the talent? Attribute enhancement. Attribute enhancement. Choose one attribute to increase by 30. I thought you had some formidable talent, yet you were so arrogant. Wang Jin listened to the notification in his mind. Feeling rather speechless, he promptly chose to extract the talent, applying it to his defense. Chen Shuer similarly extracted the talent, applying it to her attack. Their attributes experienced a significant boost. After the extraction, Chen Shuer looked at Wang Jin. Smiling faintly, Wang Jin, I never expected you to be so ruthless. He even offered all his resources, and you still didn't spare him? Wang Jin shook his head. Shuer, this isn't about ruthlessness. To survive in this world, one must not show mercy. Besides, even if I were to spare them, you wouldn't, would you? If you wanted to spare them, I would listen to you. After all, who said you were your what? Good little brother. Chen Shuer blinked playfully. Wang Jin couldn't help but pat her head. Sometimes, her demeanor was indeed endearing. Let us go. We need to collect the spoils. You patted my head again, she mumbled softly as they approached the 2 fallen figures. Both had dropped their weapons, and aside from that, there was nothing of value. Damn, just 2 weapons? That's it? Wang Jin cursed upon inspecting the loot. Chen Shuer shrugged. Well, it's better than nothing. Shuer, let's continue exploring. Perhaps we'll encounter other rangers. Chen Shuer wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded. Hand in hand, they braved the blazing sun and pressed onward. Before long, they stumbled upon a treasure chest, albeit a 1-star one. Looking at the chest, Wang Jin suggested, Shuer, how about I open it this time? No, you're a jinx. Let me do it. I'm itching to try. All right then. Wang Jin thought about the infinite blood egg and decided to let her have the chance to open the box. After all, the thrill of unboxing was an irresistible allure for girls. Upon acquiring a treasure chest, one must open it immediately. This time, Chen Shuer's luck seemed rather average as the chest contained a bottle of shampoo, though she was ecstatic regardless of its brand. Subsequently, they traversed through the forest, over the mountain, without encountering any rangers or finding additional treasure chests. However, at the foot of the mountain lay a small lake, connected by rivers at both ends. Wang Jin, a lake. Let us go check it out. Wang Jin's eyes brightened. With a lake, they might be able to swim, especially in this sweltering heat. Chapter 37. Fishing, the two hurried towards the lake. Soon reaching its edge as they arrived, a refreshing chill enveloped them, instantly dispelling the heat that clung to their bodies. Gazing across the surface, the lake appeared to be veiled by a thin mist, with cool vapors rising gently. Chen Shuer gazed at the lake, murmuring, "What a beautiful lake, and it doesn't feel hot here at all." Wang Jin approached, crouching down to touch the water. The lake water was icy cold, as if it were unaffected by the sweltering 50-degree heat outside. Something strange about this lake. Why is it so cold? Chen Shuer also dipped her hand into the lake water, confirming its icy chill. However, no wild beasts were in sight nearby, so they decided to take a brief respite, as the heat was becoming quite unbearable. Wang Jin nodded in agreement and led her to a shaded spot beneath a large tree by the lake, where they sat together. Gazing at the surface of the lake, an inexplicable urge to fish began to stir within Wang Jin. He was, after all, an avid angler, often casting lines during his spare time. And he recalled having seen fishing rods for sale at the trading post. As he observed the vast expanse of the lake, his desire intensified, prompting him to suggest, "Shuer, how about we purchase a fishing rod and try our luck at fishing here?" Chen Shuer looked up, puzzled. "With no beasts around, do you think there are fish in the lake? Why not give it a shot? We're resting here anyway. If we catch anything, I'll prepare fish soup for you tonight," he replied. She glanced at his eager expression, choosing not to expose his enthusiasm, and chuckled. "All right, my dear brother, I'll be waiting for your fish soup tonight." Upon receiving her consent, Wang Jin immediately opened the trading post to search for a fishing rod. After a spirited round of haggling, he successfully acquired one for the price of 5 pieces of meat. Given that those with fishing rods nearby had failed to catch anything, they were left with little choice but to barter for sustenance. Wang Jin, unperturbed, felt that as long as he possessed a fishing rod, he would not return empty-handed. Beginner fishing rod, suitable for fishing in rivers, lakes, and seas, may possibly yield some unusual catches. Wang Jin examined the fishing rod, noting that it resembled his previous lure rod, complete with hooks and line, albeit the hook appeared rather oversized. "Is this hook meant for catching sharks?" he quipped, retrieving a piece of ordinary meat from his backpack. Slicing off a chunk to attach to the hook before casting the line into the water in one fluid motion. He held the fishing rod in one hand while wrapping the other around Chen Shuer. What seemed unimaginable for an avid fisherman was unfolding right before him. "Wang Jin, it's been over 10 minutes and your rod hasn't shown any signs of life," Chen Shuer remarked. "Patience is key in fishing." "Shuer," he replied. Sticking out her tongue, she nestled against him, ready to doze off. Just then, the fishing rod twitched a bite. Wang Jin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly lifted the rod, feeling a powerful tug on the line. "It's a big one." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jin released his hold on Chen Shuer and gripped the rod with both hands, reeling in the catch. Chen Shuer, seeing him land a fish, set aside her earlier disappointment and cheered him on. However, the immense force from the fish proved challenging for Wang Jin, prompting him to shout, "Shuer, stop cheering me on and come help. I can barely hold on." "How can I help?" she replied, bewildered. "Come over and assist me with the rod." All right. Chen Shuer quickly joined him, both of them clasping the rod together. The size of this catch was beyond Wang Jin's previous imagination. After nearly half an hour of struggle, they managed to subdue the fish and bring it to the surface. Thankfully, the lake was calm, or they might have been unable to manage without a net. Wang Jin hurriedly inspected the catch. It wasn't particularly large, a dark fish weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, but its strength was undeniable. Ghost head knife fish fry. Can be raised in an aquarium. Upon maturity, can be harvested for ghost head knife fish meat, a material from a giant beast. Time until death, 4 hours. This is a fry. Chen Shuer gazed at the fish in astonishment. "Wang Jin, it says we can raise it until maturity and then harvest it for giant beast materials. What if we obtain a large beast's hide or soul?" Wang Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Exactly. We just happen to have an aquarium. Let us take it home," Chen Shuer exclaimed, tugging Wang Jin to head back. "Wait, Shuer, it says it won't die for another 4 hours. Let us fish a bit more." "All right, hurry then." Chen Shuer eagerly tucked the fry into her backpack. After doing so, she noticed the countdown to its demise hadn't accelerated, which relieved her. Wang Jin, never one to refuse the call of fishing, reattached the meat and cast his line once more. This time, Chen Shuer had lost her sleepiness, snuggling close to Wang Jin, both of them intently watching the rod. Didn't they say fishing was futile? How is it that we're catching fish here? Could it be due to this frigid lake? Wang Jin pondered, recalling the information he had gathered when buying the fishing rod, noting how others with rods had not caught anything. Just like the wild beasts, all the fish seemed to have vanished. Before long, the rods stirred again. Quick, quick, it's biting. Chen Shuer squealed with childlike glee, springing to her feet. This time, after reeling in, the tug was not as strong, and they quickly brought the fish to the surface. Green fish, a common fish found in lakes, edible. It's not the fry we caught earlier, Chen Shuer expressed some disappointment. Nonetheless, Wang Jin cheerfully stowed away the vibrant green fish and continued fishing. They kept at it until roughly an hour before sunset, when Wang Jin reluctantly reeled in his line and, alongside Chen Shuer, made their way back to the wooden cabin. In total, they had caught 2 fry, both of which could be raised for giant beast materials, the ghost head knife fish fry and a flounder fry. They also secured 6 ordinary fish, all green fish. Before leaving, they made sure to purchase numerous wooden barrels, filling them with the lake's water to take back. As they stepped away from the lake's edge, a wave of heat washed over them, but fortunately, their journey back was uneventful, allowing them to reach the cabin before darkness fell. Upon returning, their first order of business was to rush upstairs. Yesterday, they had placed the aquarium in the empty room on the 2nd floor of the cabin. The aquarium measured approximately 6 meters in length, with a width and depth of about 4 meters each. Wang Jin began pouring the lake water he had collected into the aquarium, bucket by bucket, while Chen Shuer gently placed the 2 fry inside. As soon as they were added, the information about the fry updated immediately. Ghost head knife fish fry, growth length, 0, satiety, 10, flounder fry, growth length, 0, satiety, 10. Wang Jin, should we feed them some meat and see if it increases their growth length? Sure. After filling the aquarium with water, Wang Jin tossed in a piece of meat. Upon seeing the meat, the 2 fry darted toward it, devouring it in no time. However, their satiety increased by 30, while their growth progress only rose by a mere 0.01. Observing the meager increase, Wang Jin gasped. Who can afford to raise these? Chen Shuer contemplated the fry, suggesting, since they eat meat, why not try giving them some fire deer meat? Chapter 38, Level 10, Nighttime benefits come to an end. Hearing Chen Shuer's proposal, Wang Jin reluctantly took out a piece of fire deer meat and tossed it into the aquarium, feeling a tinge of regret for the delicious flavor of the meat. The fry, upon spotting the fire deer meat, rushed toward it, and within moments, their satiety reached 100, leaving half of the meat uneaten. Once their satiety was full, they ceased eating. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer watched the growth progress. 5. Haha, Shuer, this is promising. At this rate, it will only take about 10 pieces of fire deer meat for them to fully mature. Indeed. Let us hope they don't disappoint us once they grow up, Chen Shuer replied, gazing at the fry with hopeful anticipation. The 2 continued to watch the fry for a while, noting their lack of further appetite before heading downstairs to prepare dinner, as night was fast approaching and they needed to be ready for the impending beast tide. Tonight's meal consisted of the fast food they had prepared in the morning. Meanwhile, Wang Jin busied himself with the green fish they had caught, as he had promised Chen Shuer he would make her fish soup. Chen Shuer, not one to let him off easy, promptly declared her desire for the soup as soon as they reached the lower floor. To accommodate her, Wang Jin even purchased an iron pot and a bottle of oil from the trading post, setting up a fire outside to fry the fish. Although this meant using up 2 trading opportunities, Wang Jin deemed it worthwhile, prioritizing Chen Shuer's happiness. Before long, he emerged with a steaming bowl of fish soup. Though it contained only salt and no other seasonings, both found the flavor surprisingly pleasant, with no hint of fishiness, perhaps a peculiarity of the creatures in this world. Just as they were enjoying their meal and sipping the soup, a system announcement echoed through the air. Congratulations to Edward from the Dongshan faction for being the first to reach level 10, receiving rewards, Millennium Beast Soul 2. Due to a player reaching level 10, the Beast Tide will not occur tonight. Totem Challenge is now open. Treasure chests may yield trial stones, which can be used to challenge totems found in the wild. Someone has already reached level 10? Chen Shuer exclaimed, incredulous, as the announcement dulled her enjoyment of the fish soup. She had thought that she and Wang Jin were progressing quite swiftly, already at level 6. Wang Jin reflected for a moment before saying that Edward is one of the individuals from the team that leveled up first last time. It's only natural for him to receive a Millennium Beast Soul for leveling up quickly. He sighed, continuing, but the system mentioned there won't be a Beast Tide tonight. Chen Shuer then registered the system's final announcement, realizing her attention had been entirely captured by the level up news. She jumped to her feet, exclaiming, the Beast Tide is gone. Yes, the system said so. Shuer, don't be so agitated. Ah, that scoundrel. Why does he have to level up so fast? Chen Shuer lamented, feeling as though her sole source of excitement for the night had vanished. Wang Jin shared her sentiment, as the absence of beasts meant they would have no opportunity to gain experience. He ascended to the 10th level all alone, akin to bringing the entire world's progress to a halt. Upon opening the channel, it was indeed filled with greetings directed at that Edward family. Of course, the people from the Nanshan faction remained relatively civilized, only extending their greetings up to the 18th generation. Schwer, how did he level up during the day when there were no beasts around? Indeed, how did he manage to level up? Wang Jin pondered thoughtfully. Let us venture out tonight and see. All right, that is precisely what I was thinking. However, when the two opened the door of the cabin after nightfall, a multitude of ghosts had already gathered outside. Damn. Wang Jin exclaimed at the sight of the phantoms, promptly shutting the cabin door again. With a hint of resignation, he turned to Schwer and said, let us go to bed. I don't want to sleep. Why don't we go play in the Jade Fox map instead? Wang Jin's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about the Jade Fox map these past few days. Schwer, let us go. I must teach you a good lesson today. You think you can teach me a lesson? Heh, I assure you. I won't hold back in there. Chen Schwer beamed with excitement. Where are we going? Without further ado, the two entered the Jade Fox map. The scenery remained unchanged, with the colossal Jade Fox lazily dozing nearby. Come on, you little brother. Chen Schwer brandished her spear. Watch out, Schwer. With that, Wang Jin swiftly drew his shield and executed a skillful flying shield strike, launching a surprise attack without regard for martial ethics. He hurled the shield, and Chen Schwer, noticing, attempted to block it with her spear, though it still managed to leave her slightly dazed. Seizing the moment, Wang Jin rushed over and playfully slapped her on the back. Naturally, he was reluctant to truly hit her. He exerted only the slightest force, ensuring it wouldn't hurt too much. The dazed state lasted less than a second, and Chen Schwer quickly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with indignation at having been playfully struck. She lunged at Wang Jin with her spear, though her attack was equally gentle. As they continued to spar, both eventually discarded their weapons, transforming their playful skirmish into a light-hearted chase. You little brother, are you trying to get yourself killed? Schwer, I must say, your resilience is impressive. Wang Jin, today I shall teach you the meaning of a deadly kick. Nearby, the Jade Fox watched with keen interest as the two little ants frolicked about. However, as the spectacle unfolded, things took a peculiar turn, for the two little ants unexpectedly embraced and kissed each other. The Jade Fox felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and swiftly smacked them apart. Schwer, let us refrain from kissing in front of that fox next time. I almost became a eunuch, Wang Jin said. Somewhat shaken, Chen Schwer, unfazed, replied, kissing is thrilling. Who cares? Schwer, are you a bit bizarre? Haha, little brother, I'm off to take a bath. With a wink, Chen Schwer walked into the bathroom, leaving Wang Jin to ponder her intentions. On such a warm day, a bath would indeed be delightful. However, after soaking for a while, she felt a pang of melancholy due to Wang Jin's absence from her sight. What is wrong with me? He.s. right outside. Why am I thinking of him so much? Chen Schwer mused, casting her gaze down at her distorted reflection in the water, disbelief written across her face. Since I've already seen him, why not invite him in? It's so hot out. Yet, what about the mark on my chest? But he will see it eventually. Chen Schwer, what are you thinking? What if he can't contain himself? She fretted. If he truly can't resist, perhaps I could play coy. After all, it's bound to happen sooner or later. If I keep rejecting him, will he grow to dislike me and turn away? He was peeking at the beautiful dancer yesterday. Chen Schwer's heart was in turmoil. She longed to be close to Wang Jin, to share kisses and hugs, yet the thought of taking a further step filled her with trepidation. No matter, Wang Jin, from this moment forth, you belong solely to me. I do not wish to be apart from you for even a minute. But what excuse should I make? Chapter 39. Bathing Wang Jin, blissfully unaware of Chen Schwer's inner turmoil, was perusing items at the trading post, unwilling to squander his last trading opportunity. However, after examining the offerings, he found little of worth, and his own resources for trade were dwindling. Initially considering exchanging lifespan for traps, he abandoned the idea. With the disappearance of beasts, lifespan had skyrocketed in value, and the utility of traps was common knowledge, leaving no room for bargains. Perhaps it's not necessary to exhaust every trading opportunity daily, he reasoned, wiping the sweat from his brow. Wang Jin, Schwer, what is the matter? Come here and wash my hair. There's no shower here, and I can't manage it. Wang Jin, taken aback, responded, Are you serious, Chen Schwer? He was uncertain, remembering she had been reluctant to let him see her yesterday. Various status indicators flickered in a chaotic dance, each time revealing only two, leaving Wang Jin utterly perplexed by the situation. Will you help or not? Sure. Wang Jin promptly removed his shirt and stepped inside. He was no stranger to indulgence. The prospect of a couple's bath was not one he would refuse upon entering. He found Chen Shui's flawless back facing him, though her neck was flushed red. Gazing at her in the water, Wang Jin swallowed hard before stepping into the tub and wrapping his arms around her from behind. He instinctively glanced at the mark on her body, a crimson sun-shaped imprint adorned with intricate patterns, perfectly placed and very fitting for her. Unable to resist, he gently caressed the mark, finding it delightfully elastic. Chen Shui, eyes closed, murmured, "Little brother, are you just going to stand there? I asked you to wash my hair. That mark is quite unattractive. Please don't mind it." "Not at all, Shui. That mark is beautiful. I truly like it." "Really?" Chen Shui turned her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Indeed, I adore it." "That's a relief," she sighed. "Little brother, are you feeling unwell? You seem quite agitated." Since Wang Jin's arrival, she had sensed his rising temperature. And Wang Jin's lips twitched as he gazed at the stunning beauty before him, silently wishing anyone would be feeling this way. Shui, are you not afraid I might lose control? Afraid? Chen Shui wrestled with her own feelings, her hands trembling slightly. "You can do this. He is the only family you have in this life," she reassured herself inwardly. With that, she turned and nestled against Wang Jin, her delicate hand reaching out. Wang Jin's eyes widened. "Shui, what are you doing?" I can help you, though I'm not very skilled at it. If I do something wrong, please don't blame me." Chen Shui buried her head in his chest. Whispering softly, Wang Jin smiled at the girl in his arms, gently patting her back. "Shui, how could I possibly blame you? I can only love you dearly. Little brother, I love you too." 2 hours later, Wang Jin, thoroughly content, cradled Chen Shui as they returned to bed. On such a hot day, soaking in water was indeed a pleasure, yet one should not linger too long lest one's skin wrinkle. As they lay on the bed, Chen Shui stretched her slightly sore arms, her gaze aflame as she looked at Wang Jin. "Wang Jin, you are holding me. I feel utterly exhausted. I need a kiss." "Of course, my beloved Shui." Wang Jin's words warmed Chen Shui's heart, and she slowly closed her eyes. As Wang Jin's lips brushed against hers, she clung tightly to him. "Shui, don't hold on so tightly. It's too hot. Are you complaining now that you're comfortable?" "I refuse to let go." Before long, a fox joined them, and as they snuggled together, they gradually drifted into slumber. Time: 8 o'clock. Temperature: 16 to 21 degrees. Weather: overcast. Daylight duration: 12 hours. World level has been fully upgraded. Totem challenge has been unlocked. Granting all players a trial stone gift package 1. In the morning, the system's notification rang out on time.at that moment. Chen Shui and Wang Jin were seated at the table, having just finished breakfast. Having gone to bed early the previous night, they woke up quite early. Wang Jin placed the trial stone gift package he had recently acquired on the table to inspect. Trial stone gift package. Upon opening, randomly obtain 1 trial stone. Probability of acquisition: hunting trial stone, 60 combat trial stone, 35 boss trial stone, 4 giant beast trial stone, 1. Upon reading the information about the package, Wang Jin handed it to Chen Shui without hesitation. "Shui, you open it." Chen Shui nodded and promptly opened the package, revealing an oval white stone. Hunting trial stone. Submit the trial stone at the totem to initiate the hunting challenge. "Shui, your luck seems to have run dry today," Wang Jin remarked. Chen Shui pouted. "I was tainted by your bad luck yesterday." "What do you mean by tainted?" Wang Jin replied, bewildered. "Exactly that," Chen Shui exclaimed, lunging at him and playfully biting his ear. Wang Jin embraced her with a smile, pondering whether it was merely a moment of impulse from the previous night that now bore the weight of regret. After all, one often experiences inexplicable emotions in the stillness of the night. After gently taking a bite, Chen Shui lifted her head, wrapping her arms around Wang Jin's neck, and playfully remarked, "Brother, you haven't kissed me good morning yet. You've sullied me, so no kisses." "You scoundrel, do you dare to despise me?" Chen Shui retorted, one hand grasping Wang Jin's head while the other pressed against his chin, and then she leaned in for a kiss. Following their morning interaction, the pair crafted a final iron tool. Hand in hand, they exited the small wooden cabin, determined to uncover the nature of the totem mentioned by the system. Moreover, their current basic resources were nearly non-existent, and they needed to devise a means to procure some. Raiding a nearby iron mine seemed a viable option. As they stepped outside, they observed some peculiar stones scattered across the ground, partially buried and protruding slightly. The two began to examine the information about these stones. Song Stone Mine. Collecting yields Song Stone. Copper Mine. Collecting yields copper. Iron Mine. Collecting yields iron. Wang Jin furrowed his brow at the sight of these stones. The system had just announced that the world level had been upgraded today, suggesting that acquiring ores would become easier in the future. His frown stemmed from the realization that if the entirety of Nanshan was like this, his iron ore business would inevitably face a price drop. Although these small mines were not particularly large and were spaced several hundred meters apart, everyone would soon have access to iron resources. Wang Jin, let us mine some copper to take back. We need it for the furnace we have at the base, Chen Shuer suggested. All right, Wang Jin nodded, curious about the furnace's function, and he hefted his pickaxe to begin mining the copper ore before him. The ore was quite hard, and after nearly 10 minutes, he finally unearthed a piece. Copper obtained 1, Chapter 40. The trial of the totem after such a lengthy endeavor. Wang Jin couldn't help but grumble about only managing to extract a single piece of copper with the iron pickaxe. Even striking iron ore with a shield wouldn't take this long, let alone using a pickaxe. After stowing the copper ore, they pressed on, this time traversing the grasslands, for if the totem mentioned by the system indeed appeared, they would easily spot it. Of course, they did not overlook any ores encountered along the way, and Wang Jin discovered that using the large hammer acquired the previous day was far more efficient than the iron pickaxe. As they journeyed and mined, it took them a full 2 hours to reach the Iron Mountain. Due to the rise in world level, the guardians of the ores had leveled up to level 20, boasting a health pool of 1,000. Upon seeing Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, along with the fox that had caused them so much distress, 5 ore guardians immediately split off to pursue them. This time, it took great effort for Wang Jin and Chen Shuer to escape, as the guardians had significantly increased their speed with their new levels. Wang Jin, it seems we can't steal iron ore for the time being, Chen Shuer exclaimed breathlessly after their escape. Indeed, but look ahead, there's a totem, Wang Jin pointed out, directing her gaze to a location not far away. With a spark of excitement, Chen Shuer turned her attention to a towering stone statue, crudely carved from rough stone, standing about the height of 2 people. Its rigid outline and sharp apex were adorned with mysterious, interwoven patterns that resembled both script and symbols, glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Trial of the totem. In the great wasteland, though the deceased are gone, their obsessions linger. The virtuous souls have scattered, while the malevolent spirits wreak havoc. The candle dragon has set totem pillars across the wasteland to pacify the departed. Those who can sense the totem's power and purify the souls shall be rewarded. Candle dragon? Departed souls? Wang Jin stared at the distant totem in mild astonishment, realizing that this totem was meant to aid in the purification of the departed. Brother, shall we give it a try? Chen Shuer suggested. Wang Jin nodded, taking her hand as they approached the totem. As they drew near, a prompt appeared in their minds asking whether to initiate the totem trial. Wang Jin glanced at the eager Chen Shuer and softly said, Shuer, you little fragile one, step back. Let me take the lead. Chen Shuer bit her lip, backing away slowly while reminding him to be cautious. Once she had retreated, Wang Jin promptly chose to initiate the totem trial. Please place the trial stone upon the totem's pedestal. Following the instruction, Wang Jin retrieved the hunting trial stone he had acquired that morning and laid it upon the totem. The totem then slowly sank into the ground. Hunting totem activated successfully. Defeating the departed will yield rewards. As the announcement faded, 6 beasts resembling elephants suddenly erupted from the earth. Swan and I. Level 6. Health 350 elephants. Wang Jin exclaimed, quickly grabbing his shield and hammer. Just as he prepared to charge, one of the elephants barreled toward him with a fierce charge. Fortunately, Wang Jin managed to raise his shield in time, sustaining only a loss of 13 health points. Seizing the opportunity from the recoil, he swung his hammer with force, inflicting a 26-point damage blow to the elephant. Observing this, Wang Jin felt a sense of relief. If all 6 elephants were to engage him simultaneously, he doubted his current attributes would suffice to withstand the onslaught. Are you all right, Wang Jin? Chen Shuer, witnessing the elephant's attack, rushed in a panic and cast a skill. Her voice tinged with urgency. Shuer, I'm fine. They're not formidable. Let us take them on, one at a time. With that, Wang Jin turned to unleash a barrage of insults at the elephant, attempting to provoke it and create an opportunity for Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox to strike. As anticipated, even these departed souls could not withstand the humiliation. They charged en masse toward Wang Jin. Unfazed, he retreated while deflecting their attacks with his shield, while Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox flanked the foremost elephant. Before long, under the relentless assault from Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox, the elephants fell one by one. Throughout the skirmish, Chen Shuer's spear never ceased its assault, as she couldn't bear to see her beloved brother take hits from the elephants. Her heart aching with every collision. Swan and I defeated. Experience gain 12, lifespan 2 hours. Once all the elephants lay defeated, Wang Jin sank to the ground, exhaling in relief. Though he had survived, the repeated impacts had nearly shattered his body, leaving him with only 72 health points. If it hadn't been for the talent gained yesterday that increased one attribute by 30, he might not have endured. Brother, are you all right? After the last elephant fell, Qin Shuai knelt before him, her eyes brimming with concern. Wang Jin affectionately ruffled her hair before rising. Shuai, what could possibly be wrong? Let us go check out that super treasure chest. At that moment, where the final elephant had fallen, a chest made of crimson wood appeared, distinctly resembling a coffin rather than a typical treasure chest. Hunting totem loot, candle dragon's reward. Qin Shuai neglected to focus on the loot, instead checking Wang Jin for any injuries to ensure he was unscathed. You're always trying to be strong, yet you ended up with such low health, she murmured, tightly grasping his hand as they approached the spoils together. Shuai, as per tradition, you should open it. All right, she replied, promptly lifting the lid of the coffin-like chest. Inside lay 2 blueprints and a stone. Blueprint, common iron armor, iron 15, fiber 100. Blueprint, common iron earrings, copper 15. Song stone 5, ordinary repair stone. Used to mend damaged equipment. Wang Jin's eyes lit up at the sight of the equipment blueprints, for both items were within their capability to craft. Contemplating for a moment, he resolved to go mining, as if the totem could yield equipment, the value of ores would surely rise. Buying from the trading post would not be cost-effective, and he seemed to have little to offer in exchange for the ores. He certainly wouldn't part with food, especially since the 6 elephants they had just slain yielded no meat. Thus, he turned to Qin Shuai and said, Shuai, let us go mine. We need to craft these 2 items. Sure. Qin Shuai, seeing the equipment, momentarily forgot her earlier worries, pulling out her iron pickaxe and dragging Wang Jin off in search of her. Shuai, why don't we split up to find the ores? It will be much more efficient. What? Qin Shuai shot him a furious look. Split up? Wang Jin was taken aback by her expression. Qin Shuai immediately donned a displeased demeanor, glaring at Wang Jin and vehemently declaring, You scoundrel, do you no longer want me? Wang Jin? Observing Qin Shuai's state, Wang Jin internally gasped, hastily backtracking, Shuai, we'll mine together. Good, she replied, her frown transforming back into a smile as she grabbed his hand. I'll do the digging. You just watched and away, you little lady. What do you need to mine for? Chapter 41. Equipment Crit. The 2 began their search for ores across the grasslands, but as each ore was spaced far apart, they only managed to gather 26 pieces of copper, 18 pieces of iron, and 6 pieces of tsang stone by nightfall. However, luck was not on their side today, as they found not a single treasure chest. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Qin Shuai could hardly contain her excitement, eagerly retrieving the equipment blueprints to commence crafting. Crafting successful, obtained equipment. Common iron clothes. Crafting successful, obtained equipment. Fine earrings. Fine earrings? Qin Shuai couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Ha, a critical hit. Wang Jin, gazing at the small earrings in Qin Shuai's hand, felt a surge of excitement. He learned from the guild chat that crafting equipment has a chance of a critical hit, resulting in obtaining higher quality gear, albeit with a rather disheartening probability. He never expected Qin Shuai would achieve a critical hit on her very first crafting attempt. Stinky brother, how about that? My luck is quite good. Isn't it? Qin Shuai looked at Wang Jin with a smug expression, holding the fine earrings. My wife is the best. Wang Jin replied dismissively, preparing to take the equipment to inspect its attributes. How will you reward me? Qin Shuai held the earrings tightly in her hand, puffing out her chest and gazing at Wang Jin with affection. Wang Jin thought to himself, why does it feel like Shuai is not just clingy but a bit Yandra as well? Reflecting on their earlier conversation about separation, he inwardly scoffed. He then embraced her head and kissed her passionately for a moment before finally taking the equipment from her to check its attributes. Common iron clothes, defense 2, life 180, attribute 1, attack 3 fine earrings, attack 25, attribute 1, defense 4, attribute 2, speed 3. Wang Jin gasped as he looked at the 2 pieces of equipment before him. The first item, the common iron clothes, combined with the additional attributes, amounted to a total increase of 23 points, while the fine earrings equated to an impressive 32 points. After some contemplation, Wang Jin decided to let Qin Shuai wear both pieces of equipment, since he was currently donned in chainmail, which, while not as good as the common iron clothes, still provided an additional 11 attributes. The common iron clothes offered significant life and attack boosts, making it perfect for Qin Shuai. As for the earrings, they were custom-made for her. Shuai, Why don't you wear these two pieces? They suit you quite well. Chen Shuai nodded, placing the clothes in her backpack. Anyone can wear them. Can you help me put on the earrings? Sure. Wang Jin gently adorned her with the earrings. To his surprise, they looked quite beautiful, small and exquisite. Dio, they look good. After putting them on, Chen Shuai smiled and asked, Beautiful, my Shuai is the most beautiful. Wang Jin affectionately ruffled her hair. He then remembered he needed to craft a furnace, spending 10 copper coins and sacrificing 5 days of his lifespan. He crafted a furnace at home. This contraption resembled an alchemical furnace, and after placing it in the corner of the little wooden house, he noted, Furnace. Items placed inside can be automatically smelted. Requires wood as fuel. Shuai, I think this thing could be excellent for roasting meat. Chen Shuai leaned closer. Why don't we give it a try? I am also quite hungry. Wang Jin, upon hearing this, added a piece of wood to the furnace, which immediately ignited with flames. He then took out a piece of glowing deer meat, sprinkled some salt on it, and skewered it to roast inside. Before long, the meat sizzled and oozed with juices. After tasting it, he found the flavor pleasing, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Next, he tossed the iron dagger he acquired yesterday into the furnace, curious to see what it would yield. After all, the iron dagger was of no use to him now. Shortly after, a stone was ejected from the furnace. Refining stone. 100 Insert 5 refining stones into the furnace to obtain a random piece of equipment. The higher the total numerical value of the items inserted, the higher the quality of the equipment obtained. So that's how it works. Wang Jin mused, realizing he could combine 5 pieces of equipment into one higher tier item. Wang Jin, how about we take a gamble? Let us smelt your shield, hammer, and my spear and bow. That makes exactly 5 refining stones, Chen Shuai said, her face alight with excitement. Wang Jin pinched the bridge of his nose. Shuai, I advise against such reckless decisions. If we smelt everything and end up without weapons, how will we defend ourselves? Weapons in the trading market aren't cheap right now. Well, never mind. Let us eat the glowing deer meat first. Chen Shuai resignedly returned to her chair. Upon hearing the mention of the glowing deer meat, Wang Jin suddenly slapped his thigh. We forgot to feed the fish. He quickly dashed upstairs to check on the fish fry. Thankfully, they were still alive. After tossing a piece of glowing deer meat in for them, he finally felt relieved and returned downstairs to eat. By this time, night had already fallen, and with 12 hours having passed during the day, it was now after 8 in the evening. After their meal, the two happily indulged in a bath, then lay naked in bed, embracing each other. Wang Jin adored the subtle fragrance emanating from her. A delicate, refreshing scent. He touched his lips, which were still slightly sore from being bitten by Chen Shuai in the bathroom. Feeling a bit helpless, he then opened the chat channel, ready to browse for useful information. Li Sancher, bro, are you there? Reply if you see this. As soon as he opened it, he noticed Li Sancher had been bombarding him with messages. What's up? Wang Jin replied, bro, I obtained a 2-star mission card and want to invite you to join me. A 2-star mission card. Wang Jin furrowed his brows, immediately responding, even if you obtained a 2-star mission card, I have no idea where you are. How can we do it together? Take a look at this. Li Sancher sent over a scroll message. Team Scroll, reusable, allows both parties to form a team. Effect lasts for a maximum of 1 day, allowing the following functions. 1. Both homes create a small teleportation array, allowing for mutual teleportation, limited to 1 round trip. 2. Team members cannot harm each other. 3. Items obtained during the team period are allocated based on a system roll. What do you think? I have no confidence in the 2-star mission, but I see you have an 8,000-year-old pet, so I want to invite you to join. Plus, both of us can earn rewards. How do you know we can both earn rewards? Wang Jin hesitated to agree, as 2-star missions could be deadly. I've done it once before. I got this scroll several days ago. I think others lack the strength for a 2-star mission, so I want to try it with you. Besides, you must have obtained equipment today, right? Li Sancher explained. Shuai, what do you think? Wang Jin looked at Chen Shuai, aware that she was secretly reading the chat logs, and softly asked, I'll follow your lead. After glancing at Chen Shuai's expression, Wang Jin realized she was being disingenuous. She desperately wanted to go but was trying to play the obedient girlfriend at night. However, Wang Jin truly cared for her. All right, let us team up tomorrow. Wang Jin promptly replied to Li Sancher. Great, you're straightforward. After ending the chat, Chen Shuai wrapped her arms around Wang Jin's neck, lifting her head, wanting to kiss him. All right, all right. That night, everyone shared the same dream. In the dream, beside a volcano, a giant creature resembling a tiger with wings was roaring in anger. Its roar echoed in the hearts of every individual. Chapter 42. Evil Value. The power of Qiongqi begins to permeate time. 8 o'clock, temperature, 19 to 21 degrees, weather. Overcast, daylight duration, 9 hours. The power of Qiongqi has begun to permeate. Warriors from various tribes in the Great Wilderness are heading to Zhongshan, attempting to prevent it from breaking free from its seal. Last day of novice protection period. Wang Jin listened to the voice in his mind, suddenly opening his eyes wide, then shaking his head vigorously. He slept well last night, inexplicably dreaming of a giant creature, hearing its calls throughout the night, and now felt a bit dazed. He looked down at Qin Shuer, who was still asleep, her head resting on his chest with a little drool at the corner of her mouth. For some reason, Wang Jin felt a strong impulse to take advantage of the beauty in his arms. However, he restrained himself, pinching her cheek. Shuer, it's time to wake up. Ugh, Qin Shuer murmured before opening her eyes, which had a peculiar reddish hue. Hubby. Once she woke up, she immediately leaned onto Wang Jin. Hubby, hold me. Wang Jin was taken aback. How did she suddenly start calling him hubby when she had previously hesitated? Give me a kiss. Qin Shuer wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed as she leaned in for a kiss. Wang Jin, while managing her advances, checked her status. Wang Jin's current evil value, check 10. Qin Shuer's current evil value, check 10. What does evil value mean? Could it be related to the power of Qiongqi that the system just mentioned? He quickly examined the evil value. Evil value. The evil form of Qiongqi's power is spreading throughout the Great Wilderness, infecting all weak creatures. An evil value exceeding 70 will result in becoming Qiongqi's minion. Control your desires. So that's how it is. No wonder I almost lost control earlier. However, with her behaving like this, I'm not sure I can hold back. Furthermore, what do the Great Wilderness and tribal warriors mean? Is there another group of locals in this world? Wang Jin responded to Qin Shuer somewhat absently, struggling to control his desires while contemplating the situation. You idiot! Why are you acting like a dead fish? Qin Shuer suddenly lifted her head, propping herself on Wang Jin with a fierce expression. Wang Jin swallowed hard. It was daytime, and her bright red sun mark was conspicuous, looking exceedingly enchanting. Shuer, calm down. Don't let the evil corrupt you. Evil? Qin Shuer shook her head slightly, recalling the system's recent notification. She nestled back down, saying, Darling, I had a dream last night about a winged monster that kept screaming. It was utterly annoying, and I didn't sleep well at all. Shuer, did you dream about it too? Wang Jin exclaimed in surprise. What did you call me? Qin Shuer raised her head, her gaze turning sharp. Wife, I meant to say I had the same dream as you yesterday. Wang Jin quickly amended, that's more like it. Qin Shuer continued to rest in Wang Jin's embrace. Today, she found his body and lips incredibly fragrant, which she adored. As for the evil points, she was indifferent. All she wanted was to quietly hold Wang Jin. Wang Jin, meanwhile, gently stroked her silky hair while opening the communication channel. He sent a message to Li Sancher, but unfortunately, there was no reply, likely because he was still reeling from the effects of evil. After checking the faction's messages, he discovered that everyone had experienced the same dream and had all accrued evil points. It seemed that the creature from the dream must be Qiongqi. He wondered what would happen tomorrow. However, Wang Jin couldn't ponder too much, as Qin Shuer was becoming increasingly unreasonable. He took a deep breath and introduced the need to control his desires. He dared not gamble, for he was uncertain of the consequences, both for himself and for her. Qin Shuer, get up. What did you say, darling? Get out of bed. Don't let the evil corrupt your reason. No. After some persuasion, they eventually dressed and sat on the bench. Qin Shuer shot Wang Jin a resentful look. Wishing to dismember him, wife, it's time for breakfast. Wang Jin cheerfully handed her noodles from the food package. Humph, she scoffed, taking the noodles and sharing half with the Jade Fox, eating daintily. Wang Jin checked the Jade Fox's attributes and noted it had also gained 10 points of evil. What kind of creature was this Qiongqi, that even the ancient beasts of 8,000 years could not escape its grasp, though it was still just a cub? Darling, I'm done eating. Come and massage my shoulders. They hurt today, Qin Shuer complained. Wang Jin, resigned, went behind her to give her a massage. Just moments ago, when he tried to wake her, they nearly got into a fight. She was as stubborn as a piece of taffy. How's this pressure? He asked. Not bad. He continued. Li Sancher finally replied. Bro, sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we use the team scroll now? Wang Jin and Qin Shuer exchanged glances and nodded. Tomorrow marked the opening of the challenge dungeon. Completing a 2-star task today would undoubtedly be beneficial. Most importantly, Li Sanchi's team scroll was reusable, suggesting they could collaborate on subsequent dungeons. After receiving Wang Jin's agreement, Li Sancher promptly used the team scroll. Player Li Sancher, Lu Qingqing requests to team up with you. Do you agree? Agree. Team successfully formed. During the team period, teammates cannot harm each other. Duration: 1 day. As the notification sounded, a portal emanating a dark, ghostly glow materialized in the room. Wife, let's go, Wang Jin declared, pulling Chen Shuer through the portal, with the Jade Fox trailing closely behind. Before long, the scene shifted, and the three found themselves inside a new wooden cabin. This cabin, like Wang Jin's, was a 2-star dwelling, furnished with various items, indicating a good level of development. Haha, Wang Jin, I didn't expect you and your teammates to be so young. Wang Jin turned to see a tall man and a woman standing up with smiles on their faces as they arrived. The man was robust, wearing a tank top with a garment over it, while the woman donned a flight attendant uniform, looking quite appealing, her face slightly flushed, with sun marks partially visible on her chest. Both of them had a hint of red in their eyes. Li Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Jin greeted warmly. Level 7, even higher than me. Wang Jin was surprised to see Li Sanchi's level, but could only see their levels. Not other information. Haha, please, have a seat. Li Sancher warmly invited Wang Jin and Chen Shuer to sit, scanning them both. Seeing they were equipped, he secretly sighed in relief. He was gambling, as he had no idea of their strength. If the people who teleported over were too weak, he would not use the task card. Li Sanchi's gaze swiftly shifted from Wang Jin and Chen Shuer to the Jade Fox behind them, his eyes shining with intensity. Wang Jin, let me introduce you to my partner, Lu Qingqing. He gestured towards the flight attendant, sister-in-law. Hello, Wang Jin politely greeted. Li Sancher continued. The beautiful lady beside you must be your teammate. Chen Shuer. I recall the system mentioning her before. Not a teammate, a wife. Chen Shuer promptly corrected. Li Sancher laughed heartily, exchanged pleasantries with Wang Jin, and then his expression turned serious. Wang Jin, since we are teaming up for tasks, we should share some basic information. Allow me to go first. Qingqing and I possess the talent of potential eruption, which, when activated, boosts our attack and speed by 50 for 1 minute. Additionally, we have a damage type skill. Therefore, our attribute points focus primarily on attack and speed. Wang Jin nodded slightly, understanding that this was an attempt to gauge their side's capabilities. However, Li Sanchi's talent was indeed formidable, providing a significant boost to attack and speed in a short time. Akin to the effects of his mutation potion, it was no wonder he had developed so quickly. He just wondered if Li Sanchi's brave mark had extracted the new talent. Of course, Wang Jin would not ask such a question. Next, Wang Jin shared his own situation, only mentioning that his talent could increase more attribute points. Li Sanchi's eyes brightened, especially upon learning that Wang Jin was a tank, which made him even more pleased. As he and Lu Qingqing were in need of a tank at the same time, Li Sancher was quite astonished by Wang Jin's rapid growth, noting not only his pet, but also the 2 skills and numerous pieces of equipment he possessed. Li Gu, since we understand each other well, why don't we start the task right away? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home to rest, Wang Jin urged, as Chen Shuer, listening to their mutual flattery, showed signs of impatience, likely due to the influence of evil points. Hearing Wang Jin's words, Li Sancher no longer hesitated and retrieved the 2-star task card from his backpack. Your temporary teammate requests to start the 2-star task. Do you accept? As Wang Jin and Li Sancher were temporary teammates, the system specifically reminded Wang Jin, accept. Wang Jin did not hesitate. 2-star task, Serpent King Altar, has been activated. Task prompt, please proceed to the task location and eliminate the spirit snakes at the Serpent King Altar. Time remaining for the task, 4 hours. Task reward? Failure penalty, level -2. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Wang Jin quickly opened the map, since he had never been to this place. The map was completely dark, but approximately 3 kilometers away, there was a red dot. Li Sancher was also checking the map when he furrowed his brow. We've been to this location before and didn't see the Serpent King Altar mentioned in the task. Wang Jin, let us go take a look with that. Li Sancher led Lu Qingqing out of the small cabin. Wang Jin followed closely behind with Chen Shuer. Outside the cabin was a vast plain, with picturesque scenery, lush green grass and a tree not far away. The trees were impressively large, and a river wound through the area. Li Gu, your spawn point is quite nice, Wang Jin remarked, as the sight here was far superior to where he was. With a water source right at the entrance. Haha, if you like it here, you can move your residence. Can you move? Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Yes, but you need a home recovery scroll. Oh, Wang Jin nodded slightly, though he had no intention of relocating, especially since there was a lake nearby where he could fish for fry. They proceeded toward the location indicated by the task prompt. As they neared the destination, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. Hissing sounds emerged from the grass, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching them. Everyone be cautious. Something is definitely amiss here, Li Sanche whispered. Drawing a large knife, Lu Qingqing gripped a dagger, while Chen Shuer closely followed Wang Jin, wielding her spear, though her evil points seemed to excite her in this atmosphere. At that moment, a small green snake shot down from a large tree, darting toward Li Sanche at breakneck speed. The snake was so swift that it left no time for Li Sanche to react, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. This startled the others. Once he regained his composure, Li Sanche grabbed the green snake, and Lu Qingqing swiftly slashed with her dagger, severing the snake's head. Are you all right? Lu Qingqing anxiously inquired, glancing at Li Sanche, who had been bitten. It is of no consequence. However, the snakes are venomous, so everyone should exercise caution. Having said that, Li Sanche swiftly brought down his knife, severing a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder with remarkable resolve. Astonishing! Wang Jin could not help but exclaim at the sight. At that moment, two identical snakes once again lunged down from the great tree above. Spirit Snake, Level 1, Health 20. This time, Wang Jin caught sight of their attributes. Xiao Yu reacted with astonishing speed, pouncing forward and dispatching the two snakes with her claws. The elimination of the spirit snakes yielded no experience or lifespan. Wang Jin pondered silently. He then approached Li Sanche and inquired, Brotherly, are you holding up? I'm fine, just lost a bit of health. These snakes must be spawned by the quest, their health is quite low. We just need to be cautious. Wang Jin nodded, taking hold of Chen Shuer as the four of them huddled together and advanced slowly. Occasionally, small snakes would dart out, but this time everyone was prepared and effortlessly dealt with them. Soon, they came upon a circular structure resembling a pool. Surrounding the edifice were remnants of stone constructions, and at its center stood an altar made of piled stones. At the very heart of the altar lay a circular green orb, from which a stream of azure snakes emerged. Countless azure spirit snakes had gathered below, coiling together in a dense mass that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. The four hid behind a tree, watching the altar with trepidation. If all those snakes charged at them, given their strength, they would surely be overwhelmed. Chen Shuer gazed at the green orb and suggested, perhaps we can attack that green orb. Those snakes must be generated by it. Li Sanche shook his head in response. It is too far. We cannot discern the orb's attributes. Moreover, rushing in to destroy it would be akin to courting death. Wang Jin turned to Li Sanche, asking, what is your speed when you activate your talents? Approximately 32 points. However, even with talents activated, we likely wouldn't be faster than those snakes. But your Yuhu has a speed comparable to theirs. After uttering this, Li Sanche shifted his gaze to the nearby Yuhu. Wang Jin mused, my Yuhu has a speed close to 40, so those snakes must also possess a speed around that point. Two options. Either you activate your talents and, along with Yuhu, lure the snakes away while my wife and I destroy the orb. Or we could go home and sleep. Chapter 44. The Serpent's Orb. Listening to Wang Jin's words, Li Sanche fell into a moment of contemplation. Both tasks were perilous, each teetering on the brink of death. If he were to lure the multitude of spirit snakes away, and the orb remained unscathed, he would find himself in dire straits. Conversely, if Wang Jin and the others attempted to destroy the orb and failed to do so in a short span of time, they would be facing insurmountable odds from the incessantly spawning spirit snakes. After a brief reflection, Li Sanche raised his head and asked, what if shattering the orb proves futile? Wang Jin shrugged nonchalantly. It's a gamble worth taking. If it fails, we shall leave our fates to the winds and see who can flee the fastest. Besides, breaking the orb is our only viable route. Exterminating all those snakes is simply unfeasible. His willingness to take risks stemmed from the fact that, should the plan fail, he could expend all his lifespan in exchange for speed, utilizing a mutation potion to escape with Chen Shuer. This was a 2-star quest, worthy of a gamble. After hearing Wang Jin's words, Li Sanche exchanged glances with Lu Qingqing, both harboring a measure of curiosity about the two individuals. After all, this was a matter of life and death. However, Wang Jin had his means of survival, as did he, so he smiled and said, all right, if you dare to gamble, then let us gamble good. You should know how to lure those spirit snakes, right? Naturally. With that, Li Sanche turned and led Lu Qingqing and Yuhu away. Once they had departed, Chen Shuer softly asked, darling, why did you insist on bringing Xiao Yu along with them? Without Yuhu, they wouldn't dare to proceed. Their speed is inferior to that of the snakes. We need someone with a speed comparable to the snakes to assist them. Moreover, with so many snakes, the three of them might not be able to attract them all. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer's beautiful eyes twinkled. Darling, if you get bitten by a snake, don't go hacking off your flesh like he did. I'll suck the venom out for you. I saw that on TV once. Wang Jin affectionately ruffled her hair. It is nothing serious. Just a few bites. Li Sancher was merely anxious. A couple of bites won't kill me. No need to suck anything out. All right, Chen Shuai replied, leaning against Wang Jin, her delicate hands beginning to fidget restlessly. Wang Jin pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating how, with just 10 points of evil value, things had escalated to this point. He could only imagine what would happen if the evil value increased further. He wondered if Chen Shuai would feel embarrassed when she regained her composure. Probably not. It might just be a yearning she harbored deep down, with her evil value merely amplifying her desires. Foolish snakes. Not far off, a male voice erupted in anger, instantly snapping Wang Jin and Chen Shuai to attention. The previously dense swarm of spirit snakes near the altar seemed to lose their sanity. Surging towards Li Sancher, who had just uttered a string of curses. Shuai, let us go. At this moment, the spirit snakes surrounding the altar had dwindled to those that had just emerged from the green orb. Call me your wife. Chen Shuai shot Wang Jin a glare before charging forward alongside him. All right, wife. Resonating serpent orb. An orb formed from the saliva of the resonating serpent, containing a hint of its power. Upon use, it consumes saliva to summon low-level spirit snakes. Current quest item cannot be acquired. What a bizarre object. Just a hint of power can conjure so many small snakes. Wang Jin muttered, cursing as he read the description of the resonating serpent orb. However, this item could not be obtained. It must be destroyed. As the spirit snakes continued to emerge, witnessing Wang Jin and Chen Shuai charging forth. They too rushed at them with great speed. Wife, use your skill to smash the orb. Got it. Chen Shuai brandished her spear, immediately activating her skill and striking at the resonating serpent orb ahead. Upon impact, a crack appeared on the orb. We can destroy it. Wang Jin exclaimed with delight, quickly raising his shield to fend off the oncoming spirit snakes. However, the snakes were remarkably swift, and two managed to breach Wang Jin's defenses. Sinking their fangs into his foot, Wang Jin swiftly crushed the snakes with his hands, but a tingling sensation coursed through his foot. -1-1. Poison status acquired. Reducing health by 2 points per second. Poison status acquired. Reducing health by 2 points per second. Observing the damage, Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his defensive capabilities also mitigated the effects of the poison. Just moments ago, Li Sancher had claimed that the poison reduced his health by 7 points per second, which had driven him to hastily sever the poisoned flesh. Darling, are you all right? Seeing Wang Jin bitten by the snakes, Chen Shuai rushed towards the resonating serpent orb while anxiously asking, I'm fine. Hurry! The resonating serpent orb continued to spawn spirit snakes relentlessly. Wang Jin, seeing this, unleashed his skill, flying shield, striking the orb with force. At the moment of impact, the orb ceased its summoning. Could the stun effect of this skill also apply to the resonating serpent orb? Wang Jin mused silently. However, Chen Shuai was faster than him, having already dashed ahead. Wang Jin immediately unleashed a barrage of taunts at the newly summoned spirit snakes to draw their attention. Luckily, they were quite foolish, abandoning their attack on Chen Shuai in favor of him. Wang Jin endured a few more bites, but it was manageable. He wouldn't die just yet. Seizing the brief moment when the resonating serpent orb halted its summoning, Chen Shuai reached the altar, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the orb. Wang Jin rushed over as well, wielding his hammer and striking down with force. By the time the resonating serpent orb resumed summoning spirit snakes, the two of them had already blocked its path. With their combined efforts, the crack on the orb widened until, ultimately, it shattered. As the resonating serpent orb broke apart, the massive horde of spirit snakes that had been pursuing Li Sancher simultaneously lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground and vanishing. Furthermore, Wang Jin's poison status was eradicated. Phew, we did it. Wang Jin gazed at the shattered orb, feeling a twinge of regret. According to the description, this item was nothing short of a divine artifact. The possibilities of wielding it were beyond imagination. Alas, it could only be destroyed. Task, Serpent King Altar, Phase 1 completed. Reward, Century B Soul 1, Basic Capture Device 1. Would you like to commence Phase 2? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Wang Jin softly remarked, as expected, there is a Phase 2. Darling, let us wait for them to return. We cannot initiate it on our own. We require their agreement. Wang Jin nodded in acknowledgement, and after a brief wait, Li Sancher and the others returned. Aside from Yuhu, both were panting heavily, evidently having exerted every ounce of strength in their escape. Wang Jin, impressive. You succeeded. Enough of such chatter. What do we do about Phase 2? Li Sancher sat down, waving his hand. This task doesn't require immediate confirmation. Lu Qingqing and I just activated our talents and are currently in a weakened state. Moreover, we've both been bitten by snakes and have low health. It would be better to return to the cabin for a while, recuperate, and then initiate the next phase. Wang Jin nodded, as he too was left with merely half his health. He had lost it rapidly, at a rate of 8 points per second. Subsequently, the four of them returned to the cabin, resting for several hours until their health was restored before heading back to the altar. Task: Serpent King Altar. Stage 2 commences. Task requirement: defeat the Spirit Serpent King. Note: upon leaving the altar's vicinity after the task is initiated, the task will fail. Task reward: 4-star treasure chest 1. Failure penalty: level -4. Chapter 45. The Spirit Serpent King. The moment Stage 2 commenced, the altar ahead erupted in a blinding radiance. In the blink of an eye, a massive jet-black serpent, measuring between 7 to 8 meters in length, slowly emerged from the altar. Once its colossal form fully materialized, it immediately fixed its gaze upon the four individuals before it, its forked tongue flickering in and out, emitting a hissing sound. Spirit Serpent King, boss level, level 10, health 100.100 health. The four exclaimed in astonished unison. However, after a brief moment of shock, Wang Jin decisively brandished his shield and hammer and charged toward the Spirit Serpent King without hesitation, shouting, "Forget its attributes, attack!" Qin Shuer and Li Sancher promptly followed suit, not hesitating in the slightest. Seeing them approach, the Serpent King twisted its massive body violently, its thick tail whipping through the air like a stout whip, striking fiercely at Wang Jin, who was at the forefront. Quick to react, Wang Jin raised his shield to defend. With a thunderous clash, although the shield successfully absorbed the fierce blow, the tremendous force left his arm tingling with numbness. It has quite the strength. Be cautious, Wang Jin warned the others after blocking the attack. Yet, the Spirit Serpent King, undeterred, surged toward him with the speed of an arrow. At this moment, Qin Shuer and Li Sancher had successfully flanked it from both sides. Seizing the opportunity to unleash their skills upon the Spirit Serpent King, -18, -26, -21. 3 damage values briefly flashed upon the Serpent King's form. However, just when they believed the Serpent King had sustained injury, its health swiftly returned to its original state. It can regenerate health, Wang Jin muttered, his eyes glued to the Serpent King's health bar while once again raising his shield to fend off its assault. Lu Qingqing, who had been closely monitoring the battle, quickly discerned the underlying issue. The altar is the problem. Every time the Serpent King suffers damage, the altar emits a glow, and its health is instantly restored. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin shouted, "You all attack the altar. Xiaoyu, come with me to distract this serpent." At that moment, the Spirit Serpent King's aggression intensified, its massive form twisting violently as it bore down upon the group. "Be careful, darling," Qin Shuer cautioned, concern etched on her face, before dashing toward the altar with her spear in hand. Li Sancher and Lu Qingqing quickly followed suit. Xiaoyu, leveraging her speed, darted behind the Spirit Serpent King, using her sharp claws to viciously scratch at its tail. Infuriated, the Serpent King turned to retaliate, but Xiaoyu, agile and swift, evaded its strikes, engaging in a dance of evasion. The Serpent King, thoroughly provoked by Xiaoyu's antics, abandoned its assault on Wang Jin, redirecting all its wrath towards Xiaoyu. Utilizing her nimble agility, she deftly dodged the Serpent King's attacks. Observing that Xiaoyu could momentarily divert the Serpent King's attention, Wang Jin quickly shifted his focus to the altar. He saw Qin Shuer make the first strike, her spear thrusting toward the altar with great ferocity. Yet, the altar's surface shimmered instantly, effortlessly deflecting her fierce attack. The tip of her spear merely sparked against the protective glow. Li Sancher, witnessing this, let out a furious shout, raising his great sword high and unleashing all his might in a powerful downward slash. The blade, accompanied by a howling wind, struck the altar, leaving only a shallow white mark on its surface. The altar remaining unscathed. In fact, the glow intensified after the assault. Lu Qingqing also launched her attack, but the outcome was no different. The altar seemed an impregnable fortress, with their every strike failing to inflict any significant damage. "This thing is indestructible," Li Sancher exclaimed in exasperation after several fruitless attempts. "We can't even breach its surface." Qin Shuer, equally worried, recognized the dire situation. Wang Jin, observing the Serpent King preoccupied with Xiaoyu, felt a surge of anxiety. For the Serpent King hardly acknowledged Xiaoyu's attacks. In just a moment, Xiaoyu had been struck by the Serpent King's tail. If we can't damage the altar, we have no choice but to launch a simultaneous assault on the serpent. Attempting to deplete its health in one fell swoop, as he spoke, Wang Jin rushed to assist Xiaoyu. I have a skill that can stun this serpent for a brief moment. All right, let's give it a try. Chen Shui replied, also moving to aid Xiaoyu. Wait, Li Sancher interjected as he approached Wang Jin. My skill can break armor. Let me recover it first, or I fear our damage won't suffice. Foolish serpent, Wang Jin roared. For at that moment, the serpent had coiled its tail around Xiaoyu after striking her, her health rapidly dwindling. As the spirit serpent king turned toward Wang Jin, he brandished his shield while glancing back. How long until your skill is ready? For minutes, damn it. Why does it take so long to cool down such a useless skill? Wang Jin lamented, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the spirit serpent king. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the serpent's relentless attacks. The colossal force of the serpent king collided with his shield, each impact forcing immense pressure onto Wang Jin's arms and body. Fortunately, thanks to the Mark of the Brave, he had acquired enhanced attributes. Along with his innate defense and the protection from his equipment, he had reached a defense level of 54, allowing him to withstand the Serpent King's fury. Meanwhile, Chen Shui, Li Sancher, and Lu Qingqing, being much less durable, could only attack from the sidelines, doing their utmost to hinder the Serpent King's strikes. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was more aggressive, as her health and defense were relatively robust. As time ticked away, Wang Jin's arm that bore the shield grew numb from the Serpent King's assaults, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His health dwindled to 110, but due to the nature of this world, despite the pain, he could still endure. Is your skill ready yet? If not, we must attack now. Chen Shui glared fiercely at Li Sancher. Almost there. Just hold on for another 30 seconds. However, at that moment, the altar began to shift once more. A surge of azure light flashing. The spirit serpent king opened its maw wide, spewing forth a torrent of dark green venom. In an instant, the ground around the altar was inundated with poison. You are now poisoned, losing 2 health points per second. Seeing his poison status, Wang Jin quickly checked on Chen Shui and Xiaoyu. They too were afflicted by the poison. Calculating the time, Xiaoyu could endure. But Chen Shui, with only 20 defense and 320 health, would lose 11 health points every second, unable to last for 30 seconds. Chapter 46. Slaying the Spirit Serpent King with only 100 days of life remaining. He couldn't afford to use it now. He'd save it for a potential escape if their combined assault failed. According to the task rules, if they were to flee beyond the altar's boundaries, the Serpent King should cease its pursuit. Wang Jin thought rapidly and then shouted to Li Sancher, "Can you two hold on?" Li Sancher clenched his fists, unwilling to forfeit the task reward, especially a 4-star treasure chest. And the penalty of losing 4 levels was unacceptable. We can hold on, but once my skill is ready, we'll all be low on health. It's a gamble. All right, wife, take some medicine, Wang Jin urged, upon hearing his command. Chen Shui immediately retrieved the solitary healing pill from her backpack and consumed it. The healing pill would restore 3 health points per second, just enough to last through the next 30 seconds. However, she couldn't afford to be struck by the Spirit Serpent King. Not only she, but Li Sancher and his wife were in the same precarious situation. Wang Jin could only curse under his breath, continuing to block the Serpent King's advances. Occasionally, Xiaoyu would divert its attention, her speed allowing her to momentarily draw its ire. Yet, the agony of poisoning made the ordeal excruciating for all. I'm ready, Li Sancher shouted triumphantly, his talent having activated. Finally, if it were any later, we would all be finished, Wang Jin thought, immediately using his skill, Shield Strike. Now, as the shield flew forth, Wang Jin anxiously called out, for they needed to strike simultaneously. Otherwise, the Spirit Serpent King would regenerate its health, forcing them to flee. Once the Serpent King was stunned, Li Sancher was the first to attack, his great sword cleaving through the air, leaving a crimson arc as it struck the serpent's form. Chen Shui, Lu Qingqing, Xiaoyu, and Wang Jin followed suit. 109 All their assaults converged, a blood-red damage value manifesting. The Spirit Serpent King opened its mouth, emitting a hissing sound as the group continued their relentless strikes. Their weapons raining down upon it. 100 with a final hiss, the Spirit Serpent King collapsed to the ground, the poison and altar swiftly vanishing, restoring everything to its original state. Task, Serpent King Altar, completed. Reward obtained. 4-star treasure chest 1. Upon hearing the task completion notification, the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. That was merely a 2-star task. It was absolutely brutal. Wang Jin spat a mouthful of blood and said. Li Sancher chuckled and replied, Indeed, but fortunately we succeeded. Had it not been for you, I would likely have perished had I sought help from someone else. Ha ha! Who told you to use your skills right from the start? Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to struggle so hard. Chen Shuer, showing no restraint, retorted sharply at Li Sancher, then hurried to Wang Jin's side to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Who are you talking about? Lu Qingqing, overhearing Chen Shuer's rebuttal, furrowed her brows in displeasure and was ready to explode with anger. Talking about him. Chen Shuer pointed at Li Sancher, her other hand gripping a spear, her gaze icy under the influence of the evil value. You recording death. Lu Qingqing, unable to contain her fury, brandished a dagger, preparing to strike. Stop, stop, stop. Li Sancher hurriedly restrained Lu Qingqing, pinching his brow in exasperation before turning to Wang Jin and saying, Brother Wang Jin, it is indeed my fault, but my wife is usually not like this. Wang Jin also pulled Chen Shuer back, assuring her, It's all right, you wouldn't know. My wife is usually not like this either. After Wang Jin said this, he exchanged a glance with Li Sancher, both sharing a bittersweet smile. It seemed that the evil value had a greater effect on women. Noticing the tension, Li Sancher stood up and took Lu Qingqing by the arm. Addressing everyone, since the mission is complete, why don't we return to the cabin? We're all low on health. It would be unwise to encounter danger now. Wang Jin immediately agreed, guiding Chen Shuer back. Once they returned to the cabin, Li Sancher finally felt at ease and turned to Wang Jin, asking, Brother, do you have any information about tomorrow's dungeon? Wang Jin shook his head. No, but there should be many indigenous residents in this world. Indeed? I wonder if these so-called tribal warriors can stop the Chongqi. Li Sancher sighed and continued. The giant beast I dreamt of yesterday is likely beyond our capabilities. Brotherly, if there's anything, we should communicate through the channel. We'll head back now. After saying this, Wang Jin subtly gestured to him. Li Sancher was about to insist they stay for a meal when he caught the look in Wang Jin's eyes and glanced at the two women nearby. At that moment, Chen Shuer and Lu Qingqing were both clenching their fists, staring intensely at each other, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. Li Sancher said, a sense of dread creeping in. Observing this, Wang Jin quickly pulled Chen Shuer and waved at Li Sancher. Brotherly, we're leaving now. With that, he led Chen Shuer and Yu Hu through the portal. As the world spun around them, they soon found themselves back in their own cabin. Husband, open the treasure chest, open the treasure chest. As soon as they returned, Chen Shuer exclaimed eagerly. Wang Jin promptly retrieved the level 4 treasure chest from his backpack. The chest was silver in color, adorned with 4 prominent stars. Wife, let me open it. No way. Chen Shuer exclaimed, hugging the chest tightly. It's been ages since I opened a treasure chest. I'm so excited. After rubbing her hands together, she directly opened the 4-star treasure chest. Inside lay only one item, a green orb. Ming Shizhu both exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the green orb. Wang Jin held the orb carefully in his hand for a closer inspection. This Ming Shizhu was not as large as the one they had seen at the altar today, roughly the size of a fist. As soon as he held the Ming Shizhu, he understood its usage. With a thought, a green spirit snake slithered out from the orb. Husband, we can control this snake. Chen Shuer said with delight as she gazed at the spirit snake before them. Wang Jin nodded. The moment the spirit snake emerged from the Ming Shizhu, both felt a faint connection to it. Wang Jin extended his hand, and the snake flicked its tongue, obediently crawling onto his palm. Summoning the spirit snake will consume the power of the Ming Shizhu. But as long as the spirit snake returns to the orb, the consumed power can be restored. Haha, let me play with it. Chen Shuer declared, taking the green spirit snake from Wang Jin's hand and playfully placing it around her neck. Look, it's flicking its tongue at me to show affection. Wang Jin thought silently, observing the delighted Chen Shuer. Aren't most girls afraid of snakes? Chapter 47. A Night of Warmth. Rising evil value. Wang Jin didn't mind and patted her head. Preparing to eat, however, he regretted it immediately, as Chen Shuer gazed at him with a sultry look. Wang Jin returned her gaze, a surge of desire rising within him, wishing to pounce on her instantly. Control yourself. Control yourself. Control yourself. He repeated in his mind, forcefully suppressing those thoughts, determined not to be ruled by desire. Wife, let us eat first. I'm hungry. All right. She came over, sitting on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. and softly whispered in his ear, "I want you to feed me, Chen Shuer. You're not like this. It's only 10 points of evil value." Wang Jin internally scoffed. "I just got injured. Please don't sit on my lap." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer pinched him hard on the thigh. Wang Jin yelped, his mouth twitching. "What was that for? You little rascal, did you think I've lost my mind? I can check your status, you know. So you're completely fine." Wang Jin sighed in relief. "Yes." After saying this, Chen Shuer gently pressed on Wang Jin's chin, looking adorably helpless as she said, "Husband, don't you like me like this? Damn, what is normal about this?" Wang Jin grumbled internally, yet he could only express how much he liked her. Subsequently, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer shared a rather peculiar dining experience that they would find unforgettable. After finishing their meal, there were still several hours until dark, with the dungeon challenge set to begin tomorrow. Wang Jin didn't wish to waste the daylight in tender embraces. After a few affectionate gestures with Chen Shuer, he suggested, "Wife, let us go mining. It's not dark yet." Upon hearing Wang Jin speak of business, Chen Shuer paused. "Right, we obtained a century-old beast soul. Let us give it to Xiaoyu. She's only level 4. All right." Wang Jin shared this thought. Once the Jade Fox consumed the century-old beast soul, she would level up, gaining 18 attribute points, which would be more beneficial than keeping it for himself. After tossing the century-old beast soul to Xiaoyu, she gulped it down and immediately leveled up to 5, receiving 18 attribute points. Wang Jin then examined the beginner's capture device he had acquired, discovering it could only capture beasts ranging from levels 1 to 20. However, as there were no beasts outside at the moment, the capture device would remain idle for now. He then went upstairs to feed the fish fry a piece of fire deer meat. The fish fry had now grown by 15, appearing significantly larger. Initially, Wang Jin had considered catching some fish to keep, but it seemed the fish tank could no longer accommodate any more. After returning downstairs, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer discussed selling all the items they could to exchange for lifespan value, ensuring they had enough to face the dungeon tomorrow. However, lifespan value was becoming increasingly expensive, and the only resources they could exchange were ordinary meat and a few useless weapons. The food gift pack and fire deer meat were definitely to be kept. While ore prices had plummeted, the materials from the great wilderness beasts could only be reserved, as few people needed them at the moment. Ultimately, Wang Jin sold the remaining 34 pieces of meat at the price of 2 days of lifespan per piece. Meat was a hot commodity, as many people were facing food shortages. A large knife and a bow exchanged for 12 and 14 days of lifespan, respectively. After the transactions, their lifespan value reached 189 days and 7 hours. Having completed everything, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer stepped out hand in hand. Outside, the watermelon vines in the 3-star soil had produced 2 large watermelons. It looked like they would be enjoying watermelon tonight. Satisfied with the sight of the watermelons, both felt pleased, having subsisted on food gift packs and meat all day without any fruit. The berries they had picked earlier had long been devoured as snacks. After admiring the watermelons, the two embarked on their mining journey, though Chen Shuer was reluctant to part from Wang Jin, leading to moderate efficiency. Before long, they returned to the cabin just before nightfall, picking the watermelons along the way. During their outing, they had mined a total of 12 pieces of iron, 8 pieces of copper, and 7 pieces of azure stone, grateful for the hammer that made the task faster. Once back, Chen Shuer and Wang Jin sliced open the watermelons and shared half. She then promptly stood before the loom, selecting fabrics. The fibers needed for clothing were inexpensive, easily obtained by cutting grass, allowing them to change outfits almost daily. However, when Wang Jin saw the clothes she had made, his eyes lit up. She had crafted a pair of white stockings as well. Holding the garments, Chen Shuer walked straight to the bathroom, saying, "Husband, come in and scrub my back." Let us skip it today. I want to sleep." Wang Jin thought longingly, but he had to maintain his composure. "Hurry up, or I'll have to force you." Chen Shuer was unyielding, reaching out to pull him along. Fine. With no other choice, Wang Jin followed her into the bathroom. At this moment, the sky outside had completely darkened, and faint roars began to echo in every corner of the great wilderness. Wang Jin's current evil value, 11. Chen Shuer's current evil value, 11. The evil values of everyone began to rise slowly. At this moment, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer remained oblivious, lying in bed together after their bath, embracing one another. "Shuer, you must be a dog," Wang Jin remarked, touching his lip where he had been bitten. "Darling, I'm so sorry. I was just a bit too excited. Let me blow on it for you," Chen Shuer said, her heart aching as she lifted her head and gently blew on his lips. Observing this, Wang Jin wrapped his arms around her, softly patting her shoulder. "My dear, control yourself, restrain your desires. Do not let the evil value take hold of you. Not at all, I am completely aware. This is simply my innermost thought, in truth. Chen Shuer was quite lucid, yet she felt emboldened rather than shy or fearful since the emergence of the evil value. She believed it was only natural, she was merely following her heart. Darling, why have you become so honest? Didn't you want to look at the white stockings I just wore? Darling, you were pushing me. Wang Jin, despite his reluctance to take advantage of the situation, could no longer endure her provocations. Tio Hell with controlling desires, he swiftly turned Chen Shuer over. Come on. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she kissed Wang Jin passionately, tightly embracing his neck, longing to become one with him. After a while, Wang Jin lifted his head and looked at Chen Shuer, whose gaze was dreamy, softly saying, Wife, I love you. Chen Shuer clung even tighter around his neck, responding, I love you too, darling, darling, darling. We must never part. If you leave me, I shall strangle you. At that moment, Wang Jin could think of nothing else as a crimson light flickered in his eyes. Never part. Wang Jin's current evil value, 17. Chen Shuer's current evil value, 19. Chapter 48. Qiongqi, evil form, time. 8 o'clock, temperature, 21 to 25 degrees, weather, overcast, daylight duration, 8 hours. Qiongqi, evil form, challenge instance has commenced. Instance completion is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, D, with rewards distributed based on performance. Survive to receive a D-grade completion reward. As dawn broke, Wang Jin awoke to the sound of notifications echoing in his mind. He yawned, still feeling a bit drowsy. Looking down, the multitude of kiss marks on his body seemed to narrate the wildness of the previous night. Chen Shuer remained asleep in his embrace, and Wang Jin gently caressed her still rosy cheeks. He had not anticipated that this innocent girl would possess such wildness. Initially, he had found himself at her mercy, ultimately exerting tremendous effort to turn the tables. Were it not for the existence of attribute points, his reputation might have been irreparably tarnished. Perhaps sensing Wang Jin's movements, Chen Shuer murmured in her sleep, Darling, I love you so much. Yet she did not awaken, likely too exhausted. Listening to her words, Wang Jin kissed her forehead. At that moment, a flicker of crimson light crossed his eyes as an urgent desire to rouse Chen Shuer surged within him. However, he shook his head, forcibly diverting his attention to examine the instance's situation. After all, it pertained to their very lives. Damn it. Why has Shuer's evil value risen to 21 points, and mine to 19? Upon seeing the attributes, Wang Jin was left momentarily stunned. Roar at that moment. A distant roar echoed from outside the cabin. Hearing this sound, Wang Jin smirked, inadvertently squeezing Chen Shuer. What am I doing? Suddenly, he realized, shaking his head vigorously. A chill coursed through him. He had heard that roar the previous night, but his focus had been entirely on Shuer, and she had been similarly preoccupied. They had completely overlooked it. Chen Shuer's current evil value, 22. Wang Jin's current evil value, 20. Just hearing that roar increased the evil value. Even Shuer, while sleeping, had seen an increase. Observing the rising evil values, a wave of dread washed over Wang Jin. The instance did not specify when it would conclude. The minimum requirement was simply to survive. At this rate, the evil value would reach 70 within 2 days. Wang Jin hurriedly opened the chat channel. Does anyone know how to clear the instance? My wife seems to have transformed into a different person. There are many monsters outside. I am so hungry. I want to kill them and feast on their flesh. Beware of your evil values. They will magnify your desires infinitely. Qiongqi, I see it, in the sky. I see it too. That is beyond our capacity to handle. I want to go home. My lifespan is nearly depleted. Someone, please give me a little. I beg you. My husband is my real-life husband. He went mad this morning and beat me severely, calling me a filthy whore. He wants to kill me. Someone save me. Haha, you all deserve to die. Wang Jin gazed at the messages in the channel, feeling a chill in his heart. It seemed everyone was somewhat unhinged. He sent a message to Li Sancher, but received no reply. Considering what they had mentioned about beasts outside and seeing Qiongqi, Wang Jin resolved to get up and investigate. He carefully extricated himself from Chen Shuer's embrace and sat up. Darling, where are you going? As soon as Wang Jin freed himself from Chen Shuer's hold, her eyes flew open. Wife, the instance has begun today. I'm going to check the situation. Wait. Chen Shuer sat up and bit his ear from behind. Just a little longer. Wang Jin swallowed, feeling the heat within him clash fiercely with his reason. If you're tired, you can sleep. No, I will not lose, she whispered softly, her face tinged with a shy blush. Murmuring in Wang Jin's ear, "Are die in an instant." A flash of crimson light danced in Wang Jin's eyes as he turned to her, seizing her head and kissing her fervently. Over an hour later, Wang Jin and Qin Shuai donned their clothes and finished breakfast before opening the door of the cabin. This time, their evil values did not increase, which brought Wang Jin a sigh of relief. The weather outside was dim and murky, seemingly shrouded in mist, with visibility limited to just a few meters. The two instinctively looked up to find a once normal celestial body now radiating light above them. That light formed the silhouette of a colossal beast. Even from afar, Wang Jin and Qin Shuai could discern the creature's form. It was a massive beast resembling a tiger, adorned with twin horns and wings. Its body a deep crimson. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the monster from Wang Jin's previous dream. At the same time, a message arrived. Qiongqi, evil, divine protection, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, Gue, level, 60, age, 50,000 years, description, one of the most formidable beasts of the great wilderness. Possessing dual forms of good and evil, its evil form brings endless calamity to the great wilderness. Only by dispelling its evil, darling. Is that Qiongqi? Qin Shuai gasped, her mouth agape as she gazed at the beast's shadow above. Qin Shuai's current evil value, 24. Wang Jin's current evil value, 22. Do not look at it. Wang Jin immediately covered Qin Shuai's eyes. Having glanced at it, both of their evil values had increased by 2 points. Qin Shuai snapped back to reality and quickly averted her gaze. Then, stretching her arms, she suggested, "Darling, let us go outside for a stroll." The system just prompted a way to clear the instance, with no other details provided. Wang Jin nodded, casting a glance at her. She was clad in a white ancient outfit, and as she stretched, her enticing curves were perfectly showcased. Moreover, her eyes shimmered with a hint of red, and her chest bore a fiery crimson mark, rendering her an enchanting sight. Wang Jin couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Noticing his stare, Qin Shuai playfully patted his shoulder. "You naughty boy, control yourself a bit. Do not let the evil corrupt your mind." "What? I should control myself? Qin Shuai, do you not feel any guilt saying that?" Wang Jin replied, bewildered. Qin Shuai smiled awkwardly, stuck out her tongue, and tilted her head, saying, "Did you not say last night that you liked it?" Let us first see what's outside." After saying this, Wang Jin took Qin Shuai's hand and walked outside. Meanwhile, he glanced at the jade fox accompanying them. Its evil value was also at 15 points. But it had yet to exhibit any unusual behavior. They had not ventured far when a beast resembling a raccoon appeared before them. It stood upright, about 2 meters tall, with crimson eyes and wielding a long spear. Qiongqi's minion, raccoon, level, health. Description: a raccoon person formed from the corruption of Qiongqi's evil power. No one knows what it was before. Chapter 49. The corrupted minion of Qiongqi, finally. Beasts have emerged, Wang Jin remarked as he gazed at the raccoon before them. If no beasts had appeared, many would likely starve, as the vast majority had chosen not to venture out during the stormy day. Thus, the opportunity to procure sustenance was inevitably missed, along with the chance to hunt the colossal beasts. From that day forth, the disappearance of the wild creatures equated to the vanishing of meat resources. The populace had to seek out various wild fruits, rely on cultivated fields, or purchase food at exorbitant prices from the trading posts. Consequently, the ordinary piece of wild beast meat that Wang Jin acquired yesterday could extend one's lifespan by 2 days. It is worth noting that as the beasts vanished, acquiring longevity became exceedingly arduous. The majority of individuals now live day by day. Each day, there were casualties due to food shortages or the depletion of their lifespans. The channel frequently showcased individuals pleading for morsels of food or fragments of life. However, in such dire circumstances, no one was inclined to play the benefactor. "Husband, Xiao Yu and I are going to test its prowess," Qin Shuai exclaimed eagerly, brandishing her long spear as she charged towards the raccoon. "Shuai, be cautious." Wang Jin hastily followed. However, Yuhua, being the swiftest, darted ahead to confront the raccoon, delivering a sharp slap. Despite the lack of visible health points for the raccoon, it staggered back several paces from Yuhua's strike. Wang Jin's eyes gleamed at this sight. It seemed not overly formidable. After being struck by Yuhua, the raccoon let out a furious roar and lunged forward with its spear aimed at Yuhua. Its attacks were chaotic and unfocused, easily dodged by Yuhua. Subsequently, Qin Shuai joined Yuhua in a coordinated assault on the raccoon, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Wang Jin observed, realizing that while the raccoon's attacks were minimal, it had considerable endurance and posed little threat to Qin Shuai. In contrast, Qin Shuai's spear danced with ferocity, puncturing the creature multiple times. Yet, even so, the raccoon continued to roar defiantly, seemingly impervious to pain. As it flailed its spear wildly, before long, the raccoon collapsed, its body vanishing upon death. On the ground, a luminous orb dropped. Kill the minion of Cheongchi, gain Evil Thought 1. What is Evil Thought? Upon hearing the notification, Wang Jin immediately checked his backpack for the Evil Thought. Evil Thought. Purify creatures tainted by Cheongchi. No effects were displayed. Sighing at the sight of the dark substance in his backpack, Wang Jin felt certain it must hold some value. At that moment, Chen Shuer approached him, clutching the spoils they had just acquired, which included a piece of meat. Meat? Wang Jin queried, perplexed, as the system had stated that hunting ordinary beasts would no longer yield meat. This is not ordinary meat, Chen Shuer remarked disdainfully, placing it into her backpack. After inspecting the meat's details, Wang Jin's expression soured. Meat of unknown creature. Flesh tainted by Cheongchi's malevolent power. Consumption will increase evil value. Meat of an unknown creature. Wang Jin clenched his fist upon reading the description. Consuming this meat would only hasten death through the accumulation of evil value. Although he lacked for nothing in terms of food, many were in dire need. Those desperate for sustenance might resort to consuming it. Before his transmigration, he had merely been a university student with a strong sense of patriotism. He was loath to witness so many of his compatriots perish here. Yet, he felt powerless, left only to care for himself and Chen Shuer. Sensing Wang Jin's emotional shift, Chen Shuer tugged at his sleeve. Husband, we cannot concern ourselves with others here, at least not for now. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Wang Jin's eyes, and he quickly regained his composure. Shuer, you are right. Let us continue searching for wild beasts. I have a feeling that Evil Thought must serve a purpose. You called me Shuer again, she murmured, allowing Wang Jin to lead her onward. Not far into their journey, they encountered another minion of Cheongchi, a similar raccoon, which they dispatched effortlessly again. It dropped a piece of unknown meat and another Evil Thought. Contemplating the strength of these minions, Wang Jin promptly instructed Yuhua to act independently while he and Chen Shuer teamed up. In truth, splitting into three would have been optimal for swiftly acquiring evil thoughts. But Chen Shuer was reluctant to part from Wang Jin. Furthermore, he felt an inexplicable aversion to separating from her, even when attending to urgent matters. Thus, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer continued their search for wild beasts across the grasslands. While Yuhua moved alone, the pair faced nothing but the minions of Cheongchi, dispatching the sixth raccoon when a black treasure chest fell from its body. A treasure chest. The moment they laid eyes on it, both were filled with excitement. I never expected this beast would drop a treasure chest. I thought it would only yield meat, offering no experience or lifespan. Chen Shuer exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Wang Jin echoed, equally exhilarated. If this creature could drop treasure chests, they could farm for an entire day, as these minions appeared to possess average strength. However, this chest seemed different from the usual ones. Wang Jin approached to examine the chest's information. 1-star evil treasure chest. It is quite dangerous. Caution is required when opening. Dangerous. Could there be a beast within? The description of the chest reminded Wang Jin of treasure chests that contained monsters from games he had played previously. Chen Shuer stared at the chest, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, the spark of determination igniting in their eyes. Open it, they declared in unison. Faced with the allure of the treasure, they could not resist, dismissing the warnings of danger from their minds. Shuer, hide behind me. I will take the lead, Wang Jin said, maintaining a semblance of calm as he cautioned her. Chen Shuer bit her lip and retreated behind him, murmuring, Husband, be careful. Wang Jin nodded, opening the evil treasure chest. Instantly, a cloud of dark mist enveloped the air, coalescing into a humanoid monster after a brief moment. It resembled the raccoon they had encountered earlier, but was clad in armor, with its spear transformed into a lance. Minion of Cheongchi, Raccoon General. The health and level of the Raccoon General are both marked as question marks. Only the name is displayed. Damn it, it truly is a treasure chest monster. Wang Jin exclaimed, swiftly arming himself with his shield and hammer, ready for battle. The moment the Raccoon General appeared, it lunged at Wang Jin with its lance. Wang Jin managed to deflect the attack with his shield. -12 such high damage. Even with 54 points of defense, it inflicts such immense harm. Wang Jin was taken aback. While Chen Shuer's skill struck the Raccoon General, however, like the ordinary raccoon, the Raccoon General seemed oblivious to its own injuries. Relentlessly swinging its lance. Let you taste the sting of a snake bite. Wang Jin countered the Raccoon General's assault with his shield and unleashed his skill, Flying Shield Strike. Simultaneously, he summoned the Serpent Pearl. releasing dozens of emerald-green serpents that surged forward to bite the briefly stunned raccoon general. Chapter 50. The critical point of evil corruption. The serpents moved swiftly, and within moments, they reached the raccoon general, biting fiercely. After the assault, Wang Jin quickly recalled all the serpents, as recalling them did not expend the energy of the serpent pearl. However, allowing them to perish would waste energy. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks while the raccoon general was incapacitated. Once the stun wore off, the raccoon general swung its lance at Chen Shuer. She deftly dodged the attack and Wang Jin charged forward to draw its ire. Having tested this previously, they knew that berating these evil-tainted beasts was futile, as they lacked any rationality. With a resounding crash, the raccoon general collided with Wang Jin's shield, both being pushed back a distance. "What tough meat," Wang Jin quipped, having been bitten by so many serpents and enduring numerous strikes from Chen Shuer. Yet it still stood. After being pushed back, the raccoon general regained its footing and continued its relentless assault. Wang Jin had no choice but to keep defending while Chen Shuer dealt damage from the side. After several seconds, the raccoon general finally succumbed to the poison and Chen Shuer's strikes. Upon its demise, they received 5 evil thoughts, a piece of meat, and a pill-like item. Purity pill. Can reduce a small portion of evil value. Wang Jin sighed in relief upon seeing the pill. Indeed, there are items to reduce evil value. Otherwise, this would be unplayable. He handed the purity pill to Chen Shuer, knowing that her evil value was higher. After receiving the pill, Chen Shuer tucked it away in her backpack, tilting her head to say, "Let's save it for later. I don't want to consume it now." Wang Jin squinted at her, then immediately agreed. He enjoyed Chen Shuer with her evil value. It felt exhilarating. Moreover, given the description of the purity pill, it only reduced a small amount of evil value. Presently, both of their evil values were just over 20, their rationality still intact, so it would be wiser to save it for a critical moment. Chen Shuer simply wished to wait a little longer. If she restored her normal state now, it would likely be somewhat embarrassing. They both understood each other's thoughts, and after a shared glance, even Wang Jin felt his face flush. He quickly changed the subject. "This raccoon general is quite difficult to defeat. I wonder how many can best it. Without the serpent pearl, it would be no easy task." Chen Shuer licked her lips. Indeed, indeed. Shall we continue searching for beasts?" Wang Jin nodded, taking her hand as they resumed their hunt across the grasslands. Meanwhile, he opened the channel to see if there were any updates regarding this dungeon. "The cabin is gone. Our beloved cabin has been destroyed by a monstrous beast of a century, now infected and driven mad. The taste of raccoon meat is quite delightful. Ha ha ha, defeating the minions of Cheongqi might yield treasures. And rest assured, there is no danger within those chests. Evil thoughts can be consumed. Do not heed their words. They are leading you to your demise. Those with low levels and scan equipment should never dare to open the cursed chests. And for heaven's sake, do not approach the giant beasts." Observing the misleading information flooding the channel, Wang Jin felt a strong impulse to eliminate them all. He then shared some insights he had gathered, particularly regarding the strength of the treasure-seeking monsters. The beasts have been infected? Wang Jin found it hard to believe the many claims in the channel about the infection of the giants. The introduction to evil values stated that Cheongqi's malevolent power infects all weak creatures, leaving even other giants appearing feeble in its presence. Chen Shuer also perused the channel and remarked to Wang Jin, "The firefly deer nearby has perished. We need not worry. Indeed, yet caution is still advisable. The visibility outside is severely limited, and should another beast from elsewhere approach, danger lurks." No sooner had Wang Jin spoken than a white figure dashed toward them. It was the jade fox. Albeit in a rather disheveled state, with its health halved. "Xiao Yu, what happened to you?" The jade fox whimpered, its expression one of grievance. "I lost a fight." Wang Jin and Chen Shuer immediately grasped its meaning. "Let us go see what you couldn't defeat." Wang Jin's irritation flared at the sight of the jade fox's dismay. Chen Shuer embraced the jade fox, adopting a vengeful demeanor. Thus, the jade fox led the two toward the location where it had recently been bested. Soon, a creature appeared ahead. Cheongqi minion, Yin Hua. It was another raccoon-like humanoid monster, though slightly shorter, wielding a staff. Upon noticing their approach, Yin Hua immediately brandished its staff, summoning a fiery circle that engulfed Wang Jin and Chen Shuer. As they were ensnared, their health began to plummet rapidly. No wonder Xiao Yu was bested. It possesses skills and area attacks. Wang Jin's shield was swiftly launched, aiming to stun it, for Chen Shuer, the fragile one, could not endure long in this inferno. This time, Wang Jin refrained from releasing the spirit snake. Should the flames incinerate it, the loss would be significant. The flying shield struck Yanhua just as Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox also landed their hits. Seizing the moment of disorientation, Wang Jin swung his hammer toward its head. After receiving the assault, Yanhua snapped back to awareness, letting out a furious roar. It slammed its staff into the ground, causing violent tremors, and fiery pillars erupted from below, fanning toward the two. Wang Jin shouted, "Be careful." He positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Shuer, firmly bracing against the impact of the fire pillars. The force of the strike drained a third of his health. What outrageous damage! Shuer, destroy its staff. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer wasted no time, gripping her spear tightly and charging at Yanhua. She timed her strike perfectly, aiming to knock the staff from its grasp. The Jade Fox, not idle, hopped nearby, waiting for the right moment to claw at Yanhua, disrupting its actions. With a resounding clang, Yanhua's staff fell to the ground under Chen Shuer's mighty blow. The instant the staff dropped, the fiery circle extinguished. As the flames died down, countless green serpents emerged from Wang Jin. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jin grappled Yanhua, allowing the spirit snake, Chen Shuer, and the Jade Fox to attack. Yanhua thrashed wildly in Wang Jin's grip, managing to bite down on his arm. Infected by the minion of Qiongqi, evil value 10, current evil value 30. Reaching critical point, damage to corrupted creatures increased by 50. Damage mitigation increased by 50. Evil value accumulation rate doubled. Chapter 51. Chen Shuer's passed upon hearing the notification. Wang Jin swiftly grasped Yanhua's head and, with a mighty shout, yanked it away from his arm. Chen Shuer and the Jade Fox seized the moment, rushing in like a tempest to unleash a barrage of ferocious strikes upon Yanhua. Meanwhile, the spirit snake's venom had begun to act. And under the relentless assault from the trio, Yanhua soon breathed its last. With its fall, they obtained 10 units of evil thoughts, and an item dropped to the ground. Wang Jin rose, stretching his neck, and then leisurely approached to examine the spoils. Purple mushroom seed. Plant around your home to repel the corruption of evil forces. As Wang Jin's teammate, Chen Shuer naturally heard the notification clearly. A look of concern crossed her face as she softly inquired, "Darling, how do you feel?" "I'm fine," Wang Jin replied, turning to gently lift her chin, then suddenly biting down on her lip and stating, "The evil value is rising, but my mind remains clear." Chen Shuer delicately licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled, "That's good. However, once the evil value reaches 30, it can enhance damage against those monsters and even strengthen one's own damage resistance." Wang Jin stretched lazily and continued, "Indeed. This may provide an opportunity for many who struggle to survive early on. If we keep the evil value at 30, we should manage to scrape by. After all, acquiring items to reduce evil values through hunting Qiongqi minions is no easy feat. Darling, should we inform our faction?" Wang Jin shook his head. "Their fate is of no concern to me." Chen Shuer gazed at Wang Jin with suspicion. "Are you certain? If you wish to test it, go ahead. Others will surely think you have ill intentions. Is that so?" Chen Shuer still proceeded to edit and send that information in the channel. Just as Wang Jin had predicted, those who read the message began to berate her, accusing her of attempting to lead others to their doom. Furthermore, many had previously expressed similar sentiments, though Wang Jin had not noticed it. As the channel was flooded with messages, making it impossible to see clearly. After briefly scanning the messages, Chen Shuer gave up. "Darling, you were right. Perhaps due to the corruption of evil, no one would trust a stranger's words." Wang Jin took her hand, saying, "Let us continue searching for beasts. The dungeon has given no hints, and we can only gather more evil thoughts in hopes of obtaining higher-level rewards." "All right, so should I raise the evil value to 30? Chen Shuer asked, eager to try. Wang Jin pondered a moment before replying, "Go ahead. Just gaze at the Qiongqi shadow in the sky." "Okay." Chen Shuer tilted her head upward, fixated on the shadow above, while Wang Jin monitored her evil value. 24, 26. Her evil value continued to climb. Chen Shuer gazed at the shadow of Qiongqi, increasingly finding it appealing, and softly remarked, "Darling, that Qiongqi up there is so beautiful, beautiful." Wang Jin muttered, though he dared not look. As maintaining the evil value at 30 was crucial, he was already feeling a strange sensation from the current level. He wished to grow stronger swiftly, even at any cost, at the same time. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he known it would come to this, what had he been holding back for? Done. As Chen Shuer's evil value reached 30, the notification chimed again, and he hurriedly pressed down on her head. "Chen Changtian." As soon as the evil value hit 30, Chen Shuer burst into tears. "Who?" Wang Jin, seeing her like this, quickly lifted his hand to gently wipe her tears, his face filled with confusion. Chen Shuer buried herself in Wang Jin's embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, observing her weeping in such despair, Wang Jin's heart ached. He slowly raised his hand to tenderly stroke her flowing hair, continually offering words of comfort. Shuer, I'm here. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. While soothing her, Wang Jin rapidly searched his mind for fragments of memory regarding someone named Chen Changtian. He indeed recalled that there was a well-known figure by that name at the same university he attended before his journey here. However, he had no personal connection with him and even lacked knowledge of his appearance, having only heard the name due to his family's significant influence. Could it be that this Chen Changtian was the cause of Shuer's current state, even leading her to contemplate suicide upon her arrival? Wang Jin had previously asked Chen Shuer about her past, but she had remained silent then. Shuer, would you share with me? I lost my parents at a young age. It was my grandfather who raised me, Chen Shuer replied, her voice trembling as she recounted her story. Though I had no other relatives, my grandfather treated me with utmost kindness, and I lived happily. He was once a martial arts instructor, and my greatest joy was learning combat techniques from him. Those days were carefree. Thus, I smoothly transitioned into university life. However, that was when Chen Changtian intruded upon my life. He took an immediate liking to me and began an incessant pursuit. I disregarded him completely. Perhaps it was the despair of unfulfilled desires that drove him into madness, as he stormed into my home with several accomplices. Intent on inflicting harm upon me, at this juncture, Chen Shuer's sobs grew increasingly intense, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Jin remained silent, his grip on her shoulder tightening ever so slightly as he gently patted her back. Yet, the veins on the back of his hand stood out, as if he were desperately suppressing the raging fury within. I fought back with all my might, and at that moment, my grandfather, who had been napping, hurriedly emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, he unhesitatingly seized a chair and struck Chen Changtian's back. Chen Changtian, having already received several slaps from me, was further enraged by my grandfather's fierce blow. Instantly descending into a frenzy as his cohort turned and kicked my grandfather to the ground, I remember it vividly. My grandfather lay there, unable to rise, his frailty evident in his age. I was obstructed by their men, helplessly watching, powerless to intervene. Chen Changtian, still unsatisfied, cruelly beat my grandfather to death right in front of me. Chen Shuer slowly lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot as she cried out hoarsely, "Darling, do you know? They killed my grandfather right before my eyes. It was I who caused his demise. Shuer, this is not your fault. Please try to remain calm." Wang Jin tenderly wiped away her tears, cradling her head in his hands. Chen Shuer shook her head and continued, "Later, after they committed murder, perhaps feeling a twinge of fear, they abandoned me in their haste to flee. But his family holds great power, even after taking a life. They can still evade justice. Even once the storm has passed, he will not let me go. I am merely a solitary university student. How can I possibly stand against him? I do not wish to be trampled upon. So I adorn myself beautifully, hoping to accompany my grandfather in the most graceful manner possible before his spirit. And then, in the next moment, I found myself here." Upon finishing her tale, Chen Shuer buried her head deep into Wang Jin's chest, her cries erupting like a flood unleashed. Wang Jin held her tightly, his gaze reflecting an icy resolve. "Shuer, it is all behind us now. From this moment forth, I shall remain by your side, unwavering and faithful." In that instant, Wang Jin finally comprehended why Chen Shuer had contemplated death upon her arrival, why she had acted as she did. He could scarcely fathom the depth of her suffering. In truth, she displayed considerable strength. Had it been anyone else, they might have crumbled long ago. Wang Jin's heart burned with rage as he silently vowed, "Chen Changtian and all his accomplices, you must endure. Shuer, if he still draws breath, I will assuredly slay him, along with all those who stand with him. Here, he possesses no influence." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer inhaled deeply, forcibly stifling her sorrow, and wiped her tears. "Darling, I am fine. Perhaps my evil value reaching 30 has amplified my emotions. And I suddenly thought of my grandfather. There is no need to seek him out deliberately. In this vast world, finding a single person is no easy task." Wang Jin sighed. Indeed, searching for someone here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and he had no knowledge of whether that person was alive or dead. Nevertheless, he would not relent. Perhaps it was the injustice he felt for the one he cherished, or perhaps the evil value was influencing him. At this moment, Wang Jin could only envision Chen Changtian meeting a most gruesome fate. He embraced Chen Shuer, remaining in silence until she had fully regained her composure. before they resumed their quest to locate the minions of Qiongqi. Only when nightfall descended did they return hand in hand. Due to their evil values exceeding 30, their damage against Qiongqi's minions had significantly increased. Along the way, they also allowed Yuhu to glimpse the ethereal form of Qiongqi in the sky, which raised Yuhu's evil value to 30 as well. After a day of relentless hunting, they had amassed a total of 197 evil thoughts, 12 heart-purging pills, and a sprig of purple Ganoderma. It must be said, the drop rate for the heart-purging pills was remarkably low, and they had yet to encounter any more after the initial batch. At the entrance of the small cabin, Wang Jin pulled at the watermelon vines and planted the recently acquired purple Ganoderma in a 3-star plot of land. Shortly after being planted, the purple Ganoderma began to emit a peculiar radiance, enveloping the entire cabin. The roar of Qiongqi echoed intermittently, and both Wang Jin and Qian Shui's evil values soared to 36. This indicated that throughout the day, Qiongqi's roars had resonated 4 times. For every instance below 30 evil thought value, the evil value increased by 1 point, while for those above 30, it increased by 2 points. Inside the cabin, Wang Jin was roasting firefly deer meat in the furnace, as they preferred it over the food bundles. Darling, have a heart-purging pill. After Wang Jin's continuous reassurances, Qin Shui had returned to her usual self, offering him a heart-purging pill. Wang Jin smiled gently, pulling her into his embrace as he accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. After consumption, his evil value decreased by 4 points. Each heart-purging pill lowered 4 points of evil value, and if they continued to acquire them at this rate, they could maintain their evil values below 30 in the long term. Wang Jin held her close, his hands wandering as he spoke. Qin Shui relished his touch, responding with soft sounds, but queried, I just wonder how we can elevate the dungeon's rating. Wang Jin shook his head, tossing a heart-purging pill to Yuhu as he continued, I have no idea. It seems no one knows the situation. Moreover, the guild I joined previously has no insight either. Li Sancher hasn't replied to my messages. Li Sancher? Upon uttering the name, Wang Jin found himself momentarily stunned, realizing he had received no messages from him all day. Seeing Li Sancher's name still in his friends list, he breathed a sigh of relief. If a previously added friend suddenly vanished from the list, it could only mean 2 things. They had either perished or removed him. Brotherly, are you there? Wang Jin sent another message, believing Li Sancher to be a reliable companion, especially since he possessed team scrolls and was quite formidable. However, he still received no reply. Just then, the night fully enveloped the surroundings, and the system notification rang out sharply. Congratulations to all players for surviving the first day of the dungeon. Today's ratio of deaths within the faction, 12. Current rewards for all players, meet 10, lifespan 7 days, new hints for the dungeon. 1. Collect as many evil thoughts as possible. 2. Evil value exceeding 30 will grant attribute bonuses. Exceeding 50 results in madness, while exceeding 70 transforms one into a minion of Qiongqi. 3. Qiongqi minions and ghosts will not appear at night. 3 new features are now available. Leaderboard, clan, nearby. Leaderboard. A ranking of the entire faction's strength will be displayed based on the composite strength of the team. Composite strength includes personal strength, resources, pets, etc. The system will adjust the rankings for solo players according to their circumstances. The top 1% of players will receive the red name status. The leaderboard rewards will be calculated once a month. The higher the rank, the higher the faction's world level, and the better the rewards received. Clan. By obtaining a clan token, one can establish a clan base and become its leader, inviting other players to join in building the clan. Players within the same clan cannot attack each other. Clan members can teleport between the clan and their home using teleportation totems. The top 100 players in this ranking will receive a clan token for free. A nearby. Players can now view the locations of nearby players' homes and clans on the map. Destroying a player's home or clan will yield all the materials used for construction. Note: once an attack is launched on a player's home or clan, the attacker will automatically enter a hostile state. Congratulations to players Wang Jin, Chen Shui, for ranking first in faction strength. Rewards: 4-star treasure chest 1, clan token 1, sanctuary barrier 1, optional soul-splitting weapon 1. Congratulations to players Wang Dapeng, Zhang Xiaohong, for ranking second in faction strength. Rewards: 4-star treasure chest 1, clan token 1, sanctuary barrier 1, optional soul-splitting accessory 1. Congratulations to player Yamamoto Rokuji, for ranking third in faction strength. Rewards: 4-star treasure chest 1, clan token 1, sanctuary barrier 1, optional soul-splitting armor 1. A warm reminder: non-red name players can acquire all resources from red name players they kill. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times, accompanied by text prompts in their minds. We are first? Chen Shuer listened to the announcement in disbelief. Wang Jin was equally astonished. He had always believed they were progressing well, yet he had not expected to rank first in the faction. Was everyone else so lacking? Could it be due to Xiaoyu? Chen Shuer glanced at Yu Hu, questioning. Given that the ranking was based on composite strength, their individual levels were not particularly high. Even Li Sancher from yesterday had ranked higher than her. The only significant advantage they had here was their PT, as an 8,000-year-old beast. Yu Hu was a rarity. Aside from them, he had only heard of a few others acquiring similar beasts, with the highest being a 5,000-year-old Xian turtle. Currently, the only method to obtain a millennium pet was through the infinite blood egg, which had a mere 0.999 chance of success. However, the probability of acquiring the infinite blood egg was exceedingly low at this stage. Wang Jin looked at Xiaoyu with excitement, exclaiming, "It must be because of Xiaoyu. It surely contributed significantly to our score. Never mind. Let's see what rewards we have." Meanwhile, in a small cabin approximately 50 kilometers from Wang Jin's location, Chun Changtian was intently observing the leaderboard. He was alone. When he heard the system announcement declaring that Wang Jin and Chen Shuer had obtained Yu Hu, he was taken aback. Chun Changtian harbored a deep fear that this Chen Shuer might indeed be the one he knew. In order to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, he exerted every effort to develop himself, for the name Chen Shuer is rather uncommon. Should he indeed encounter the true Chen Shuer, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, on that stormy day, he chose to take a gamble, buoyed by the belief that his talent would grant him a second chance at life, leaving him unafraid. He emerged victorious in his gamble. And the following day, he effortlessly slayed a tainted behemoth to hasten his development, even going so far as to eliminate a companion. Now, he bore a crimson name, though he was still far from the top ranks. It must be a mere coincidence, just someone sharing the same name, he muttered fiercely within the confines of the small wooden cabin. Yes, the clan. Add a clan just in case. I rank in the top 1%. It should be easy to join a clan among the top 10 players. Chapter 53. The refinement level of the Jade Fox. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer were preparing to review their recently acquired rewards, only to find that friend requests had surged past 999 in the blink of an eye. Wang Jin noted that due to the leaderboard allowing for direct friend additions, his friend requests had accumulated to such a staggering number. He promptly blocked all of them, prioritizing the review of their rewards. Clan token. Can upgrade one's home to a clan, allowing oneself to become the clan leader. Players may apply to join the clan, collaboratively building it together. Wang Jin was the first to produce the clan token, inspecting it closely in his hands before speaking. Shuer, is this akin to establishing a guild in a game? Chen Shuer nodded slightly indeed, but managing a clan is surely no easy feat. Do you possess any experience in this regard? Wang Jin shook his head vigorously. I do not. I am utterly clueless. What about you? Contemplating the system's announcement that others could teleport to their clan, Chen Shuer pondered aloud. What will we do at night? She then parted her red lips. I lack experience as well, and if others can teleport here, we lose all privacy? How about we first join another clan and establish our own later, at least after the dungeon run? Besides, there are no rewards for establishing a clan right now. Wait until after the dungeon run? Wang Jin regarded Chen Shuer with suspicion, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied. That sounds feasible. Given our rankings, joining another clan should be a walk in the park. Chen Shuer nodded in agreement. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let us not dwell on this. Let us see if there are any other treasures. Wang Jin acquiesced and retrieved the shelter dome from his inventory. Shelter dome, upon use, generates a protective shield for one's home, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities while effectively reducing the negative impact of extreme weather conditions on the home. A joyful smile spread across Wang Jin's face. This is a splendid item. With it, we need not worry about our home being raided when we venture out. He wasted no time in activating the shelter dome in an instant. A peculiar radiance enveloped the entire wooden cabin. Wang Jin examined the attributes of the cabin. Health, 600, upgrade conditions. Copper 100, iron 100, songstone 100, breathing soil 1, lifespan 20 days. He furrowed his brow. The cabin still did not display a defensive value. Though its health remained unchanged, yet it should be sturdier than before. But what exactly is breathing soil? I've never heard of it before. It seems everyone's cabins are stuck at 2 stars and can't upgrade. Chen Shuer chuckled. If we can't upgrade, neither can anyone else. Let us hurry and open the treasure chest. Observing her eagerness, Wang Jin took out the final weapon box and the 4-star treasure chest. Shuer, let us open the treasure chest first, then choose our weapons. What if the chest yields a weapon? All right, Chen Shuer replied eagerly. employing her signature hand-rubbing technique to open the 4-star treasure chest. Inside lay a stone. The two quickly retrieved it for inspection. Hawkstone. Upon use, summons a hawk-like creature nearby. The creature will lay a silver or gold egg periodically, up to a total of 7. Note: if the hawk is attacked while laying eggs, it will flee. Eggs? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Jin, regarding the hawkstone with uncertainty, speculated, could it be that we'll receive 7 pet eggs? Qin Shui's eyes sparkled with mischief. Why not give it a try? If it's just ordinary pet eggs, they would perfectly enhance little US refinement attributes. Or we could trade them for lifespan. Good idea. Wang Jin, eager to see the outcome, promptly used the hawkstone. As it vanished, a resplendent golden hawk appeared within the wooden cabin. The hawk resembled a large, golden rooster. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, it began to wander about the cabin. The two exchanged glances, both at a loss for words as they observed the diminutive creature. Can it even lay pet eggs? Surely it once produced chicken eggs. Qin Shui murmured softly. Well, the introduction stated it would lay eggs. Let us wait and see. Just as Wang Jin finished speaking, the hawk cawed twice before spreading its wings. A silver egg, nearly the size of the hawk itself, was laid. It truly laid an egg. Holy cow, the egg is the same size as it. Both Qin Shui and Wang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. Silver egg, upon collection, grants a random ordinary pet egg. Regaining his composure, Wang Jin laughed heartily. Ha! It really is a pet egg, indeed. I wonder what will be in the golden egg. Qin Shui's face brimmed with anticipation. Just then, the jade fox dashed in, not hesitating for even a moment, and promptly devoured the silver egg. Your pet jade fox consumed the pet egg, Xuanma, gaining 3 refinement points. Little you, show us what kind of pet egg it is before you eat it. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, an impulse to throttle the jade fox surged within Wang Jin. After all, who wouldn't he want to ride a horse? Upon hearing this, the jade fox immediately assumed a fierce demeanor, guarding the hawk and emitting a series of warning growls to Wang Jin to keep his distance. Wang Jin and Qin Shui exchanged glances. Dear, it might be due to little US evil value. It was perfectly normal before. Perhaps it hasn't encountered anything that piqued its interest. Is that so? Well, let it eat then, Wang Jin sighed, recognizing that even an ordinary pet commanded a high price and could be exchanged for a significant amount of lifespan. Little you, if it lays a golden egg, don't eat it right away. Let us see first. Wang Jin pulled Qin Shui down onto the bed, not forgetting to remind the jade fox. Little you flicked its 9 tails, ignoring Wang Jin, and turned its attention back to the hawk. Before long, it laid another silver egg, which little you promptly consumed. Your pet jade fox consumed the pet egg, Ganglai, gaining 2 refinement points. Dear, for every point of refinement that little you gains, it can increase 1 attribute. Is it truly that outrageous? Wang Jin quickly accessed the jade fox's panel, finding its refinement attribute had reached 58,000. His eyes widened in disbelief. At this rate, could it not enhance its attributes by a staggering 8,000 points? Qin Shui nodded. It seems so. Let us observe further. 8,000 points in attributes. No wonder the adult jade fox in the hunting map was so formidable. Wang Jin mused, excitement bubbling within him as he focused on the jade fox's attributes, just as the hawk laid another egg. After little you consumed it, its refinement points increased by 3, and its attributes rose accordingly. Yet, the points could not be freely allocated. Instead, they augmented attack, speed, and health. The two were elated, watching as the hawk continued to lay eggs, all of which turned out to be silver. Each silver egg contributed 2 to 3 points to the jade fox's refinement level. With another caw, the hawk produced a golden egg. Golden egg, collecting it randomly grants a century-old behemoth pet egg, with a small chance of acquiring an infinite health egg. Upon sighting the golden egg, the jade fox opened its mouth, preparing to devour it. Infinite health egg? Little you know. Wang Jin and Qin Shui exclaimed in unison upon reading the attributes of the golden egg. Chapter 54. The 1,000 machine crossbow. Ignoring their cries, the jade fox displayed a sly grin before promptly swallowing the golden egg. Your pet jade fox consumed the behemoth pet egg, illusion butterfly, gaining 50 refinement points. Ah! As Wang Jin extended his arm, his mouth agape in shock at the spectacle before him, the jade fox began to grow in size. Originally measuring only 1 meter in length, it soon surpassed 2 meters, standing over a meter tall upon maturing. The jade fox disregarded its would-be assailants and continued to fixate on the hawk, awaiting the next egg. Meanwhile, the hawk had settled on the ground, Cawing softly, Qin Shuer, her eyes glimmering at the sight of the now enlarged jade fox, turned to Wang Jin, saying, "Dear, don't be disheartened. It's not a loss that little you ate it. Just look at how much it has grown. Perhaps it can be ridden now. We can't afford to raise another pet anyway. Right?" Wang Jin suddenly realized that the current jade fox was larger than an average horse, and riding it was certainly feasible. His mind conjured images of him embracing Qin Shuer while galloping on the fox through the wilderness. If one were to devour the wings, then it would indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. Wang Jin asserted confidently, "Indeed, there is just one final equipment chest left. Once opened, we can sleep soundly," Qin Shuer urged. She then produced the last equipment treasure chest. The selection of available gear was quite diverse: the soul-rending spear, the soul-rending hammer, the soul-rending twin daggers, the soul-rending crossbow. Equipment rarity: common, ordinary, fine, soul-rending, dawn, shattered sky, dragon's roar, creation, primordial chaos. Perhaps we should opt for a ranged weapon. Observing the multitude of armaments, Wang Jin contemplated before speaking. After all, Qin Shuer is currently quite fragile. Having a ranged weapon for offense would certainly enhance her safety. Qin Shuer lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering. "Darling." Seeing her expression, Wang Jin understood all too well that she desired to engage in battle. He promptly interjected, "Let's choose a ranged weapon. If it's not too perilous, you can wield your spear afterward." "All right then," Qin Shuer pouted in response. Among the many ranged weapons, they found the options of the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow, the claw crossbow, the hand crossbow, and so forth. After careful consideration, they ultimately settled on the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow, as it, despite its modest damage, could fire in rapid succession, and acquiring the weapon would unlock the crafting method for crossbow bolts. With their decision made, a crossbow crafted from black metal materialized before them. Soul-rending 1,000 mechanisms crossbow LV1. Attack 30 attributes. 1. Attack 3, 2. Range damage increase 1, 3. Additional damage 2 clip size, 30 each attack inflicts 20 of base damage. Note: equipment of soul-rending quality and above increases in level alongside faction level. Wang Jin gazed at the attributes of the crossbow, exclaiming in astonishment, "What impressive damage! My total attack power is only 44 points. And this weapon contributes a staggering 33 points, along with additional attributes. This is undeniably superior to that utterly useless bow I had before." Afterward, Wang Jin checked the crafting method for the crossbow, which had been unlocked upon acquiring the weapon. 1 unit of wood could yield 30 bolts. How simple! This 1,000 mechanisms crossbow can be fired freely. Let me try it. Let me try it. Qin Shuer had already crafted the bolts. Her eagerness palpable. Wang Jin chuckled and handed her the crossbow. She took the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow, opened the door of their small wooden cabin, and unleashed a flurry of shots into the great outdoors. In less than a minute, all 30 bolts had been expended. After shooting, she reloaded the crossbow and reveled in the experience. Wang Jin was thoroughly pleased with the crossbow's firing rate. However, it was worth noting that while she wielded the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow, her previously acquired skills could not be utilized. She would need to switch back to her spear to access them. Glancing back at the hawk pheasant, he noted it still lay feebly on the ground. The jade fox remained by its side, awaiting its eggs. The depleted hawk pheasant. It has completed its 7 missions. If it still serves a purpose, it is quite delectable. Delectable? Wang Jin licked his lips at the description of the hawk pheasant. And after explaining to the jade fox, he quietly picked up his axe. Outside the wooden cabin, Wang Jin kindled a fire and purchased a large iron pot from the trading post, in which he was simmering chicken soup. After slaying the hawk pheasant, he had directly obtained a whole chicken, making it perfect for soup. While the soup simmered, Wang Jin opened the map. With nearby functionalities unlocked, he discovered that there were indeed several players in proximity, with the nearest ones approximately 30 kilometers away, all marked by green dots on the map. However, about 50 kilometers away, there was a red-named icon representing a pioneer. He remarked, "Shuer, there's a pioneer not far from us. And it ranks in the top 1%. Qin Shuer glanced at the map and nodded. There were quite a few players nearby, but only this pioneer bore a red name, while the others were green. Wang Jin smirked at the sight of the pioneer, suggesting, "Why not we go rob him?" "What?" Qin Shuer looked at him with confusion. "I mean, let's raid him. Even if he's in the top 1%, what does it matter? We've just gained a substantial boost, especially with Xiao Yu's significant improvement. Robbing them should be a piece of cake." Wang Jin appeared utterly serious. "Darling, you weren't like this before. We should focus on our own development and not harm the innocent." However, Wang Jin was about to retort, but Qin Shuer had already embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Darling, Don't let your inner desires control you. With her exclamation, Wang Jin snapped back to reality and gently stroked Chen Shui's hair. Shui'er, don't you have any such desires? None. I only wish to lie in your embrace forever. Then you two have no controlling desires. You're practically glued to me like a sticky candy. I am willing. Why would I want to control that? Just take good care of me. Chen Shui, it must be said, you are both inexperienced and playful. I like it. After saying this, Chen Shui wrapped her arms around Wang Jin's neck and kissed him passionately. Shui, wait. Li Sanche replied to my message. Reluctantly, Wang Jin pulled his head away from hers, having set a notification for messages from Li Sanche, ensuring he would be alerted upon receiving a message. How disappointing. You go ahead and chat with him. Chen Shui added some wood to the fire and leaned back against Wang Jin. Wang Jin acknowledged her and opened the chat interface, only to find Li Sanche had sent a lengthy message filled with meaningless boasts. Eventually, he got to the point. Brother Wang Jin, I noticed you still don't have a clan. Are you not planning to establish one? If not, would you be interested in joining us? Our Tianqi clan has officially been established. Surprised by the message, Wang Jin replied, You have a token? I had a productive day today, garnered quite a few rewards, and ranked 89, which earned me a token, a productive day. Wang Jin pondered, feeling puzzled, as the area outside was swarming with the minions of Tianqi. Where could he have developed? At that moment, Li Sanche sent another message, Brother Wang Jin, if you join us, we can hunt giant beasts together tomorrow. I've been preoccupied today hunting a giant beast. Which is why I couldn't reply earlier. Wang Jin found this hard to believe and quickly responded, hunting giant beasts. Do you have the strength to defeat them? I have a teammate with a unique talent that allows her to detect giant beasts in advance and lure them. I just need to wear them down slowly. However, she lacks damage capabilities, so it's up to me and Qingqing if you join. We can be more aggressive. Who knows, we might kill 2 in a day. And slaying giant beasts yields a wealth of malevolent thoughts. Join our clan, and let us go together tomorrow. After sending the message, Li Sanche also sent a clan invitation. Wang Jin's eyes brightened as he recalled the valuable rewards obtained from slaying giant beasts previously. Darling, Li Sanche seems to be quite ambitious. Even before he had a clan, he was already expressing a desire to establish a guild in the channel, only inviting those who had acquired a token. Now that the clan function has just opened, he has swiftly established one and is attempting to recruit us. Wang Jin replied with a hum. I'm quite tempted by the giant beast hunting he mentioned. He said he could slay a giant beast a day. Could there really be a way to subdue them without them attacking? Chen Shui contemplated and suggested, why not join and give it a try? After all, players within the same clan cannot harm one another. It wouldn't hurt to see what it's like tomorrow. Besides, ranking so high without a pet is definitely impressive. Alright. Wang Jin wasted no time and directly accepted the clan invitation. Do you have joined the clan, Tianqi? Your home has generated a clan teleportation totem. On the other side, upon seeing Wang Jin join the clan, Li Sanche was overjoyed and immediately adjusted his position. Your position has been adjusted to vice clan leader. There are positions? Li Sanche is remarkably swift. Wang Jin and Chen Shui listened to the prompts in their minds, momentarily impressed by his speed. They then opened the clan panel. Clan, Tianqi, level 1, funds, 1,463, members, 61 1,000, position, vice clan leader, construction, number of applications, 999. The two examined the clan panel for a while, gradually grasping the situation. Clan positions included 1 clan leader, 2 vice clan leaders, 4 elders, and 100 elite members. The clan leader and vice clan leaders have the authority to expel players from the clan, allocate positions, and approve others' clan applications. As for the elders and elite members, they currently hold no power, merely serving as titles. The clan's functionalities at present are limited to teleportation and the construction of various facilities. While they were still browsing the clan details, Li Sanche sent another message. Brother Wang, I'll use your name to help the clan recruit some members, finding some strong allies to gather capable individuals, which will also accelerate the clan's development. Upon reading the message, Wang Jin and Chen Shui had no objections. After all, being ranked first in the Nanshan faction is indeed a notable title. Observing the application number at 999. With only 61 members in the clan, it was clear that Li Sanche sought to invite only those who had developed well. After reviewing, Wang Jin invited Jing Shuigu, Chun Sanwei into the clan. As he had been quite helpful with his water supply during this time, he is merely an ordinary green-named player, and given the current circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult for him to join a clan. For this reason, he expresses profound gratitude, declaring that he will cover all of Wang Jin's expenses from now on. Subsequently, he opens the faction channel to observe, and it is already in complete turmoil. Let me into the clan, you worthless dogs. To his surprise, there is a pioneer nearby without a red name. Haha. Why are there so many Huaxia people in Nanshan? I will kill anyone I see. The Wang clan is recruiting. Red-named players are to send a message with 123 and do not add as friends, as it is overwhelming. 123, you don't even have a red name. Why are you sending 123? Do those of us not in the top 1% not even have the right to join a clan? Brothers ranked in the top 100 who do not wish to establish a clan. Please add as friends to receive clan orders. Receive clan orders. Wang Jin then opens the trading post, listing all the ordinary resources he currently does not need. Converting resources into longevity is the true path. As for clan orders, some individuals do not wish to establish a clan but instead exchange resources or longevity. However, at this stage, most people have limited longevity to trade. Soon after, Wang Jin and Li Sancher agree to meet at 9 o'clock the next morning and close the panel. He does not check friend requests, as there are far too many to manage. Qin Shuer then emerges from a small wooden cabin, carrying a bowl brimming with chicken soup, and cheerfully states, "Darling, open your mouth. Let me nourish you well." Wang Jin smiles and obediently opens his mouth, allowing Qin Shuer to feed him the soup. The warm, delicious chicken soup glides down his throat, and he contentedly remarks, "It tastes delightful. Although it only has salt, it is far superior to the soups from before my transmigration." Qin Shuer, with a mischievous smile and rosy cheeks, scoops up another spoonful of chicken soup, gently blowing on it, saying, "Then you should drink more, drink more." Before long, the two of them, along with Yuhua, devour the entire pot of chicken soup along with the chicken. After finishing, Qin Shuer excitedly proposes, "Darling, let us ride little you out for a spin. The system says there won't be any of the Chonchi's minions or phantoms tonight." All right. Wang Jin shares this sentiment, as it would indeed be a pity not to ride little you now that it has grown so large. They then climb onto its back amidst its reluctant growls. Wang Jin sits behind Qin Shuer, wrapping his arms around her waist, softly saying, "Shuer, little you feels a bit cold. It's rather chilly sitting up here. Yes, next time we should make a coat for little you." Upon saying this, she pats Yuhua's head, commanding, "Little you, let us go." At the sound of her words, Yuhua immediately gallops away with all four legs. Just moments ago, it had increased its attributes by 65 points, achieving a speed of 69 points. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer, riding on its back, hear the whoosh of the wind by their ears. "Darling, little you is so fast. Ha ha." Qin Shuer exclaims joyfully, spreading her arms wide as she revels in this splendid moment. Not far from them, Chun Changtian is making his way toward Wang Jin's home. He observes the red dot of Wang Jin's home and the pioneer mark on the map. Being a red name himself, he feels no fear and intends to seize the opportunity to kill them and plunder resources. The evil value grants him immense courage. At this moment, Wang Jin has opened the map, directing Yuhua toward an unexplored area. Just as he opens it, he notices a pioneer S mark approaching him. Wang Jin chuckles, "Shuer, that fellow nearby is coming over. I was just thinking of robbing him, but it seems he has come looking for death." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuer also opens the map to take a look, her expression sharpening. Although she does not wish to harm innocent individuals, she will show no mercy to those who come to rob. "Darling, let us go." Machem. Consequently, Yuhua swiftly changes direction and heads toward the red on the map. He has been spotted. Chun Changtian observes the rapidly approaching icon on the map and licks his lips. Drawing a long sword, he charges forward, unafraid, as he possesses two talents. Take this, sensing the imminent threat. He initiates his skill first. With a loud bang, a white fox carrying two individuals appears before him. Through the illumination cast by the phantom of Chonchi above, he clearly sees Yuhua's form and the woman seated atop it. In an instant, Chun Changtian's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Qin Shuer." Chapter 56, Qin Changtian? What a coincidence! Qin Shuer, upon recognizing the figure before her, is equally incredulous, her eyes ablaze with hatred. "Chun Changtian, I never expected to encounter you here." She smiles coldly, her voice chilling. How could it be her? It truly is her. Run. The moment Qin Changtian realizes it is Yuhua and Qin Shuer, he swiftly turns to flee. He has no courage to confront the fox and the two individuals ranked first. Chun Changtian? What a coincidence! Wang Jin glances over, clenching his fists. Today, he had been contemplating how to dismember him, and now he seems to have delivered himself right to his doorstep. Noticing the intense emotional fluctuations emanating from Qin Shuer, Wang Jin gently pats her shoulder, reassuring her, "Shuer, there is no need to rush. Let us not make it too easy for him. Darling, I know." With that, she retrieves the Qianji crossbow, which, while not particularly damaging, is most suitable for shooting one arrow at a time. Watching Chen Changtian flee, Wang Jin feels no concern. Given Yuhua's speed, it is impossible for him to escape. He pats Yuhua and softly instructs, "Little Yu, keep up with him, but take it slow." Yuhua understands perfectly, following him with small, nimble steps. Chen Shuer does not rush to attack but quietly trails behind him. As Chen Changtian runs, he glances back to see the fox effortlessly closing the distance. Gritting his teeth, he immediately flees in the opposite direction of his home, activating his previous skill once more. The skill strikes Yuhua, yet after its recent training, Yuhua now possesses a defense of 54 points and 570 health points. His attack barely grazes Yuhua. Witnessing his skill hit Yuhua, which seems unfazed, Chen Changtian's heart sinks. At this moment, Chen Shuer slowly raises her arm, shooting an arrow that lands on Chen Changtian's leg. He lets out a pained scream as the arrow embeds itself in his thigh. Blood gushing forth, Chen Shuer's attack inflicts 66 points, combined with a 30 boost from attributes, alongside the damage from the Qinji crossbow and equipment, totaling an impressive 148 points. Although the Qinji crossbow only deals 20 of its base damage, it still causes substantial harm. Chen Changtian stumbles, pulling the arrow from his leg, ignoring the pain as he continues to flee. Seeing this, Chen Shuer turns to Wang Jin, whispering, "Darling, please help me remove my earrings. I fear I might accidentally kill him with 2 shots." Her voice is calm, devoid of madness, yet her eyes are filled with bloodshot determination. Wang Jin nods, gently removing her exquisite earrings, which will reduce her attack power by 26 points. He does not stop her. Instead, he encourages her to vent the hatred within her. However, observing Chen Changtian's direction of escape, Wang Jin finds it puzzling. Why is he not fleeing toward his own home but rather in the opposite direction? Although perplexed, Wang Jin does not dwell on it. Chen Changtian's attacks are quite ordinary, having only reduced Yuhua's health by less than 80 points with 2 skills. Such attacks pose no threat to him. His priority is to protect Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer pulls the trigger on the Qinji crossbow once more, this time aiming for his back. Chen Changtian screams again, disregarding everything as he continues to flee. Meanwhile, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, riding Yuhua, leisurely follow behind him, occasionally shooting an arrow, until he can run no longer, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Changtian curses, "You filthy bitch, I should have taken you right then." As soon as he utters this, Wang Jin leaps off Yuhua, planting a foot on his chest. He then twists his foot with force. Chen Changtian spits out blood, his expression still defiant. This surprises Wang Jin. He did not expect Chen Changtian to be so resilient, never once begging for mercy. "You must be Wang Jin, right? Let me tell you, I've already had my way with her. You're merely a scavenger." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin steps down with renewed force, coldly retorting, "Even so, I love her, and besides, you never succeeded. Darling, let me handle this." Chen Shuer steps forward, aiming the Qinji crossbow at Chen Changtian's head before pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, Chen Changtian's health depletes entirely, and his body disappears. After completing this, Chen Shuer throws herself into Wang Jin's embrace. She neither cries nor makes a sound, simply holding him tightly. "Wait," Wang Jin suddenly realizes. "He attacked us first. Why did we get nothing for killing him? Not even longevity." "What?" Chen Shuer looks up, puzzled. Wang Jin immediately opens the map, noticing that approximately 60 kilometers away, the pioneer mark has reappeared there. "He didn't die?" Chen Shuer gazes up at him, disbelief etched on her face. Wang Jin, disregarding everything, lifts her and leaps onto Yuhua's back, urgently exclaiming, "Little Yu, hurry!" Upon receiving the instructions from Wang Jin, Yuhu sprinted with all her might towards the direction he indicated. Was it sheer talent or a treasure? "Even if you possessed 9 lives, I would undoubtedly slay you," Wang Jin remarked coldly while gazing at the pioneer marker on the map. Meanwhile, Chen Changtian had resurrected in the small wooden cabin. A manifestation of his innate ability, resurrection. His initial demise allowed him to return once more to his home. Observing the rapidly approaching pioneer marker on the map, he hastily opened the channel. Joining a clan and utilizing the clan's teleportation was his sole means of survival. Earlier, he had run with all his strength, yet that Yuhu had effortlessly caught up with him. Coupled with the pioneer marker, he realized that apart from teleportation, he had no chance of escape. Joining a clan from Huaxia was not an option. Even if he did, given their top-ranking prowess, it was likely that the clan would not provide him sanctuary. He turned his gaze towards the third-ranked Yamamoto Rokuj Kyr and incessantly attempted to add him as a friend. Regrettably, with too many requests flooding in, Yamamoto Rokuj Kyr paid him no heed. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Changtian's forehead as the ominous symbol of death drew ever closer. Eureka! He retrieved the 3-star treasure chest rewarded by the system that day and opened it. Revealing a series of armors in the faction channel, he sent out a message detailing the armors, accompanied by the plea. Yamamoto Rokuge Kyr, allow me to join your clan, and I am willing to gift you this equipment. He frantically transmitted this message, hoping that Yamamoto Rokuge Kyr or his clan members would take notice. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, causing his hands to tremble slightly. If he were to die again, it would truly be the end. Fortune favored him. The members of Yamamoto Rokuge Kyr's clan noticed his message and promptly informed him, just as Wang Jin was a mere 10 kilometers away. Yamamoto Rokuge Kyr suddenly added Chen Changtian as a friend, igniting a flicker of hope within him. After some communication, he successfully joined the clan, and the moment the clan's teleportation totem in his home activated, he immediately chose to teleport away. Wang Jin observed the disappearance of the pioneer marker on the map, realizing that he had escaped via clan teleportation. Veins bulged on his hands, a result of the guilt he felt for allowing the perpetrator to flee after harming his beloved. Chen Shuer, sensing Wang Jin's reaction, softly reassured him. It's all right, dear, I have already slain him once. Shuer, rest assured. No matter where he runs, I will hunt him down. Today, we shall dismantle his home. Chapter 57. Dismantling the home very well. Let us raise his dwelling. He is unlikely to return. Chen Shuer agreed, for dismantling another's home could yield materials for constructing their own. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Wang Jin immediately instructed Yu Hu to proceed towards Chen Changtian's abode. While he opened the clan list, currently, only 53 clans had been established, meaning Chen Changtian could only be found in one of the 52 clans excluding his own. Regrettably, he could not view the specific personnel information of these clans. After saving the information of these 52 clans, Wang Jin opened the channel. At this moment, the faction channel was still inundated with messages, rendering it nearly impossible to read. He typed a message. Chen Changtian, no matter which clan you flee to, I will hunt you down. After sending this repeatedly, he once again privately messaged Li Sancher, requesting him to keep an eye on Chen Changtian. Li Sancher readily agreed upon learning the situation. Having accomplished all this, Wang Jin closed the chat and tightly embraced Chen Shuer as they hastened towards Chen Changtian's home. Wang Jin's declaration soon caught the attention of others, for he was the top-ranking player. Before long, the two arrived at Chen Changtian's dwelling, which was also a modest 2-star wooden cabin. Shuer, we arrived. Let us see what's inside him. With that, Wang Jin pulled Chen Shuer to the door of the cabin and attempted to push it open. The door was as if welded shut, refusing to budge. Observing this, Wang Jin brandished a hammer and began to strike. The door proved to be quite sturdy, and Chen Shuer also attacked with her spear. After a brief period of their relentless assault, the wooden door finally splintered open. Inside, there was only the basic infrastructure of the small cabin and a clan teleportation totem. Wang Jin reached out to touch the totem. Dear, don't! Chen Shuer quickly interjected. If we teleport, we might end up in a different clan, which could be perilous. Hearing this, Wang Jin retracted his hand. Clans were typically established by the top 100 players, and if they were indeed teleported, it could be exceedingly dangerous. He sighed. Shuer, let us destroy the oil lamp instead. Through their recent experiences, they had come to understand that this everlasting oil lamp was the core of the entire cabin. Destroying the lamp would cause the cabin to vanish. Chen Shuer nodded in agreement. The two then unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the oil lamp. With a resounding crack, the lamp shattered, and the entire wooden cabin was instantaneously obliterated. Destroyed 2-star shelter. Received wood 600, stone 500. As the notification echoed in their minds, Chen Shuer grasped Wang Jin's hand and smiled, saying, Dear, let us head back. Refreshing, yearning for intimacy? Observing Chen Shuer's demeanor, Wang Jin felt a wave of relief. At least she harbored no ulterior motives. After losing her only remaining kin, Shuer's malevolence had merely amplified her attachment to him. Contemplating this, Wang Jin embraced Chen Shuer and swiftly mounted Yu Hu. Making their way back to their small wooden cabin, treasure chest, during their journey, Chen Shuer's eyes lit up with excitement. Wang Jin turned to look and indeed, a 2-star treasure chest lay in front of a stone just a few meters away. Spotting the easily acquired treasure, they quickly collected it. It had been 2 days since they last found a chest, leading Wang Jin to question whether the increased probability of obtaining a treasure chest from the pioneer mark was merely a ruse. Both shared a penchant for immediately opening any treasure chest they acquired, unable to rest until they did so. Chen Shuer took the lead in opening it, revealing a glowing orb within. Fire crystal. Emits sustained warmth. Amidst warmth? What purpose does this serve? Wang Jin pondered, not delving too deeply into the thought as he reached for the stone. Upon touching the fire crystal, he felt a surge of warmth, not overly intense, yet bearable. He lifted it to inspect, then set it back down, for holding it too long became uncomfortable. Chen Shuer also touched the fire crystal, her beautiful eyes gleaming as she smiled slightly. Roar. At that moment, the deafening roar of Chongqi echoed once more, causing both Wang Jin and Yu Hu's malevolence levels to rise by 2 points. Hearing the roar, Wang Jin instinctively placed his hand on Chen Shuer's mark. Yu Hu quickened her pace. By the time they returned home, it was already 10:30 at night. Since the night brought no minions of Chongqi or specters, it was comparatively safer than during the day. Aside from the occasional roar of Chongqi, they encountered no other dangers on their way back. Upon arriving at the small wooden cabin, Chen Shuer hurried into the bathroom to fill the tub, tossing the recently acquired fire crystal into the water. Ever since the cabin was upgraded, she had taken to bathing daily. Once the tub was ready, Chen Shuer beckoned Wang Jin to join her. She tested the water temperature, declaring it warm. After indulging in a romantic bath, Chen Shuer had deliberately chosen a rather alluring outfit for this occasion. She then approached the loom, fiddling for a while before crafting a new quilt to replace the old one. Subsequently, she settled onto Wang Jin's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Breathing softly into his ear, she whispered, "Dear, it's quite late. Let us retire for the night." Wang Jin concurred, turning to glare at Yu Hu. "You turn around." The following morning, the system's notification chimed promptly in Wang Jin's mind. "Good morning." Dear Chen Shuer had already awoken, leaning softly against him. Moments later, while Wang Jin was still groggy, she sealed his lips with her own. After a few minutes, Chen Shuer led Wang Jin into the bathroom. "Sister, didn't we just bathe last night?" "Shuer, let us hurry. It's already 9:30, and Li Sancher is inquiring about us." "All right." The two quickly finished breakfast and tidied themselves before activating the clan teleportation totem. With a swirl of visuals, they found themselves in a square constructed of stone. In the center stood another clan teleportation totem. At the far end of the square was Li Sanchi's small wooden cabin, devoid of any other structures. The entire clan could only be described as meager. However, the square was populated with a number of individuals, mostly pairs of men and women, with a few individuals standing alone, engaged in conversation. As Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, accompanied by Yu Hu, materialized in this location, they immediately became the center of attention. Soon, a crowd began to gather around them. Wang Jin protected Chen Shuer, greeting the onlookers. Although the system indicated that clan members could not attack one another, Wang Jin remained uncertain of the exact definition of that restriction. Moreover, he noticed greed in the eyes of many, particularly directed towards Yu Hu. Under the influence of malevolence, Wang Jin was uncertain whether they might act upon that greed. "Ha, brother Wang Jin, you've arrived." At that moment, Li Sancher approached with Lu Qingqing. "Brotherly," Wang Jin greeted in return. Li Sancher glanced at the visibly grown Yu Hu before directly inviting them to his cabin. Wang Jin nodded and, with Yu Hu flanking Chen Shuer, they made their way towards the small wooden cabin. Li Sancher smiled at him, saying, "Brother Wang Jin, there's no need for concern. Under the system's protection, clan members cannot harm us." With that, a playful smile crept across his face as he brandished a large blade and swung it towards Wang Jin. A mysterious energy shield manifested around Wang Jin, blocking the attack. So that's how it works. Wang Jin nodded, feeling reassured. Upon arriving at Li Sanchi's quaint cabin, Wang Jin discovered another presence inside, a woman. "Let me introduce you," he said. "This is Luo Ning. If we are to hunt the colossal beast, we must rely on her exceptional talent." Chapter 58. Luo Ning's gift. Wang Jin cast a glance at Luo Ning within the room. She appeared rather delicate, possessing a pleasing appearance coupled with a mane of snow-white hair. He greeted her. "Hello, Miss Luo." Luo Ning briefly acknowledged him and Chen Shuer, along with their companion, the Jade Fox, with a slight nod, but fell silent thereafter. Such aloofness? Furthermore, was she truly alone? Had her companion been slain by her own hand via a fate scroll? Wang Jin pondered silently. Chen Shuer scrutinized her as well. Noticing Wang Jin's expression, Li Sancher hastily interjected, "Brother, Luo Ning merely prefers silence. She has always been reticent as for her solitude." Her companion attempted to kill her and met with her counterattack. Wang Jin nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He turned to Li Sancher and inquired with genuine concern, "Elderly, how do we go about slaying the colossal beast?" Li Sancher gestured for everyone to take a seat and began to explain. "The colossal beast is influenced by the malevolence value of Chongqi. Our 30-point malevolence will also amplify our damage against it. We tested this yesterday, and it is just sufficient to breach its defenses. This is a rare opportunity. Wang Jin acknowledged with a sound, remaining silent, for even if they could breach its defenses, could they withstand its onslaught? Li Sancher continued, Luo Ning's gift is known as the taunt puppet. She can summon a puppet that provokes beasts intensely, far more effectively than mere insults. Moreover, the puppet possesses considerable health. When we faced a beast over 300 years old yesterday, her puppet could endure approximately 5 of its assaults. Once she releases this puppet, we simply need to ambush the beast from behind while it focuses on the puppet. Wang Jin's eyes brightened at this revelation. And what about your claim that we could locate the beast in advance? He pressed. Moreover, I am aware that beasts possess skills. The one I encountered previously had area of effect abilities, and we barely managed to withstand its onslaught despite having a 50 damage reduction. Li Sancher chuckled. She possesses yet another talent. Another talent? Wang Jin could not help but glance at Luo Ning. The existence of another talent implied she had undoubtedly eliminated other players aside from her companion. Her second gift is called Heavenly Eye, a talent inherited from her original form. Li Sancher took a sip of water and continued. Her Heavenly Eye can detect all living beings within a 10-kilometer radius. And she can also observe the skills and health of the colossal beast. Under her watchful gaze, we need only to flee swiftly when the beast unleashes its skills. Impressive. It's akin to having a human detector. Wang Jin exclaimed, at this moment, some of his earlier doubts began to dissipate. If it merely required running faster, his jade fox could certainly keep pace. Darling, how can you say such things? Chen Shuer interjected. Unable to suppress a disapproving glance. Apologies, Miss Luo. My analogy may have been inappropriate. Wang Jin quickly amended, offering a nervous laugh. Luo Ning responded softly. Was she truly so cold? Wang Jin couldn't resist stealing another glance at her. Li Sanchi's expression grew serious. Now that we have a grasp of everyone's situation, we must deliberate on how to divide the spoils should we successfully slay the beast. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer attuned their focus. Aware that a single colossal beast yielded only a limited number of spoils, particularly the equipment blueprints, of which there seemed to be but one. To defeat the beast, a broken yuan seal was necessary. I currently possess one. C. Luo Ning has another, labeled B. What about you, brother Wang Jin? Li Sancher inquired, confident that Wang Jin must possess a broken yuan seal, as everyone typically encountered a one-star rogue early on. He had no doubts regarding Wang Jin's capability to slay such a rogue. Furthermore, he had acquired another broken yuan seal from a treasure chest yesterday, replenishing the one he had previously consumed. I have one, A. Wang Jin replied without hesitation. Li Sancher nodded, continuing, with our A, B, and C broken yuan seals, slaying the beast will yield one equipment blueprint. How about this? The individual who utilizes the broken yuan seal shall receive the blueprint, while the remaining spoils will be evenly distributed with any extras determined by a roll. Wang Jin considered this arrangement. Although he believed his damage output would be higher, especially with his pet, it seemed somewhat unfair. However, he trusted that Li Sancher possessed some unique capabilities. After all, how else could they have worn down the colossal beast? After exchanging glances with Chen Shuer, Wang Jin nodded in agreement. Very well, I have no objections. Excellent. Li Sancher rose, activating the team scroll. Then let us set forth. Elderly, why must we use the team scroll? Wang Jin inquired, puzzled. Li Sancher laughed heartily. If we do not form a team, the principle for slaying the beast would be that the one inflicting the highest damage claims all materials. Wang Jin finally understood, realizing it meant they could potentially contest for the kill. Soon after, the group exited the cabin. Li Sancher approached the other clan members for a brief discussion before returning. Let us move out. Wang Jin nodded, mounting the jade fox alongside Chen Shuer. Li Sancher gazed enviously at the duo. Brother, it's only been 2 days. How has your fox grown so much? Pets can undergo cultivation, enabling them to grow, Wang Jin explained, revealing the circumstances. Ah, I see, Li Sancher nodded. Thus, the group embarked on their quest to locate the colossal beast. Outside, the sky remained overcast, visibility poor. However, under Luo Ning's heavenly eye, all creatures were laid bare before her. 82 meters, a raccoon. Luo Ning pointed to the left ahead. The group exchanged glances. Dispatching a raccoon posed no challenge, and there were no colossal beasts within a 10-kilometer radius. They proceeded in a straight line, eliminating any Chongqi minions that obstructed their path. Each time they defeated a minion, the spoils were subjected to a system roll, ranging from 0 to 100 points, with higher scores yielding better rewards. While individuals could opt out of rolls, nevertheless, the malevolence and unknown flesh acquired from these minions held little interest for them. Whoever possessed good fortune would claim it, Before long, Luo Ning directed them again. 9.9 kilometers, a spike dragon, 429 years. A dragon? A 429-year-old beast? Luo Ning simply responded with a nod. Sister, you truly are a woman of few words. Wang Jian couldn't help but internally scoff. Information, she stated succinctly, sending the details of the beast into the team channel. Spiked dragon year, 429,800, not yet reached final age, broken yuan seal, B level, 31 health, 6,200 skills, wind and thunder chase, gradually ascends with the wind, gathering for electric orbs around itself, subsequently unleashing them to damage nearby foes. Thunder dance. The internal thunderous energy surges outward, initiating a dance, causing multiple electric orbs to appear around it, which explode after a brief delay. Chapter 59. Special Weapon. The sea-calming needle Wang Jin gazed at the attributes and skills of the spiked dragon, unable to suppress a gulp. A lightning mage, indeed. Yet, a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. Swiftly casting aside his fear, for defeating the beast would render him stronger, he felt a surge of excitement. Li Sancher mirrored his enthusiasm, reassuring him, Brother, fret not. Luo Ning's puppet will undoubtedly captivate the beast's attention. Unlike the Cheongqi minions, it retains its sanity. Wang Ji nodded, let us proceed to investigate. Simultaneously, he checked his status panel, noting his remaining lifespan, 212 days and 3 hours. He had gained some from selling ores and food. Though he felt invigorated under the influence of malevolence, it did not drive him to madness. After conferring privately with Chen Shuer, they decided to exchange 100 days of lifespan for 10 attribute points, keeping the remaining 100 days for emergencies. Upon completing the exchange, Wang Jin considered that Li Sanchi's attacks were barely sufficient to breach the beast's defenses, while his own attack stood at 44 points. Likely insufficient, he allocated all 10 points to his defense, raising it to 64. Chen Shuer, on the other hand, followed her original distribution method. Silence enveloped them as they followed Luo Ning's guidance toward the spiked dragon. Lacking pets, their pace was leisurely. The 10 kilometers felt considerable, with Wang Jin and Chen Shuer riding the Jade Fox, trailing behind. They effortlessly dispatched any Cheongqi minions they encountered along the way, though each time it was Lu Qingqing who insisted on engaging. Wang Jin noted that her dagger had been replaced with a staff, which expanded and contracted like the golden cudgel. What was more curious was that she now possessed not just one but two skills, alternating between strikes with the large staff and thrusts with the smaller form. This left Wang Jin puzzled. Had Lu Qingqing truly acquired such abilities in just 2 days? The more he thought about it, the more he felt compelled to ask, elderly, has sister recently gained any impressive skills? Li Sancher beamed with pride, replying, haha, Wang Jin, that staff she wields is a special weapon, imbued with its own skills. It was extracted from the 4-star treasure chest we received during our last mission, known as the Soul-Sundered Sea Stabilizer. In a moment, we shall engage the colossal beast. This weapon is of utmost importance. Does it possess inherent skills? The Sea Stabilizer? Both Wang Jin and Chen Shuer were taken aback by his words, incredulous. The weapon gift box from yesterday did not contain such an item, Li Sancher continued, explaining that the special weapon skill is called Weapon Soul, which can only be activated while wielding this weapon. After speaking, Li Sancher directed Lu Qingqing to share the weapon's attributes in the team channel. Soul-Sundered Sea Stabilizer V1. Attack 37 attributes. 1. Attack 4-2. Close range damage increase 1-3. Speed 3 Weapon Soul. Mountain Toppling Strike. Enlarges the Sea Stabilizer and cleaves forward, triggering a star explosion that inflicts 210 of one's attack damage on the target. Cooldown, 30 seconds Celestial Guidance. Abruptly shrinks and then enlarges the Sea Stabilizer, executing a forward thrust that deals 180 of one's attack damage. If Mountain Toppling Strike is interrupted, a black hole will form, drawing in nearby enemies and continuously inflicting 100 of one's attack and defense damage. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Description. One of the 3 great special weapons, said to only reveal its traces in treasure chests and water. A divine artifact. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exclaimed in astonishment upon reviewing the attributes of the Sea Stabilizer. Particularly, upon seeing the second skill, which could inflict damage equal to one's defense. Wang Jin's breath grew somewhat rapid. The allure of wickedness influenced him, igniting an impulse to seize the treasure. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he murmured, "Is it truly found in water?" Li Sancher smiled faintly, suggesting that hunting the colossal beasts dwelling in the water might yield it. If there are giant beasts on land, surely there are in the water as well. I heard in the channel that some individuals residing by the sea have witnessed the silhouettes of colossal beasts beneath the waves. Wang Jin nodded, lamenting that he had no means to venture into the water at present. Honey, isn't there a special lake near our home? Chen Shuer sent a message through a private channel. Wang Jin, upon seeing it, quickly replied, I know, but we cannot go underwater. I wonder if the fish we raised might yield this item. Chen Shuer's eyes lit up at this realization, recalling that they had fish at home, which Wang Jin had been feeding, nearly forgotten. Leaning against Wang Jin, she softly remarked, I hope so. Wang Jin nodded in agreement, then turned his thoughts inward, silently contemplating. Since Li Sancher claimed this weapon was crucial for defeating colossal beasts, could it be his trump card? The group continued their journey towards the location of the spiny dragon. Along the way, Wang Jin, Chen Shuer, and Yu Hu all consumed a clear heart pill, and the roar of Qiongqi echoed once more. Today, the system provided no cues, only reporting the time. As they neared their destination, Luo Ning led everyone to a relatively open area and halted. Li Sancher looked at Luo Ning and said, Xiao Ning, let us begin. Luo Ning responded affirmatively, stating, I'll go. Li Sancher nodded solemnly, turning to Wang Jin and advising, brother, let us clear the nearby minions of Qiongqi. Otherwise, we risk being ensnared during our escape. We will have Luo Ning draw the spiny dragon's attention. Its Breakyuan seal is of type B, allowing Luo Ning to activate it, and then we shall engage. Luo Ning added, when I say run, remember to flee swiftly. Wang Jin, upon hearing this, grew serious and suggested, shall we split up to clear the area? Let us separate, Li Sancher replied, then turned back to Luo Ning, instructing, Xiao Ning, use your heavenly eye to locate the positions of the Qiongqi minions nearby and send them to us in the team channel. Luo Ning agreed and proceeded alone towards the spiny dragon's location. Observing her solitary advance, Wang Jin furrowed his brow and asked, Li Gu, won't it be dangerous for her to go alone? Li Sancher shook his head. No, her means of self-preservation are formidable. Let us move. Seeing this, Wang Jin ceased his worries, glanced at the position Luo Ning had sent, and instructed Yu Hu to change direction. Opening the map, he noted the area was called Opposite Ridge, surrounded only by towering trees, with the ground quite level. Shuer, when the spiny dragon approaches, just use the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow to attack from a distance. Wang Jin tightened his embrace around Chen Shuer, speaking earnestly, for she was quite fragile. Chen Shuer nodded at Wang Jin's serious tone. The two then rode Yu Hu, swiftly clearing the nearby minions of Qiongqi as suggested by Luo Ning. The minions encountered today were all raccoon-like, making the task swift. Notably, no evil treasure chests had dropped today. Perhaps it was due to the team dynamics. Here, shortly after, Luo Ning sent a message in the team channel. Upon reading it, Wang Jin immediately directed Yu Hu to proceed. Upon arrival, Li Sancher and Lu Qingqing were already present at that moment. Luo Ning hurried over, her hands clasped together, and suddenly a large white puppet, approximately 2 meters tall, manifested before them. Hide! Li Sancher bellowed, leading Lu Qingqing to conceal themselves behind a nearby tree. Wang Jin quickly followed suit. Moments later, a dinosaur-like creature appeared in their line of sight. It stood about 10 meters tall, adorned with a row of sharp spines along its back, and most strikingly, its front half was covered in feathers, crowned with a dragon's head resembling that of a chicken. Chapter 60. The Encirclement of the Spiny Dragon. Caw-caw. The spiny dragon emitted a deafening cry. For before it lay the white puppet. It regarded this puppet as if it were the most despised thing in its existence, roaring in fury as it charged toward the puppet. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ning held the Breakyuan seal. B.as she activated the seal, a gigantic letter B shot forth towards the spiny dragon. In an instant, dozens of golden bees appeared on the spiny dragon, producing a thunderous sound. The spiny dragon roared in rage as the Breakyuan seal dispelled its divine protection, causing its health to plummet by 10. Then, the spiny dragon leaped, crushing the white puppet beneath its foot. Attack! Li Sancher shouted, first employing his armor-breaking skill against the spiny dragon. He then seized the sea stabilizer from Lu Qingqing and charged forth, activating his talent, while Lu Qingqing switched to a crossbow for ranged attacks. Xiaoyu, we're going in. Shuer, stay here and attack with the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow. Wang Jin declared, brandishing his shield and hammer as he rushed forward. The instant the spiny dragon assaulted the white puppet, Luo Ning's message arrived, warning that this dragon dealt significant damage, and that the puppet could only endure for a short while. Chen Shuer bit her lip, drawing the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow and began firing at the spiny dragon. -8, -6, -7, what absurd defense. As Wang Jin dashed forward, he grimaced at the damage values. Just after Chen Shuer had allocated her points, her crossbow attacks had reached 153 points. Under a 50 damage boost and Li Sanchi's armor-breaking skill, She could only inflict single-digit damage. Haha, Wang Jin, why didn't you mention your wife had a ranged weapon? Her damage is truly impressive. Li Sancher laughed heartily as he wielded the sea stabilizer, which rapidly expanded. Just as Wang Jin thought he was about to deliver a powerful blow, Li Sanchi's figure flickered, abruptly canceling the skill. Immediately, the sea stabilizer shrank and then surged in size once more. After enlarging, the sea stabilizer shimmered with a radiant light. Celestial guidance, Li Sancher uttered, his hands gripping the sea stabilizer as he thrust it forward. The enlarged sea stabilizer struck the spiny dragon, creating a black vortex at the point of impact. Astonishingly, this vortex managed to ensnare the nearly 10-meter-tall spiny dragon. 38-36. Such tremendous damage. Wang Jin gazed in amazement at this strike. No wonder Li Sancher had deemed the sea stabilizer vital for vanquishing colossal beasts. It could control the giant creature. Regaining his focus, Wang Jin wasted no time, swinging his hammer down upon its foot. -1 indeed. It was impervious to damage. Wang Jin was wholly unfazed by this, and soon, emerald serpents surged forth from his body, attacking the ensnared spiny dragon. Countless instances of -1 damage appeared. A smirk crept across Wang Jin's face. Even if it couldn't be penetrated, inflicting 1 point of damage at a time could wear it down. Brother, what is this? Li Sancher inquired, glancing at the serpents while relentlessly striking the spiny dragon with the sea stabilizer. Am I not allowed a treasure from a chest just because you found a divine artifact? Ha ha ha, with this, we have a greater chance of defeating the colossal beast. Li Sanchi's face flushed with excitement. Defeating a colossal beast would yield a century's worth of beast souls and attribute points. At this stage, teams capable of slaying such beasts were exceedingly rare. If he could succeed now, he would maintain a significant lead. At that moment, the sea stabilizer's suction effect waned, prompting Wang Jin to hastily summon all his serpents back. The spiny dragon again stomped on the puppet, which was now riddled with cracks. In response, the spiny dragon crackled with lightning. Run! Luo Ning shouted from a distance. Wang Jin unleashed his ultimate skill, Flying Shield Strike. The shield struck the spiny dragon, momentarily stunning it. Seizing the chance, Wang Jin leaped onto Yuhu's back and fled swiftly. He rushed to Chen Shuer, embracing her tightly as they escaped together. On the other side, Li Sancher and Lu Qingqing were even more dramatic. As lightning erupted from the spiny dragon, they didn't require Luo Ning's warning and were already fleeing far away. Caw caw caw. The spiny dragon unleashed another earth-shattering roar. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer ran while glancing back momentarily. Although the visibility was poor and they could not see clearly, the location of the earlier battle was illuminated by flashes of lightning. Subsequently, a series of explosive sounds echoed. Fortunately, they were swift. Had they been struck by that lightning skill, even Wang Jin would likely have succumbed. With a lingering sense of dread, Wang Jin urged Yuhu to run further away. The colossal beast would not regain health immediately, and once its skills had been exhausted and their own abilities restored, they could retaliate. It was only when they reached a point where the cries of the Spinosaurus were inaudible that Wang Jin finally halted. Chen Shuer turned and inquired, Darling, where did they run off to? Wang Jin shook his head. We all fled separately, each of us eager to escape. So who would bother to keep track of anyone else? He then opened the team channel to ask their current locations. Li Sancher and Luo Ning both responded promptly, with Luo Ning even marking the positions of everyone. Wang Jin glanced at the map, astonished to see that the three groups had scattered in 3 distinct directions. Subsequently, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer made their way towards Li Sancher's location. He was situated in the middle, and Wang Jin and Luo Ning approached from either side to reach Li Sancher the quickest. Before long, Wang Jin was the first to spot Li Sancher and Lu Qingqing resting beneath a large tree. Brother, let us take a breather. Luo Ning has gone to lure that Spinosaurus. We'll wait for her signal. Li Sancher greeted them with a smile. Wang Jin nodded and dismounted Yuhu with Chen Shuer, settling down to await further developments. Leaning against Wang Jin, Chen Shuer whispered, Darling, that girl must have some other means aside from her talent to dare entice that furious Spinosaurus. Indeed, Li Sancher is not only powerful himself, but he also chooses formidable allies. Though she does not deal damage, her presence is indispensable, Wang Jin reflected, setting aside his previous underestimation. Ever since the leaderboard emerged, he had believed no one could rival him. Perhaps it was the influence of the evil value, yet seeing Li Sancher made him realize that anyone ranked highly possessed formidable strength. Take Li Sancher for example. Victory was not guaranteed for him. Come, a straightforward message from Luo Ning arrived in the team channel. Upon reading it, Wang Jin and Qin Shuai mounted Yu Hu and exchanged glances with Li Sancher before promptly heading towards Luo Ning's indicated direction. Upon arrival, they saw the Spinosaurus pursuing Luo Ning, who held a device resembling a pistol. With a swift motion, she fired a grappling hook that struck a nearby tree, propelling her far away. Spotting Wang Jin and the others, she summoned a taunting puppet. The Spinosaurus, upon seeing the puppet, abandoned its chase of Luo Ning and charged towards the puppet, its sworn enemy. Chapter 61. The spoils of slaying a colossal beast this time. The cooperation among the group was even more seamless. Qin Shuai and Lu Qingqing took position at the back, firing crossbow bolts. Li Sancher initiated the assault with his armor-breaking skill, followed by using the divine needle to control the creature. Wang Jin, opting not to use his hammer, summoned a spirit serpent with the Ming snake pearl to attack. Luo Ning observed the battle, keeping an eye on the puppet's health and monitoring the Spinosaurus for any skills. Should the puppet be destroyed or the Spinosaurus unleash its abilities, the group would retreat. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the Spinosaurus finally collapsed with a reluctant roar. Spinosaurus slain, awarded 5 free attribute points, lifespan 21 days. The 3 teams will share the attribute points and lifespan. Shake point rewards: Blueprint, Soul-rending armor, Spinosaurus meat X32, Century Beast Soul X6, Great Wilderness Beast Hide X12, Evil Thought X128. The spoils were indeed more plentiful than those from their last hunt. Wang Jin exclaimed in delight at the bounty. Li Sancher chuckled. The colossal beast we killed yesterday yielded similar results. The first was a polluted beast, and its spoils were scarce. I see. Regarding the shake points, Wang Jin relinquished the equipment blueprint. As per their agreement, the blueprint belonged to Luo Ning, who utilized the breaking yuan seal. The rest of the items were easily distributable. Each team received 2 Century Beast Souls, 4 Great Wilderness Beast Hides, and 42 Evil Thoughts, while the remaining 2 were taken by Wang Jin and Li Sancher respectively. Though Luo Ning was alone, she counted as a small team, which was her advantage. The Century Beast Souls could be consumed individually, allowing for quicker level advancement, and her contribution was crucial. Once the spoils were divided, the group's trust in one another grew, easing their vigilance. Under Luo Ning's guidance, the group embarked once more on their quest to hunt colossal beasts. Using the same strategy, they successfully hunted a 400-year-old boar deer and a 500-year-old mature viper lizard, exhausting the breaking yuan seal. As darkness descended, notably, Wang Jin, at Yu Hu's insistence, allowed it to consume all the Century Beast Souls, as both he and Qin Shuai were unable to refuse the creature with its evil value. Ultimately, they kept 2 for themselves, as Wang Jin insisted on taking them back for equipment crafting. This nearly caused Yu Hu to throw him off its back in protest. After a fruitful day, Wang Jin returned to the clan, smiling as he said, "Brotherly, we shall take our leave for now." Li Sancher made no effort to retain him. The group had agreed that he would seek those with the breaking yuan seal, bringing them into the team for its use, without coveting the blueprint, and sharing the remaining spoils. At this moment, Wang Jin was eager to find someone in the channel. Li Sancher also reminded everyone to keep an eye on the trading post for the breaking yuan seal, purchasing it if suitable options arose. However, even with the seal, it would take a day or 2 to hunt colossal beasts again. Luo Ning had been using her heavenly eye all day, which was exhausting, necessitating a period of rest. In a swift transition, Wang Jin and Qin Shuai returned to their cozy cabin via the clan's teleportation totem. Let us quickly check the spoils. Upon their return, Qin Shuai immediately pulled Wang Jin to sit down and tally their recent acquisitions on the bed. They had gathered a total of 7 Century Beast Souls, with Yu Hu consuming 5, 14 Great Wilderness Beast Hides, 33 pieces of colossal beast meat, 16 free attribute points, a lifespan extension of 82 days, and a blueprint for the soul-rending shield. Blueprint: Soul-rending shield, Century Beast Soul X1, Golden Armor Piece X1, Superior Copper Ingot X2. This blueprint had originally belonged to Li Sancher, while Wang Jin's was for shoes. Li Sancher had no need for a shield, and Wang Jin still wielded his initial weapon. The 2 quickly reached an agreement to exchange. "Darling, let us use the remaining 2 beast souls to craft our 2 pieces of soul-rending equipment." Wang Jin acknowledged, affirming the significant attribute boost from equipment, which was far more beneficial than consuming beast souls for leveling. They lacked the gold and red gold armor pieces, as well as the superior copper ingots, but the trading post had plenty of those resources available. After spending 7 pieces of viper lizard meat, they easily acquired the necessary materials, as colossal beast meat was currently in high demand due to its delectable taste. "Shuai, come here. Give me a critical hit. If you do, I'll reward you later." "Haha, all right. I'll be waiting for your reward," Qin Shuai replied eagerly. After this, She rubbed her hands together and began crafting the soul-rending shield. Soul-rending shield LV1, defense 32. Attributes: 1. Health 50, 2. Defense 10 while in a stationary state, 3. Damage reduction of 2. Oh no, no critical hit, Chen Shuai sighed. Wang Jin gently patted her head, reassuring her that there was still another item to craft. He then examined the shield. It was made from a unique metal, adorned with intricate engravings, and significantly larger than his previous shield. After a moment of admiration, Wang Jin stowed the shield in his backpack and turned to Chen Shuai, offering her an encouraging glance. Chen Shuai proceeded to unveil the last blueprint for the soul-rending broadsword, then kissed Wang Jin lightly. Please lend me a bit of luck. Wang Jin chuckled. Sure, take all you need. Okay. Chen Shuai nodded, consuming the final blueprint. A broadsword approximately 1.2 meters long appeared, complete with a scabbard. Soul-rending broadsword LV1. Attack power 31. Attributes: 1. Close range damage increase 2. Speed 5. 3. Defense penetration 1. Defense penetration 2. Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Darling, it seems borrowing your luck did not yield results. Chen Shuai looked a bit disheartened at the lack of critical hits. Wang Jin found it perfectly normal. After all, equipment critical hits were rare events, and obtaining an unfamiliar attribute like defense penetration was already a boon. Shuai, it's quite good. Let us eat something, I'm starving. Chen Shuai brandished the broadsword, swinging it playfully. All right, today I want to eat oysters to replenish you. Are you joking? I need to replenish? Without hesitation, Wang Jin utilized the food gift pack, silently wishing for oysters. Before long, an enormous oyster materialized in his backpack. Shuai, let us feast. After their meal, Wang Jin ascended to the upper floor to observe the growth of the fish fry. Now that he was aware of the divine needle, he held high hopes for the fry, as the introduction indicated that mature fry could yield materials from colossal beasts. The growth percentage of both fry had reached 48. After throwing down a piece of colossal beast meat, Wang Jin felt satisfied and descended. After finishing his bath, Wang Jin rested his head on Chen Shuai's lap while browsing the trading post. With the substantial amount of colossal beast meat acquired today, it would be more practical to trade it for lifespan extensions to enhance their strength. Currently, the trading ratio stood at roughly 1 piece of meat for 3 days of lifespan. He decided to sell all 26 remaining pieces of colossal beast meat, intending to keep the previous fire deer meat for consumption or to sustain the fish. Thus, the combined lifespan of the two reached a total of 260 days and 6 hours. Shuai exchanged 200 days of lifespan for attribute points, reserving the remainder for sustenance. Chen Shuai purchased a pair of scissors from the trading post and was diligently trimming Wang Jin's nails. She held no objections to Wang Jin's words, even feeling that there was no need for excessive longevity. After exchanging the attribute points, the remaining ordinary long spear, shield, hammer, and bow were all melted down by Wang Jin. By the furnace, Wang Jin utilized the 5 refining stones he had just acquired to forge equipment. Before long, a pair of pants emerged from the furnace. Exquisite pants, life 240, attribute 1, defense 2, attribute 2, attack 2. Wang Jin remarked, it seems that refining ordinary weapons only yields exquisite gear, and happily stowed the pants away. He then pinched Chen Shuai's cheek and gently said, Shuai, shouldn't we be turning in early and rising early? Sure. Chapter 62. The Realm of Ethereal Void Time. 8 o'clock, temperature, 21 to 25 degrees, weather. Overcast, the portal to the realm of ethereal void has been generated. At 8:30, the system's prompt rang out punctually. At that moment, Wang Jin and Chen Shuai were nestled together in a chair, savoring the morning air. It was a rare occasion to rise early. The realm of ethereal void. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chen Shuai suggested, Darling, let us go take a look. Wang Jin nodded, setting Chen Shuai down and retrieving the shield he had crafted the day before from his backpack. Chen Shuai also wielded the broadsword she had acquired yesterday. Clad in a flowing white robe, she indeed resembled an ancient heroine. After allocating their points and donning their gear, their attributes surged dramatically. Wang Jin took a moment to glance at his attributes. Name: Wang Jin level, 6 experience, 224 600 age, 20 life, 730 730, attack, 42, defense, 102, speed, 21, name, Chen Shuai experience, 224 600 level, 6 age, 21 life, 360 360, attack, 170, defense, 20, speed, 48, Jade Fox quality, B level, 8 experience, 22800 life, 690 690 attack, 87 defense, 65 speed, 84 training progress, 65 8,000 gazing at the explosive attributes of the two alongside the Jade Fox. Wang Jin felt a surge of confidence as he pulled Qin Shuer to open the door. Outside the wooden cabin, a gray haze enveloped the surroundings. Upon opening the map, Wang Jin noticed an abundance of small red dots. Could this be the portals to the realm of ethereal void that the system mentioned? Shuer, let us head over there. Qin Shuer nodded and together they mounted the Jade Fox, proceeding towards the red dots on the map. Along the way, they encountered numerous minions of the Qiongqi. However, with Qin Shuer wielding the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow, boasting nearly 170 points of attack, dispatching these low-level minions was effortless. Before long, a portal emanating a dark, eerie glow appeared before them. Portal to the realm of ethereal void. Internal danger level heightened, and the rate of evil value increase doubled. Please enter with caution. Note: each player has only one opportunity to enter. Reading the description, Wang Jin furrowed his brows and remarked, if the rate of evil value increase is doubled inside, wouldn't our 30 points of evil value effectively quadruple? Under normal circumstances. With 30 points of evil value, excluding the time spent hiding in the cabin at night, the Qiongqi's roars would resonate 4 times during the day, accumulating a total of 8 points of evil value. If they were to enter here, it would be akin to a daily increase of 16 points of evil value, not accounting for nighttime. At this rate, they would need to consume 12 cleansing heart pills daily just to maintain a balance against the increase in evil value. Qin Shuer also examined the description and said, could this be a method to elevate the dungeon's rating? Indeed. Wang Jin pondered for a moment before continuing, currently, the strongest minions of the Qiongqi we encounter are the Yanhua. Most are simply raccoon cats. The creature we encounter today could very well be the key to elevating the rating. I suspect that if we wish to survive without increasing the dungeon's rating, we should avoid entering and instead remain outside to obtain the minimal dungeon rewards. Shall we venture inside to see? Wang Jin was eager to maximize the dungeon rewards. Qin Shuer paused and replied, darling, we only have 3 cleansing heart pills left. Let us gather more before going in. It could be too dangerous if there are no items to reduce evil value inside. Shuer, that's not your usual style. Wang Jin said, taken aback by her words. Indeed, Qin Shuer had been more cautious lately, no longer as impulsive as when she first arrived. Moreover, she had stopped curling up tightly in her sleep, now lying quietly in Wang Jin's embrace afterward. Qin Shuer stepped forward and planted a fervent kiss on Wang Jin, her eyes brimming with affection as she said, my dear husband, aren't you here with me now? I want to stay with you for a long time. Wang Jin felt a warmth in his heart at her words and teased, Shuer, with you like this, I don't even want to get up. Shall we head back? Qin Shuer chuckled, tracing her finger across his chest. Head back? Not a chance. Wang Jin playfully swatted at her ample bosom. Qin Shuer shot him a glare before saying, all right, darling, let us go collect some cleansing heart pills first. The more we gather, the better. Agreed. Wang Jin checked the trading post for cleansing heart pills, noting that each one was about the price of a day's lifespan. It would be far more cost-effective to gather them himself. They allowed the Jade Fox to act independently while Wang Jin led Qin Shuer in search of minions. As they scoured for the Qiongqi's minions, Wang Jin thought of Luo Ning. That woman's heavenly eye was incredibly useful. Although his courageous Mark S plunder attribute enhancement talent was decent, Wang Jin was not entirely satisfied. According to the function of this mark, he and Qin Shuer ought to possess different talents. Ideally, he would have an auxiliary talent akin to Luo Ning's. However, no one had sought trouble with Wang Jin lately. His neighbors had not come over to greet him either. Following Qin Shuer's reminder from that day, Wang Jin had adopted a mindset of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, forcibly suppressing the darkness within. Shuer, it seems our pioneer Mark S double treasure drop rate is effective against the raccoon cats. Wang Jin lamented after slaying 7 or 8 of them without a single evil treasure dropping. I think so too, Qin Shuer replied, holding Wang Jin's hand, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She was not fond of this mark, yet it appeared Wang Jin was rather fond of it. After all, at night. Wang Jin night. After finishing dinner, Wang Jin and Qin Shuer began tallying up the spoils of the day in their wooden cabin. With their enhanced attributes, they dispatched the Qiongqi's minions with greater speed. Together with the Jade Fox, they amassed a total of 214 units of evil thoughts and 24 cleansing heart pills. At that moment, a message from Li Sancher arrived. Wang Jin's eyes narrowed instantly, his fists clenched tightly. News of Chun Changtian had arrived. He had joined the third-rank clan, the Sakurazumi clan, founded by Yamamoto Rokujiro. Moreover, Li Sancher had communicated with Yamamoto Rokujiro, who arrogantly demanded that Wang Jin hand over the Jade Fox if he wished to negotiate. Otherwise, it was off the table. Qin Shuer also saw the message and quickly embraced Wang Jin, saying, darling, Don't act impulsively. I don't harbor any resentment. Grandpa surely wishes for us to be well at Schwer. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. We're not yet equipped to take on a clan's strength. However, at least now we know where he is. Wang Jin suddenly felt a pang of guilt for his insufficient strength. His desire to enhance his abilities grew increasingly urgent. In this world, only by becoming stronger could one truly thrive. He leaned in close to Qin Schwer, whispering in her ear, Schwer, we shall venture into the realm of ethereal void first thing tomorrow. Alright, Chapter 63. Players from different factions gather in the realm of ethereal void the following day. Wang Jin and Qin Schwer waited for the system prompt to conclude before heading out. Today, there were no system notifications. They rode the Jade Fox swiftly to the portal. Yesterday, Wang Jin had gathered some information in the clan and faction channels. Those who entered could not communicate. They would be unable to use the channel functions inside. Furthermore, in the realm of ethereal void, players could only enter with their partner. Gazing at the ominous portal, Wang Jin sat silently for a moment, tightening his embrace around Qin Schwer on the Jade Fox's back, murmuring softly, Schwer, let us go in. Qin Schwer gently patted the Jade Fox, and together they stepped into the portal. In a whirlwind of colors, Wang Jin felt a slight dizziness as he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. They remained seated atop the Jade Fox, and Qin Schwer had also awakened. Looking around in wonder, a thick fog enveloped the area, shrouding visibility. Before them lay a desolate landscape, littered with dark stones. After observing for a while, Qin Schwer said softly, Darling, there's no portal here. Wang Jin acknowledged her observation. He too had noticed the absence of the previous portal. He dismounted from the Jade Fox and said, Let us see where we are now. Roar just as he stepped down from the Jade Fox. The roar of a Qiongqi echoed through the air, causing both Wang Jin and Qin Schwer to cover their ears. This time, they heard not the faint echoes but a resounding roar. It felt as though the sound reverberated right beside him. Simultaneously, Wang Jin, Qin Schwer, and the evil value of the Jade Fox each increased by 4 points. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Jin waited for the sound to dissipate before consuming a Qingxin pill. Also procuring one for Qin Schwer and the Jade Fox. They needed to keep their evil values below 30, for exceeding this threshold would lead to the emergence of inexplicable thoughts. Following this, Wang Jin accessed the panel to examine the map. It indicated that his current location was named Beiwang 2, situated within a white area. The map displayed various regions in different colors, categorized into white, yellow, and red. Several locations marked as Shengxiamen were also present, each separated by considerable distances. Additionally, functions such as the trading post, world channel, faction channel, and chat had been disabled, yet a nearby channel was open. Players within a 50 kilometers radius could communicate in this nearby channel. Are there other players? Gazing at the introduction, the two opened the nearby channel. Dongshan. Is anyone nearby? Nanshan. Yes. Shishan. Nearby lads, I am Clara. Remember this name. Nanshan. Brothers of the Nanshan faction. Be wary of players from other factions. Killing players from other factions here will grant you all their evil thoughts. Moreover, the minions of Qiongqi are formidable in strength. Beishan. Haha, the Shengxiamen has been blocked. We can't return. We'll all perish here. Shishan. So what if it's blocked? Just kill them. Wang Jin squinted at this information. Not only were there other players, but also members from opposing factions, and their numbers were substantial. However, names were not displayed. Merely the faction labels. These must be the players who entered the Lingshu realm yesterday. Could it be that everyone who enters the Lingshu realm appears here? How many players could that possibly entail? Observing the situation, Wang Jin took out his shield and grasped Qin Schwer's hand, saying, Schwer, let us explore the vicinity together. He opted not to ride the Jade Fox, as doing so might hinder his ability to respond to danger. Just as he took a step forward, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. You have entered the Lingshu realm. Different regions are categorized into white, yellow, and red. The white region is the safest, albeit with the least resources. The red region is the most perilous, conversely teeming with resources. Seek out the Shengxiamen and deposit evil thoughts into it to return to the Dahuang. The more evil thoughts deposited, the higher the rating received. So that's how it is. Listening to the system's prompts, Wang Jin murmured to himself, as long as he located the Shengxiamen on the map, he could leave this place. Indeed, evil thoughts were utilized to enhance the dungeon's rating. Earlier, it was mentioned in the nearby channel that someone was blocking the Shengxiamen. It turned out they were lying in wait. What could be swifter than killing to obtain evil thoughts? With a sigh, Wang Jin and the Jade Fox flanked Qin Schwer, advancing forward. He had no intention of venturing into the more dangerous yellow and red regions, preferring to explore the white region first. Given the known information, It was clear that potential threats stemmed from other players and the minions of Chongqi. He must protect the fragile Qin Shuer. After all, those brave enough to enter the Lingshu realm undoubtedly possessed a certain level of confidence in their abilities. Having taken only a few steps, a figure wielding a spear, resembling a raccoon cat, appeared within sight. Wang Jin smiled faintly, surprised that the first minion he encountered upon arriving here was indeed a raccoon general. Upon seeing Wang Jin and his companions, the raccoon general's crimson eyes glowed even brighter. With a roar, it charged forward, spear in hand. The presence of a single raccoon general posed no concern for the two. In the instant it lunged, Qin Shuer drew her sword, unleashing the Feihong treading snow skill. This skill did not eliminate the raccoon general in one strike, despite Qin Shuer wielding the Soul Hunter sword. Boasting an attack power of 170 points, the raccoon minions had one notable trait: their thick health pool. The Jade Fox, equally unyielding, surged forward to assist. Before long, the raccoon general succumbed to the combined assault of Qin Shuer and the Jade Fox. Evil thoughts acquired. 5. Unknown meat. 1 Shuer, you wielding the sword is far more impressive than with the spear. Wang Jin exclaimed, grinning at Qin Shuer after defeating the raccoon general. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuer tilted her head and chuckled. Is it really that cool, silly brother? Why not call me husband anymore? You haven't called me wife either. Qin Shuer pouted, originally desiring Wang Jin to address her as such. But it seemed he preferred calling her Shuer, so she refrained from pressing the matter. Wife Donamim. Wang Jin smiled. He simply found calling her Shuer more endearing. As two individuals well acquainted with one another, such terms of endearment posed no issue. Even in the absence of marriage that if possible, Wang Jin still wished to give her a proper wedding. After all, who among young women does not yearn for a warm wedding with their beloved? Cursing inwardly, Wang Jin reflected that without this unexpected journey, they might never have met again. And of course, while conversing with Qin Shuer, he continued to observe his surroundings. He estimated that the raccoon minions in the white region posed no threat. If they did, few players would be able to venture into the yellow and red regions. The true danger lay with other players. Acquired evil thoughts. 5. Unknown meat. 1. Qingxin pill. 1. Haha. After slaying 3 raccoon generals, a Qingxin pill finally appeared, along with a 2-star evil treasure chest. Wang Jin exclaimed with glee at the sight of the evil treasure chest. Previously encountered treasures had only been of the 1-star variety, with no 2-star treasures ever dropping. Naturally, it was Wang Jin, with his exceptionally high defense, who would open the evil treasure chest. Approaching the chest, he prepared to lift the lid when, be careful. Qin Shuer unsheathed her sword, releasing a skill towards the front, her expression one of fury. Upon hearing her, Wang Jin looked up to see a flaming crossbow bolt hurtling towards his head at breakneck speed. With no time to evade, he had no intention of dodging. Even if Qin Shuer, wielding the Soul Hunter crossbow, were to attack him, it would only reduce his health by a maximum of 20 points. He was unconcerned for his safety. Indeed, the flaming bolt struck Wang Jin's head, shattering upon impact, yet he remained unscathed, losing merely 2 health points. At the same moment, he discerned the attackers, a man and a woman, both with golden hair, labeled by the system as belonging to the Shishan faction. The man, armed with a crossbow, led the way, while the woman followed closely behind, wielding a spear. The man in front, having been struck by Qin Shuer's attack, crumpled to the ground, yet his bloodshot eyes remained fixated, incessantly shouting a singular word: kill. The woman paid no heed to her fallen companion, continuing her charge towards Wang Jin and Qin Shuer, echoing the same word. Have they gone mad with evil values exceeding 50? Wang Jin remarked, observing their state. Qin Shuer, having also noticed the peculiar condition of the two, refrained from rushing into an attack. She was somewhat astonished. The system had only indicated that exceeding an evil value of 50 would induce madness, but it had not specified such an extreme. Let us kill them, Wang Jin suggested nonchalantly. Their demise is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuer hesitated no longer, switching to her crossbow and unleashing a barrage at the approaching woman. Enemy player killed, gained lifespan, 27 days 2 hours, acquired evil thoughts, 143. Unknown meat, 76. Do you wish to extract the talent, Flame? Flame. Infuses personal attacks with an additional 0.3 fire damage. Following the woman's demise, the system's prompt resonated. However, no additional items dropped, and the corpse remained. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Both bodies stood upright simultaneously, their forms beginning to morph, sprouting grayish-brown fur. Before long, they transformed into raccoon generals. Evil minion. Raccoon general. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer gazed at this transformation, their eyes wide with disbelief. Husband, could it be that raccoon generals are merely humans transformed? Chen Shuer covered her mouth, incredulous. Wang Jin, uncertain, replied, that shouldn't be the case. We encountered raccoon generals before, and no one had reached an evil value of 50 or 70 then. Husband, don't forget, this world has native inhabitants apart from us. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jin's gaze sharpened. Let us kill them and figure it out later. All right. Chen Shuer, resolute, switched back to her sword and, alongside the Jade Fox, swiftly dispatched the two raccoon generals. They dropped 2 evil thoughts, 2 pieces of unknown meat, and a Qingxin pill. The two merely pocketed the Qingxin pill, disregarding the unknown meat. Wife, you should swap your talent. I want to change mine, as theirs should be superior to the previous ones. Chen Shuer promptly chose to replace her original enhancement talent. Boosting her attack by an additional 0.3 fire damage essentially raised her overall attack by 30. This was superior to her previous enhancement, as the 30 boost only applied to her base attributes and did not augment equipment attributes. Thus, with the sword in hand, Chen Shuer's attack power decreased to 137. But with the added fire damage, her overall damage would increase slightly. After adjusting her talent, the two turned their attention back to the 2-star evil treasure chest. Wang Jin approached and opened the chest. This time, the presence of the minions of Qiongqi was absent, and the treasure chest contained a plethora of medicinal pills. 6 Qingxin pills, hemostasis pill. Restores 150 health points upon use, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. 2 items for restoring health. Wang Jin exclaimed in delight, examining the hemostasis pill in his hand. The blood-red pill was diminutive, yet served as a single-use health restoration item. It is worth noting that items for health recovery are exceedingly rare. Currently, such medicinal products in the trading post hold considerable value. Any item that pertains to life preservation commands exorbitant prices. After stowing away their spoils, Chen Shuer tugged at Wang Jin, saying, "Darling, let us depart." She expressed a hint of disdain towards the 2 pieces of unknown meat lying on the ground nearby. What was once unknown was no longer a mystery. The path through the Lingshu realm was fraught with difficulty. The area they occupied was littered with various small craters and hills, necessitating a constant climb and descent. They also needed to be vigilant against potential ambushers. This time, Wang Jin summoned several spiritual snakes using the Mingxi Pearl. Keeping them alert around the 2.2 hours later, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer took refuge behind a small mound. Sharing a meal with the Jade Fox while enjoying a brief respite. It is noteworthy that since growing up, the Jade Fox's appetite had significantly increased. Now, it consumed an entire food package with each meal, with roasted firefly deer meat being its favorite. In these 2 hours, they had acquired 65 evil thoughts, 6 Qingxin pills, and 1 2-star evil treasure chest. Wife, with the efficiency of obtaining Qingxin pills like this, we need not fear exceeding the threshold of evil value. Along their journey, the minions of Qiongqi encountered were merely raccoon-like creatures, posing no threat to them. Chen Shuer smiled and replied, "Indeed, if this is the case, the Lingshu realm is not particularly perilous, at least not in the white zones." Wang Jin, gazing at her with affection, gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Let us open this 2-star evil treasure chest after we finish our meal." All right. Seizing the opportunity during their meal, Wang Jin opened the nearby chat channel, eager to glean any useful information. Individuals within a 50-kilometer radius could potentially respond. Beishan, Clara, I've hit a stroke of luck. The one blocking the gate is you. Beishan, what's the matter, brother? Beishan, that person named Clara from Shishan has blocked the gate. I can't get out. The other gate is too far away, and he is quite powerful. I nearly perished. Dongshan, is that so? I'll go pay him a visit. What's his talent? Beishan, he seems to have gained a bit of attack power. He's not very fast. You should go kill him. Nanshan, ha 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 ha. Shishan, are you crazy? Dongshan, I just arrived. What are you all talking about? Clara. Wang Jin's lips curled into a smirk as he read the nearby chat messages. I am quite interested in meeting you. Chen Shuer, observing Wang Jin's expression, remained silent. She too glanced at the chat, fully aware of Wang Jin's intentions. She supported and understood him. That person deserved punishment. After they finished eating, Chen Shuer urged Wang Jin to open the treasure chest. Although it was an evil treasure chest, her impatience was palpable. Darling, I'm certain you were the type who could not wait even a minute for a package to arrive. Wang Jin chuckled as he carried the 2-star evil treasure chest to a spot several meters away from Chen Shuer before opening it. A surge of dark light enveloped the chest. And soon after, a semi-transparent figure emerged. She possessed an enchanting figure, her starry eyes brimming with allure. with a sinuous tail and a veil partially concealing her form. Chapter 65. Succubus. The moment the succubus appeared, she swiftly embraced Wang Jin, sinking her teeth into his neck. Damn! Wang Jin managed to exclaim as the succubus's fangs pierced his skin. There was no bloodshed, no pain. Rather, his consciousness was drawn into another realm. There, he transformed into an emperor, indulging in opulence. Swear, I appoint you as my empress. Wang Jin laughed heartily, his evil value soaring rapidly. Chen Shui's eyes widened in alarm. She witnessed the creature from the chest biting Wang Jin's neck, her man. Hers alone. Fury surged within her. She unsheathed her blade and struck at the succubus. This blow repelled the succubus, restoring Wang Jin's awareness, his eyes now aflame. The jade fox seized the moment, launching itself at the succubus, delivering a powerful slap across her visage. Current evil value of Wang Jin, 41. Darling, Chen Shui cried, noticing his elevated evil value. She produced 2 Qingxin pills, roughly tilting his head back and forcing one into his mouth. After swallowing the Qingxin pill, Wang Jin felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, displaying symptoms of mild poisoning. Yet his health points remained intact. He wiped the drool from his neck, feeling exceedingly nauseated. What was this succubus, beast or human? He hoped for the former, as the latter might imply it was a man, possibly one with dark intentions. With that thought, he retrieved water from his bag to cleanse his neck of the saliva. Darling, how are you? Chen Shui inquired with concern. I'm fine. Let us deal with that creature first. Meanwhile, the jade fox was locked in a fierce struggle with the succubus, who proved to be surprisingly formidable, matching the jade fox in combat prowess. Moreover, the succubus appeared to retain her sanity, attacking with purpose rather than recklessly. Flying shield strike. Wang Jin executed his skill, stunning the succubus. Seeing Wang Jin unharmed, Chen Shui felt relieved. She turned her gaze back to the succubus, her eyes ablaze with fury. Only she had the right to bite Wang Jin's neck. Not even a monster could infringe upon that. Gripping her blade tightly, her knuckles turned pale as she channeled her boundless rage, igniting flames upon her weapon, and charged at the succubus and the combined assault of Wang Jin, the jade fox, and the enraged Chen Shui. Even the succubus, despite her prowess, was swiftly overwhelmed. Succubus slain. Acquired evil thoughts 20. Is that all? Wang Jin stared bewildered at the spot where the succubus had fallen. Aside from the evil thoughts, there wasn't even a scrap of unknown meat. However, the succubus's corpse remained intact, prompting him to examine it. Succubus corpse can be exchanged for rewards at the Desire Exchange Station. Desire Exchange Station? Rewards? The two exchanged glances, opening the map, yet there was no sign of the Desire Exchange Station marked on it. Have you come across this Desire Exchange Station? Upon seeing the words about exchanging rewards, Wang Jin decided to inquire in the nearby chat channel. Unfortunately, aside from insults, he received no useful information. After placing the succubus's corpse into his backpack, Wang Jin turned to Chen Shui, saying, Wife, shall we check out the nearby gate? In his view, anyone bold enough to block the gate intended to sever the paths of others. Such individuals deserved punishment. After spending some time in this world and having taken lives on a few occasions, Wang Jin felt no burden regarding killing in this realm, especially those who obstructed the gates. Moreover, his evil value continually tempted him. Most crucially, those who dared to block the gates likely possessed significant talent. After defeating the giant beast and enhancing his strength, Wang Jin felt completely confident in his capabilities. Yes, Chen Shui responded softly. The two, accompanied by the jade fox, proceeded towards the gate marked on the map, approximately 20 kilometers away, remaining cautious of potential players along the way. Thus their pace was somewhat deliberate. Along their journey, they effortlessly dispatched the minions of Qiongqi, subsequently acquiring yet another 2-star evil treasure chest. Darling, the drop rate for these evil treasure chests is rather high. This is the third one, and they've all been 2-star. Chen Shui exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at the chest. Yet, she could not open it herself, her impatience becoming unbearable. Indeed, I will do it. Wang Jin opened the 2-star chest without hesitation. A shroud of darkness enveloped the area as yet another succubus materialized. Wang Jin was prepared. Upon opening the evil treasure chest, he sprinted away. With his preparations in place, he avoided being ambushed by the succubus, and the two, along with the jade fox, surged forward. Not far off, a man and a woman were cautiously traversing the area. Brother Niu, there are sounds of fighting ahead. The woman, named Qin Bing, tugged at her partner Niu Xiaoping, hiding behind a small mound. I wonder if they are from our Nanshan faction. The gate has been blocked, and we cannot exit. If we remain here, we shall inevitably perish. The nearest other gate is at least 100 kilometers away, and even if we could make it there, it is likely blocked as well. Niu Xiaoping clenched his fists, speaking with a sense of frustration. They were but ordinary survivors in the great wilderness, their rank not even within the top 1%. Under the influence of their evil values, they were unwilling to accept defeat and yearned for a chance to fight back. They had entered the Lingshu realm when it opened the previous day and could only manage to defeat the most mundane raccoon-like creatures. However, after a day of combat, they decided to return to the great wilderness, only to learn of the blocked gate. They did not believe they could defeat the individual blocking the gate, thus they sought opportunities in the vicinity. Brother Niu, I'll go take a look. If they are from the same faction, we can join forces and devise a plan. But there are no buts. We cannot hold on much longer, and since we have not struck first, killing members of our own faction will not result in any drops. With that, Qin Bing cautiously approached the source of the fighting, climbing the mound. Niu Xiaoping took a deep breath and followed closely behind. The hope for survival drove them forward. Its from Nanshan. Qin Bing spotted the South Mountain marker in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. As she drew closer, her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the Jade Fox. It's them. Although she did not recognize Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, she was well aware of the Jade Fox. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer's Jade Fox had long since become legendary throughout the camp. Niu Gu, it's Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, the top players of South Mountain. They can surely eliminate the person blocking our way. We might just be saved. Qin Bing's voice brimmed with a fervent desire for life. It truly is them. Niu Xiaoping also wore a look of surprise, yet deep concern creased his brow. Are you sure they won't kill us both? There's no harm in trying. We have no other options left. Qin Bing stood resolutely and walked towards them. Someone is coming. Wang Jin's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. The spirit serpents had naturally detected the approaching duo and relayed the message to Wang Jin and Chen Shuer. The spirit serpents were akin to their pets. Upon sensing danger, they would swiftly return, hissing as a warning, which Wang Jin, as their master, could easily comprehend. After swiftly dispatching the succubus, Wang Jin shielded Chen Shuer behind him. He did not rush to attack, as the news brought back by the spirit serpents indicated that the newcomers were allies. Soon, a man and a woman came into view. Stop, Wang Jin commanded coldly. His skills primed for immediate action. Greetings, we mean no harm. Qin Bing halted, striving to speak in the gentlest tone she could muster. I am Qin Bing, and this is my teammate, Niu Xiaoping. I know who you are. You must be Wang Jin and Chen Shuer. After finishing her introduction, she offered a seemingly calm smile, though her palms were slick with sweat. She was uncertain whether the two before her would strike. She was taking a gamble. The heart-cleansing pills they had gathered barely sufficed for the demands of this place. However, one could not fight endlessly. Rest was a necessity. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer scrutinized the two fellow allies, momentarily refraining from attacking. What brings you here? He inquired blandly. Without hesitation, Qin Bing articulated her request for Wang Jin and Chen Shuer to escort them away from this place. She concealed nothing, refraining from deceitful proposals of joining forces. No one was a fool. Once discovered, it could lead to dire consequences. You arrived yesterday. Was there anything different about the night here? Also, do you possess any useful intelligence? Wang Jin did not respond to their plea. Instead, directing the conversation towards matters of greater concern to him, he intended to eliminate the individual blocking their path, and bringing these two along posed no issue, as long as they led the way. Moreover, their honesty inadvertently revealed their lack of strength. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing felt a glimmer of hope and continued. There is no night here. During our time here, the sky has never changed. As for anything else, we know nothing, except for battling the minions of Qiongqi while searching for our way in O night. Wang Jin furrowed his brow at her words. Indeed, no night. At least, that has been my experience here. Were it not for the nearby channel, I wouldn't even know what time it was. Qin Bing asserted confidently, then retrieved 2 chests from her backpack, speaking with a tone of entreaty. These are 2 two-star evil chests we have collected. We lack the courage to open them, so we offer them to you. It took them this long to acquire 2 two-star evil chests. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged surprised glances. They had only just arrived and had already obtained 3 two-star evil chests. Could it be the effect of the pioneer mark? Wang Jin pondered, noticing that Qin Bing bore no sign of the pioneer mark upon her chest. Darling, let us take them with us. We are also heading to the body image gate. Chen Shuer whispered beside him. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin lifted his head to regard Qin Bing, saying, Very well, but you must lead the way. I cannot risk exposing my back to strangers. Understood. Qin Bing and Niu Xiaoping harbored no objections. Feeling a surge of excitement, They simply wished to depart from this cursed place as swiftly as possible. Setting the chests on the ground, Qin Bing and Niu Xiaoping clasped hands and began walking towards the body image gate marked on their map. Stopping only to maintain a line of sight with Wang Jie and as they moved further away. Wang Jin picked up the two-star chests and placed them in his backpack, following closely behind Chen Shuer. They were now nearing the body image gate. Wang Jin estimated that the probability of encountering other players would significantly increase. Surely, there were others wishing to escape this place, not just Qin Bing and Niu Xiaoping. He dispatched several more spirit serpents to scout ahead, ensuring they moved ahead of Qin Bing and Niu Xiaoping. If they were to assist in their escape, there was no need to make them targets. Silence accompanied their journey. Qin Bing and Niu Xiaoping proceeded cautiously, skirting along a small hill. They quickened their pace when they encountered flat terrain. Halt! Wang Jin called out to them. The spirit serpents had reported the presence of other players approximately 100 meters ahead. He was uncertain if the players detected by the serpents included the one blocking their path, Clara. At this point, they were merely 1,000 meters from the body image gate, and the nearby minions of Qiongqi had diminished significantly. Almost entirely cleared away. Upon hearing Wang Jin's voice, Qin Bing and Niu Xiaoping stopped, concealing themselves behind a small hill. Chen Shuer, observing the situation, suggested softly, "Darling, let us send out a few more spirit serpents to scout." Wang Jin had just that in mind. He activated the serpent pearl, releasing the spirit serpents. Unfortunately, the serpents could not stray too far from him. Their search radius was limited to approximately 150 meters around Wang Jin. However, this was sufficient given the visibility constraints of the spirit void realm, which was merely 10 to 20 meters. Through the information relayed by the spirit serpents, it became evident that within that 150-meter vicinity, there were not just one but 3 players, more accurately, 3 pairs, all lurking near the body image gate. They could be players wishing to escape through the gate, or perhaps those intent on ambushing anyone attempting to do so. Wife, ride on Xiaoyu at the back and use the 1,000 mechanisms crossbow to attack, but try not to let them notice you. Niu Xiaoping and I will approach slowly. Having Chen Shuer ride the Jade Fox was a splendid strategy. The Jade Fox was swift and boasted high defenses and health. In the event of danger, they could quickly retreat. Even if they could not escape, the Jade Fox could absorb the attacks. At this stage, there were likely no players capable of effortlessly slaying the Jade Fox. Though reluctant to part from Wang Jin, Chen Shuer did not hesitate and leaped onto the back of the Jade Fox. Seeing this, Wang Jin shared a farewell kiss with her before moving towards Niu Xiaoping. He was untroubled by the thought of Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing turning on him. His 100-plus defensive power instilled confidence. In fact, deep down, he hoped they would attack, as doing so would classify them as hostile players, allowing him to seize their entire lifespan. Approaching the two, Wang Jin declared, "Let us go." With that, he marched towards the body image gate. While Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing exchanged a glance at the sight of Chen Shuer riding the Jade Fox before following closely behind him, as they advanced, Wang Jin remained vigilant for nearby players. The spirit serpents moved swiftly, relaying information back and forth. Few seemed to take notice of the serpentine scouts. "They're here," Wang Jin smirked. The message from the spirit serpents indicated that 2 individuals had spotted Wang Jin and Niu Xiaoping and, unable to contain their curiosity, were approaching. The players from Beishan were not Clara from Xishan. Before they arrived, an attack was already en route. A crimson blade of light surged towards Wang Jin. With a resounding clash, the tranquil atmosphere around the body image gate shattered like a thunderclap in the still of night. 28 Such high damage. With my 102 points of defense, I still lost 28 health. No wonder they dared to kill in the vicinity of the body image gate. Wang Jin was inwardly alarmed. They must possess some formidable gear. However, with 730 health points, he could withstand their strikes for a while. After deflecting the attack, the figures of the 2 men came into view. 2 black men, each wielding a large sword. I'll absorb their damage. In a moment, I will stun one of them, and you 2 just focus on attacking. Wang Jin instructed Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing, brandishing his shield as he charged forward. He paid no mind to the fact that they were 2 black men. To him, they were merely mortals awaiting their demise. As the 2 black men witnessed Wang Jin charging at them, they too raised their great swords in response, neither uttering a word. The black men aimed to slay Wang Jin to seize the evil intent and elevate their dungeon rating, and Wang Jin sought the same. Life and death hung in the balance, requiring no further dialogue. The 2 black men leapt into the air in unison, lifting their swords to strike Wang Jin. Astonishingly, their 2 swords fused into one colossal blade, crashing down upon Wang Jin's shield. With a thunderous boom, the force of the impact sent Wang Jin staggered back a few steps. A talent, perhaps. The the damage from their combined strike was even greater than before. Wang Jin noted the loss of 36 health points, and his shield was propelled forward, aimed directly at one of the black men. The two were momentarily taken aback, surprised that their joint assault had seemingly no effect on the man before them. But before they could dwell on their astonishment, Wang Jin's shield struck one of the men squarely in the face, rendering him briefly unconscious. The conscious black man sought to protect his companion, but Wang Jin would not grant him that chance. Reclaiming his shield, he charged at the awakened black man. Meanwhile, Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination as they drew their weapons and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the incapacitated black man. However, the two individuals inflicted only limited damage. The black man was neither devoid of defense nor health, embodying a balanced development. That moment, a flurry of flaming crossbow bolts flew in from a distance. Regaining his senses, the stunned black man pushed back Niu Xiaoping and his companion with a swift strike of his sword. Such remarkable damage. After recovering, the black man retreated quickly from Qian Shui's assault, simultaneously unleashing a furious roar in a language Wang Jin had never encountered. The fiery crossbow bolts continued to rain down rapidly. The black man spotted Qian Shui attacking from afar and, with a powerful swing of his long sword, repelled Wang Jin, who resembled a small cockroach before them. They understood that the woman riding the fox and shooting arrows needed to be dealt with. One of the black men immediately activated a skill, unleashing a sword light aimed at Qian Shui. Wang Jin, unable to block this skill due to the force of the blow, remained unfazed. The Jade Fox, with a light leap, evaded the rapidly approaching sword light. This scene sent chills down the spines of the two black men. They turned in unison, without hesitation, and chose to flee, though the black men were fast. It proved futile. The Jade Fox surpassed their speed. With their damage deemed inconsequential, Wang Jin cursed under his breath as he watched the fleeing black men, the emerald green serpents emerging from his body. Exposing his back to the enemy was tantamount to courting death. The black men roared in unison, unable to vanquish Wang Jin, and unable to reach the highly damaging woman. They were suddenly beset by a swarm of snakes. Two more flaming crossbow bolts struck the injured black men, who succumbed begrudgingly to the poison and Qian Shui's arrows. The other black man, witnessing his companion's demise, felt his vitality rapidly drain away. Kill hostile player, gain lifespan 18 days 2 hours, acquire malevolent intent 458, gain unknown meat 162. Would you like to extract talent? Merge, effects enhanced by 50 when performing the same action as a teammate. Wang Jin, listening to the prompts in his mind, chose to forego extracting the talent. He and Qian Shui operated in a complementary attack and defense dynamic, unlikely to perform identical actions. He was uncertain whether this talent could function without teammates. Of course, he had contemplated becoming a versatile warrior, but the initial attribute points were too scant. Optimizing all attribute points in the early stages was undoubtedly more advantageous. Wang Jin collected the spoils dropped by the two, which included 2 greatswords, 25 Qingxin pills, 5 succubus corpses, 4 blood, and 1 Sun corpse. Notably, neither of them transformed into the minions of Qiongqi. Their bodies vanished directly, and their armor did not drop. Exquisite greatsword, attack 25. Trait 1, damage increased by 1, trait 2, attack 2. Wang Jin selected one of the greatswords with commendable attributes, significantly boosting his attack power, as he had melted down his previous hammer and retained only a shield. Following the demise of the black men, the nearby scouting spirit snakes returned, and Wang Jin glanced aside. The earlier battle had attracted numerous onlookers, and through the spirit snake's information, he discerned that upon witnessing the death of the black men, they all fled. Wang Jin was indifferent to this. Those who fled were likely akin to Niu Xiaoping, players hoping to vacate the area. Let us go. Wang Jin turned to Niu Xiaoping and his companion, who were still in a daze. Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing snapped back to reality, nodding and immediately following suit. They had assumed Wang Jin's pet was formidable, not realizing that in this battle, the pet merely served as a mount. As they drew closer to the body symbol gate, the surrounding players dwindled compared to the periphery. Wang Jin, Niu Xiaoping, and Qin Bing walked ahead without excessive disguise, while Qian Shui rode her Jade Fox behind them. Wang Jin released a multitude of spirit snakes around her, ensuring her safety from unforeseen attacks. Before long, the spirit snakes relayed a message. Ahead lay the body symbol gate, with 2 individuals concealed about 10 meters away. One of them was likely Clara, as mentioned in the nearby channel. Such audacity to hide right by the body symbol gate. Wang Jin mused, instructing Niu Xiaoping and his companion to conceal themselves while he approached the body symbol gate boldly. His strategy was simple: attract their attention while Chen Shuer executed a surprise attack. While he was likely stronger than Clara, it was prudent to ensure Chen Shuer remained protected. Furthermore, talents could be peculiar and unpredictable. Shield in his left hand and sword in his right, Wang Jin steadily approached the body symbol gate. Before him loomed a grand, mysterious door, stone-crafted and dark gray with a reddish hue, adorned with cryptic symbols that exuded an ancient charm. Suddenly, a massive hammer and a long spear flew toward Wang Jin. They were ungoverned yet seemed as if wielded by an unseen hand. What on earth? Wang Jin gasped, startled by the incoming hammer and spear. Before he could ponder further, the hammer descended heavily toward him. Bang! 31 such high damage. Observing this, Wang Jin braced himself with the greatsword, striking the hammer. Unfortunately, the hammer showed no response while the spear lunged toward him. Fortunately, the spear's damage was noticeably lower than that of the hammer. As Wang Jin fended off the assaults of the two weapons, he focused on a nearby location. The spirit snakes conveyed that the two individuals were hiding nearby. Performing some peculiar gestures, the ongoing battle drew the attention of several players on the periphery of the body symbol gate, peering in curiosity. Hiding in the distance while making strange gestures. Wang Jin's heart raced with excitement at the prospect. Was that a talent? A talent capable of manipulating weapons? What if Shuer acquired such a talent? She could remain concealed and utilize her exceptional attack power for effortless strikes. With this thought, Wang Jin braced against the two weapons' onslaught and charged toward where the two were hiding. With such a talent, they must be quite fragile. Chapter 68. Spirit Mastery. Chen Shuer, witnessing the bizarre scene ahead, urged her jade fox forward. The spirit snakes had naturally transmitted the information to her. Her objective was clear: eliminate those two individuals. However, they were concealed behind a small mound, rendering her ineffective without a detour. Clara and her teammate, Krisha, were equally astonished to see Wang Jin withstand their weaponry's relentless assault. They had never encountered someone so resilient, as Wang Jin had surmised. Their talent necessitated all their attribute points to be allocated toward attack, supplemented by a modicum of speed. Utilizing this talent to ambush other players near the body symbol gate, few could escape their grasp. Subsequently, they directed their weapons to launch a more ferocious assault against Wang Jin, entirely oblivious to the white fox and the girl approaching them rapidly from the other side. I've spotted you. Chen Shuer's eyes glinted ominously as she observed their continuous onslaught against Wang Jin. Her silver teeth clenched. The sword appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she unleashed her skill. The shockwave generated by the skill surged forth, fueled by her fury, and hurtled toward Clara's head. There's someone else. Clara finally sensed the imminent danger. Attempting to command the weapons to block the skill proved futile. Wang Jin had already charged forward with his greatsword poised. The skill collided with Wang Jin's greatsword, both striking Clara's head simultaneously. A protective barrier similar to a shield materialized around his body. However, it developed cracks upon impact. Another talent? Or perhaps a treasure? Wang Jin's heart raced at the sight of the barrier. He fervently hoped that the weapon-manipulating talent was indeed their innate talent. Only innate talents could be plundered through the mark of the brave. He continued to swing his long sword toward Clara. The previous strike had already caused fissures in the barrier, and Wang Jin understood it would not hold for long. The moment the barrier shattered would mark their demise. For Chen Shuer's was already on the way. Bang! The cracks in the barrier widened. Clara and her companion persisted in their assault on Wang Jin with their weapons, but he paid them no mind. With 700 health points, he could endure for quite some time. Spare us, and I will give you all my treasures. Clara and her teammate now felt the weight of despair as they began to flee. Unable to defeat Wang Jin, they realized that the protective barrier formed by their other talent was on the brink of collapse. They were fragile. Even Wang Jin's attacks would be unbearable, let alone those from Chen Shuer wielding a ranged weapon. Yet, their attribute points were predominantly allocated to attack, and they were even slower than Wang Jin. Wang Jin smirked coldly, consuming a blood, and pursued them, his greatsword swinging with renewed vigor. Let me go, and all my treasures will be yours. Clara and her companion screamed in desperation. Their cries echoed in the ears of all nearby players who had been watching. Clara, who had been blocking the way for so long, was about to be slain. Who was her adversary? This question resonated among the players who overheard their desperate howls. With a sharp crack, the protective barrier surrounding Clara shattered. I am of the Shishan Lion King clan. You cannot kill me. His eyes widened in terror, and as he uttered these words, he was met with Chen Shuer's arrows and Wang Jin's longsword. No. He had never anticipated that merely blocking the entrance in the white zone would lead to his demise. His overwhelmingly powerful talent would ultimately fail him here. Two bolts struck Clara, and even without Wang Jin's attack, his desperate cries were abruptly silenced as he fell to the ground, defeated and filled with resentment. Eliminate hostile players, gain lifespan 193 days 4 hours, acquire malevolent thoughts 1269, obtain unknown flesh 563. Would you like to extract the talent, spirit control, gain the ability to manipulate objects? With the power of manipulation equal to one's own strength. Haha, what a remarkable talent. Wang Jin listened to the system's notification, brimming with excitement. Not only could he control weapons, but he could manipulate objects as well. However, how should one interpret the fact that this ability equals one's own strength? Never mind, let Schwer equip it first. He had no intention of adopting this ability himself. One was sufficient. Darling, equip it. He turned to greet Chen Schwer. Riding her jade fox, Chen Schwer quickly approached him, without any hesitation, directly opting to replace her original fire talent. How is it? Wang Jin gazed at her, full of anticipation. Chen Schwer rolled her beautiful eyes, extending her hand, and the horizontal blade slowly floated into the air. Then, she pointed ahead, and the blade unsheathed, releasing her skill in midair. Husband, isn't this just the sword control ability we saw on television before? Chen Schwer exclaimed with excitement, even though this ability reduced her damage by 30 to. How about the damage? Wang Jin was particularly concerned about whether it would diminish. Yet, even if it did, it wasn't a major issue. Safety was paramount. Chen Schwer again utilized her ability to manipulate the horizontal blade for a test, and it seemed to inflict damage comparable to when she wielded it herself, but without experimentation. It was uncertain. Why not use me as a test subject? Try striking me once. Chen Schwer shot Wang Jin a glare. No way. After saying that, she bent down to inspect the spoils dropped by Clara. Heart calming pills 51, blood condensation pills 12, soul cleaving hammer 1, fine spear 1, demon corpse 12, blueprint, void shattering ring. Void shattering ring. Chen Schwer questioned as she collected the loot, puzzled. She had never encountered equipment starting with void shattering. So she examined the blueprint. Blueprint, void shattering ring, ancient beast soul 4, golden armor plate 6, diamond 1. Upon seeing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, it requires 4 ancient beast souls. What a high-level piece of equipment. It was worth noting that equipment of soul-cleaving quality only needed 1 century-old beast soul. Husband, you must take a look. Stowing away the other items, Chen Schwer took small, eager steps to hand the blueprint to Wang Jin. Wang Jin glanced at it, equally astonished. This is quite a treasure. These two likely couldn't create it due to a lack of ancient beast souls. Chen Schwer sighed. We currently have no means to obtain ancient beast souls either. I wonder where this fellow acquired such a high-level blueprint. Wang Jin could only stow the blueprint into his backpack. While other materials were readily available, ancient beast souls were elusive, as they could only be dropped by hunting ancient behemoths. He then proceeded to examine the other item, the hammer. It granted 30 attack, with additional attributes of 3 attack, 2 extra damage, and 3 defense. It was just right to replace his great sword. As for the fine spear, it was unremarkable. Simultaneously, Wang Jin couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly resources could be acquired through killing. He had gained nearly 200 days of lifespan. This was also the reason Clara had been blocking the gate. Darling, let us move on. Wang Jin wished to leave this place. He still retained his humanity and was forcibly suppressing his own malevolence. If he desired to hunt other players, possessing the Ming snake pearl would render blocking the gate unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Chen Schwer also breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing. You may leave as well. Thank you. Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing replied sincerely, their tension dissipating. Had they not encountered Wang Jin and his companion, they might never have returned. Chapter 69. Proceeding to the Yellow Zone. Will you submit all malevolent thoughts to return to the Great Wilderness? Note: in the White Zone, the malevolent thought conversion rate at the gate is 50. Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing listened to the prompt in their minds. Without hesitation, they chose to submit all their malevolent thoughts. Once submitted, the gate began to emit a radiant glow. Dungeon rating upgraded to Ding. Transferring. Time required. Tens. Wang Jin, Chen Schwer, in the White Zone. The gate has only a 50 conversion rate for malevolent thoughts, resulting in a Ding rating for us. During the waiting period for the transfer, Qin Bing turned to wave at Wang Jin and Chen Schwer. Also, the transfer requires standing in front of the gate for 10 seconds. Wang Jin and Chen Schwer nodded. They were not planning to return to the Great Wilderness just yet. Their goal was an A-level rating. However, the information shared by Qin Bing was crucial. If the conversion rate for malevolent thoughts in the White Zone was merely 50, then the rates in the Yellow and Red Zones should logically be higher. Moreover, the 10-second waiting period, while brief, posed significant danger while standing in front of the gate. With a flash of light, Niu Xiaoping and Qin Bing vanished into the gate. "Darling, let us go." Watching the two disappear, Wang Jin took Chen Shuer by the hand and turned to leave. "Husband, the dungeon isn't inherently dangerous. The danger lies with the people. Indeed, everyone starts in the white zone, which is relatively safe. Furthermore, after departing from a lawful society, some individuals transformed, especially now that everyone was tainted by malevolence." Wang Jin replied. After they left, most players stealthily observing near the gate began to disperse in their eyes. The one capable of slaying Clara would undoubtedly be more formidable, potentially taking over Clara's role. Lurking nearby, a team from Nanshan gathered their courage and ventured out. They recognized the Nanshan emblem, saw the Jade Fox, and also witnessed Niu Xiaoping's departure. This was their chance, an opportunity to leave this place. They too gambled on Wang Jin not attacking them in front of the gate. The 10-second transfer countdown concluded, and the two members of this team sighed in relief. Simultaneously, they sent a message in the nearby channel. "The top-ranked player of the Nanshan faction has appeared at the gate. They have slain Clara." The blockade. Brothers from the Nanshan faction wishing to leave, hurry to the gate. They Haven-T attacked fellow faction players. This message rapidly spread through the nearby channel. Most were skeptical, but as players observing the scene confirmed Clara's demise. The channel erupted, the news traveling far beyond a 50 kilometers radius. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. The fortunate ones were the players from the Nanshan faction wishing to escape, while the unfortunate were those from other factions. Gradually, players began to pass through the gate. Some from other factions, unable to hold on any longer, chose to take the risk and successfully left, and of course, many players from other factions opted to vacate the area instead. In this relentless battlefield of the Spirit Void Realm, no one wished to encounter a top-ranked team from a rival faction. For an extended period, no one came to block the gate. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer also noticed the information in the channel. They offered no explanations and proceeded towards the nearest yellow zone as indicated on the map. Not long after, the spirit snake relayed information that a raccoon general was ahead. "Husband, let me handle it." Chen Shuer's horizontal blade soared around them, eager to test this new talent. Wang Jin was equally keen to try out this ability. Accelerating forward, as soon as the raccoon general came into view, Chen Shuer softly exclaimed, "Watch my flying sword." The horizontal blade unsheathed and swiftly darted towards the raccoon general. Simultaneously, a rapid-fire crossbow appeared in her hands, beginning to shoot. Chen Shuer focused entirely on manipulating the horizontal blade. As for the crossbow, it merely required pulling the trigger, consuming no mental energy. Even if she missed, it was of no concern, as the attack speed was sufficiently rapid. "Husband, the damage isn't diminished. It's comparable to my own weapon attacks." "That's great." Wang Jin felt a wave of surprise. Chen Shuer had tested it earlier. With her current strength, she could only manipulate the horizontal blade within a range of about 200 meters. Beyond that, it would lose its potency. However, it essentially transformed her original melee attacks into ranged ones. If she simultaneously manipulated the rapid-fire crossbow, the attack range would extend even further. Before long, the raccoon general fell to the assaults of the horizontal blade and the crossbow. "Husband, how was that?" "My sword control technique is quite good. Isn't it?" Chen Shuer exclaimed joyfully, her excitement akin to that of a child. "Absolutely, my wife is the greatest." Wang Jin affectionately ruffled her hair and then lifted her onto the Jade Fox. With the spirit snake scouting ahead, there was no need for them to walk. Initially, they hadn't considered it. The spirit snake maintained a speed of approximately 70. They simply needed to keep the Jade Fox at that pace. After mounting the Jade Fox, their speed increased considerably. Along the way, every raccoon general they encountered was slain by Chen Shuer's manipulated horizontal blade, allowing them to remain mounted. Naturally, the spirit snake also detected several nearby players. They did not initiate any attacks, and Wang Jin made no attempt to provoke them. After 6 hours, they came to a halt. Just ahead lay the yellow zone marked on the map. They decided to rest here and conserve their energy before proceeding. In those 6 hours, they amassed Malevolent Thoughts 180, Unknown Flesh 36, 2-star Malevolent Treasure Chests 5, Heart Calming Pills 14. Combined with the previous 2-star Malevolent Treasure Chests, they had a total of 7 evil treasure chests. After defeating the team that killed the Black Man and Clara, they had already accumulated an excess of heart-calming pills. However, the trading post here was closed. Otherwise, it would have been a significant fortune. Wang Jin arranged the 7 2-star Malevolent Treasure Chests in a row and turned to look at the eagerly rubbing her hands Chen Shuer. "Wife, it's your turn this time." Her ethereal talent allows her to unlock treasure chests from afar. making it perfectly suitable for opening the sinister chests. Come on, hurry up, after holding back for so long. It is finally Chen Shui's turn to open the chest. After Wang Jin departed, she opened the chests one by one. Among them, 4 contained succubi, while 2 held qingxin pills and blood. Another chest contained an object reminiscent of a stone. Yuan liquid. Consuming 5 yuan liquids and 5 great wilderness beast hides can synthesize a spirit command talisman. What is a spirit command talisman? Wang Jin murmured, holding the yuan liquid in his hand. He then stored it in his backpack. Certainly, this item from a 2-star evil chest must be valuable, and he hoped to collect 5 yuan liquids. After their meal, Wang Jin leaned against a small earthen slope, holding Chen Shui in his arms, whispering softly into her ear, "Dear, you should take a nap." "All right, then it will be my turn to hold you later," she replied. Chen Shui kissed Wang Jin gently and nestled in his embrace. Despite the occasional roar of the Chongqi and lurking dangers, as long as she rested in Wang Jin's arms, it felt like being in the gentlest harbor. Before long, she drifted off to sleep, a faint smile gracing her lips. Wang Jin retrieved the blanket he had acquired from defeating the Wild Rabbit King and covered her with it. Gently stroking her long hair, looking down at the peacefully sleeping Chen Shui, her stunning visage had shed its previous melancholy, and her eyelids no longer trembled. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing a refreshing chill. Wang Jin held her tightly. They needed to rest, for human stamina is limited, and preparations must be made for the impending venture into the Yellow Zone. However, even with the spirit serpents patrolling nearby, neither dared to sleep simultaneously. One must remain vigilant and alert to their surroundings. After Chen Shui awoke, Wang Jin also rested in her embrace for several hours. Time flowed silently like a gentle stream. After resting well, they mounted the Jade Fox and ventured into the Yellow Zone. Chapter 70. The Temptation Platform, Minions of Chongqi, Succubi. Upon entering the Yellow Zone, the first beast they encountered was a succubus. Although succubi possessed considerable strength, they were still no match for Wang Jin and Chen Shui. After slaying the succubus, Chen Shui glanced at the map and remarked, "Darling, the nearest temptation platform is approximately 40 kilometers away." "Indeed, but we need not rush to the platform. Let us first scout the area." Upon inspecting the nearby channel, they noted that the number of individuals in the Yellow Zone was significantly fewer than in the White Zone. Even in the nearby channel, only a handful spoke, and their conversations were of little value. This prompted Wang Jin to explore the Yellow Zone further. He deliberately avoided heading straight to the Red Zone. As its conditions were unknown, he understood the wisdom of taking one step at a time. Even if he developed ahead of others, he could not ensure his safety. His concern was whether the Red Zone would harbor exceptionally powerful minions of Chongqi, or even the entity itself. Although the system indicated that Chongqi resided in Zhongshan, the resounding roars around him led Wang Jin to doubt. The ancient beast, Chongqi, with its 5,000-year legacy, was certainly beyond the capabilities of contemporary individuals. As the Jade Fox carried them forward, they encountered only succubi as minions of Chongqi. Their pace slowed considerably. Each encounter with a succubus necessitated a battle, and relying solely on Chen Shui's attacks was insufficient to slay them before they drew near. Along the way, they discovered an alarming fact. Succubi did not drop qingxin pills, only succubus corpses and evil thoughts. Fortunately, they had amassed a sufficient quantity of qingxin pills. Despite the system's assertion that the Yellow Zone was rich in resources, it appeared to offer even less than expected. Yet another succubus fell to Chen Shui's blade. A black treasure chest materialized, adorned with 3 stars, a 3-star evil chest. This marked their first treasure after slaying over 20 succubi. "Darling, what do you think? Open it." Wang Jin decided to unlock the chest. The creatures emerging from a 2-star evil chest had merely been succubi, and even if a higher-grade minion of Chongqi emerged from this 3-star chest, they felt confident in their ability to handle it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui wasted no time and employed her spirit command to open the 3-star evil chest. Inside, instead of minions of Chongqi, they found a scroll lying within. Chen Shui utilized her spirit command to retrieve the scroll from the chest. Guiding scroll of the temptation platform. Upon use, it reveals the locations of nearby temptation platforms for 1 hour. "Darling, it's the temptation platform, the very thing we've been searching for," Chen Shui exclaimed upon reading the information, clutching the scroll tightly. "Within an hour. Shall we give it a try?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Chen Shui activated the scroll. Yet, no effect ensued. After the scroll vanished, there was no response. They examined the map. As they checked the map, they noted several red dots marked as temptation platforms, all of which were in motion. "They move? No wonder we haven't seen a temptation platform for so long," Chen Shui murmured. Wang Jin embraced her and leaped onto the Jade Fox's back, saying, "Let us head to the nearest temptation platform." "All right, little Jade, let us go," Chen Shuer commanded, and the Jade Fox proceeded towards the nearest temptation platform, maintaining a speed comparable to that of the spirit serpents. The nearest temptation platform was approximately 20 kilometers away and was moving at a steady pace. Fortunately, the platform appeared to be moving horizontally on the map, while Wang Jin observed a vertical movement on his map. Thus, there was ample time within the hour to catch up to the temptation platform. During their journey, they skillfully avoided nearby minions of Chongqi and also spotted several individuals, all of whom they chose to bypass. The succubus corpses they collected could be exchanged for rewards at the temptation platform, and they were eager to see what rewards awaited them. Currently, they had gathered a total of 43 succubus corpses, along with one corpse obtained from slaying a black creature. Compared to others, although Wang Jin and Chen Shuer arrived a day late, their haul of corpses was not insignificant. After several minutes of travel, they finally spotted the moving temptation platform ahead. It was woven from purple tentacles, with swirling purple and orange lights within its ring. The base was covered in purple tentacles, writhing like serpents, emanating an enigmatic aura. Temptation platform. By feeding the corpses of high-tier Chongqi minions, one can acquire temptation coins. Upon completion of feeding, the temptation platform will open the exchange interface, allowing items to be exchanged using temptation coins. "Darling, this temptation platform feels alive," Chen Shuer remarked, observing the platform's tentacles swiftly crawling. Even Wang Jin felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. They hastened to catch up to the temptation platform, but it showed no sign of stopping. In response, Wang Jin could only follow the instructions and tossed a succubus corpse into its orange and purple light. Upon contact, the succubus corpse was immediately absorbed by the light. Simultaneously, the temptation platform came to a halt. Feeding of Chongqi minion corpse successful. Acquired temptation coin 1. Phew, just as I thought. Wang Jin proceeded to throw all the succubus corpses and the black creature's corpse into the light of the temptation platform. They collectively earned 45 temptation coins, 1 coin per succubus corpse, and 2 coins for the black creature's corpse. Upon opening the exchange interface, Wang Jin spoke to the temptation platform. The light quickly transformed into a white circle, and the names of available items along with their required temptation coins appeared above it. Yuan Liquid, 4 temptation coins Millennium Beast Soul, 40 temptation coins Random Skill Scroll, 50 temptation coins Random 100-Year Pet Egg, 200 temptation coins Ancient Beast Soul, 5,000 temptation coins Millennium Beast Soul. They exclaimed in unison, for they possessed a blueprint for a fragmented space ring but lacked the crucial Millennium Beast Soul. Let us trade. Without hesitation, they spent 40 temptation coins to exchange for the Millennium Beast Soul. After confirming, the temptation platform produced an orange-red Beast Soul, slightly larger and more vibrant than the 100-Year Beast Soul. As the Millennium Beast Soul was ejected, the Jade Fox dashed forward. Fortunately, Chen Shuer, seated in front, promptly used her spirit command to secure the Millennium Beast Soul and quickly stowed it in her backpack. The Jade Fox, seeing its master claim the Millennium Beast Soul, emitted several dissatisfied cries. "Little Jade, we'll keep this Beast Soul for equipment. Once we have enough, we'll give you all of them," Chen Shuer reassured, continuously stroking the Jade Fox's head. They had not contemplated consuming the Millennium Beast Soul, as each level only granted a mere 10 attribute points, far less than the attributes provided by equipment. Leveling up was not their primary concern. Subsequently, they exchanged for another Yuan Liquid, leaving them with just 1 temptation coin. Each item could only be exchanged once. Chapter 71. The fearsome tick gazing at the remaining skills, pet eggs, and the exorbitantly priced Ancient Beast Soul, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer could only salivate silently. Particularly the Ancient Beast Soul, valued at a staggering 5,000 temptation coins, equating to the need for 5,000 succubus corpses. Each succubus, even for Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, required a certain amount of effort to defeat. Although they were uncertain about the level of the beast corresponding to the Ancient Beast Soul, they were certain that whoever obtained it would soar to new heights. They understood that the pricier the item, the better it was. In this realm, no unscrupulous merchants existed. Wang Jin sensed that after this dungeon run, the original rankings might undergo a dramatic upheaval point. One could only imagine the bloody slaughter that would ensue in the quest for temptation coins. In this world, amidst the pervasive influence of evil values, how many could retain their humanity? Those who dare to enter the yellow zone, as well as the red zone, each possess a certain level of confidence in themselves. Wang Jin harbored doubts that every thought exchange platform could offer different items, as this particular platform merely showcased 5 items. My dear, let us gather the corpses of the minions of Chongqi. He declared earnestly, believing that in order to sustain his own development, he must seize this opportunity. In previous encounters, it was Chen Shuer who guided him to seize such chances, and this time, he was confident he could do the same. Naturally, Chen Shuer had no objections. She patted the Jade Fox and embarked on the journey to seek the minions of Qiongqi. They even contemplated directly entering the red zone, but after some deliberation, they decided to linger a while longer in the yellow zone to assess its dangers. They intentionally drew closer to the red zone, but traversing from one area to another was a time-consuming endeavor. The spirit serpent forged ahead, and one by one, the succubi fell to the hands of Wang Jin and Chen Shuer. The number of corpses in their backpacks steadily increased. They also unlocked a 3-star evil treasure chest, which contained yet another thought exchange platform guidance scroll.it. Must be said that the drop rate for 3-star evil treasure chests was exceedingly low. Of course, the spirit serpent also detected the presence of others, prompting Wang Jin to suppress his inner bloodlust and retreat. He understood that once the violence commenced, it would be difficult to halt. Even if the evil value dissipated, he might still find it hard to restrain himself. He did not wish to become a killer, nor did Chen Shuer. Moreover, proactively attacking others would not siphon their lifespans. Within a small impact crater, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer took a moment to rest and eat. After a series of kills against the succubi, both were somewhat fatigued, yet the prevailing emotion was one of exhilaration. In just a few hours, they had collected the corpses of 40 succubi, equivalent to a Millennium Beast soul. They needed only 80 more corpses to exchange for 4 Millennium Beast souls at the Thought Exchange platform. What attributes would the fragmented space-level equipment provide? Both were filled with anticipation. However, even upon collecting the Millennium Beast souls, they would need to return to the Great Wilderness to craft them. The trading post was closed, rendering them unable to obtain other items. A ring, perhaps? I shall personally place it on Shuer's finger. On her left hand's ring finger. This may be the best sense of ceremony I can offer her at this stage. She would undoubtedly agree. Wang Jin mused. Before arriving here, he had not cared for such ceremonial gestures, deeming them a waste of money. Yet here, he found himself yearning for it, solely for the sake of his beloved and his cherished sister, who was his only family and indeed, his most beloved wife. Husband, a peculiar mark has appeared on the map, Chen Shuer remarked after finishing her meal and gazing at the map. A strange mark. Wang Jin opened the map, revealing a green circular icon not far away. Fear might. The green icon on the map was marked with 2 blood-red characters. A boss. Or something equally bizarre. Wang Jin pondered while observing the map. I don't know. Let us check the nearby channel to see if anyone recognizes it. Chen Shuer suggested, opening the local chat. East Mountain. The fear might has appeared again. Haha, let us go and fight for it. West Mountain. What is that thing? North Mountain. 100 thought coins. How many will die this time? East Mountain. I 1T let those 2 riding tigers from South Mountain escape with the fear might's corpse this time. South Mountain. Baldy, I've read your fortune. It's ominous. Haha. West Mountain. Interesting. Interesting. It seems this fear might is a valuable creature. I regret coming late. East Mountain. I want the fear might. You all can come and die. North Mountain. It's been a while since I've encountered such arrogant individuals. I hope you can remain so cocky after this. North Mountain. A bunch of fools. South Mountain. Haha. I just returned from the red zone and didn't expect to encounter the fear might in the yellow zone. West Mountain. What is the situation in the red zone? East Mountain. May God bless me. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer observed the conversations in the nearby channel, piecing together the situation. A remarkably powerful minion of Qiongqi, whose corpse could be exchanged for 100 thought coins, was likely to attract a multitude of players vying for it. He glanced at his lifespan. 272 days and 6 hours. My dear, what do you think? Chen Shuer pondered momentarily before exclaiming, let us exchange all of it. All right. Wang Jin, in agreement, felt emboldened by the large gathering of players around the fear might, confident that he would not face any trouble. Increasing the tolerance through attribute points was indeed a sound strategy. You have consumed 270 days of lifespan and gained 27 free attribute points. My dear, I will allocate all points to defense. Would you like to increase your health? Wang Jin remained somewhat concerned for Chen Shuer's safety. Despite the Jade Fox's protection, she was still quite fragile. Chen Shuer shook her head, stating, husband, I'll allocate all points to attack. Little use defense and health are sufficient. Her speed is also great enough to keep me safe. Very well. Seeing her determination, Wang Jin did not press further. After the allocations, Wang Jin's defense reached an astounding 132 points, while Chen Shuer's attack stood at 166 points. Though it was not as high as when they first arrived, She could wield her horizontal blade for ranged attacks, along with the 1000 machine crossbow for shooting. Wang Jin consumed another blood solidification pill, replenishing his health completely. With everything prepared, the two mounted the Jade Fox and made their way toward the fear might marked on the map. They did not have time to slay the succubi they encountered along the way. Hastening their pace, they feared that if they arrived late, the fear might be slain by someone else. As they approached the fear might, their surroundings began to clarify, no longer shrouded in haze. They could even spot the figures of other players within their line of sight. In truth, Wang Jin preferred the vision to remain blurred, allowing Chen Shuer to utilize the Spirit Serpent's advantages to evade danger. Soon, a vast plain appeared before them, offering excellent visibility. At the very center of the plain stood a monstrous creature with a colossal head, adorned with numerous long tentacles, its body a reddish-brown hue. Minion of Qiongqi, Fear Might. Description: a creature tainted by the evil powers of Qiongqi. It may have been formidable in life. The plain was populated by numerous players, mostly in pairs, though some ventured alone. A few others, like Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, were also mounted. They were spaced apart, each player displaying different factions. Players from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest were all present. However, none dared to initiate an attack on the Fear Might. The first to strike would undoubtedly provoke its wrath, likely leading to a predicament of being besieged from both sides. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer remained calm, riding the Jade Fox while observing their surroundings. Chapter 72. The battle commences within their line of sight. There were approximately 20 individuals. 3 small teams were mounted. The 2 Huaxia individuals riding white tigers were likely the ones who had previously acquired the Fear Might's corpse. The closest to the Fear Might was a burly bald man, flanked by a Western girl with yellow hair. As Wang Jin surveyed the scene, the others also took notice of him. Individuals with pets often drew immediate attention, especially a 9-tailed fox. Nearby players, upon spotting the fox, gradually distanced themselves from Wang Jin. The 9-tailed fox was a beast of at least 5,000 years of lineage. Those daring to enter the yellow zone were undoubtedly aware of the lore surrounding ancient beasts. Despite the distance, players from other factions remained undeterred. To them, it was merely a young beast, and they were uncertain of its master's strength. After a brief wait, more players arrived, yet still, no one made the first move. Seeing this, Wang Jin sighed. My dear, since no one is taking the initiative, I shall. Since the prior Fear Might had been slain by someone, it indicated that its strength was not overwhelmingly potent. With over 130 points in defense, Wang Jin felt sufficiently confident. Furthermore, by striking first, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of other players, thereby allowing him to siphon their lifespan. Their goals extended beyond merely defeating the Fear Might. They also sought to reclaim lifespans. Husband, be careful, Chen Shuer cautioned, raising her hand slowly, the horizontal blade hovering beside Wang Jin. Dismounting from the Jade Fox, Wang Jin approached the Fear Might, shield in his left hand, hammer in his right, with the horizontal blade floating in the air beside him. As he boldly advanced, several players tightened their grips on their weapons, and the members of the South Mountain faction fixated on him, eager to witness the prowess of this faction's strongest player. Wang Jin approached the Fear Might, which lay with its enormous eyes closed, appearing as if it were asleep. He raised a hand in a forward gesture. Chen Shuer, understanding his cue, directed the horizontal blade to strike fiercely at the Fear Might. A howl erupted as the Fear Might's blood-red eyes snapped open, releasing a furious roar while its tentacles lashed out towards Wang Jin. Simultaneously, other players eager to contest the Fear Might could no longer contain themselves. Surging toward it en masse, those equipped with ranged weapons brandished them, aiming either at the Fear Might or at Wang Jin. In an instant, arrows and bolts rained down from all directions, converging upon the Fear Might and Wang Jin. -12, -1, -1, -1, -13. You have been attacked by a player from East Mountain. Retaliating will allow you to siphon their entire lifespan. You have been attacked by a player from West Mountain. Retaliating will allow you to siphon their entire lifespan. You have been attacked by a player from West Mountain. Retaliating will allow you to siphon their entire lifespan. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Wang Jin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Most arrows failed to breach his defenses, and these players had unwittingly become walking vessels of lifespan. Even the terrifying pest merely inflicted a meager 12 points of damage upon Wang Jin. No longer entangled with the pest, Wang Jin turned to stride toward the approaching throng, his sights set on the bald man. At that moment, the bald man had transformed into a towering giant nearly 10 meters tall. His companion, a Western girl with golden locks, had also morphed into a colossal figure of 7 to 8 meters in height. Just moments ago, The highest damage inflicted upon Wang Jin, 13 points, had been dealt by this giant girl wielding a ranged weapon. With a defense of 132 points, Wang Jin surmised that this woman's damage output was likely comparable to that of Chen Shuer. Seeing Wang Jin rush toward him, the bald man offered a cold smile. It was the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to charge at him. He too advanced toward Wang Jin, brandishing a massive sword. The pest, observing Wang Jin's departure, pursued him as well. Wang Jin paid the pest no heed. Its damage was trivial and posed no threat. Witnessing Wang Jin approach the two giants, Chen Shuer promptly maneuvered toward him. For the broadsword under her command was the primary source of damage. Simultaneously, the Qianji crossbow appeared in her hands, aimed at the giant ahead. The bald giant, feeling the impact of Chen Shuer's assault, narrowed his eyes, contemplating a counterattack against her. However, upon witnessing the speed at which she rode the Jade Fox, he realized he had no choice but to relent. Speed was his greatest vulnerability. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the previous pest to be snatched away. Flying Swallow treads upon snow. Upon reaching the attack range, Wang Jin bellowed, intending to make it appear as though he were the one controlling the broadsword. Hearing his command, Chen Shuer unhesitatingly utilized her talent to control the broadsword and unleash its skills. In response, the bald man leaped into the air, swinging his sword down with great force. The skill struck the bald man, while his sword clashed against Wang Jin's shield with a resounding crash. Wang Jin was sent staggering back, yet a smile crept upon his lips, for the bald man's damage was not particularly significant. He was wielding a great sword rather than a ranged weapon, which would not mitigate damage. That woman behind you must be the main source of damage, Wang Jin chuckled, intending to alert Chen Shuer to attack the woman behind the bald man. After delivering his strike, the bald man was taken aback. The individual before him had withstood the combined assault of himself and his companion. Most critically, the weapon hovering before Wang Jin had dealt him nearly 1/10 of his health, all while under the divine enhancement of his talent. Meanwhile, no one was attending to the battle between Wang Jin and the bald man, aside from a few newcomers who occasionally targeted them with ranged attacks. Both combatants disregarded these trivial assaults. Those familiar with the bald man from the previous pest skirmish would never dare provoke him. They were all secretly astonished at Wang Jin's ability to engage the bald man in such an evenly matched confrontation. However, their concern was minimal, as they noted Wang Jin's sluggish pace. As for the players from the Nanshan camp, they regarded the situation as entirely natural, even believing that the bald man might be slain. After Wang Jin and the bald man exchanged blows, they charged forward once more. The only way to defeat the bald man was to eliminate the woman behind him. Once she was struck by Chen Shuer's Qianji crossbow, she would revert to her original form. The bald man grasped her with one hand, placing her upon his shoulder. She maneuvered adeptly atop him, evading danger while her attacks were absorbed by the bald man. The battle devolved into a contest of which front line would fall first. Wang Jin observed the woman on the bald man's shoulder, licking his lips. With this talent, he could cradle Chen Shuer in his hands, allowing her to attack under his protection with her spirit manipulation. Bald man, I shall no longer play with you. Your talent is mine. With that declaration, Wang Jin unleashed his skill, the flying shield smash. He had but one opportunity to utilize this skill, which had a cooldown of 5 minutes. Simultaneously, a torrent of emerald green serpents surged forth from his body. Chapter 73. The Descent of the Divine What? The bald man was momentarily stunned, only to see a shield hurtling toward him, followed by a wave of dizziness washing over him. His health began to plummet steadily, interspersed with occasional high-damage strikes from Chen Shuer's broadsword. Mose, snap out of it! The woman on the bald man's shoulder shouted in alarm, her heart racing as she witnessed his health decline rapidly. Drawing a long spear, she aimed a skill toward Chen Shuer, knowing she could not eliminate the shield-wielding figure before her. Unfortunately, the Jade Fox accompanying Chen Shuer deftly evaded the attack. This scene left her feeling despondent. At that moment, the bald man Mose finally regained his senses. But Wang Jin and Chen Shuer would not grant him another chance. The broadsword unleashed another skill, while the Qianji crossbow continued its relentless assault. Meanwhile, the serpents persisted in their attacks. Even if some serpents were lost, it mattered little, for the woman on his shoulder dealt excessive damage. Despite having consumed a blood coagulation pill, Wang Jin's health now dwindled to half. Mose struggled desperately, his health nearing its limit. He too had consumed a blood coagulation pill, which was still on cooldown. I'm done for. He understood that his sluggish speed would prevent his escape, yet he felt strangely calm. Mose bore no resentment toward Wang Jin. Neither of them was at fault. What is your name? he inquired as his health dwindled to a thread. My name is Wang Jin, came the reply, as he continued to command the serpents in their assault as, oh, it is you. With those words, Moses' health was entirely depleted, and his massive form shrank back to normal. His corpse vanished, as did that of his companion, leaving only a scattering of loot behind. Defeated enemy player, gained lifespan, 36 days. 4 hours, acquired evil thoughts, 1231, obtained unknown meat, 423. Would you like to extract the talent, Descent of the Divine? Descent of the Divine. Enlarges one's body, increases maximum health, attack, and defense by 50. Reduces speed by 20, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. The bald man has been slain? Impossible. Those around who had witnessed Moses' might were left aghast. Some among them could not even breach Moses' defenses. They had dared to contend for the pest, knowing full well that Moses' slow speed would make him unable to pursue them. Yet, the formidable Moses had been vanquished by a newcomer? Before they could fully process this shocking revelation, the slayer of Moses began to grow in stature, increasing to nearly 10 meters tall. Just like Moses, he had extracted the bald man's talent using the mark of the brave. Players attacking the pest quickly distanced themselves from him. This talent is truly extraordinary. Upon transforming, Wang Jin's clothes, weapons, and all were affected by the descent of the divine. Enlarging in tandem, he attempted to swing his arm. Realizing that the side effect of reduced speed stemmed from his increased size, which rendered him somewhat unwieldy. However, the enhancement to his attributes was far superior to the previous talent. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer gazed at the enlarged Wang Jin with sparkling eyes. So big, can I sit in his palm? I would love to touch his muscles now. Kissing him should be quite exhilarating, she mused silently. Wang Jin swiftly gathered all the loot dropped by Moses after his demise. For time was of the essence. More pressing matters awaited him. He approached Chen Shuer, gazing down at her smaller form, crouching to extend his hand and gently grasp her, placing her snugly in his palm. At 10 meters tall, Wang Jin cradled Chen Shuer perfectly in his hand. Shall you assist us? Do not let anyone escape. He instructed the giant Wang Jin to the jade fox, then looked at Chen Shuer in his hand. My dear, you are safe in my palm. Chen Shuer happily settled in his grasp, controlling the broadsword to hover before them. Standing upright, Wang Jin surveyed the distant pest, having not attacked him for some time. Its aggro had been drawn away by others. A few individuals were now engaged in combat with it, while several others targeted different players from afar. This pest has an impressive amount of health. Despite so many attacks, it appears to be in prime condition, Wang Jin murmured, fixing his gaze on a nearby player who had previously attacked him. A hefty fellow from the Beishan camp. Without hesitation, he advanced toward him, with Chen Shuer in tow. The decision to confront the man stemmed from Wang Jin being the closest. The hefty man, noticing Wang Jin's approach, felt no alarm. Such speed cannot catch me. However, he had witnessed the broadsword hovering beside Wang Jin unleash its skills, and with a woman wielding a ranged weapon at his side, he opted to retreat as the hefty man withdrew. A white figure darted toward him at breakneck speed. It was the Jade Fox. Though Wang Jin moved slowly, the Jade Fox was exceedingly swift. It merely needed to stall the hefty man. Upon seeing the charging Jade Fox, the hefty man was taken aback, soon finding himself engaged in battle with her. Although he was strong, he could not easily best the Jade Fox. Meanwhile, Wang Jin continued his approach. Chen Shuer initiated a long-range assault with the Qinji crossbow, and once within attack range, she unleashed her broadsword skill. The hefty man, already struggling against the Jade Fox, found himself unable to withstand her assault, ultimately contributing 21 days of lifespan to Wang Jin. The hefty man's talent was forsaken by the two. This scene prompted the other players to unanimously identify Wang Jin as the primary target for their attacks. Wang Jin effortlessly dispatched the rotund adversary, instilling fear in all present. Under the terrifying velocity of Yuhu, once targeted by Wang Jin, death was inevitable. Kill him, or none of us will escape. Someone shouted in desperation. From all directions, ranged weapons were unleashed towards Wang Jin. He merely shielded Chen Shuer in his embrace, ensuring her safety, while he set his sights on another foe from Exishan, in his divine state. Wang Jin endured the onslaught of ranged attacks from surrounding players as if they were mere whispers against his defenses. No one dared approach him closely. Indeed, some had retreated the moment Wang Jin eliminated Moses, particularly those from Nanshan and players aware of Moses' prowess. After effortlessly slaying the man from Shishan in a similar manner, despair enveloped the onlookers. They could neither withstand his assault nor escape his gaze. Panic ensued as they scattered in all directions. Though the terror insect was significant, life held greater value. You there, the blonde from Dongshan? Facing the fleeing crowd, Wang Jin could only pursue one, choosing the nearby blonde-haired player from Dongshan. Why are you chasing me? Why are you chasing me? The blonde, upon seeing Yu Hu barreling towards him and the leisurely advancing Wang Jin, was struck by sheer terror. Kill enemy player, gain 33 days and 2 hours of life. After eliminating the blonde, no other players remained in the vicinity. Wang Jin could have sent Yu Hu to pursue Chen Shuer for further life essence, but he felt uneasy.as for the act of killing them. Wang Jin felt no remorse. When they chose to attack him, they had to be prepared for retaliation. Collecting all the spoils, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer returned, where another terror insect was bellowing in fury. Chapter 73. The first skill of Yu Hu upon returning to the terror insect side, Wang Jin's divine state dissipated. Reluctantly, he set Chen Shuer down. With the loss of his enhanced attributes, his defense plummeted to 105 points, marking the hour when his defenses were at their weakest. However, the 4 consecutive kills had granted him a total of 153 days and 4 hours of life, an invaluable resource for survival in dire situations. Both he and Chen Shuer were quite content with their current talents. The talents of the 2 earlier foes were impressive as well. One offered a 15 increase in all attributes, while the other enhanced skill damage by 30. Wang Jin had yet to discover any talents of no apparent utility in this world, nor had he encountered such in the channels, this moment. With all other players having retreated, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer became the sole targets of the terror insect, which lashed out at Wang Jin with its tentacles. Dear, you ride Yu Hu and attack from a distance while I distract it, he instructed. After consuming a blood recovery pill to restore his health, he advanced with shield and hammer in hand. Having Chen Shuer ride Yu Hu was also a precaution against potential ambushes in the open plains. Pouting, Chen Shuer would have preferred to fight alongside Wang Jin, but given her fragile state, this was the best course of action. Mounted on Yu Hu, she wielded her sword and crossbow to commence the assault on the terror insect. It must be said, though the insect's damage was moderate, its resilience was unnerving. The pair labored for nearly an hour before finally bringing it down. After witnessing the capabilities of Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, no one dared to intervene during that hour. The channels erupted with chatter, and players nearby hastily vacated the area. With a furious roar, the terror insect finally succumbed to death. Kill terror insect, gain 1,000 evil thoughts. Goodness. A single terror insect yields 1,000 evil thoughts. Wang Jin exclaimed in astonishment, noting that a succubus only provided 20. However, aside from the evil thoughts, the terror insect dropped no additional items. After storing the insect's remains, the duo quickly mounted Yu Hu and departed. Upon returning to the misty area, they sought a small hollow to examine their spoils. A soul-rending longsword, a soul-rending crossbow, and 3 pieces of exquisite equipment. 36 blood recovery pills, 89 tranquility pills, 62 succubus corpses, and 3 guides to the Desire Exchange platform. Meanwhile, the total evil thoughts they amassed reached 6254, and the unknown meat amounted to 825 pieces. Yet, they remained unaware of the unknown meat's purpose. Darling, shall we visit the Desire Exchange platform to see what rating our evaluations have achieved? Chen Shuer suggested. Absolutely. Wang Jin was equally curious about the rating that could be attained with his 6,254 evil thoughts. After tallying their findings, the pair opened the map and made their way toward the Yellow Zone's Desire Exchange platform. Along the way, they effortlessly dispatched any succubi they encountered. The Desire Exchange platform was not far from their location, and after a little over an hour, the massive structure came into view, surprisingly devoid of any players. This left Wang Jin quite astonished. Would you like to submit all evil thoughts and return to the Great Wasteland? Note, the evil thought conversion rate at the Yellow Zone's Desire Exchange platform is 70. Following the prompt, Wang Jin submitted the evil thoughts, preparing to exit the teleportation portal once it activated. Your current rating is B, transmitting. Hearing the transmission notification, Wang Jin hurriedly vacated the Desire Exchange platform. Over 6,000 evil thoughts only yielded a B rating. It seemed few could attain an A-grade evaluation. Wang Jin sighed in exasperation. Yet even if they achieved an A grade, the duo had no intention of departing. With the Desire Exchange platform available for rewards, they must seize the opportunity to develop further. Darling, let us find the Desire Exchange platform and exchange our current rewards. Sure. Chen Shuer enthusiastically agreed. Subsequently, they utilized the guide scrolls for the Desire Exchange platform. This time, luck was on their side, as one was located within approximately 5 kilometers. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer hastily made their way there. Upon reaching the Desire Exchange platform, they fed it all the succubi and terror insect corpses, yielding a total of 213 desire coins. 4 desire coins for a yuan liquid, 10 for a century beast soul, 60 for a 100 hunts diagram, 100 for a mid-level capture device, and a staggering 5,000 for an infinite blood EGG.NO Millennium Beast Souls. Wang Jin remarked, somewhat disheartened as he gazed at the exchange list. He was eager to gather 4 Millennium Beast Souls swiftly. Chen Shuer echoed his sentiments, saying, darling, let us exchange for yuan liquid. We're just 3 short, and we still need the century Beast Souls. Let us forego the other items and continue searching for the next desire exchange platform. Wang Jin nodded in agreement, exchanging for 1 yuan liquid and a century beast soul before departing. With time on their side, they aimed to reach another desire exchange platform to conserve a scroll. However, he was astonished at the exorbitant price of the infinite blood egg. Did it serve any purpose beyond hatching pets? It was known that the probability of hatching a century beast from an infinite blood egg was a staggering 99.9. If someone amassed enough desire coins to exchange for one and succeeded in hatching a century beast pet, it might just drive them to despair. On the other hand, if luck favored them and they hatched a millennium beast pet, that would be a remarkable boon. Yet, such probabilities were confined to the realm of fiction. In reality, they were non-existent. Before long, the pair found another desire exchange platform, successfully exchanging for a millennium beast soul along with the yuan liquid. This bolstered their confidence, prompting them to continue utilizing the desire exchange platform guide scrolls. Their luck was neither particularly good nor bad. After seeking out 5 more desire exchange platforms, they finally acquired the remaining 3 millennium beast souls and secured 5 yuan liquids. They even exchanged for 3 century beast souls to feed Yuhu. Currently, the remaining desire coins totaled 41. After consuming 3 century beast souls, Yuhu's level rose to 10. Y Yuhu grade, B level, 10 experience, 21,000 health, 770 attack, 97 defense, 73 speed, 94 training progress, 65 8,000 skill, frost envelopment, covers the entire body in frost, granting a 20 damage reduction. Attacks that hit enemies inflict a slowing effect, lasting 60 seconds with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Darling. Yuhu has gained a skill. Haha, it's no longer just a fox that swipes at others with its paws. Chen Shuer exclaimed in delight as she observed Yuhu's attributes. Wang Jin also took a glance and remarked, now that resembles a true beast, though it seems this skill still relies on paw attacks. Chen Shuer's spirits dampened slightly. Well, that does seem to be the case. But Yuhu will learn a skill upon reaching level 10, and who knows what further abilities it might gain with continued leveling? Certainly, the slowing effect of Yuhu's skill is quite advantageous. Wang Jin had previously researched pet skills and knew they would unlock as the pets leveled up. In comparison, a pet's level was somewhat more critical than that of a player. Subsequently, the duo utilized their 5 yuan liquids and combined them with great wasteland beast hides to craft a spirit summoning talisman. Upon reviewing its attributes, Wang Jin was left thoroughly disappointed. Spirit summoning talisman randomly summons a century beast released from divine protection, with a chance to summon a special beast. Chapter 74, the first wild beast in the red zone. Isn't this essentially a worthless talisman? Wang Jin grumbled as he examined the spirit summoning talisman. Darling, there's a chance to summon a special beast. That's noteworthy. Chen Shuer was intrigued by the prospect of such probabilities and continued, when we return home, I'll summon one for sure. All right, Wang Jin replied, ruffling her hair. Let us find a place to rest. We've been on the move for over 20 hours. Absolutely, I'm exhausted. Upon the mere thought of lying in Wang Jin's embrace, Chen Shuer immediately consented. She felt more fatigued, having risen earlier than Wang Jin and exhausted considerable stamina through prolonged use of her innate ability to command spirits. Fortunately, they had stumbled upon a small opening within a crater, just large enough for both of them to occupy and effectively seal off the entrance. After their meal, Wang Jin cradled Chen Shuer as they lay down, his back facing outward, ensuring her safety was paramount. This arrangement allowed them to share a peaceful slumber together. Note: the dungeon will close in 72 hours, at which point all players will be forcibly teleported out of the spiritual void. Warning: players who do not exit through the body door will lose their qualification to upgrade the dungeon rating. Just as they settled in, the system notification chimed thrice. So soon? It was over? Wang Jin was taken aback by the system's announcement. This implied that the spiritual void had only been open for approximately 7 days. In such a brief span, could anyone truly gather 5,000 desire coins to exchange for the finest rewards? Moreover, in the case of the Cheongqi dungeon, why did the presence of Cheongqi seem so minimal? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Chen Shuer shared his bewilderment. Darling, when we wake, let us venture into the red zone. All right, Tio seek answers. They likely had to explore the red zone, and the yellow zone posed no significant danger for them. Dear, let us sleep quickly and set off upon waking. Honey, I want a kiss. It's been too long. At her request, Wang Jin leaned in and kissed her alluring lips. Minutes later, Qin Shuai succumbed to a deep slumber in his arms. Upon awakening, they had no notion of how long they had slept. In the spiritual void, time was non-existent. The sky perpetually bore a gray hue, devoid of day or night, and the system panel offered no time indicators. Wang Jin opened the map to check for any lurking monsters. If any were present, he would not hesitate to eliminate one before heading to the red zone. Alas, there were none. He could not ascertain whether this was due to their absence or if they had been vanquished while the two were asleep. After finishing their meal, Wang Jin gently lifted Qin Shuai onto the jade fox, whispering, "Wife, we shall set forth." "Yes, to the red zone." Qin Shuai leaned against his chest, stretching lazily. Since they had consciously moved closer to the red zone, they were not far from it. The map still indicated their location as North Wasteland, adjacent to a place known as Tianqiu. However, the map only displayed the white, yellow, and red regions of North Wasteland. Even so, North Wasteland itself was vast. Along the journey, they encountered succubi, whom they promptly dispatched, as desire coins were not to be squandered. Before long, they arrived at the juncture of the yellow and red zones. Unlike the yellow zone, the red zone was shrouded in a crimson mist. Wang Jin inhaled deeply and signaled the jade fox to proceed within. "You have entered the core area of North Wasteland." Upon entering the red zone, the system notifications rang out thrice. Wang Jin observed his surroundings. Visibility was notably poorer than in other areas, and he could not summon his spirit snake. If released, the snake would lose consciousness and be instantly corrupted by malevolent forces. Moreover, both he and Qin Shuai, along with the jade fox, were experiencing a slow accumulation of evil value. Unlike other locations where the evil value increased only upon hearing the roar of Chongqi, here it escalated steadily, averaging an increase of 1 point every 5 minutes. This meant that to maintain balance with the rising evil value over the course of an hour, they would need to consume 9 purity pills. Fortunately, they possessed an ample supply of these pills, alleviating concerns about losing their sanity. He opened the nearby communication channel, finding it silent. After walking for a while, Wang Jin remarked to Qin Shuai, "Darling, there are few people in this red zone, and the inability to use spirit snake significantly heightens the danger." Qin Shuai pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, the rapid increase in evil value here suggests that others likely entered and quickly exited due to insufficient purity pills." "That seems likely." After saying this, Wang Jin held Qin Shuai closer. The poor visibility and absence of spirit snakes for reconnaissance rendered them vulnerable to ambushes. Additionally, after entering the red zone, green dragon head markers appeared on the map. The markers varied in size, with the largest indicating the sole location of the body door within the red zone. Wang Jin and Qin Shuai speculated that it might be a formidable minion of Chongqi. Their chosen path led them to the nearest and most frequently marked, albeit smallest, dragon head marker. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the soft sounds of the jade fox's movement breaking the silence. Neither spoke, nor did they encounter succubi or other minions of Chongqi. As they neared the dragon head marker, they finally heard a series of roars, growing louder with proximity. "Darling, we must be approaching the creature at the dragon head marker. Let us proceed cautiously. Visibility in this wretched place is abysmal." Qin Shuai utilized her abilities to levitate a broadsword around her, eagerly stating, "All right, darling, let us go." Indeed. The pair continued forward along the map. Suddenly, a fireball soared towards them, but fortunately, its speed was slow enough for the jade fox to evade it. Following the fireball was an enormous white octopus. Chongqi minion, star toad, flame burst. Description: a creature born from Chongqi's malevolent thoughts. Wife. This octopus possesses skills. Please ride the jade fox with caution while I draw its attention. With that, Wang Jin leaped down, brandishing his shield and hammer as he charged forward. "Aren't you going to grow larger?" Qin Shuai pouted. She relished the feeling of being cradled in Wang Jin's palms, as it allowed them to fight side by side. "Not just yet. I'll save that talent for potential danger." With a mighty swing, Wang Jin struck the star toad's tentacle with his hammer. Simultaneously, Qin Shuai directed her broadsword towards the star toad. The once mighty star toad wilted under their assault. Defeated Chongqi minion. Gained evil thought 100. Wang Jin was left in a state of confusion by the system notification. It fell so easily. Before he could ponder further, the corpse of the star toad suddenly emanated a crimson glow and began to swell rapidly. "What is happening? Oh no." Wang Jin recalled the last 2 characters of the star toad's name, his eyes widening in alarm. Instantly, he activated the divine descent talent, raising his shield to protect Qin Shuai. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the red zone. Bei Shan. Ha! Another fool has gone to provoke a flame-burst star toad. Shi Shan. Should be dead by now. Nin Shan. The seal is mine. Previously silent, the nearby communication channel erupted with chatter. Health. For 2-1-1095. That was close. It hurt. After the explosion, Wang Jin gingerly touched his singed hair, shaken. Thankfully, he had shielded Qin Shuer and the Jade Fox and was grateful for his acquired talent. The site where the star toad had exploded formed a massive crater, within which lay a small star toad corpse and an object resembling a broken yuan seal. Seal. Chapter 75. Inyao Darling. Qin Shuer rushed towards Wang Jin, who appeared utterly disheveled from the explosion, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, Wang Jin not only had half his hair singed but was also bloodied from the blast. I am fine. He turned to her with a reassuring smile, taking her hand. You're lying. You can't be fine like this. Qin Shuer's lips trembled slightly. She understood that as long as there was health remaining in this world, one would not die, yet the pain was all too real. Wife, I truly am all right. We need to leave this place swiftly. The explosion may attract many others, and I'm not in the best condition. Besides, I have exhausted my divine descent. After speaking, Wang Jin collected all the items dropped by the star toad and reverted to his normal form. All right. Qin Shuer took a deep breath, knowing this was not the time to dwell on her husband's injuries. They swiftly mounted the Jade Fox and departed. She held Wang Jin's hand tightly. The terrain here was akin to other regions, littered with craters. Within another small crater, Qin Shuer carefully removed Wang Jin's clothing, gently tending to his wounds from the explosion. Along the way, Wang Jin consumed several blood-preserving pills, fully restoring his health, though the pain persisted. More than the pain, he was increasingly curious about the item labeled seal that he had just obtained. He took it out to examine, and to his surprise, a system notification appeared. The system not only detailed the seal's function but also provided information about the dungeon. Strategy. Seal of the Lin. Description. Collecting all 6 strategy seals, Lin, Bing, Do, Jie, Jie, Zhun, will unlock the sealed Ranger avatar. North Wasteland Ranger avatar, Inyao, unique. Unlocking the seal of Inyao grants 5,000 desire coins as a reward. Only those capable of purifying Qiongqi's malevolence can achieve this. 5,000 desire coins? Ancient Beast Soul? Wang Jin was astounded by the system's announcement. Both the Infinite Blood Egg and Ancient Beast Soul were priced at 5,000 desire coins, and every ultimate reward at the Desire Altar was either the Infinite Blood Egg or the Ancient Beast Soul. Previously, Wang Jin had doubted that anyone could amass such a substantial number of desire coins in a mere 7 days. What was the purpose of these items? It now became clear that each region allowed one player to claim one of these 2 items. Thus, the ultimate goal of the dungeon was to enable players to unseal these ranger avatars. Once again, these wanderers must confront the colossal beast, Qiongqi, which has existed for 50 millennia. However, upon reflection, it seems that sending the current players to face Qiongqi is akin to inviting certain death. In each region, only one individual can claim the reward for breaking the seal of the wanderers. Wang Jin's gaze sharpened. The strength on his side was more than sufficient to vie for this singular opportunity. Wife, take a look at this. Wang Jin handed over the item marked, Lin. Oh dear, don't touch it yet. Let me tend to your wounds first. Qin Shuer pouted, her thoughts entirely consumed by Wang Jin's injuries. I am fully healed. There's nothing to worry about. Wang Jin grasped Qin Shuer's hand, pulling her into his embrace before pressing the Lin into her hands. Reluctantly, Qin Shuer examined the Lin character, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Darling, these 5,000 desire coins are ours, she declared with unwavering confidence. Then let us set forth and gather the remaining seals. Wang Jin stood up immediately, checking the map for the locations of other monsters. But what about your condition? I'm fine, let us go with that. Wang Jin lifted Qin Shuer onto the Jade Fox and rode towards another dragon head marked on the map. Dear, the suffix YNBO on that star clam indicates it will explode upon defeat. Coupled with the information from those players nearby, it seems each of Qiongqi's minions possesses unique abilities. We must proceed with caution, Wang Jin reflected, still unnerved by the recent explosion. Had it not been for his newly acquired talent, the descent of the divine, and his quick reflexes, he might have met an untimely fate. Qin Shuer, peering at the map, spoke thoughtfully, Darling, there's a massive dragon head marker in the center of the red zone. To collect all the sealing items, we will likely need to defeat that creature. Wang Jin nodded in agreement indeed, yet it remains unclear what manner of beast that largest dragon head represents. Let us first investigate the one before us. Then we shall see about the center. Agreed. Chen Shuer shared this sentiment. If the central creature proved exceptionally powerful, there would be no rush. They could first gather the obtainable sealing items. They were certain that many players were lurking near the largest dragon head marker. Those brave enough to linger in the red zone must have amassed substantial clear heart pills and sought after the 5,000 desire coins. Unless one possessed profound confidence in their abilities, few would dare remain here. Wang Jin considered this, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, he had previously ranked first among his faction in overall strength, and though the Jade Fox provided them with ample scoring, there was no reason to fear anyone. Before long, a familiar fireball attack surged forward. Following it, a colossal octopus emerged. Xiongqi minion, star clam, indestructible. As long as it's not YNBO, I shall see just how indestructible you truly are. Wang Jin leaped from the Jade Fox, shield in hand, charging ahead. Chen Shuer, relieved by the absence of the explosive suffix, began her assault with the horizontal blade. Wang Jin struck the star clam with a hammer, producing a crisp clang of steel. Chen Shuer's blade attack echoed similarly. Fortunately, the damage dealt by the star clam to Wang Jin was not severe, and he could withstand it 4 hours later. I admit, my words were perhaps too loud. Wang Jin chuckled bitterly as he gazed at the star clam's lifeless body. The duo had toiled for a full 4 hours to vanquish this indestructible star clam, primarily due to Chen Shuer's relentless assaults with her 1,000-machine crossbow and horizontal blade. The main issue was that this wretched place did not allow for the summoning of spiritual serpents. At last, they claimed a star clam carcass and a new sealing item. Dough, finally done, my dear. Let us check the central location, Wang Jin announced. Chen Shuer stretched her aching arms. Let us go, darling. Let us avoid that indestructible monster next time. It nearly exhausted me. Come, I'll massage your arms, he replied gently. Notably, throughout the 4 hours of their fervent battle against the star clam, not a single player had dared to interrupt them. Subsequently, they mounted the Jade Fox. Drawing nearer to the center, Wang Jin diligently massaged Chen Shuer's arms, recognizing the effort she had put forth during their ordeal. Chapter 76. Resplendence. The red zone was significantly smaller than the white and yellow zones. As they approached the center, fortune smiled upon them. They stumbled upon a wild desire platform. They exchanged the 2 star clam carcasses and the 6 succubus corpses they had previously slain for desire coins. Each star clam carcass was worth an astonishing 10 desire coins. Adding to the 41 they already possessed, the pair now held a total of 67 desire coins. The desire platform conveniently offered a 10 desire coin 100-year beast soul and a 50 desire coin random skill scroll. They promptly exchanged for both items. Darling, you should open the skill scroll. All right. Chen Shuer eagerly accepted the chance to unveil the mystery of the scroll. She carefully unrolled the skill scroll. Resplendence. Rapidly fires 3 golden wheels in all directions, which linger briefly while continuously dealing damage to targets within range. Cooldown. 3 minutes, no weapon restrictions. Dear, this is a damage-type skill. You should learn it. Wang Jin was taken aback that a purely damage-oriented skill had a cooldown of 3 minutes. Typically, skills with control elements, like the Flying Shield Strike or Li Sanshir's armor-piercing techniques, had longer cooldowns, while damage skills generally featured shorter cooldowns. He hoped it would prove to be a valuable skill. Without further ado, Chen Shuer activated the skill scroll. She then maneuvered her horizontal blade into position. Resplendence. With a soft command, the horizontal blade spun, and 3 swiftly rotating golden wheels expanded outward from its center. The golden wheels traversed only about a meter before swirling in place for roughly 5 seconds before vanishing. Wang Jin observed the skill's execution, pondering its effectiveness in close combat. Chen Shuer retracted her horizontal blade. Grinning, we'll find a wild monster to test its might shortly. Indeed. They continued their journey toward the central location. As they neared it, a series of roars echoed ahead. Darling, that roar must be from the creature near the elephant gate. Chen Shuer speculated. Wang Jin nodded. Let us proceed cautiously. There are definitely others nearby. The visibility is too poor for us to spot them. Before long, the enormous elephant gate came into view. Before it sat a woman, elegantly poised. She was larger than an average human, stunningly beautiful, her eyes closed, adorned in magnificent ancient attire, her long hair cascading gracefully. Most striking was the circle of 12 red swords that rotated slowly behind her. Inya, level 60, type Ranger, description. One of the 12 divine beings, immensely powerful. At that moment, Inya suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Wang Jin and Chen Shuer. This sight caused their hearts to leap into their throats. Although the system indicated that Inya was sealed and required assistance to break free, They saw no other monsters around. Could it be that the largest dragon head marker represented her? With a level of 60, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer did not believe they stood a chance against her. Exercising caution, they began to retreat slowly to not fear. At that moment, Enya's icy voice resonated. A language Wang Jin and Chen Shuer had never encountered, yet they comprehended it fully. I shall not harm you. I lack the strength to do so, Enya continued. Observing this, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer suppressed their unease and halted their retreat. Trusting the system, they sought to hear more from Enya. Outsiders, your arrival here indicates you are among the more exceptional individuals of this batch. What does this batch mean? Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged astonished glances at Enya's words. Ignoring their query, Enya continued, though Qiangqi is formidable, it lacks the power to influence the entirety of the Great Wasteland. It merely borrows the strength of others. Go forth and collect the seals. Bring them to me, and the departed heavenly path shall reward you. That thread of malevolence here will only manifest at the final moment. It devoured the soul, formation. With that, Enya closed her eyes once more. Others? The departed heavenly path. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged glances, realizing that this system was the heavenly path. If it were indeed alive and well, how could it have perished? As they watched Enya shut her eyes again, Wang Jin cautiously inquired, whose power did it borrow? And why speak of the heavenly path's demise? Upon hearing this, the previously expressionless Enya's face twitched slightly. Everything has changed. Very well, you may leave if you wish to withdraw. You can depart through the door behind me. Faced with Enya's evasive responses, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer could only turn away. Wife, could it be that we are not the first to arrive here? Wang Jin pondered Enya's words. I don't know. Chen Shuer turned to Wang Jin, her gaze filled with affection. Why overthink it? Such thoughts only bring unnecessary worry. We should focus on living well at your right. Wang Jin conceded, redirecting his attention to the challenges ahead. Dear, we still need the sealing items Bing, Ji, Jie, and Jian. According to Enya, it seems the final item, Zhan, will only appear at the last moment. Chen Shuer rested her chin in her hand. Appearing rather distracted, it was not until Wang Jin pinched her waist that she snapped back to reality and said, Indeed. Let us first gather the other three. If what the female ghost said is true, and the formation is the only one, a fierce contest is inevitable. Why, dear? What were you just contemplating? Chen Shuer tilted her head and replied, I was thinking, thank goodness for the heavenly path spoken of by the female ghost. Otherwise, I might never have met you. Yes, I am indeed fortunate to have encountered you, Wang Jin said, embracing her as they proceeded towards a larger dragon head marker. They had already slain 2 of the smallest dragon heads and had a fair understanding of the strength of the star clam. They needed only to heed the suffixes of their names. I in the misty realm of Lingshu. A white fox carried 2 individuals across the pitch-black terrain. Pat, pat, at that moment, footsteps approached from afar, echoing distinctly in the silent crimson expanse, reminiscent of other beings. Wang Jin gestured for silence, and both he and Chen Shuer fixed their gaze on the imminent apparition. Wang Jin, Chen Shuer, I harbor no ill intentions. The voice, crisp and clear, belonged to a woman, and she spoke in the language of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin instinctively shielded Chen Shuer, focusing intently on the source of the voice. Dio, you recognize us? Before long, a man and a woman riding a white tiger came into view. The man bore a blank expression, appearing somewhat foolish, while the woman sported a neatly cropped hairstyle. I at you. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged surprised glances. These were the very individuals who had spectated the slaying of the terror tick while mounted on their tiger. The ones Mose said had seized the first terror tick's corpse. Chapter 77. Lin Li's invitation. Greetings. I am Lin Li.it. Is a pleasure to meet you both, the woman seated in front of the tiger announced. Wang Jin, however, brandished his shield, ready to unleash his skills, and coldly inquired, What do you want with me? He remained vigilant in the presence of these strangers. If they were in the wilderness, it might have been a different story. But this was the Lingshu realm. As I mentioned, I mean no harm, and I seek you out for the purpose of collaboration. Collaboration? Wang Jin was slightly bewildered. There was little room for cooperation here. Yes, collaboration. I have foreseen something you greatly need, as well as an item I require. Although I cannot discern what they are, I do know where to find them. With that, Lin Li produced a team scroll and continued, So, what do you say? Consider this. The effect of the scroll in my possession is, I am aware of the effect of that scroll. Wang Jin interrupted Lin Li. But why should I collaborate with you? I have no trust in what you claim. Lin Li smiled gently at this. While I may not know what the item is, I am certain that our partnership will yield a high-grade piece of equipment, and my talent is divination, and my predictions are never wrong. I do not desire that item. We only need one useful object, Linley concluded, leaving both Qin Shuer and Wang Jin momentarily stunned. Divination? A real-life version of Lin Banxian? Moreover, they indeed possessed a blueprint for a fragmented void ring. However, it remained uncertain whether her mention of high-grade equipment had any correlation with the blueprint for the fragmented void ring. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Wang Jin pondered aloud, convinced that these two were certainly no match for him. Otherwise, with her divination talent, she would never have left her prior position. Besides, if her claims were genuine, their combined strength would not suffice to acquire what she spoke of. Linley appeared unfazed by Wang Jin's inquiry, responding, "Not at all. Today's divination indicates great fortune." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin narrowed his eyes, exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Shuer. They both understood each other's thoughts. Very well, let us go and see. With the team scroll in hand, they felt little concern for her turning on them. They too were curious about what Linley had to offer. Most importantly, they had confidence in their abilities and were not afraid of being deceived. Seemingly having anticipated their response, Linley activated the team scroll. Wang Jin readily agreed. After forming their team, Linley raised her hand and said, "Follow me." Wang Jin and Qin Shuer mounted their jade fox and trailed behind. Linley walked briskly, unlike Wang Jin, who tread cautiously through the Crimson Zone. "Hey, are you not afraid of encountering any dangers by running so fast? Today's divination shows great fortune, so hurry." Seeing her unwavering confidence, Wang Jin urged his jade fox to keep pace. "Dear, Linley seems quite self-assured in her divination," Qin Shuer remarked. Wang Jin chuckled. "It's her talent. She has likely conducted numerous successful experiments. Nonetheless, her ability seems quite useful." "What are you planning?" Qin Shuer turned her head, her gaze penetrating Wang Jin's. "Oh, I was merely speaking casually. Our own talents are already formidable." In truth, it was impossible for Wang Jin not to be tempted by Lin Li's assertions. If her divination was indeed infallible, her talent was extraordinarily powerful. At the same time, Wang Jin noted that Linley was heading towards a medium-sized dragon head marker in the distance. "Is it that beast?" Wang Jin pondered while studying the map. They proceeded without hindrance. Just as Linley had claimed, they moved confidently through the Crimson Zone, encountering no dangers or other individuals. Before long, familiar roars echoed around them. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward Linley, who deftly dodged it. Following the fireball's trajectory, a larger white octopus emerged. Minion of Cheongqi, Star Clam, Indestructible Blood Qilong Rainbow. That's the one. Linley pointed at the Star Clam. Both Wang Jin and Qin Shuer gasped at the Star Clam's attributes. What did Indestructible Blood Qilong Rainbow signify? They had experienced the indestructible attribute of the Star Clam before and were reluctant to face a second one. This creature not only possessed the indestructible trait, but also added the Blood Qilong Rainbow. "Linley, are you serious?" Wang Jin questioned uncertainly. "Absolutely serious. You will absorb the damage while we strike." With that, the silent man behind Linley leapt forward, brandishing a long spear and launching a fierce attack at the Star Clam. The sound of steel clashing resonated. "Damn it, dear, I'm going in," Wang Jin exclaimed helplessly as he bore his shield and hammer into the fray. Primarily driven by the allure of the high-grade equipment Linley had mentioned, Qin Shuer, though reluctant, began her assault with her broadsword and crossbow. Linley also drew a crossbow, aiming at the Star Clam to commence her barrage. With a surge of light, Qin Shuer tested the skill she had just acquired. 3 rapidly spinning golden rings materialized beneath the Star Clam, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. However, it was of little consequence. The Star Clam remained unperturbed, continuing its assault on Wang Jin. "Damn it. Enough." 4 hours later, Wang Jin felt his scalp tingle. He and Qin Shuer had taken 4 hours to vanquish the previous Star Clam. Yet this one remained vigorous. He was forced to absorb the brunt of its attacks. The issue was that this larger Star Clam was not devoid of damage. Over the past 4 hours, he had consumed numerous blood coagulation pills, suffering considerable pain from the Star Clam's relentless strikes. Furthermore, time was of the essence. They still needed to gather other sealing artifacts and did not wish to waste time here. "Can you divine how much longer it will take to defeat this creature?" Wang Jin grumbled. "I do not know. Today my husband and I have both attempted divination," Linley replied, equally exasperated, as she pulled the trigger of her crossbow, her fingers growing numb. Thankfully, she and Qin Shuer had ample wood. Otherwise, they would likely have lacked materials even to craft crossbow bolts. "Dear, perhaps we should call it quits," Qin Shuer suggested, on the verge of exhaustion. Her complexion far from favorable, it was not merely fatigue. Seeing Wang Jin being battered by the star clam pained her deeply at its fine. I can endure. You two should take turns resting. Although she claimed she did not wish to fight. If they gave up now, it would be tantamount to abandoning their efforts, which was not Wang Jin's style. Seeing this, Lin Li quickly interjected, my husband can also endure the star clam's attacks. We can take turns resting. Her suggestion was swiftly agreed upon. Continuing on in this manner would be unbearable for anyone. Thus, the two teams began to alternate between resting and fighting. However, Lin Li's partner could not last long, leaving Wang Jin to shoulder the majority of the damage. Meanwhile, the prolonged commotion attracted the attention of a nearby team, who cautiously approached the source of the noise. Chapter 78. The items desired by each Xiaoying. If my guess is correct, the team ahead is engaged in combat with an indestructible star clam. They must be exhausted by now. This is an opportunity. Stay here and be careful not to get killed. Zhang Qi instructed his companion Tang Ying, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He regretted choosing to share his lifespan when he obtained the Destiny Choice Scroll. Now, under the system's rules, he could not abandon this burden. Understood, Tang Ying replied, lowering her head. She was reluctant to provoke others, yet all the resources of the team rested upon her companion Zhang Qi. She was merely a tool with 5 points in defense and 5 in health. Tang Ying remained stationary, silently watching as her companion moved forward. Through her state of mind, she was acutely aware of her companion's profound disdain for her. The thought of mutual destruction had even crossed her mind. Yet, in those moments of despair, Zhang Qi would invariably offer her the most appropriate solace. Perhaps death could serve as a form of liberation. In fact, she pondered whether it was her companions who should meet their end. But who could possibly defeat him? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hammering continued unabated from Wang Jin's vicinity. Lin Li and her companions were taking turns to rest, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. That moment. A spear, imbued with a radiant white light, raced towards Lin Li with astonishing speed. A tremendous explosion echoed as Lin Li, caught completely off guard, was sent flying alongside her white tiger companion. Both Wang Jin and Chen Shuer turned in astonishment to witness the unfolding scene. Wasn't it supposed to be a time of great fortune? Wang Jin let out an angry exclamation, disregarding the star clam behind him as he advanced towards the man wielding the spear. He was a member of the Nanshan faction. Regardless of the faction, once a confrontation had begun, Wang Jin would show no mercy. His shield was hurled forth, and without hesitation, he activated the skill Flying Shield Strike. Indeed, it was supposed to be a time of great fortune. Lin Li rose from the ground as if nothing had happened, a puppet appearing at the spot from which she had been propelled. Yet, despite the presence of the puppet, she had sustained injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she smiled faintly, contemplating that if they desired other seals, he had just delivered them. Wang Jin, after the attack, Zhang Qi was taken aback by the spectacle before him. However, his speed was remarkable. He effortlessly evaded even Wang Jin's Flying Shield Strike. Such swiftness rivaled that of the Jade Fox. Wang Jin, too, was somewhat surprised. Subsequently, he utilized the talent Divine Descent, rapidly enlarging his form and cradling Chen Shuer protectively in his arms. Xiaoyu, slow that fellow down. It was time to allow the Jade Fox to employ its newly acquired skill. My husband has grown large once again. It feels so warm in his embrace. Chen Shuer, momentarily forgetting to attack, gazed up at Wang Jin, who was now sheltering her. What on earth? Zhang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing Wang Jin's sudden transformation. As a member of the Nanshan faction, he recognized Wang Jin without hesitation. Yet, he remained composed. As the Jade Fox charged towards him, he countered with his spear, forcing it back before pointing directly at Wang Jin. Ranked number 1. I shall see your true strength. The spear, still glowing with white light, lunged ferociously towards him. With one hand devoted to protecting Chen Shuer, Wang Jin could only defend with his shield. The speed was too great. He could not evade in a swift motion. Zhang Qi lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike to Wang Jin's leg. 22. Wang Jin felt a sting from the blow. Under the Divine Descent state, his defense had exceeded 150, yet Zhang Qi had managed to break through, leaving Wang Jin astonished. In response, Wang Jin retaliated with a kick. However, Zhang Qi nimbly dodged the attack. My dear, what are you doing? Wang Jin inquired, glancing down at the still-dazed Chen Shuer. Realizing her position, Chen Shuer quickly maneuvered her broadsword to unleash her newly acquired skill, Radiant Rebirth. Simultaneously, the Jade Fox charged forward. Zhang Qi narrowly avoided Chen Shuer's skill but was struck by the Jade Fox. Encased in frost, such an easy skill to evade, Chen Shuer sighed, dissatisfied. She saw no sign of Zhang Qi as a worthy opponent. After all, he had only managed to chip away 22 of Wang Jin's health, while they had the Jade Fox and 2 onlookers aiding them. Zhang Qi's complexion paled as he felt the frost enveloping him, drastically reducing his speed. Die, Chen Shuer stated coolly, activating another skill. Snowy Flight. Seeing this, Zhang Qi attempted to evade, but this time, he could not escape. Such high damage, he exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Li seized the opportunity, successfully striking Zhang Qi with her crossbow. Wang Jin then hoisted Chen Shuer onto his shoulder and drew forth his great hammer. Launching an assault upon Zhang Qi. Must be said that Zhang Qi's combat skills were formidable. Even as Wang Jin relentlessly hammered him, and Chen Shuer employed her broadsword attacks, he managed to evade Wang Jin's strikes while laboriously defending against Chen Shuer's sword. However, he could not withstand the combined assault from the two and the Jade Fox for long, succumbing to their onslaught. Zhang Qi, realizing he could not escape after being slowed, had resolved to fight to the death. Wang Jin regarded the fallen Zhang Qi with a sense of astonishment. Your teammate forfeits rewards. Kill the opposing player, gain 53 days and 6 hours of life. Acquire 4662 malevolent thoughts. Obtain 269 unknown meats. Do you wish to extract the talent? Mastery of spear techniques mastery. Proficient in spear usage. All attributes increase by 15 when wielding a spear. And weapon proficiency increases by 20. What a powerful talent. Wang Jin pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to forego it, and Chen Shuer had no intention of exchanging it either. You can keep it, Lin Li said without hesitation, directing her teammate to use the Brave's mark to extract the talent. Upon acquiring the new talent, Lin Li's companion's spear radiated a white light as he charged towards the star clam behind them. What you desired is this talent, correct? Wang Jin remarked slowly, observing the scene. Lin Li appeared quite satisfied with her new talent, smiling as she replied, I didn't know. I only foresaw that I would attain something I needed here, but I was uncertain of what it was. It seems likely that this is indeed the talent. I asked that so? Wang Jin bent down to collect the items Zhang Qi had dropped, a soul-rending spear, a fighter, a warrior, along with some tranquil heart pills, blood-condensing pills, and 2 scrolls. Equipment critical hit scroll. Increases the critical hit probability of the next equipment crafted. The increase is related to the equipment's quality. The other scroll was a guide to the Devourer's platform. Both Chen Shuer and Wang Jin gazed in astonishment at Lin Li upon seeing the attributes of the equipment critical hit scroll. Lin Li maintained her smile, asking, Why do you look at me like that? After speaking, she fixed her gaze on the soul-rending spear that Wang Jin had just picked up. Do you want that spear? Indeed. Will you give it to me? Here you go. Wang Jin tossed the spear to Lin Li and turned to the star clam, saying, Shall we continue? Absolutely. Once again, the group began to scrape the star clam. Meanwhile, after Zhang Qi's demise, Tanging felt her life force rapidly dissipating, yet it brought her a sense of relief. 6 hours later, the star clam was finally vanquished. It dropped a new ceiling item. All right, we shall depart now. Best of luck to you, and remember to add me as a friend when you exit. After defeating the star clam, Lin Li and her companion rode off on their white tiger. Hey, could you help me with an oracle? I can't. Chapter 79. The final showdown begins as Wang Jin watched Lin Li and her companions vanish into the crimson mist. He stored away the corpse of the star clam. My dear, we should also make our exit. We still need one more ceiling item. Soldier, Chen Shuer cast a final glance in Lin Li's direction before mounting the Jade Fox alongside Wang Jin. Husband, should we seek the smallest dragon-headed monster marker or a medium-sized one? Along the way, Chen Shuer inquired about their current ceiling items. Wang Jin contemplated and replied, the smaller one. The small marker should offer a chance at different ceiling items. Time is likely running short, and the small one should be quicker to eliminate. Chen Shuer readily agreed. Before long, the two found themselves resting in a crater, calculating that they had been traversing for over 20 hours. Especially dealing with the indomitable star clam had drained a considerable amount of their stamina. They were undoubtedly fatigued. However, neither intended to rest any longer. They could afford to take a day and night off after the dungeon concluded. After their meal, they resumed their quest for the final ceiling item, Soldier. Qiongqi Minion, Star Clam, Swift, another new attribute. Without hesitation, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer launched their attack upon the Star Clam. The suffix indicated that this Star Clam was exceptionally swift. True to its attributes, the Star Clam moved faster than the Jade Fox, causing considerable trouble for the pair. After defeating this Star Clam, they once again acquired a ceiling item, Warrior, another repetition. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer sighed as they continued their search. Traversing from one star clam to another consumed a fair amount of time. Moreover, The markers for star clams on the map were steadily diminishing. It was evident that other players were hunting star clams in the Crimson area. However, judging by the rate at which the star clams disappeared, there were likely very few players in that region. After all, the difficulty of defeating the star clams here was even greater than that of the yellow area's boss, the terrifying insect, if it weren't for the desire to secure the ultimate reward. Few would choose to linger here. Boom, boom. In the end, the Crimson region reverberated with resounding explosions. There was no choice. The remaining star clams were primarily endowed with flame burst, or indomitable attributes. In comparison, Wang Jin would rather endure an explosion from a flame burst star clam than confront an indomitable one. However, Qin Shuer felt a pang of heartache. Soldier. Wang Jin surveyed the ceiling item, soldier, in his hand alongside the cracked shield, feeling that all had been worthwhile. Fortunately, he had obtained a stone to repair equipment earlier when he activated the totem. Otherwise, the shield would have surely been ruined. Why, dear? Let's find the Devourer's platform and redeem our rewards while we await the final moment. All right. Chen Shuer leaned against Wang Jin, gazing at his somewhat scorched skin, feeling as though her heart had been torn open, a chilling pain intertwining within her. With no time to mourn, she took out the final execution scroll obtained from killing Zhang Qi. To their eyes, this time the thoughtful platform offered little of value. After defeating the Star Toad, they had gathered a total of 110 thought coins, exchanging them for a mid-level capture device and a beast soul from a century-old creature. In another impact crater near the center, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer nestled closely together. There were still some Star Toads remaining on the map, but neither of them intended to pursue them further. They were merely troublesome foes. Remaining lifespan, 206 days and 3 hours. Let us use it all. In truth, after slaying a few individuals, the lifespan gained was minimal, totaling just over 200 days. Qin Shuer was indifferent to the consumption of lifespan. After adjusting their attributes, Wang Jin's defense reached 126 points without utilizing his talents, while Chen Shuer's attack stood at 186 points. Observing his defense, Wang Jin earnestly declared, "Darling, once my defense attributes are sufficient and yours are nearly there, we shall commence a balanced development." The earlier skirmish with Zhang Qi made Wang Jin realize the necessity of enhancing other attributes, particularly speed, lest he be outplayed. "How much is enough?" Qin Shuer inquired. We can commence after returning," he replied. "All right." Qin Shuer had no objections and continued nestled in Wang Jin's embrace. "Hubby, hold me while we rest for a moment. The shadow of Qiongqi has descended, and the instance will close in 12 hours. Warning: if the shadow of Qiongqi leaves the red zone, it will gain immense enhancements. Prevent the shadow of Qiongqi from leaving the red zone, or leave through the body symbol gate as quickly as possible." This message echoed thrice in the minds of everyone within the spirit void realm. It has arrived. Wang Jin stood up, directing his gaze towards the body symbol gate, where familiar roars resounded. It was the same roar they had heard from Qiongqi before. To his astonishment, the final boss turned out to be the shadow of Qiongqi. Qin Shuer also rose, looking at Wang Jin and said, "Hubby, let us go. Let us move." The two then rode the Jade Fox towards the body symbol gate. Nearby, players who were also hiding here, like Wang Jin, advanced towards the body symbol gate. "You have arrived." Just as Wang Jin and Chen Shuer were about to reach the body symbol gate, a cold voice from the female ghost echoed. "This strand of evil thought is temporarily suppressed by my power. But I can do little more while sealed. Do not let it leave here." Hearing the female ghost's voice, Wang Jin gently embraced Chen Shuer as they drew closer. The female ghost's statement that they had arrived clearly indicated the presence of others. Roar and enraged roar from Qiongqi erupted. Immediately after, sounds of combat ensued. Have they already begun fighting? Wang Jin's gaze sharpened as he quickened his pace. Before long, a fully crimson Qiongqi came into view. Identical to the one seen in the vast sky of the Great Wilderness, albeit smaller in size, standing just over 2 meters tall. Nearby, several individuals stood, maintaining a distance from one another, hesitant to engage hastily. The female ghost remained in her previous seated position, silent and with closed eyes. In front of Qiongqi, a man and a woman were engaged in combat. Both hailed from the eastern mountain. The man wielded a long sword, fiercely striking at Qiongqi, while the woman held a staff-like weapon, reciting incantations. The head of her staff resembled a lantern. Shadow of Qiongqi, flame, level, health. Description: a manifestation of Qiongqi's malevolent power. What does flame signify? Wang Jin furrowed his brow at the suffix of Qiongqi's name. He refrained from rushing into action. As the final boss of the instance, Wang Jin doubted it would fall to those two. Others likely shared his sentiment. However, Wang Jin could not fathom why those two were so impulsive as to engage first. Were they absolutely confident in their strength? More and more individuals arrived, their numbers swelling to at least a dozen. Wang Jin tightly embraced Qin Shuer, shielding her in the center. Chapter 80. Special Weapon. Dream Soul Lantern. At this moment, the staff held by the woman in front of the shadow of Qiongqi radiated an unusual glow. Following this, a translucent giant blue deer appeared, reminiscent of the firefly deer previously seen at Wang Jin's doorstep. Firefly Monarch, the woman uttered softly. The deer lowered its head, emanating a blue luminescence. That was the ultimate move of the firefly deer. This scene reminded Wang Jin of the time he had hunted the firefly deer. The circumstances were strikingly similar as the weakened creature unleashed its skill. That was an area attack. She intended to eliminate everyone present. Realizing this, Wang Jin was taken aback, his divine talent activating urgently as he sheltered Qin Shuer and the jade fox in his embrace. Turning his back, with a deafening, low roar, the blue giant deer opened its eyes. Centered around the deer, a shockwave of immense power surged forth. With a resounding boom, all players were swept away, Wang Jin included. Even the shadow of Qiongqi was flung far away, leaving only the female ghost unperturbed. Lilia, the plan was a resounding success. Those pesky flies are indeed merely spectators, let them perish. Lilia shook her head. No, there are still a few alive. But they are likely injured. Oh, there are people who can survive the attack of the Dream Soul Lantern? Those daring enough to vie for those 5,000 thought coins are truly formidable. Allaway expressed his surprise. This was their strategy, to first engage the shadow of Qiongqi, while nearby individuals seeking to claim the thought coins would likely opt to watch. Then, Lilia would channel the Dream Soul Lantern, delivering a devastating blow. Thus, they need not fear interference during the later stages of the battle that could hinder the accumulation of energy for the Dream Soul Lantern. Their plan had proven relatively successful. Allaway considered pursuing the surviving individuals, seeing a promising opportunity, but the shadow of Qiongqi was already roaring and lunging forward. Realizing this, Allaway had no choice but to raise his massive sword once more. Lilia, let us focus on inflicting damage first. This creature is rather formidable. I shall hold it off, Lilia nodded, stowing away the Dream Soul Lantern and joining the fray against the shadow of Qiongqi. Meanwhile, after being thrown by the shockwave, Wang Jin picked himself up from the ground. Fortunately, Qin Shuer and the Jade Fox sustained minimal injuries under his protection. Hubby, are you all right? Qin Shuer asked anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Wang Jin spat out a mouthful of blood but managed to smile. What could happen to me, however? I suspect her attack may have claimed many lives. Qin Shuer furrowed her brows, angered. Hubby, I will return and kill her. Wait, at this moment, Wang Jin was still in the state granted by his divine talent, firmly grasping Qin Shuer with one hand. No need to rush. Let those two engage the shadow of Qiongqi for a while. We can move in to disrupt them later. If my guess is correct, that staff in the woman's hand is likely a special weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't wield such tremendous power. Wang Jin remained calm. The continued roars of Qiongqi indicated that the shadow had not perished. Moreover, even if it did perish, they would still need 10 seconds to exit through the body symbol gate. Most importantly, they had to wait for the cooldown of the divine talent. Hearing this, Qin Shuer calmed down. After several occasions where Wang Jin had shielded her from harm, she felt a deep sense of disappointment, for it was always Wang Jin who bore the injuries while she remained powerless. After consuming a blood-condensing pill, Wang Jin returned to his normal state and gradually approached the battlefield with Qin Shuer and the Jade Fox. They did not believe that weapon could unleash such devastating damage repeatedly. If it truly was one of the 3 special weapons, it should not be weaker than the sea-settling needle. 5 minutes. As Wang Jin approached, he inspected the mutated potion he had acquired upon arriving here. A potion that could enhance attack, defense, and speed by 50. Perhaps, it was time to use it.as for the 99 reduction in all attributes as a side effect. He cared little, as long as he could survive to leave. Hubby, I will drink this potion later, Qin Shuer said earnestly. Wang Jin promptly stowed the mutated potion away, saying, Not yet. Wait for the cooldown of my talent. As they reached the body symbol gate, the woman once again brandished her staff. Noticing this, Allaway distanced himself from the shadow of Qiongqi. On another front, 2 groups of individuals approached, all hailing from the western mountain. Upon spotting Wang Jin and the others, Allaway chuckled. 3 squads are still alive. Let us take down this shadow of Qiongqi together, and then we can see who's the best afterward. That's fine. But make sure that woman puts the Dream Soul Lantern away. One of the western mountain warriors, wielding a large sword, pointed at Lilia.so that's what it's called, Dream Soul Lantern. Wang Jin realized, understanding the name of the staff. Hubby, what should we do? Qin Shuer was reluctant to cooperate with them, desiring only to slay the woman first. Wang Jin felt similarly, but as he observed the shadow of Qiongqi lunging at Alawei once more, he smiled slightly. No need to rush. The shadow of Qiongqi has its sights set on him. We merely need to keep an eye on that woman. While others verbally agreed to focus on defeating the shadow of Qiongqi, none made a move. Alawei sneered coldly, a bunch of fools. Only the team inflicting the highest damage on the shadow of Qiongqi can obtain the final sealing item, formation. At this moment, the cold voice of the female ghost echoed again. What? Wang Jin gazed incredulously at the female specter, a sentiment echoed by the others present. Only Alawei's expression turned markedly grim. Why, dear? We charge forth, you ride Xiaoyu. Wang Jin once again consumed a blood coagulation pill, conjuring a shield and hammer into his grasp. Qin Shuer, without a moment's hesitation, mounted the Jade Fox and maneuvered her broadsword to hover before Wang Jin. The other three swiftly drew their weapons and surged forward, directing their assault towards Alawei and Lilia, not the phantom of Qiongqi. Wang Jin, too, followed suit. Given the words of the female specter, their priority must be to eliminate the individual inflicting the most damage upon the Qiongqi phantom. Observing the situation, Alawei retreated rapidly, while his ally Lilia attempted to activate the Dream Soul Lantern once more. However, she was met with the barrage of Qin Shuer's ranged weaponry, rendering her unable to channel her power. Alawei cursed vehemently, directing his ire not just at his companions but particularly at the female specter. Simultaneously, a scroll materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he opted to utilize it. Upon activation, a golden protective barrier enveloped both him and Lilia. In that moment, Alawei transformed into a werewolf, and his companion Lilia followed suit. Werewolf? Wang Jin pondered momentarily, then without hesitation, swung his massive hammer towards them. Meanwhile, two other teams charged in, three individuals attacking Alawei. For an instant, they appeared to forge a fleeting alliance, all intent on vanquishing Alawei. A fierce roar erupted from the Qiongqi phantom, which retaliated with a massive fireball, targeting both Alawei and Lilia. With a thunderous crash, the duo was pushed back by the relentless assaults, yet the golden barrier they had just conjured absorbed the brunt of the damage. Rebirth. Wang Jin bellowed, prompting Qin Shuer, who was utilizing her crossbow, to immediately activate her skill. This time, Wang Jin aimed his attack at the Qiongqi phantom. 3 golden rings manifested beneath the phantom, spinning rapidly. The other three seized the opportunity to assail it as well. You have inflicted damage upon the Qiongqi phantom. Current damage percentage, 14 first place. Alawei's team, 80 second place. Wang Jin's team, 14 third place. Leiji's team, 4, so that's how it is. Wait, why is our damage so high? Wang Jin stared at the damage numbers, realizing that being too high could render them prime targets for a siege. Each of these individuals possessed formidable strength, and Wang Jin had no certainty of victory in a group assault. It was that skill, Rebirth. The other two teams' damage couldn't be too low, or they would never qualify for the ultimate reward. As they beheld the damage figures, all eyes simultaneously turned towards Wang Jin. I just used a treasure, he claimed, delivering another crushing blow to the Qiongqi phantom. Fortunately, this strike did not elevate the damage percentage further. He hoped to divert the attention of the other two teams, aiming to first eliminate the individual with the highest damage, Alawei. Acknowledging Wang Jin's assertion, the other two redirected their focus towards Alawei, whose damage percentage soared to 80, marking him for death. Moreover, the Qiongqi phantom paid no heed to Wang Jin and charged directly at Oliwei. It appeared that the phantom prioritized attacking those who inflicted the most harm upon it. Witnessing this, Wang Jin furrowed his brow. This was not auspicious news. Should Alawei be slain, Wang Jin would become the primary target for both the Qiongqi phantom and the other two teams. Checking the cooldown time for the Divine Descent skill, he noted there were still 27 minutes remaining. Delay. Wang Jin abandoned his assault on Alawei and subtly signaled to Qin Shuer. She nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. After Wang Jin retreated, the Qiongqi phantom and the other two teams disregarded him and unleashed a fierce onslaught on Alawei. 3 individuals, a male and female duo from one team, wielding greatswords adorned with frost, noticeably slowed Alawei's movements as they attacked. The third, a lone male with an axe, displayed no apparent talent. The battle escalated into a heated exchange. However, Alawei, exhibiting tremendous strength, gained speed in his werewolf form and, bolstered by the scroll he had just used, continued to hold his ground. Wang Jin observed from the sidelines, quietly assessing the strength of the combatants. The axe-wielding individual dealt the highest damage, while Alloway desperately evaded his strikes. The two with greatswords likely possessed ice-related talents. With the Divine Descent ability activated, I would have a reliable chance of victory. Yet, the Cheongchi Phantom is exceedingly formidable. The Cheongchi Phantom, ablaze with flames, unleashed fireballs with each strike. Flames began to engulf its surroundings. It was only then that Wang Jin comprehended the meaning of the suffix in the Phantom's name. It was purely a fire attribute creature. Moments later, a faint crack echoed through the air. Though subtle, it drew the attention of all present. Wang Jin squinted, for he noticed cracks forming in the golden shield surrounding Alloway. He was on the verge of collapse. Love. Attack those two. Wang Jin immediately activated the shield strike skill, targeting the axe-wielding foe. Alloway must not perish just yet, at least not before his talent's cooldown expired. Otherwise, Wang Jin and Qin Shuer would become the prime targets. Although he was unafraid, without the Divine Descent skill, he could not adequately protect Qin Shuer. The Jade Fox was swift, but not infallible. Qin Shuer wasted no time, aiming her crossbow at the axe-wielder and simultaneously directing her broadsword to strike. The shield strike hit the axe-wielder, yet he remained unfazed. Not stunned. I'll distract those two riding foxes. You continue your assault on him. The axe-wielder shouted, then charged straight at Wang Jin. In an instant, a new alliance formed. Come at me. Wang Jin met the charge head-on. The axe-wielder's massive weapon struck Wang Jin's shield with a resounding clang. Such high damage. It must rival that of Shuer. Wang Jin was taken aback, even as he swung his hammer at the axe-wielder. His hammer served mainly to draw the axe-wielder's attention, while the primary source of attack remained Qin Shuer's broadsword. Sure enough, when Wang Jin's hammer came crashing down, the axe-wielder opted to defend against it. Seizing the moment, Qin Shuer unleashed her skill with the broadsword. The axe-wielder let out a roar of pain as he was unexpectedly struck. He retaliated with another axe swing, then, using the momentum, leaped to bypass Wang Jin and attack the unprotected Qin Shuer. He had identified the source of his considerable damage, the woman manipulating the broadsword behind him. You've exposed a weakness. Wang Jin would not allow him to leap over him. He grasped the axe-wielder's leg and yanked downward with all his might. Take that! Wang Jin bellowed, raising his hammer once more to strike the axe-wielder's face. Naturally, Qin Shuer would not let the opportunity slip by, her broadsword aimed at the axe-wielder as well. Yet, the axe-wielder was not only powerful but also remarkably resilient. Being alone, he had a higher level, and his talent likely enhanced his attributes. Wang Jin engaged in fierce combat with the axe-wielder. A desperate scream erupted from Alloway's direction, as the Cheongchi Phantom's claw pierced through his chest. You've only managed to hold on for this long with the axe-wielder gone. Wang Jin cursed under his breath, abandoning his struggle with the axe-wielder to rush toward Alloway's position. Dream Soul Lantern. He was acutely aware that Alloway's demise could very well lead to the drop of that special weapon. The axe-wielder, too, disregarded Wang Jin. Qin Shuer, riding the Jade Fox, raced ahead, her broadsword aimed at the two nearest to Alloway. My love, Wang Jin felt a surge of urgency. The individuals here were formidable. As the Cheongchi Phantom struck Alloway once more, the system notifications rang out, signaling that Alloway had been slain, and all participants received a fraction of his life essence. Yet, none paid heed to such trivialities. Following Alloway's death, his companion Lilia similarly lost her life force, dropping several items, among which the Dream Soul Lantern was prominently featured. Chapter 82. Chaos of Battle with a Ferocious Roar. The Cheongchi Phantom turned and charged directly at Wang Jin after slaying Alloway, for he now posed the greatest threat to it. Damn it! Wang Jin exclaimed as he was forced to halt his advance. Hurry back, Qin Shuer urged anxiously. Wang Jin turned to see her eyes widen in shock, for she had utilized her talent, Spirit Control, to remotely retrieve all items. Well done, my dear. Wang Jin laughed heartily. Hurry, we have 30 seconds. Qin Shuer, clutching the Dream Soul Lantern, which glowed with an ethereal light, was whisked away by the Jade Fox. Excellent, Wang Jin declared, consuming another blood coagulation pill in preparation. After Qin Shuer had collected the items, the axe-wielder and the two swordsmen wasted no time in pursuing her. However, the Jade Fox's speed was unparalleled, and they found themselves unable to catch up momentarily. All three drew their ranged weapons, aiming to intercept Qin Shuer before she could fully charge her abilities. Alas, their bolts were effortlessly deflected by the Jade Fox's tail. Kill him, the axe-wielder shouted, realizing that their only option was to eliminate Wang Jin first. With a swift spin, he charged at Wang Jin like a whirlwind. Two swordsmen directed their weapons towards Wang Jin at the same time. the phantom of a creature known as Qiongqi had already arrived beside him. It struck first with a claw so scorching. After Wang Jin shielded himself from the blow, a wave of intense heat engulfed him. Cyclone Slash. The axe-wielding man had also charged forward. Upon completing his spin, he leapt high into the air, and his axe appeared to grow larger, bringing it down with a mighty swing. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and could only confront it head-on with his hammer. With a resounding clash, he was forced back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Although this attack had cost him over 100 health points, a faint smile crept upon Wang Jin's lips. For a magnificent blue stag had materialized. Its body began to emit a soft glow. Upon seeing the majestic stag, the axe-wielder cursed and fled. As for the two swordsmen, they too had already taken flight at the mere sight of the blue stag. Ling Huang! Chen Shui's cool voice rang out, causing the stag to open its eyes wide and unleash another shockwave. Even the axe-wielder and the other two were thrown back by the force. Though fortunately, this skill would not harm allies. Wife, attack the Qiongqi phantom. Wang Jin promptly decided to eliminate this phantom first. He intended to pursue the axe-wielder, whom he deemed the greatest threat. However, the Qiongqi phantom had completely shifted its ire towards Wang Jin. He could not allow Chen Shui to chase after it alone, for the axe-wielder possessed formidable strength. Though the Qiongqi phantom was also repelled, it swiftly charged at him. Wang Jin, seeing this, had no choice but to confront it, creating space for Chen Shui to deal damage. The Qiongqi phantom was powerful but could not break through Wang Jin's defenses for the time being. Despite its fiery attacks causing him pain, both he and Chen Shui managed to fend it off. Especially with Chen Shui's radiant light skill, each cooldown inflicted significant damage upon the phantom. Heavenly Descent cooldown, 18 minutes. There were still 18 minutes remaining. While fending off the Qiongqi phantom's onslaught, Wang Jin glanced at his talent's cooldown timer, knowing the axe-wielder and the other two would surely return. Wife, how long is the cooldown for the Dream Soul Lamp's last skill? 20 minutes. Wang Jin. The female ghost beside him remained with her eyes closed, showing no concern for the unfolding events, save for a brief reminder earlier. Meanwhile, in the Crimson Mist, the axe-wielder was frantically consuming blood-replenishing pills. Chen Shui's damage far surpassed that of the previous Lilia, inflicting substantial harm upon the axe-wielder. Unfortunately, the blood-replenishing pills required a cooldown of 1 minute, and he intended to fully restore his health before rejoining the fray. As long as the Qiongqi phantom was alive, its roars could be heard. Soon after, the axe-wielder stood, downing a potion, and made his way toward the battlefield. As for the other team wielding greatswords, they hid nearby. Though they had sustained injuries from the Dream Soul Lamp's attack, they were not nearly as grievous as those suffered by the axe-wielder. However, they did not rush into battle. Having witnessed the earlier confrontation, they understood they were no match for Wang Jin and the axe-wielder, preferring to let the two engage. 3 minutes left. Wang Jin consumed a blood-replenishing pill, continuing to fend off the Qiongqi phantom's attacks. Under Chen Shui's relentless assault, the phantom began to fade. Almost dead. Wang Jin understood that the two adversaries would be arriving soon. However, what difference would it make? In 3 minutes, with the Heavenly Descent combined with the mutated potion, he could even consider eliminating them. Primarily, Wang Jin was curious about the axe-wielder's talent. Cyclone Slash. At that moment, the spinning axe-wielder reappeared, completing his rotation before leaping high once more, aiming his axe directly at Chen Shui. He suddenly moved with incredible speed, even faster than the Jade Fox. He had no intention of confronting the tough and foul Wang Jin. Seeing this, Wang Jin braced himself against the Qiongqi phantom's claw, then swiftly hurled his shield at the axe-wielder. Regrettably, the axe-wielder paid it no mind, and the stunning effect of the flying shield was ineffective against him. This caused Wang Jin's heart to race. For if the axe-wielder attacked with such speed, the Jade Fox might not be able to evade. Realizing avoidance was futile, the Jade Fox did not attempt to dodge. Instead, it conjured frost all over its body, casting off Chen Shui and charging directly at the axe-wielder. The axe struck the Jade Fox, sending it flying, but the axe-wielder was also slowed by the Jade Fox's skill. After being struck, the Jade Fox charged back towards the axe-wielder, engaging him in combat. Wife, do not attack that fellow. Focus on the Qiongqi phantom. Wang Jin shouted at Chen Shui, seeing that the Jade Fox could temporarily withstand the axe-wielder. Simultaneously, he hastened towards Chen Shui, for the two swordsmen had appeared. The moment they emerged, they lunged towards Chen Shui in unison. Fortunately, Chen Shui was not slow herself. With a skill called Flying Swan Tread Snow, she countered their rapid advance. However, as she struck them, a white light emanated from them, easily neutralizing her skill. Wind control? This scene reminded Wang Jin of the wind control skill he had seen previously at the trading post. Before he could contemplate further, the two men, having withstood her attack, continued their charge toward Qin Shuer. Qin Shuer wielded her saber and crossbow, attacking while retreating. However, those bold enough to contend for the final reward were not simple foes. The frost coalescing around their swords, and even their bodies, mirrored that of the Jade Fox. Although Qin Shuer dealt immense damage, their icy defenses combined with the wind control skill allowed them to endure for an extended period. They must not get near Shuer, Wang Jin thought, reaching into his bag for the mutated potion, only to find it had already been depleted. Chapter 83. Grade A Evaluation, Returning to the Wilds. Before Wang Jin could act, Qin Shuer had already consumed a mutated potion. After ingesting it, she felt her blood boil with vigor, a surge of power rising from within. As an all-attack build with added speed. The effects of the mutated potion elevated both her speed and attack to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the potion granted her an additional 50 defense attribute, ensuring she would not be easily slain. Husband, you continue to fend off the Qiongqi. I shall eliminate those two. With that, she maneuvered her saber once more to engage the two foes. Only 5 minutes left. Wang Jin watched as Qin Shuer consumed the mutated potion, turning back to continue resisting the Qiongqi phantom. Meanwhile, the Jade Fox was steadily being pushed back in its battle against the axe wielder. And although Qin Shuer had completely suppressed the two wielding greatswords after consuming the potion, she could not defeat them immediately. Their icy defenses, coupled with the wind control skill, allowed them to hold out for a considerable time. With a resounding crash, the axe wielder struck the Jade Fox, sending it flying far back, its health precariously low and its body stained with blood. Little you, you've worked hard. Wang Jin grasped the Jade Fox firmly. His heavenly descent talent had finally completed its cooldown. Wife, eliminate the Qiongqi phantom first. Wang Jin understood they had only 5 minutes. After that, Qin Shuer would lose her combat effectiveness, and his own talent would also fade. Qin Shuer, seeing Wang Jin grow larger, retreated. Wang Jin seized the moment to grab her, placing her upon his shoulder, and turned his back to the Qiongqi phantom. Radiant light, as soon as she reached Wang Jin's shoulder. Qin Shuer unleashed her skill, Radiant Light. While ineffective against human opponents, it dealt tremendous damage to beasts. With the 50 attack boost from the mutated potion, this skill struck the Qiongqi phantom, which had already begun to fade, making it appear as if it might vanish at any moment. Die for me, the axe wielder, now frantic, swung his axe at Wang Jin. However, this time, he could no longer repel Wang Jin, forced instead to witness Qin Shuer's relentless assault on the Qiongqi phantom. As the phantom's form grew dim, a system notification echoed. Congratulations on defeating the Qiongqi phantom. Rewards granted. Formation, husband, kill those two with swords. After the Qiongqi phantom's demise, Qin Shuer urged urgently. Wang Jin immediately understood her intent. The two swordsmen could likely withstand the Dream Soul Lamp's attack, as its cooldown was nearly complete. Wang Jin strode forward, disregarding the axe wielder's strikes, advancing toward the two swordsmen. This time, Qin Shuer needed not defend but could attack freely, rendering the two men utterly disheveled. Soon, Qin Shuer produced the Dream Soul Lamp, which shimmered with light. Not good. The axe wielder was taken aback. He could clearly sense a significant boost in Qin Shuer's attacks. Should she unleash the Dream Soul Lamp's power upon him, he might very well perish. Yet, he continued to assault Wang Jin, unwilling to relent. As Qin Shuer charged the Dream Soul Lamp, Wang Jin did not idle either, wielding his massive hammer to continue assaulting the two swordsmen. Then, once again, a blue stag appeared. The axe wielder and the other two had no choice but to flee. Wang Jin did not pursue. The pressing matter was to submit the sealing items and return to the wilds. He approached the female ghost, retrieving the sealing items for the formation. The female ghost opened her eyes, took the sealing items, and departed through her spatial portal. Congratulations on successfully unsealing the female ghost. Reward, 5,000 desire coins. Following the system prompt, a desire platform emerged in the spot where the female ghost had been. Thankfully, there was a desire platform, Ancient Beast Soul, Ancient Beast Soul. Wang Jin gazed at the desire platform that had manifested. Silently wishing, he did not desire an infinite blood egg, as he already had one pet. Upon opening the desire platform, the ultimate reward was indeed the infinite blood egg. Damn. Wang Jin cursed, left with no choice but to select the exchange. Meanwhile, the colossal deer skill summoned by Qin Shuer was unleashed, sending forth a shockwave that swept through the area. Wang Jin had no time to check whether those individuals had perished or to collect their spoils of war. The reason being, the mutation effect bestowed by Chen Shuer was about to conclude, and once it did, he would incur a penalty of a 99 reduction in all attributes. Would you like to submit all evil thoughts and return to the great wilderness? Notice, the conversion rate of evil thoughts in the red zone is 100. Without hesitation, Wang Jin chose to submit all evil thoughts. Your current rating is Class A, transmitting. As the 10-second countdown came to an end, both individuals felt an overwhelming sensation of vertigo. Congratulations, you have received the Class A evaluation reward. Essence of Soil 1, Home Upgrade Scroll 1, a full set of Breaking Yuan Armor, Trial Stone of the Behemoth 1, and a 5-star Treasure Chest 1. Rewards will be distributed upon the conclusion of the dungeon. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves back at the teleportation portal where they had initially entered the realm of illusion. Alas, they had still failed to eliminate those few adversaries. The system had not indicated any kills nor permitted the extraction of talents. Wang Jin realized that under Chen Shuer's final strike, they had all survived. This was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Wang Jin had encountered thus far. Both were from the Western Mountains. He pondered their ranking in the Western Mountains. Wang Jin mused, "Darling, I'm so tired. I need to rest for a bit. This moment." The effects of Chen Shuer's mutation potion had worn off, leaving her feeling weak, and she promptly collapsed. Wang Jin rushed to catch her. "My dear, sleep first. I'll carry you home," he whispered softly in her ear as he cradled her back to their abode. Although the Jade Fox was also gravely injured, it was still able to walk on its own. Along the way, Wang Jin moved slowly, fearful of disturbing Chen Shuer's slumber. The sky near their home remained overcast, with a massive phantom of a Qiongqi looming above. Naturally, Wang Jin was salivating at the thought of the rewards earned from the Class A evaluation, though they had yet to be distributed. Furthermore, their evil values had been completely reset to 0. Without any evil value, Wang Jin found himself somewhat disoriented. The intense killing intent that had once surged within him had dissipated. Soon, the outline of his home came into view in front of the abode. A square formed of stone structures had appeared, with a few individuals wandering about. Additionally, a clan teleportation totem stood in the square. What is this situation? Is this still my home? Wang Jin stared in astonishment at the square that had materialized near his residence. Isn't this a clan construction? How could it be here? He hastily opened the clan interface. Upon exiting the realm of illusion, all original system functions had been restored. To his surprise, he found himself designated as the clan leader. Where is Li Sancher? Upon checking his friend list, he discovered that Li Sancher had vanished from the list. Dead. Wang Jin could not believe that Li Sancher would remove him from his friends. Considering the inexplicable circumstance of becoming the clan leader, coupled with Li Sancher's disappearance from the friend list, he could only draw one conclusion. Li Sancher had likely perished, possibly within the realm of illusion. Chapter 84. 4-star abode cradling Chen Shuer. Wang Jin stepped into the clan's vicinity. Leader, a few individuals from the clan approached to greet him. Where is Li Sancher? Wang Jin inquired, glancing at them. The former clan leader had likely met his demise. I emerged from the realm of illusion 2 days ago, and yesterday the former leader suddenly vanished, leading you, the vice leader, to automatically assume the role of leader. Yesterday, by the timeline, the final contest should not have occurred yet. Who could have killed him? If he died yesterday, he should have been aware of the flame burst attribute of the star clam. Other Qiongqi minions should not have posed a threat to him given his strength. It must have been the work of someone else. How could he have perished with the sea-settling needle in his possession? Moreover, Wang Jin had never seen Li Sancher utilize a second talent. Wang Jin had no doubt he possessed a second talent. Nevertheless, even he had encountered numerous dangers within the realm of illusion. So Li Sancher's death was not entirely surprising. But as for this clan, I just exited the realm of illusion. Discuss any matters with the clan tomorrow. Wang Jin was not inclined to involve himself with clan affairs at the moment. He only wished to rest with Chen Shuer. They had fought continuously for over 50 hours in the realm of illusion. As for Li Sancher's death, Wang Jin felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Li Sancher was one of the few friends he had made since arriving in the Shanghai world. Opening the door while cradling Chen Shuer, Wang Jin was enveloped by a wave of warmth upon seeing the familiar little wooden house. The small abode was sparsely furnished, yet it was a cozy little sanctuary for him and Chen Shuer. He gently laid the sleeping Chen Shuer on the bed, then hurried to turn on the water in the bathroom, tossing in the fire crystal as well. They had not bathed during their time in the realm of illusion, and the state of their bodies was indescribable. Fortunately, neither of them seemed to mind the other's condition, remaining inseparable regardless. Next, Wang Jin rushed to the second floor to check on his fish, hoping it had not perished. Before leaving, he had thrown in 5 pieces of fire deer meat. The fish was still alive. Having consumed all the fire deer meat, and its growth had reached 93, after tossing in another piece of fire deer meat, Wang Jin finally felt at ease to descend, if he wanted to acquire the sea-settling needle. He estimated that the fish would be of use. Downstairs, Wang Jin approached the bed, gazing at Qin Shuer. Although he hesitated to disturb her, he gradually propped her up, then, he carefully removed her clothing. A bath would surely make her feel more comfortable before sleep, he thought. Once undressed, he carried her into the bathroom. The water temperature was just right. Subsequently, Wang Jin gently washed every inch of her skin. Qin Shuer's brows twitched, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. At that moment, she had no evil value remaining. Wang Jin naturally noticed her awakening and, observing her expression, understood that she felt a sense of embarrassment over prior events. However, he refrained from interrupting her. After finishing the bath, he carried Qin Shuer back to bed. Holding her close, Wang Jin found himself too weary to contemplate the rewards he had received, and soon he drifted into a deep slumber. The Qiongqi dungeon has concluded. All rewards have been distributed. Uncertain of how long he had slept, the system's notification resonated in everyone's minds. Wang Jin awoke to the sound of the system announcement. The rewards have finally been distributed. He glanced down at Qin Shuer, who remained with her eyes closed. I'll open the treasure chest first. Wang Jin murmured softly, I'll do it. Qin Shuer suddenly opened her eyes. Speaking eagerly, Wang Jin affectionately patted her head and chuckled. Why aren't you pretending to sleep anymore, you little rascal? You wouldn't act like you didn't know, would you? She playfully reverted to calling him little rascal. Darling, when did you wake up? It's been 2 hours. You didn't wake me for 2 hours, just lying here in my arms? You were resting. Why would I disturb you? I'll go make you some fire deer soup. Wang Jin knew she was still quite weak. Little rascal, husband, let us open the treasure chest first. Qin Shuer did not want Wang Jin to leave. You open it. I'll make you fire deer meat soup. After saying this, Wang Jin got out of bed, only to realize he needed to go outside the wooden house to make the soup, and at this moment, there were clan members outside. Neither he nor Qin Shuer were dressed. Damn it, I need to upgrade the little wooden house quickly. Wang Jin cursed under his breath as he took out the dungeon reward, the essence of soil. With this, the little wooden house could finally be upgraded. The upgrade requirements were copper 100, iron 100, songstone 100, essence of soil 1, and a lifespan of 20 days. Copper, iron, and songstone were available in the trading market. Wang Jin had scavenged quite a bit in the realm of illusion, and now he had plenty of valuable items to trade. Opening the trading market, he found that the prices of various ores had surged, the reason being that everyone had acquired the essence of soil. He must mine the iron ore near his home upon his return. The reason he had not mined it before was that after the world level increased, the guardian of the ore had reached level 20, making mining quite troublesome. However, now, there was no pressure. Subsequently, Wang Jin directly utilized a fine weapon to trade for these resources in the trading market. Would you like to upgrade the little wooden house? Upgrade. You have successfully upgraded to a 3-star abode. As Wang Jin confirmed the upgrade, the previously modest wooden house expanded once more. The interior transformed into a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete with a kitchen. Moreover, the name had changed from Little Wooden House to Abode. The core of the abode shifted from the ever-burning kerosene lamp to the essence of soil. Wang Jin continued to check the requirements for the next level of upgrade. Abode upgrade requirements: copper 1000, iron 1000, songstone 1000, star stone 100, lifespan 100 days. Darling, should we gather these resources, or use the home upgrade scroll directly? Qin Shuer contemplated before replying, let us use the scroll. I just checked, and no one has the newly appeared star stone yet. Agreed. Wang Jin concurred. The sooner they used it, the sooner they could enjoy it. You have successfully upgraded to a 4-star abode. The already significantly larger wooden house underwent another rapid transformation, with the area directly transitioning to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor became a grand hall, furnished with various pieces of furniture and exquisite stone sculptures for decoration. Furthermore, the bed in Wang Jin and Qin Shuer's room was replaced with a luxurious king-sized bed, complete with a wardrobe, private bathroom, windows, curtains, and all necessary amenities. Even a lighting fixture appeared, resembling a luminous creature. The operation was simple. One could directly command it to turn on or off the light. The entire layout of the little wooden house had evolved into that of a small estate. Certainly, additional features have been unlocked. However, Wang Jin is currently focused on preparing firefly deer soup for Qin Shuer. My dear, allow me to prepare a meal for you, he exclaimed, hurrying down the stairs. Observing their new home, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The walls were no longer mere wooden boards, but rather adorned with a unique stone that lent a beautiful appearance. Upon entering the kitchen, he found it equipped with a plethora of amenities. As for starting a fire, a special device awaited below that required only the addition of firewood. He took the firefly deer meat and chopped it finely before retrieving a clay pot from the kitchen to simmer the soup. While it cooked, Wang Jin opened the channel to see the world had returned to normalcy. Animals reappeared, and the skies were no longer shrouded in gloom. Everything outside had reverted to its original state. Chapter 85. Rewards from the instance. Once the soup was ready, Wang Jin returned to the room with the bowl in hand. Chen Shuer was propped up against the headboard, wrapped in a blanket. She shot a disapproving glance at Wang Jin, questioning his lack of attire before coming downstairs. Wang Jin chuckled, "It's just the two of us. Why bother dressing?" He then spoon-fed her the soup. As for the jade fox, Wang Jin had sent it to another room and even roasted a piece of firefly deer meat for it. After the evil aura dissipated, it had become quite obedient. After finishing her soup, Wang Jin returned to embrace Chen Shuer, softly inquiring, "My dear, aside from feeling weak, do you experience any discomfort?" "No, I'm fine. I can't stop thinking about the treasure chest." Chen Shuer remained fixated on the chest. A level 5 treasure at that. Seeing her eagerness, Wang Jin sat up and handed her the chest. With hands rubbed together in anticipation, she opened it. Inside lay a necklace, striking in its appearance, with a delicate white chain interwoven. And at its center, a magnificent red gemstone that shimmered radiantly. It was a gem unlike any she had ever seen. Aurora necklace. The wearer significantly enhances their immunity to abnormalities. Is this it for a 5-star treasure chest? Wang Jin pondered, a hint of doubt clouding his mind. However, he quickly reassured himself. His past gaming experiences indicated this must be a divine artifact. Could immunity to abnormalities mean immunity to one's own stunning skills, as well as effects like armor breaking and slowing? He gently placed the necklace around Chen Shuer's neck, exclaiming, "It's truly beautiful." Chen Shuer remarked, "Wouldn't it be better for you to wear this? Once you grow larger, I can simply be in your hands without needing such an item." She clearly recognized it as a lady's necklace and was resolute in not wearing it. Wang Jin firmly declined, knowing his divine form would only last 5 minutes. In a normal state, should Chen Shuer be struck by stunning or other control skills, it would be far too perilous. Conversely, Wang Jin, with his tough constitution, could endure such effects without concern. Chen Shuer, hearing his reasoning, could only acquiesce. Nestling against him, they began to tally their other acquisitions from the Lingshu realm. Infinite Blood Egg, 1 Beast Trial Token, 1 Breaking Yuan Seal. A, B, C, D Intermediate Capture Device, capable of capturing beasts level 1 to 45. 1 Spirit Control Talisman, 100-Year Beast Soul 2. 1000-Year Beast Soul 4 Sky Fragment Ring Blueprint. Equipment Critical Hit Scroll Soul Splitting Greatsword, Soul Splitting Crossbow, and 3 Exquisite Weapons. Remaining Strategy Seals. Temporary 1, Combat 3, User 2 Blood Condensing Pill, 43 Unknown Meat, 983. Additionally, there was a special weapon, the Dream Soul Lamp, which Wang Jin examined. Soul Splitting Dream Soul Lamp V1. Attack 39 Attributes. 1. Attack 3, 2. Damage Increase 1, 3. Speed 4 Weapon Spirit. Fire Phoenix. Draws energy from the Dream Soul Lamp by igniting the wick, continuously gaining power to summon the Fire Phoenix, which rains down fiery destruction upon enemies in the vicinity. Cooldown. None Fire Monarch. Draws energy from the Dream Soul Lamp by igniting the wick, continuously gaining power to summon the Fire Monarch, which unleashes shockwaves, dealing explosive damage to enemies in the area. Cooldown. None Spirit Summoning cooldown. 20 minutes. Description. One of the 3 special weapons, said to only be found within treasure chests. Gazing at the attributes, Wang Jin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, envisioning the chaos of hundreds of individuals simultaneously activating skills with the Dream Soul Lamp. "My dear, should we hatch the Infinite Blood Egg, sell it, or give it to Xiaoyu?" Chen Shuer inquired, eyeing the egg that had cost 5,000 desire coins. After some contemplation, Wang Jin replied, "If we hatch a 100-year level pet, it would be a loss, and even if we miraculously obtained a high-level pet, we lack the resources to nurture it. Selling it might yield little lifespan for others. We could either trade it or give it to Xiaoyu." "Husband," Chen Shuer wrapped her arms around his neck, suggesting, "Let us give it to Xiaoyu. We currently lack nothing, and her strength has waned a bit." "All right." Wang Jin considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Perhaps the Infinite Blood Egg could significantly boost Xiaoyu's training. "Xiaoyu." Wang Jin called out, brandishing the egg, prompting the Jade Fox in the adjacent room to rush over. Upon seeing the egg in Wang Jin's hand, Its eyes gleamed with yearning, yet it had already returned to normal, no longer driven by an evil urge to snatch it away. Here you go. Wang Jin reluctantly extended the infinite blood egg to it. Without hesitation, the jade fox devoured the enormous egg in one gulp. Your pet, Jade Fox, has gained 100 training attribute points. Your pet, Jade Fox, has acquired the essence, Infinite. Infinite. Damage reduction increased by 10, essential essence for B-grade pets to advance to A-grade. Essence required for Jade Fox to advance to A-grade, Earth, Thunder, Water, Ice Tide, Infinite. The function to view pet egg essence attributes has been activated. After consuming the infinite blood egg, a flurry of system notifications echoed in Wang Jin and Chen Shui's minds. Its size expanded once more, reaching approximately 3 meters in length. Thankfully, with the recent upgrade to their home, the room remained sufficiently spacious. Pets can enhance their grade. Wang Jin exclaimed in astonishment as he absorbed the notifications. Although the increase of 100 training points fell short of his expectations, the possibility of elevating its grade seemed advantageous. Xiaoyu, upon reaching A grade, would you become a 10,000-year level pet? Chen Shui asked with eager anticipation. The Jade Fox nodded in response. Seeing this, Chen Shui joyfully embraced Wang Jin, exclaiming, "Husband, Xiaoyu can ascend to 10,000-year level, indeed, but do try to remain calm. Your body is still fragile," Wang Jin cautioned, holding her close. Wary of any accidental mishaps, it was crucial to note that, under the condition of having all attributes reduced by 99, Chen Shui's health was alarmingly low. "I understand," she replied, capturing Wang Jin's hand and placing it upon herself. Gazing up at him with deep affection, her cheeks flushed. Fully aware of her previous fervor, Chen Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment now that she had returned to normalcy. Yet, she resolved to take the initiative and maintain this connection. With that, she leaned in to kiss Wang Jin. "Very well, my love. Let us wait until tomorrow when the side effects of the mutation potion have subsided before we continue," Wang Jin said, suppressing his own fervent desires. Unwilling to further strain Chen Shui. "All right." Chen Shui nestled against his chest, suggesting, "Let us not go out today. Let us rest." Wang Jin wholeheartedly agreed, having not had a proper respite during their time here. Moreover, Chen Shui was currently unable to leave the bed. Subsequently, the two of them consumed the remaining 200-year B souls, each elevating their levels to 7.as for the materials needed to craft the Sky Fragment Ring. Wang Jin exchanged a useless weapon for them at the trading post, planning to create it once Chen Shui recovered from the potion side effects. Chapter 86, Dragon's Roar Ring. After acquiring the materials for crafting the Sky Fragment Ring, Wang Jin sighed and informed Chen Shui, "My dear, Li Sancher has perished. We have now become the clan leaders." Chen Shui fell silent for a moment before responding, "I was aware of this upon waking. He undoubtedly met his end at someone else's hands. The Lingshu realm is perilously treacherous. Once someone passes, they cannot be revived. Since we are now clan leaders, let us manage this clan well." Agreed. Wang Jin, who had previously been reluctant to establish a clan, had shifted his perspective after returning from the Lingshu realm. Each individual's talents were unique. If he could gather a faction of formidable individuals, or those with talents akin to Luo Ning and Lin Li, it would undoubtedly benefit him greatly. Humans are inherently social beings. Although managing a clan can be burdensome, he could easily recruit several trustworthy individuals to assist. Lin Li, the moment Wang Jin thought of her, he promptly opened the channel, as those two possessed an extraordinary talent for divination, making them his primary targets for recruitment. Chen Shui, noticing Wang Jin accessing the channel, smiled and said, "I've already added her as a friend. There's no need to search for her." "How did you find her?" Wang Jin exclaimed in surprise, realizing how difficult it was to locate Lin Li among the multitude within the channel. Despite his ranking, the sheer number of people requesting to befriend him made it even more challenging to identify Lin Li. "Don't you remember? She has divination skills, and I've already brought her into the clan. I'm also in the process of recruiting more members for the clan. Leveraging our status as the top faction in Nanshan makes it quite easy. Additionally, I've established some rules for better clan management. Do you recall that Chen Sanwei who sold water? Although he may not possess great strength, after a brief conversation with him, I realized that he is a talent in management, having known him for quite some time. I also find his character commendable. Consequently, I bestowed upon him the position of an elder and granted him the authority to recruit individuals, allowing him to assist in managing the clan. Furthermore, the clan has a contribution system, which enables the construction of various facilities through contributions. I just donated all the unknown meat, resulting in the clan receiving 983 contribution points, and I issued a notice urging others in the clan to donate their unknown meat as well. There is a guardian totem within the clan that we must prioritize constructing. Utilizing it will enable us to invoke the clan's protection, summoning a tide of beasts. Resisting this tide will grant the clan experience points. Additionally, we need to expand the clan's territory a bit. Qinshuer explained the entire process, leaving Wang Jin somewhat bewildered. Glancing at Qinshuer in his arms, he uncertainly inquired, "Dear, didn't you say you wouldn't manage the clan last time?" "Ah, did I? I don't seem to recall," Qinshuer replied, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Wang Jin's eyes. She had previously worried about what to do if they established a clan. Wouldn't it be impossible to make too much noise at night? Wang Jin smiled gently at her and remarked, "I can see your state." Upon hearing this, Qinshuer blushed furiously, playfully biting his ear. Wang Jin couldn't help but chuckle at Qinshuer's bashful demeanor. Finding it endearing despite her current state, he cradled her head in his hands and kissed her softly. "By the way, dear, I've set up some clan announcements for you to review. If you approve, I'll send them out. Just send them. I can't be bothered to look." While Wang Jin and Qinshuer were frolicking in their room, a girl with white hair sat at the entrance of their home, her hands resting on her legs, her head buried deep within them. Occasionally, the sound of her sobs could be heard, reflecting her profound loneliness. This was Luo Ning. Occasionally, a few individuals from the clan would teleport in, and upon seeing Luo Ning, they would shake their heads. No one informed Wang Jin about her presence. Thus, she remained at the door, maintaining the same position from dusk till dawn. The following morning, Wang Jin and Qinshuer rose from their slumber. At last, the side effects of Qinshuer's mutation potion had subsided, and Wang Jin no longer needed to suppress his raging fire. They had spent the previous day indoors, savoring moments of warmth in their home. Today, they decided to venture out for development. Before doing so, however, there was a more pressing matter to attend to. "It's your turn, dear," Wang Jin said, handing her the blueprint for the fragmented space ring along with the equipment critical hit scroll. "All right," Qinshuer exclaimed, first utilizing the equipment critical hit scroll and then consuming all materials to directly create the ring from the blueprint. Both of them shielded their eyes, not daring to look. Although the scroll could enhance the probability of a critical hit, it could not guarantee one. "On the count of 3, we will look together," Wang Jin proposed. "Okay," Qinshuer replied, taking a deep breath. "Look," Wang Jin declared, pulling his hands away. Before them lay a golden ring, its body gracefully curving like a nimble dragon, coiling and spiraling, with scales that shimmered in the light, clearly defined. Dragon's Whisper Ring LV1. Attack 70. Critical hit rate 15 Attribute 1. Critical hit rate 2 Attribute 2. Critical hit damage 5 Attribute 3. Attack 10 Attribute 4. Damage increased 2 Attribute 5. Additional damage 5. The Dragon's Whisper Ring. "Dear, it's a critical hit," Wang Jin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had not expected a ring of such caliber to possess critical hit attributes. He had seen soul-rending level rings before, which lacked such properties. Qinshuer, too, released her breath in astonishment, gazing at the ring in delight. Yet soon a hint of melancholy crossed her face as she remarked, "Darling, what about our count of 3? Don't mind the details. Let me put it on you." Wang Jin laughed, holding the ring while looking at her. "Wait a moment, dear," Qinshuer said hurriedly, rushing out of the room. "Home Loom has been upgraded to level 2. Home Loom has been upgraded to level 3 before long." Qinshuer returned to the room, adorned in a striking red ancient-style gown, her hair tied back with a red ribbon. This outfit was far more splendid than the previous one, accentuating her already breathtaking beauty and giving her an ethereal presence. Wang Jin stared at her, momentarily entranced. "Darling, please put it on me," Qinshuer smiled, extending her left hand. Wang Jin approached her, gently sliding the Dragon's Whisper Ring onto her ring finger. He then embraced her, whispering in her ear, "You look truly beautiful today, my love." Qinshuer responded with a soft leaning against him with a blissful smile. After sharing a tender moment, they decided to head out. Wang Jin and Qinshuer first checked on the fish, discovering that both had reached 100 maturity. "Finally, it's ready. Please don't let me down." With that, Wang Jin retrieved the 2 fish and, taking out a large hammer, he struck them twice, ending their aquatic lives. Upon their demise, they dropped 2 pieces of fish meat, 200-year beast souls, and 2 pearls. Water Avoidance Pearl grants the ability to walk underwater for 2 hours upon consumption. Indeed, it works. Wang Jin laughed heartily, collecting all the items before heading downstairs with Qinshuer. Although they lacked the blueprint for the sea-stabilizing needle, these 2 water avoidance pearls offered hope for exploring underwater. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a girl with white hair. Chapter 87. Li Luoning, what are you doing here? Wang Jin asked in astonishment upon seeing the girl sitting at their doorstep. Qinshuer felt her heart race. This girl possessed the talent of foresight. If she were to use that ability, wouldn't it be akin to broadcasting their actions live? Luo Ning turned to face Wang Jin and Qin Shuer, appearing frail with tear stains marking her cheeks. My father has passed away, and I have nowhere to go. I only know you two. He told me to find you. Your father has died. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer exchanged incredulous glances. Confusion etched across their faces. They had never heard Li Sanshi mention anything about Luo Ning's father, and he had referred to her as Xiao Ning, suggesting familiarity. Moreover, Wang Jin was certain he didn't know her father. Why would she be seeking them? Who is your father? Luo Ning lowered her head, choking back tears as she replied, Li Sanshi. What? Li Sanshi is your father? Wang Jin and Qin Shuer stared at her in shock. Wait, he has the surname Li, and you have the surname Luo. How can he be your father? Wang Jin felt as though his intelligence was being insulted. My name is Li Luo Ning, she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin and Qin Shuer's eyes widened in realization. Li Luo Ning. This revelation made sense. Throughout their day with Luo Ning, she had hardly spoken, often responding with just a word. Today, her one sentence had already surpassed her total words from the previous day. Furthermore, considering how Li Sanshi called her Xiao Ning, it was reasonable. Yet, why hadn't Li Sanshi introduced her or informed them of her full name? Did she wish for them to help her seek vengeance? Wang Jin pondered this, but without knowing her enemies, did Li Sanshi send you to find us so we could take you with us? Wang Jin asked, observing Luo Ning's despondent demeanor. Luo Ning continued, her head bowed. I have nowhere to go. After my father found me, he took me back to his home, where he used a fate scroll to kill that despicable companion of mine. I destroyed my home myself, and after my father passed away, his little cabin vanished as well. I could only teleport back to the clan. Suddenly, she lifted her head, gazing at Wang Jin and Qin Shuer. Can you take me in? I can help you rebuild your home. Wang Jin quickly replied, with the essence clay, I can reconstruct the home as long as we have the materials. I don't want anyone interrupting our world together. Naturally, as she was Li Sanshi's daughter, he was willing to assist her in rebuilding her home. Thank you, Luo Ning murmured, lowering her head once more. Xiao Ning, do you know how your father Li Sanshi died? Qin Shuer had been observing Luo Ning and detected a deep-seated hatred in her eyes. A woman's intuition told her that Luo Ning yearned for revenge and knew who her enemy was. Otherwise, with her strength, reconstructing a home would be effortless. Luo Ning nodded, continuing, I know. He was killed by the person ranked third on the Nanshan leaderboard. I entered the spirit void realm through the same teleportation portal as him. So we were in the same area, and he found me. Later, I encountered him in the red zone. He was incredibly powerful, and we couldn't defeat him. My parents died protecting me. Yamamoto Rokujiro? Qin Shuer inquired. Yes, it was him. As she spoke, tears streamed down Luo Ning's face. I am willing to offer you all my resources. Please help me kill him. Besides you, I cannot think of any other way to seek revenge. As she spoke, she presented a pile of resources and a 4-star treasure chest before Qin Shuer, her eyes filled with desperation. It was him. Wang Jin's gaze sharpened as he recalled that Chen Changtian belonged to this individual's clan. Qin Shuer gently assisted Li Luoning, whispering, We also harbor animosity towards him, but do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. Once we possess sufficient strength, we shall seek him out. Moreover, with the vastness of Nanshan, we are yet unaware of his whereabouts. Subsequently, Qin Shuer exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Jin and led Li Luoning into the house. Wang Jin harbored no objections. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Additionally, Li Sanshi was also considered a friend to Wang Jin, as they often engaged in conversation. His demise weighed heavily on Wang Jin's heart, and he thought it sufficient to soothe her emotions and later construct a small wooden cabin for her. Offering her care was also an option, especially given her formidable talent. As Qin Shuer guided her into the sanctuary, Wang Jin began to meander outside. Comforting others was best left to women. Within the clan's vicinity, a few individuals lingered, though not many. They greeted Wang Jin, but he did not recognize any of them. He pondered whether his iron mine might be pilfered by them. Clan leader, could you assist me in defeating a 100-year-old beast? At that moment, a man approached with his companion, marked by a red name. How shall we strike? The mention of slaying a giant beast piqued Wang Jin's interest. The man brandished a spirit-summoning talisman and dashed outside the clan's boundaries. Brothers, the giant beast has arrived. Prepare for clan teleportation. He sent a message through the clan channel. Shortly thereafter, a meteor-like object plummeted from the sky, and the clan's teleportation totem emitted a bright light as a throng of individuals materialized. With a thunderous crash, the shockwave nearly toppled Wang Jin, and before him appeared an enormous butterfly. Phantom butterfly. Level 40. Years 500. Commenced the attack. A voice roared, and a hail of crossbow bolts rained down upon the phantom butterfly. Wang Jin watched in disbelief and exclaimed, "Wait, who summoned the giant beast here? My home will be destroyed." Clan leader, it was your wife who suggested it. Did you not see the announcement? Wang Jin hastily checked. Clan announcement number 12. If one possesses a spirit summoning talisman, they may summon it to the clan for collective extermination by clan members. Damn it, let us go. I'll draw its fire. Wang Jin swore. Hoisting his shield as he charged forward with the Jade Fox, it must be said, there is strength in numbers. With the concerted efforts of the clan members, the phantom butterfly was soon battered. Wang Jin proved capable of withstanding several of the beast's assaults, even without the divine talent. Once the phantom butterfly's health dwindled, everyone intuitively ceased their attacks. At that moment, a capture mark appeared above the butterfly's head. Clan announcement number 13. To assist in capturing the giant beast, a donation of 500 units of basic materials to the clan is required. Wang Jin's expression darkened as he retrieved a mid-level capture device and aimed it at the phantom butterfly. After several shots, the once massive butterfly shrank instantly, transforming into a pet egg upon the ground. Pet egg, phantom butterfly, essence. Earth, Chapter 88. Journey to the Lake. One cannot deny the luck of this individual. Utilizing a capture device to obtain a pet may yield temporary creatures, yet it is not guaranteed to produce a pet egg. Since this giant beast was summoned using his spirit summoning talisman, the ownership of the pet egg rightfully belonged to him. Ha ha ha, clan leader, I am fortunate. I have already donated 1,500 units of basic materials to the clan, and Elder Chun has noted it, clan leader. I also possess another spirit summoning talisman. I do not wish for a pet, just eliminate it. With a resounding crash, another 300-year-old frost wolf was summoned. Naturally, it was met with the fierce assault of hundreds from the clan. With Wang Jin drawing its fire once more, Wang Jin observed that there was another capable individual within the clan who could also withstand the beast's damage. Before long, the frost wolf met its demise under the onslaught. After slaying the frost wolf, the crowd gradually dispersed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jin acquainted himself with these clan members, noticing that they were predominantly marked by red names and possessed considerable strength. Particularly, they had all entered the spirit void realm, significantly enhancing their powers. Of course, Wang Jin also had a spirit summoning talisman, but he refrained from using it at that moment, for Chen Shuer emerged from their home alone. Wife, why did you allow others to summon giant beasts here? Upon seeing her, Wang Jin inquired hastily. Did I not tell you to observe? You said it was up to me. Chen Shuer chuckled, linking her arm with Wang Jin's and adding, since we are clan leaders, we might as well make good use of the clan. Wang Jin nodded, glancing at other clan announcements, which all seemed reasonable, and he decided not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he asked, where is Luaning? She is feeling much better. She is currently resting with us. She has not slept in several days and is still a child. Wang Jin was taken aback but soon recalled the information from the survival manual, and he understood. Chen Shuer continued sweetly, darling, she is still a bit frightened. Let us have Xiao Yu accompany her tonight. Once she feels better, we can discuss it, but you must remind her not to use the Eye of Heaven in the sanctuary. I know. Seeing Chen Shuer express such sentiments, Wang Jin had no objections. After all, there were plenty of houses, and she could rest on the first floor. Moreover, she was still a child, which eased Wang Jin's concerns. Subsequently, the two mounted the Jade Fox and departed the confines of their home. Along the way, they encountered wild rabbits, which Wang Jin easily dispatched. Why let free experience and lifespan go unclaimed? Their intended destination was the iron mine. Upon arrival, the iron mine remained intact, untouched by others. Observing the level 20 guardian, Wang Jin smiled, realizing that they no longer needed to run. They could simply overpower it. Chen Shuer promptly produced the Dream Soul Lamp, experimenting with its alternative ability. Upon completing the energy gathering, a fiery red bird emerged. Subsequently, within a 30-meter radius centered around Chen Shuer, a rain of crimson arrows descended, annihilating the nearby guardians. However, upon the demise of the guardians, nothing dropped. Wang Jin muttered in disappointment and then picked up his hammer to begin mining. Chen Shuer also wielded a fine hammer to excavate, unleashing skills as they became available. The speed of mining with the hammer far surpassed that of an iron pickaxe. Iron 1. Iron 1. The guardians would respawn 5 minutes after death. Yet, with the Jade Fox dealing with them, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer could mine in peace. After 3 hours of tireless work, they finally exhausted the entire iron mine. Once the mine vanished, the ore guardians would cease to respawn. Their haul was bountiful, totaling 3,652 units of iron. Phew, we finally finished. Dear, should we use our spirit summoning talismans now or wait a bit longer? Qin Shuer asked, rubbing her sore arms. Wang Jin contemplated, realizing that returning would waste time. Let us head to that lake first. All right, Qin Shuer agreed without hesitation, and they turned their direction towards the previously icy lake. Riding the Jade Fox at a swift pace, they casually dispatched low-level wild creatures along the way, collecting several level 1 treasure chests, though the contents were merely basic materials. Soon, they arrived at the lake where they had fished before. The lake still emanated a chilling aura. Wang Jin observed the lake and declared, "There are only 2 water avoidance pearls. We shall descend, while Xiao Yu should remain above." Agreed. Qin Shuer concurred, retrieving a water avoidance pearl from her backpack and swallowing it. Wang Jin likewise consumed a pearl. Upon doing so, a white protective shield enveloped them. Let us go with that. Wang Jin grasped Qin Shuer's hand and stepped into the lake. The water was frigid. Even with the protection of the water avoidance pearl, they felt the biting cold. Gradually, the water submerged them to the tops of their heads. Thanks to the effects of the pearls, they could breathe normally and maneuver their bodies underwater. Wang Jin led Qin Shuer as they swam along the sloping lake bed. The deeper they dove, the murkier the visibility became, yet they spotted numerous fish. These were not ordinary fish, but ferocious aquatic beasts akin to terrestrial predators. Can you control the broadsword or the dream soul lamp to attack those fish? It was impossible to speak underwater, and even if they did, it would be inaudible. Thus, Wang Jin communicated through private messages. I can control the broadsword, but the water pressure is too intense. It's quite laborious. The dream soul lamp cannot gather energy underwater, Qin Shuer replied. Wang Jin frowned slightly, while the water avoidance pearl shielded them from pressure. Wielding weapons proved exceedingly challenging. After much contemplation, he retrieved the 1,000 machine crossbow and attempted to fire. To his astonishment, the arrows shot from the crossbow appeared unaffected by the water. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer exchanged glances, then began to unleash a flurry of shots at the nearby fish. The fish were of low levels, making them easy prey. With an abundance of fish present, it became an excellent venue for grinding experience. Furthermore, each fish they killed not only yielded experience and lifespan but also dropped a wanbei. Wanbei can be used for clan donations or item exchanges. Who would have thought that killing fish would yield such rewards? Observing the continuous drops of wanbei, the two felt invigorated. However, after acquiring over 30 wanbei, they resolved to dive deeper. Their purpose for this expedition was to seek traces of the legendary Dinghai Shenzhen, rather than squander their time on fishing. The lake's bottom lay deep beneath them. The two descended along a sloping incline for over 20 meters, yet still had not reached the depths. The lake's edges sloped downwards, resembling a staircase, adorned with various algae and aquatic plants, akin to seaweed in the ocean, which appeared edible. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer collected a small amount. Chapter 89. The behemoth at the lake bottom having descended to around 30 meters. They still could not glimpse the lake's floor, it must be said. The water in this lake was remarkably clear. Even at 30 meters deep, visibility remained surprisingly good, akin to the vast oceans of Blue Star, where such clarity could only be found far from land. They refrained from descending further, as the depths would obscure their sight. Notably, during their time here, they had yet to encounter any of the fish fry they had previously caught, leaving Wang Jin perplexed. How had those fry been caught? Within the visible waters, they began to swim forward, with only an hour and 30 minutes remaining for their water-repelling orbs. They had wasted some time on fishing earlier. Occasionally, a fish would swim by, but fortunately, these creatures posed no threat to them. After swimming for a while, a glimmer of light ahead captured their attention. In such deep waters, that flicker shone like a beacon in the night. Dazzlingly bright. Dear, let us go take a look. You stay behind me. Wang Jin messaged Qin Shuer through a private channel. She nodded in understanding. The two then advanced toward the light. Upon approaching, they discovered it was a fish, a massive one, at least 7 to 8 meters long. Most striking was its enormous head and mouth, revealing sharp teeth, with a lantern-like appendage atop its head. It resembled a lantern fish, albeit in a vibrant green hue. Lantern fish, level 30, age 100 years, divine protection. Jia? Indeed, it was a lantern fish. Observing its attributes, Wang Jin pondered for a moment. A 100-year-old behemoth was well within his capacity to defeat. However, using other weapons underwater was challenging, and the damage from his Qinji crossbow was insufficient. Shall we give it a try? He proposed. Qin Shuer nodded, displaying no fear. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jin took out the broken yuan seal armor from their dungeon rewards and approached the lantern fish. In truth, employing the broken yuan seal against a behemoth that had just reached 100 years was somewhat disadvantageous. The higher the age, the greater the rewards. Nonetheless, Wang Jin was merely curious if he could obtain the Dinghai Shenjin. Acquiring even one would yield substantial profit. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jin activated the broken yuan seal armor. A golden character shot swiftly toward the lantern fish, enveloping its body in a swarm of characters. Health, 3,600 4,000. It only had 4,000 health. Wang Jin's eyes brightened. He promptly raised a middle finger at the lantern fish before hastily drawing his Qinji crossbow to fire. Once the divine protection was breached, the lantern fish seemed to comprehend Wang Jin's gesture and charged toward him in the water. The lantern fish's speed far surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, it was at his side, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to swallow him whole. However, as it opened its mouth, it was met with a barrage of crossbow bolts. Chen Shui's attack. Seeing this, Wang Jin immediately activated his divine descent talent. Transforming into a 10-meter giant, his size even surpassing that of the lantern fish, he delivered a powerful punch to the creature, but the damage was minimal. After sustaining the blow, the lantern fish swiftly turned and lashed out with its tail, striking Wang Jin, though the damage was not severe. Wang Jin's eyes lit up. The strength of this aquatic behemoth was significantly lower than that of its terrestrial counterparts. Given this, he need not be overly concerned about its attacks. He retrieved his Qinji crossbow once more and unleashed a flurry of bolts at the lantern fish. Husband, its weakness lies in the lantern atop its head. Chen Shui sent a message, a weakness. Without hesitation, Wang Jin aimed his crossbow at the lantern. Indeed, shooting the lantern dealt double damage. There was a chance of missing, but overall, the damage was superior to before. Before long, the lantern fish succumbed to their relentless assault. Killed lantern fish. Gained free attribute points 6, lifespan 26 days. Was that all for attributes and lifespan? Wang Jin frowned slightly at the system's prompt. While it was considerably easier to defeat than terrestrial behemoths, the rewards were disappointingly meager. He approached to collect his spoils. Lantern fish meat 1800-year beast soul 2 1 bay, 120 water-repelling orbs 3 Minghai pearl 1 no equipment blueprints. Furthermore, the meat and 100-year beast souls were far less than those from ordinary behemoths. And there were even no great wilderness beast hides. Observing this, Chen Shui swam over, pointing to the recently dropped Minghai pearl from her backpack. This pearl was palm-sized, radiating a peculiar and exquisite glow. Minghai pearl, a favorite among fishmen, can be exchanged for items with them, also serves as a lovely decorative piece. Fishmen exist in this world. Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback by the description. Mermaids? Or perhaps the grotesque green-skinned creatures wielding harpoons from television dramas. If they favored beautiful pearls, they must be mermaids, he mused, stowing the Minghai pearl and pulling Chen Shui to continue swimming forward. Although the yield from this 100-year fish was poor, they were determined not to give up. They had acquired 3 more water-repelling orbs and could remain submerged a while longer. After swimming for some time, they resolved to descend further, using the newly obtained Minghai pearl for illumination. Having found no new behemoths for half the day, they encountered only ordinary fish. Naturally, they also took the opportunity to shoot any nearby fish with their Qinji crossbow. Not long after they began to descend, a colossal shark appeared. Tiger shark, level 40, age 1,000 years, divine protection, Bing, ding. This shark was over 20 meters long. Wang Jin and Chen Shui nearly mistook it for a whale. What was a shark doing in a lake? Did this lake connect to the ocean? With that question lingering, they continued their descent. They were self-aware enough not to provoke the tiger shark. Behemoths were neutral creatures and would not initiate attacks on humans. After an indeterminate time of descent, they finally glimpsed the lake's bottom. Thanks to the effects of the water-repelling orbs, the intense water pressure posed no harm to them. If such an item existed on Blue Star, it could potentially explore the deepest ocean trenches. However, the lake bottom was enveloped in darkness. They could only proceed with the dim light of the Minghai pearl illuminating their path. Growl, a faint, low roar echoed through the water. What was that sound? Wang Jin and Chen Shui exchanged glances, silently agreeing to swim towards the source of the noise. Behemoths were neutral creatures, so they felt no fear. Moreover, within the protective barrier created by the water-repelling orbs, even their whispers were inaudible, yet the roars could be distinctly heard. Growl. As they swam closer, the sound grew louder. Wang Jin furrowed his brow, noting that the water temperature was also dropping. The temperature here had undoubtedly dipped below zero. Yet the lake water remained unfrozen. Fortunately, The water-repelling orbs insulated them from the icy waters. Otherwise, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer would not have lasted long. Continuing forward, they discerned the outline of a creature through the light of the Minghai Pearl. As they approached, they were able to discern its form. It was a dragon, a winged dragon slumbering peacefully, its body a pristine white, stretching approximately 30 meters in length. It emanated a bone-chilling cold. And behind it loomed a massive portal. Divine protection. Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ran, Gue, level 60, age 8,936 years, 50,000 years. Description: in the heavens, there are 9 dragons. The Yinglong has wings, soaring through the 9 skies and diving into the deep sea. One of the most powerful behemoths of the great wilderness. Is this a juvenile? Gazing at the Yinglong before them, their eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively covering their mouths. Chapter 90. Treasure Map Husband. What should we do? Chen Shuer hastily messaged. Wang Jin swallowed hard and replied, let us not concern ourselves with it. We should leave this place. He understood that even as a juvenile Yinglong, it bore over 8,000 years of age. Provoking it with their current strength would be tantamount to courting death. A comparison with the adult jade fox in the hunting map revealed that it was far more formidable. Furthermore, the broken yuan seal it required was something Wang Jin had never encountered. Chen Shuer nodded, her gaze shifting to the portal behind the Yinglong. From within, fish occasionally emerged through the portal. Northern Underworld Portal. This portal leads to the depths of the Northern Underworld. After glancing at the portal's information, Wang Jin pulled Chen Shuer along as he messaged, Dear, let us go. They had no knowledge of what lay beyond the Northern Underworld. It was entirely possible they would meet their demise in the ocean. One last look at the Yinglong, and Wang Jin and Chen Shuer swam away in another direction. Simultaneously, he mentally noted all of the Yinglong's details, the broken yuan seal, and also the high-level capturing device. Once they departed the vicinity of the Yinglong, the water temperature noticeably warmed at the lake bottom. They discovered several behemoths of the 1,000-year caliber. The two speculated that these behemoths likely arrived in this lake via the Northern Underworld portal behind the Yinglong. Although this lake was vast, it could not possibly harbor such a multitude of behemoths. Remaining time for water-repelling orbs, 15 minutes. For safety's sake, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer each consumed a water-repelling orb. Ghost Blade, level 30, year 100, divine protection. Ding darling, shall we kill it? Wang Jin hesitated as he gazed at the fish. Kill it, and waste a broken yuan seal. Don't kill it, and he still had no clue how to acquire the sea goddess needle. Although he suspected that the acquired abyss pearl might be crucial, the mermaid who introduced it had no knowledge of its whereabouts. Let's kill another one and see. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and replied. Chen Shuer nodded, offering no objections. Once more, they utilized a broken yuan seal ding. This fish was comparable in strength to the lantern fish, and it didn't take much effort to successfully slay it. Killing the Ghost Blade grants 4 free attribute points and a lifespan of 17 days. Damn. Wang Jin couldn't help but curse. The attributes and lifespan gained from this Ghost Blade were even less than those from the previous lantern fish. He approached to collect the dropped items. Ghost Blade Fish Meat 13, 1 Bay 110, Abyss Pearl 1, and a Beginner's Treasure Map 1, a treasure map. Wang Jin examined the map he had just received. It appeared slightly yellowed, crafted from a special material that remained intact even underwater. The treasure map featured a depiction of a forest and a line of text, with a small red dot marked within the illustration. The text read, Dangkong Forest. Chen Shuer leaned in to take a look, messaging, Darling, the location marked on the treasure map is in the forest behind us. But Dangkong Forest is vast. It may not be easy to locate the marked spot, Wang Jin replied. Chen Shuer smiled and continued to send messages, Darling, let's bring Luo Ning tomorrow and have her assist us. Wang Jin's eyes brightened. Luo Ning's heavenly eye skill should make finding this location a breeze. Although her full name was Li Luo Ning, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer preferred to call her Luo Ning. Subsequently, the two continued to wander the lake bed, encountering century-old fish along the way. This time, Wang Jin opted not to kill. With only 2 broken yuan seals left, he decided to see what they could obtain from the treasure map before considering whether to continue fishing. Apart from the Yinglong and the Beiming teleportation portal, they found no other special items at the lakebed. As the time of the water shield was about to expire, they returned to the lake surface. By the lakeside, the jade fox lay languidly. Upon seeing Chen Shuer and Wang Jin return, it hurried over, playfully bouncing around them. Phew, finally able to speak. It was impossible to communicate down there. Chen Shuer stretched lazily after coming ashore. Wang Jin, lost in thought, gazed at the lake's surface, pondering why the Yinglong resided here. I hope you stay in this lake forever. he murmured softly, then pulled Chen Shuer into his embrace, whispering in her ear. Darling, are you cold? A bit. But if you hold me for a while, I won't be cold anymore. Chen Shuer tilted her head and pecked him on the lips. All right, how about? Wang Jin pointed towards the lake. Chen Shuer shot him a playful glare. Go ahead and fish. I'll keep you company. Good. Wang Jin grinned and took out the fishing rod from before, skillfully casting it into the water. He then embraced Chen Shuer and began fishing. Their home aquarium was empty, requiring 2 fish fry to be added. After all, it only took some beast meat to obtain 2 century-old beast souls, and there was no need to change the water. Just toss the meat in. There was no simpler way to acquire century-old beast souls. In the sky, among the originally 9 planets, only one shown white IT was the planet where the Phantom of Cheongqi had previously appeared. And now that phantom had vanished. The color of the neighboring planet was slowly changing, so gradually that no one noticed it. Darling, let's call it a day. After catching 2 fish fry, Wang Jin decided to stop while he was ahead. Though it was a hobby, completing the task was sufficient. As night fell, the two decided to head home and return the next day to search for the treasure map's location. Darling, don't we have a beginner's capture device? We could try capturing some wild beasts to see if we might obtain a common pet egg, which would help increase Xiao Yu's training level, Wang Jin suggested, glancing at a nearby turkey on their way home. Sounds good. Chen Shuer had no objections and drew her crossbow, shooting the turkey dead with a single arrow. Darling, it seems my damage is too high. Chen Shuer remarked, a hint of regret in her voice as she looked at the turkey she had slain. This was her first time feeling that having too high damage could be a mistake. The turkey had only 80 health points, while her attack had reached 260 after equipping the Longyin ring. Naturally, the turkey was killed in an instant. The wild beasts they encountered were too low in level. Today, they had only come across rabbits and turkeys, making it challenging to control the damage dealt. To capture wild or giant beasts, they needed to reduce them to low health, at which point a capture symbol would appear above their heads, allowing for the capture of pets. Full health beasts could not be captured. Given this, the two had no choice but to abandon the idea, easily slaying all low-level beasts encountered along the way. Controlling a level 1 beast's health to the brink of death proved challenging. Before long, the familiar sight of their home appeared on the horizon. After a day of contributions from clan members, the clan's territory had expanded significantly. What once was approximately 100 square meters had transformed into about 500 square meters. The individual managing these affairs was the previous well-watered brother, Chan Sanwei. His development was quite average, and he disliked a life of fighting. Thus, he assisted Chen Shuer in managing the clan, naturally receiving resources from the clan sufficient for his daily life. Chapter 91. It's snowing. Clan leader. As soon as they returned to the clan's territory, a burly bald man rushed over, calling out as he ran. Darling, who is this? Wang Jin asked, puzzled, as he hardly recognized any clan members. It's the well-watered brother, Chan Sanwei, Chen Shuer replied with a smile. While Wang Jin was sleeping yesterday, she had chatted with Chan Sanwei briefly, who had even sent a photo, hence she recognized him. Chen Sanwei. Wang Jin was astonished to find that he was a towering bald man over 2 meters tall. What surprised him more was the petite girl standing beside him, a little girl around 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a standard lowly outfit. This combination reminded Wang Jin of the previous duo of MOC and his companion, but MOC had been slain by him. Clan leader, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Chen Sanwei said as he approached the two. Haha, Chen Sanwei, I didn't expect you to be so imposing. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer dismounted from the Jade Fox, greeting him with smiles. According to Chen Shuer, Chen Sanwei had been a company manager before traversing here, making him quite adept at management. Clan leader, let me introduce you. This is my wife, namely you. Chen Sanwei pointed to the lowly beside him. Liu also greeted them, shyly offering a small smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Sanwei took Liu and departed to continue researching methods for clan development. He had merely come to make an appearance. He didn't want the clan leader to forget him. Wang Jin had initially intended to invite him for dinner, but it seemed he was a workaholic who didn't wish to waste time. Upon returning to their home, Luo Ning was sitting alone in a chair on the first floor. Upon seeing Wang Jin and Chen Shuer return, she immediately dashed into the kitchen and emerged with several bowls of fragrant dishes. Brother Wang Jin, Sister Shuer, please eat. After serving the dishes, she softly addressed them. You can cook? Wang Jin asked, perplexed as he looked at the spread. I can. Luo Ning nodded. And where did you get the vegetables and chili from? Unlike the roasted meat and food packages they had previously consumed, these dishes included vegetables and various seasonings. I bought them from the trading post. Brother Wang Jin and Sister Shuer, please try them. Also, I made a lot of Spinosaurus meat for your foxes, Luo Ning replied, sitting nervously in her chair. You can just call me uncle. Wang Jin felt a bit uneasy hearing her call him brother, especially since he referred to Li Sanshi as a brother. Chen Shuai shot Wang Jin a glare and said to Luo Ning, just call him Wang Jin, and you can call me sister. All right, Luo Ning nodded. Wang Jin and Chen Shuai exchanged glances and sat down to eat. Since there was food, they could directly take white rice from the food package. Wang Jin had to admit that Luo Ning's cooking skills were quite good. The meat in these dishes came from the giant beasts they had previously slain together. Giant beast meat was already delicious, and with the addition of various seasonings, especially the chili, it was even more delectable. However, Wang Jin preferred to see Luo Ning as a valuable ally rather than a servant. Yet, understanding that she had just lost her parents and was still unfamiliar with their side, he recognized that her desire for vengeance was natural. At the dining table, Chen Shuai engaged in casual conversation with her, while Wang Jin focused on eating heartily. After finishing, Chen Shuai took Luo Ning to a room on the first floor to further discuss her thoughts. This room was specifically arranged for her by Chen Shuai, containing various essentials. Meanwhile, Wang Jin took the opportunity to examine the upgraded home. On the first floor, 2 new facilities had been added, a workbench and a patio platform. The workbench could be used to craft various items, home construction materials, furniture, storage, and more. It could also upgrade items. Even if one is dissatisfied with the design of their abode, they may dismantle it and create various materials for home construction at the workbench, thereby reconstructing their dwelling according to their own vision. Upgrading items refers to the enhancement of certain basic infrastructures that can be improved here. Chen Shuai has successfully upgraded the loom twice in succession, enabling it to produce garments of exquisite craftsmanship. Wang Jin pondered whether his fish tank and fishing rod could also be upgraded. However, the process required an item known as a crystal, which he currently lacked. Not even spotting it in the trading post.as for the Pisho platform, it turned out to be a trading shop. Each day, 3 items would appear on the Pisho platform, with lifespans that could be refreshed daily. Papaya seeds, 5 days lifespan. Orchid seeds, 5 days lifespan. Ice crystal, 10 days lifespan. Whoever buys these is a fool. Observing the items on the Pisho platform, Wang Jin cursed under his breath. His expression darkening, he then tossed today's fish fry into the fish tank and returned to his room. At that moment, the sky outside had turned pitch black. Although the dungeon had concluded, the world of mountains and seas remained devoid of twilight. The darkening occurring instantaneously. Outside his home, a light drizzle began to fall, and a cold wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet abruptly. Current temperature, 7 degrees, it was still over 20 degrees during the day. How could it drop to just 7 degrees at night? Lying in bed, Wang Jin felt a sudden chill and muttered while glancing at the temperature display. Shuai is only wearing a single garment. I hope she is not freezing down there. He hurriedly messaged Chen Shuai. All right, dear husband, I'll be up shortly. Please run the water for me. I want to take a bath. Just as he sent the message, Chen Shuai replied immediately. Wang Jin read her message and dashed to the bathroom to fill the tub. Moments later, Chen Shuai returned to the room, clutching a thick yellow blanket, placing it on the bed while tidying it up. Husband, this is a quilt I just made from the skins of the great wilderness beasts using the loom. How did it get so cold all of a sudden? I have no idea. The system didn't provide any hints, Wang Jin replied, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Stop tidying up. It'll just get messy again anyway. Chen Shuai turned to gaze affectionately at Wang Jin before pulling him into the bathroom. Dear, did you tell Luo Ning not to use the heavenly eye? You can rest assured. Outside, the light drizzle transformed into a flurry of white snowflakes. The entire great wilderness was soon blanketed in a sea of white. The cold wind howling. There were no signs or warnings. Even the system had indicated a temperature range of 19 to 26 degrees that morning. Thankfully, the temperature stabilized at -5 degrees. For many, that night became a sleepless ordeal, with people huddling inside small wooden houses, lighting fires for warmth. I'm freezing. Dear, hold me tight. After bathing, the couple lay in bed, wrapped in the newly made blanket. What on earth? It's snowing outside. Listening to the howling wind outside the window, Wang Jin held Chen Shuai tightly from behind. It's snowing, Chen Shuai exclaimed in disbelief as she turned around. Yes, I just checked the channel, and it stated that it's snowing outside. You still have the leisure to check the channel? Am I not entertaining enough? Chen Shuai playfully glared at Wang Jin before pouncing on him. Chapter 92. The howling cold wind. The temperature outside had dropped below 0. Wang Jin said, slightly out of breath. Chen Shuai, with a flushed face, leaned against Wang Jin's chest, softly responding, her breathing becoming gentle. Watching as Chen Shuai drifted off to sleep, Wang Jin kissed her forehead and then opened the trading post. Today, Chen Shuai had used 4 trading opportunities to upgrade the loom, leaving only one remaining. After searching for a while, he exchanged a century-old bee soul for a temporary pet, a century-old divine eagle. Xiao Yu, please don't let me down. He still harbored hopes of getting the jade fox to fly. After completing the trade, Wang Jin continued to browse the channel, so cold. What on earth is this weather? Why did it suddenly snow? Gather wood, gather wood. Damn it, I didn't prepare enough. Didn't everyone build a furnace at home? Just sleep next to the furnace. They had thought everything had returned to normal, only for it to start snowing suddenly. Hey, do we even want to keep living? Everyone, don't panic. The temperature hasn't continued to drop. Tomorrow, let us gather more resources outside and kill some nearby level 1 monsters. Surely, no one here can't handle level 1 monsters, right? I can't handle it. How have you survived this long? Wang Jin sighed as he read the messages, uncertain of what might happen next. He then checked the clan channel. The members of the clan seemed to fare better. Most had upgraded their homes to 3 stars. Notably, a 3-star home unlocked the crafting method for the loom without needing blueprints. As long as one possessed a loom, they could create clothing. The -5-degree weather wouldn't be lethal. Simultaneously, Wang Jin discovered something intriguing. Chun Sanwei had established an intelligence-gathering office within the clan, rewarding 100 clan contribution points for each useful piece of information provided. Surprisingly, there were indeed a few valuable tidbits. Point 1. The Pishio platform might refresh with good items like the broken Yuan seal, skill books, pet eggs, etc. 2. High-star treasure chests might yield the mark of the brave or the mark of the pioneer. Point 3. Someone had discovered the cub of a millennia-old giant beast, though it lacked the broken Yuan seal. 4. The mythical clan had gathered over 300 members to attack a bone dragon over 7,000 years old, only to suffer complete annihilation. Point 5. The North Mountain world level has been reduced to level 0. Isn't that insane? Who would dare to attack a beast that's over 7,000 years old? Wang Jin grimaced at the information. He was well aware of the Jade Fox's strength from the hunting map in his own home. Nevertheless, the other pieces of information proved useful. Originally, Wang Jin had no intention of checking the Pishio platform again after his first glance, but now he might visit daily.as for why the North Mountain world level had dropped. Wang Jin was clueless, as well as how to elevate the world level. Miss Lin, what is the cause of this heavy snowfall? Could you divine it? After absorbing the information, Wang Jin thought of Lin Li and sent her a message. Clan leader, I can't foresee much. I only know it will last for a while, and that the temperature will continue to drop. Lin Li's message arrived swiftly. It will last for a while, and the temperature will keep dropping. Wang Jin's heart sank upon reading Lin Li's message, an ominous feeling washing over him. Clan leader, please address this in the channel. I doubt anyone will believe what I say. I don't want to see too many people perish. Lin Li quickly sent another message. Okay. Seeing this response, Wang Jin hesitated not a moment longer and promptly drafted a message to the faction channel, warning them that the snow would persist for a long time and that temperatures would continue to lower. All that's needed is to upgrade the small wooden houses to 3 stars to unlock the loom and acquire warm clothing. However, what surprised Wang Jin was Lin Li's concern for the well-being of others. Such compassion was indeed rare in this world. If she were to sell intelligence using her divination skills, she could likely profit handsomely. Yet, this aligned perfectly with Wang Jin's intentions. After sending the message, he held Chen Shuer close and soon fell into a deep slumber. There was little else he could do. Whether others believed him or not was beyond his control, and of course, Wang Jin's announcement had stirred considerable commotion in the faction channel, especially given his reputation as one of the top figures within the faction. Many who had initially planned to wait for the snow to cease the following day reconsidered. The entire Great Wilderness was blanketed in swirling snowflakes, while on the outskirts of the South Mountain faction stood a 4-star home. Not far away was the vast ocean. Within the home, Lin Li and her teammate Han Wenjing sat with their eyes tightly shut, sweat beading on their foreheads. Big guy, only by assisting him can our South Mountain move forward. After a moment, Lin Li opened her eyes with a sigh. Han Wenjing merely acknowledged her with a grunt. Time. 8 o'clock. Weather. Light snow. Temperature. -5 to -7 degrees. The following morning, the system's notification echoed in Wang Jin and Chen Shuer's minds. As Chen Shuer listened to the prompt, she emitted a few soft sounds of acknowledgement. Those who had raised pets knew this to be a sign of profound trust. Wang Jin struggled to open his eyes, longing for just 5 more minutes in winter. Especially when snuggled with his wife under the covers, he truly wished to remain in bed. Darling, it's time to wake up. After 5 minutes, Wang Jin forced himself to rise from the bed. Husband, I'll go make you some clothes. Wait for me. With that, Chen Shuer jumped up, donning the red attire from yesterday, and hurried downstairs. Before long, She returned with 2 sets of white garments and 2 hats, all crafted from the skins and fibers of the great wilderness beasts, ensuring warmth was not an issue. After dressing and freshening up, the couple headed downstairs. At the dining table, Luo Ning had prepared breakfast and sat ready, also clad in a thick garment. "Wife, didn't you mention it to her?" Wang Jin inquired softly, glancing at Luo Ning. "I did, but she insisted on this. I couldn't do anything about it." "All right then." With a sigh of resignation, Wang Jin sat down to eat breakfast. During the meal, he noticed that the jade fox who had accompanied Luo Ning the previous night was absent and asked about it. Upon realizing that dawn had yet to break, the jade fox took Luo Ning out to revel in the snow, and they have yet to return. After finishing his meal, Wang Jin first ventured to inspect the Pichio platform before taking Chen Shuer out. As he opened the door, a biting chill surged in like a tidal wave, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Raising his gaze, he beheld snowflakes dancing gracefully, adorning the boundless grassland with a pristine white robe. As the wind swept through, snowflakes twirled and spun in the air. It is indeed colder outside than within the confines of home, Wang Jin remarked as he wrapped his coat tighter around himself. In truth, every individual here benefits from attribute enhancements, rendering this temperature insufficient to freeze anyone, yet it remains quite chilly. "Husband, have you forgotten that our home has a protective dome that can shield us from extreme weather?" Chen Shuer pointed out. She stepped outside first, tilting her head back and extending her arms, allowing the snowflakes to gently kiss her cheeks. "Darling, I purchased a temporary divine eagle yesterday for Xiaoyu. Let's see if it can devour some wings," Wang Jin said as he placed a hat atop her head. "Wonderful," Chen Shuer exclaimed, her anticipation palpable as she called for Xiaoyu. The jade fox, frolicking joyfully in the snow, immediately dashed back upon hearing her summons. "Xiaoyu, give it your all," Wang Jin encouraged, and with that, he activated the temporary divine eagle die in an instant. A black eagle measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length appeared, soaring into the sky and unleashing fireballs upon the jade fox. The jade fox on the ground was momentarily taken aback. "Husband, what do we do now?" Chen Shuer asked, gazing up at the divine eagle. Momentarily at a loss for words, "We shall assist it," Wang Jin replied. Through their discussions, he understood that the jade fox could indeed fly, but the young Xiaoyu was still in its juvenile phase and had yet to master this skill. Thus, they needed to equip it with wings. Subsequently, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer unleashed a barrage of arrows from their crossbows at the divine eagle. The temporarily summoned beast was considerably weaker than its normal counterpart, and before long, the eagle was shot down. Seeing this, the jade fox charged forward. "Your pet, jade fox, gains experience 100. Successfully devoured the divine eagle's wings. Would you like to replace?" "Haha, we succeeded," Chen Shuer exclaimed joyfully. Leaping into Wang Jin's arms, "Replace," Wang Jin chose without hesitation, despite the jade fox's reluctance. Once the replacement was complete, Xiaoyu's previously snow-white form sprouted a pair of large black wings. The incongruity of it was striking, and upon witnessing this transformation, Chen Shuer's initially exhilarated expression gradually turned solemn in her mind. The wings should have mirrored the jade fox's appearance, frosted and white. "Husband, perhaps we should forego the wings," Chen Shuer suggested. Covering her eyes, her face a picture of conflict. "Ha, it matters not. As long as it can fly, that is sufficient," Wang Jin reassured her, unfazed by the aesthetics. After devouring the wings, the jade fox flapped its new appendages twice and took to the skies. "It can fly!" Chen Shuer exclaimed, her earlier distress evaporating as she pointed excitedly at the jade fox. Luo Ning observed from behind, her eyes wide with wonder. Wang Jin, however, shifted his attention back to their clan. Noting that with the snowfall today and his previous emphasis on the prolonged duration of the snow, no clan members had teleported over, they likely ventured out to gather resources. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Darling, let us utilize the spirit talisman. With Luo Ning here, we can prevail." "All right, as you say," Chen Shuer replied with a gentle smile. She then produced the spirit talisman, stepping beyond the clan's boundaries while chanting, "Special beast, special beast." The talisman emitted a radiant glow, and soon a shooting star-like entity hurtled down from the sky. Subcrest dragon, level 40, years 500, before the giant beast even descended. Wang Jin had already gleaned its information. Could it be a special beast? Throughout this time, he had not encountered any creature named Subcrest dragon in the channels, and neither had Chen Shuer, who remained fixated on it. With a resounding crash, a dragon approximately 5 meters tall landed before them. Rather than resembling a dragon, it bore a closer resemblance to a colossal sheep, its entire body adorned in vibrant green fur. "Wife, let us charge," Wang Jin declared, activating his divine descent and seizing Qin Shuer as they rushed toward the subcrest dragon. Meanwhile, Luo Ning summoned a taunting puppet before the creature. Upon noticing the puppet, the subcrest dragon bleated loudly and raised its massive foot to stomp it. "Light of rebirth," Wang Jin called out as he approached the subcrest dragon, and Qin Shuer immediately activated her skill. Light of rebirth. 3 golden wheels spun rapidly beneath the dragon's feet. Health: 8169 9000. Wow. What staggering damage! Wang Jin gasped, taken aback by the skill's potency. This was indeed a 500-year-old beast. During the previous day's battle against a giant beast within their clan, many had dealt minimal damage, relying on sheer numbers to wear it down. Yet Qin Shuer had managed to inflict nearly 1,000 points of damage with just one skill. Wang Jin also attempted to strike the subcrest dragon, dealing a meager 21 points of damage, bolstered by his divine descent. "All right, darling, you keep at it. I'll engage it in melee," he instructed. Qin Shuer acknowledged with a hum, activating her skill, Snowy Flight, which delivered modest damage, barely denting 200 points of health. She then retrieved the Dream Soul Lamp, unleashing the Fire Wind skill. A torrential rain of fire descended, steadily diminishing the subcrest dragon's health, with occasional crimson damage figures appearing, indicating critical hits triggered by her Dragon's Roar ring. "Double damaged. Be cautious. It's about to unleash a skill," Luo Ning, who had been attacking with her crossbow, warned. Wang Jin nodded, drawing his shield in preparation. A century-old giant beast would not be able to slay him. Luo Ning's warning proved timely. The subcrest dragon lowered its head, conjuring a tornado that swirled with a multitude of snowflakes. The taunting puppet was swiftly obliterated, and the cyclone surged toward Wang Jin. He merely focused on protecting Qin Shuer, unperturbed. Soon, the four of them, including the Jade Fox, launched a relentless assault on the subcrest dragon. Before long, the creature succumbed to their onslaught. It must be said that Wang Jin and Qin Shuer faced considerable pressure when attempting to slay a century-old beast alone. After defeating the subcrest dragon, more than half of Wang Jin's health was depleted. Defeated subcrest dragon, awarded 20 free attribute points, lifespan extended by 90 days. Hearing the system's notification, Wang Jin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This was indeed the reward befitting a century-old beast. Qin Shuer utilized her spirit talisman talent to collect all the spoils. Beast Soul, Century, 6 Great Wilderness Beast Hide 12 Blueprint. Soul-rending Garb High-Level Elemental Liquid 1 Subcrest Dragon Meat 48-0. High-Level Elemental Liquid. Qin Shuer examined the liquid in her hand. High-level elemental liquid can be synthesized into a high-tier spirit talisman, consuming high-level elemental liquid 1. Great Wilderness Beast Hide 10. Husband. This can be synthesized into a high-tier spirit talisman. Wang Jin also scrutinized it and said, "Let us give it a try." All right, just moments after defeating the subcrest dragon, they possessed 12 Great Wilderness Beast Hides, perfectly suitable for synthesis. High-tier spirit talisman. Upon use, randomly summons a Millennium Giant Beast that has lost its divine protection state. A Millennium Beast. We currently cannot handle that. Wang Jin shook his head, placing the high-tier spirit talisman into his backpack. Nonetheless, he felt quite pleased, as defeating giant beasts yielded substantial free attribute points and lifespan. Slaying these creatures was undoubtedly the best method to enhance one's strength. Subsequently, the couple returned home and crafted the soul-rending garb from the spoils they had just acquired. Soul-rending garb. Defense 5, Life 300, Attribute 1. Attack 3 Attribute 2. Defense 4 Attribute 3. Speed 1 Another failure to achieve a critical hit. Qin Shuer sighed. "Come now, it's only natural not to have a critical hit." Wang Jin replied, donning the newly crafted soul-rending garb and stepping outside. Next, they set out in search of treasure. Chapter 94. Information on Lin Li. "Let us depart in pursuit of treasure," Qin Shuer exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the thought of the treasure map. "Luo Ning, sit in front. I'll take the middle, and husband, you'll sit at the back with that." She grasped Luo Ning's hand and climbed onto the Jade Fox's back first. Now measuring 3 meters in length, the Jade Fox could easily accommodate 3 individuals. However, with a wing sprouting from its middle, Qin Shuer found it somewhat awkward to position her feet. Wang Jin mounted as well, instinctively reaching to embrace Qin Shuer, only to withdraw his hand, mindful of the presence of another woman in front. "Husband, don't be concerned. Luo Ning is still a child," Qin Shuer reassured him, placing his hands on her waist. "Xiao Yu, let us go," she urged. With a gentle whimper, Xiao Yu responded to her call, flapping its wings and lifting the 3 of them into the air. "I'm flying." "Ha ha!" Qin Shuer exclaimed, arms wide open. her face aglow with excitement. This is far more exhilarating than flying in an airplane. Even the usually taciturn Luo Ning looked on with wide-eyed wonder. Wang Jin held onto Chen Shuer, ensuring she wouldn't fall. As she was seated atop the Jade Fox, the cold wind howled around them. Once the Jade Fox took flight, snowflakes and frigid air pelted their faces, yet they remained unfazed. This was their first experience soaring through the skies, and the thrill overshadowed any discomfort. As they looked down from the Jade Fox, the grassland was cloaked in a silvery blanket, while the nearby Dangkong forest was draped in a pristine white veil, a breathtaking sight indeed. However, Wang Jin was acutely aware that this enchanting scenery was not a harbinger of good fortune. He pondered how many souls might be entombed beneath the white snow. He had entrusted the treasure map to Luo Ning, who now unfolded it and employed her celestial vision to compare the locations while simultaneously directing the Jade Fox's path. It must be said that the expanse of the Dangkong forest could only be described as immensely vast. Even as the Jade Fox soared several hundred meters into the air, the end of the forest remained elusive to their sight. After approximately an hour of flight, they still had not located a place that resembled the one depicted on the treasure map. In contrast, Wang Jin had discovered numerous homesteads along the way, most of which were rated 3 stars, with a few 2-star wooden cabins. Dangkong, Divine Protection, Bing, Level 40, Year 500. Could it be that the Dangkong forest is named after this single Dangkong? During their flight, Wang Jin spotted a colossal beast resembling a black wild boar and, filled with curiosity, inquired. As for his own homestead, named the Giant Deer Plain, he had only encountered an 800-year-old giant beast. The Fire Deer. Wang Jin had long harbored suspicions that these place names were somehow linked to the giant beasts. He had always thought so, especially since, upon his arrival, the giant beasts had seemed insurmountable. However, as his strength grew, he found himself capable of slaying these beasts. This led him to question, how could such a vast forest be named after a single 500-year-old Dangkong? Moreover, this particular Dangkong was already of adult age. It hardly seemed deserving of such a grand title. Darling, should we kill it? We happen to have a broken yuan seal, Bing, Chen Shuer remarked, glancing at the Dangkong below. Wang Jin nodded. Slaying a giant beast would significantly enhance their power. Why not seize the opportunity? Just as the Jade Fox began to descend towards the Dangkong, a notification suddenly chimed in. The messages were from individuals Wang Jin had previously marked, a select few, and upon opening one, he saw it was from Lin Li, clan leader. How many broken yuan seals do you have left? Lin Li's message read. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jin replied, 2 remaining. Keep them. Do not use them just yet. Wang Jin and Chen Shuer exchanged puzzled glances. Why hold on to them? Wasn't it better to use them early and enjoy the benefits? They inquired. Why should we keep them? Lin Li responded. We have discovered a method to elevate the world level to level 2. To raise the world level of our faction, one individual or a pet from a small team must achieve a certain score. We wish to assist your Jade Fox in reaching that score, thereby enhancing the world level of the entire Nanshan. The condition for raising the world level was indeed surprising to Wang Jin and Chen Shuer, who momentarily fell silent. If he wished to enhance the Jade Fox's strength, the quickest method was through pet eggs or beast souls. Unfortunately, beast souls and pets were simply unavailable in the trading market. Even if they were, they required barter. Furthermore, why would they wish to help him? After all, he had only interacted with them for less than a day. Was Lin Li truly a benevolent soul? With uncertainty, Wang Jin replied, how can you assist my pet in improving its overall score? And why do you wish to help me? Lin Li replied, because among the people I know, only your pet meets the requirements, and you are quite likable. Wang Jin was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected compliment. But he was wise enough not to refuse assistance. After all, enhancing one's strength was paramount. However, using a broken yuan seal to capture a pet egg from a century-old giant beast could lead to acquiring a temporary pet, a reason why Wang Jin had consistently chosen to slay giant beasts. If he were to obtain a temporary giant beast, it would indeed be a significant loss. Chen Shuer, reflecting on the information, remarked, Darling, Lin Li can predict fortunes. Dio, you think she can foresee whether she can capture a pet egg? Wow. Wang Jin's eyes lit up as he hastily sent a message. Can you predict whether we can acquire a pet egg? Lin Li replied, yes, I have some matters to attend to today, but I will come over tomorrow to help you capture the giant beast. Keep your broken yuan seals. I have 4 here. It was indeed a remarkable talent, which left Wang Jin in a state of shock, mirrored by Chen Shuer. She had only considered the possibility, yet it seemed she could truly do it. What must I do for you in return? Why not enhance your own tiger? Wang Jin sent another message, skeptical that such an opportunity would come without a cost, especially since Lin Li implied she was willing to lend him her broken yuan seals. Because my pet does not meet the requirements, and consider the broken yuan seals alone. You can return them later. As for helping you, think of it as a favor owed. Later, just assist me with something within your capabilities. Understood. Wang Jin and Qin Shuer, glancing at the message, readily agreed without hesitation. It was merely an empty promise. After all, of course, if she truly required assistance later, it would not pose a problem. Agreed. See you tomorrow. After concluding the conversation, Wang Jin closed the chat channel and instructed the Jade Fox to ascend once more. With this in mind, they would seek out some 800-year-old adult giant beasts. The higher the age, the more refining points the Jade Fox could gain from consuming them. Clearly, a 500-year-old Dang Kong was beneath their notice. Chapter 95. Xian Sha Dang Kong with Luo Ning's celestial vision activated. The Jade Fox needed only to fly at its utmost speed. After donning its wings, there were no obstructions in its path, allowing for a marked increase in speed. Naturally, as the Jade Fox sped ahead, Wang Jin and the others were left shivering in the biting cold wind, especially Luo Ning, who faced the snowstorm directly. Yet she remained silent, seemingly enjoying the snowfall like the Jade Fox. The snow gradually intensified. After a while, Wang Jin could distinctly perceive that the snowflakes had grown larger compared to those in the morning. Although they still fell within the category of light snow, I wonder if crops planted in those special fields will thrive in this snowy weather? Qin Shuer murmured, gazing at the flurry of white. Wife, are you considering planting vegetables? Wang Jin inquired. Qin Shuer nodded, saying, yes, after unlocking the workbench, I can create a one-star field. I originally thought of cultivating some food, as we cannot rely solely on purchasing from the trading market. Wang Jin found her reasoning sound and decided that they could try using their 3-star field once they returned. All right, he agreed. And Qin Shuer rested her chin on her hand, filled with anticipation. The cold wind howled, and the snow continued to fall relentlessly. Above the Dang Kong forest, a snow-white fox with a pair of black wings soared, carrying 3 individuals as it darted through the skies. A few residents of the Dang Kong forest witnessed this scene, finding it quite astonishing. Primarily, what did a white fox with black wings signify? Along the journey, Wang Jin also spotted 2 giant beasts. However, one was a Dang Kong, while the other was a massive spider, neither of which had reached the age of 800 years. Ahead lay a colossal creature, and the location marked on the treasure map seemed to be in its vicinity. Suddenly, Luo Ning, who had been silent, spoke up. Sister Luo Ning, what colossal creature? Qin Shuer brushed the snowflakes off her head as she inquired. Luo Ning replied, a very large pig. Let us go take a look. All right. Giant beasts were neutral entities, so the group felt no trepidation as they made their way towards the location Luo Ning had observed with her celestial vision. Her range of observation extended 10 kilometers, and with the speed of the Jade Fox, they would arrive swiftly. Before long, a massive pig came into view among the trees in the forest, its body entirely cloaked in snow, revealing its true black color. Most strikingly, it boasted 2 heads, one at the front and one at the back, but it lacked a tailed eye in comparison. The Dang Kong appeared like a mere piglet. All the trees surrounding it had been toppled. Xian Sha Dang Kong, Divine Protection, Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Level, 60, Year, 30,000, Description. There is a beast resembling a pig, with black skin and sharp teeth, possessing a head at both ends, dark in color and ferocious in nature. Wild and boisterous. As Wang Jin beheld the enormous creature below, he swallowed hard. This marked his first encounter with a giant beast of such an ancient age in the wild, excluding the Yinglong. Of course, which was still merely a juvenile at the same time, he considered that the so-called Dang Kong forest must refer to this very beast. If the Dang Kong forest was home to such a formidable giant beast, what of the giant deer plain where he resided? Thus far, they had only explored a small portion of the giant beast plain. Let us circle around it, Wang Jin suggested, contemplating the potential for taunting attributes in this world. If the Jade Fox were to fly past the Xian Sha Dang Kong and inadvertently provoke it, the consequences could be dire. Luo Ning, however, scrutinized the treasure map and concluded, we cannot circumvent it. The location marked on the treasure map lies right beside this giant beast. Wang Jin was at a loss for words. Darling, shall we descend? As long as we do not disturb it, we should be fine. Qin Shuer proposed after some thought. Wang Jin nodded, instructing the Jade Fox to lower its altitude. Given that giant beasts were neutral entities, they should not pose a threat to them. The ground was blanketed in pristine snow, devoid of any tracks. There were not even footprints from the Xian Sha Dang Kong, It appeared that it had been resting peacefully there before the snowfall began. Several individuals descended from the Jade Fox, gesturing for silence as they approached the Xian Sha Dang Kong, while a pungent, metallic odor assailed their senses. Fortunately, the group possessed considerable fortitude and did not succumb to the noxious fumes. Moreover, witnessing the Xian Sha Dang Kong from the sky and observing it up close were two vastly different experiences. It now loomed before them like a colossal white mound, its fur bristling like a forest of steel needles. Luo Ning, leading the group with the treasure map in hand, pointed towards a spot near the Xian Sha Dang Kong. Wang Jin and the others cautiously advanced in the direction indicated by Luo Ning, mindful to keep their movements discreet. "This is the spot," Luo Ning whispered, glancing at the ground beneath her feet. Wang Jin retrieved a shovel from his backpack and began to dig lightly. This shovel had been specially crafted for their treasure hunt, and to their surprise, it was indeed required. The group nodded in agreement and began to clear away the snow covering the ground, carefully excavating with minimal noise. The soil in the forest proved challenging to dig through, primarily due to the numerous tree roots beneath, yet the group persevered, their attributes aiding them in the task. While they could have resorted to brute force to hastily unearth the area, the proximity of the Xian Sha Dang Kong made them hesitant. Time passed, and a hole nearly a person's height had been dug. As Wang Jin plunged his shovel into the earth, it struck something solid. Clearing away the soil revealed what appeared to be the lid of a treasure chest. Wang Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly unearthed the chest, which lacked any star rating but was crafted from a unique material, presenting a deep brown hue, similar in size to an ordinary treasure chest. "We've struck gold." Wang Jin sighed in relief, stowing the chest in his backpack and gesturing for the others to leave. Qin Shuer and Luo Ning had no objections. The stench of the Xian Sha Dang Kong was unbearable, prompting them to swiftly mount the Jade Fox. Wang Jin attempted to join them but noticed a small earthen mound nearby, obscured by snow, which would have gone unnoticed without a keen eye. What could that be? Wang Jin squinted, tapping Qin Shuer on the shoulder. "Let's investigate." Upon seeing the mound, Qin Shuer also sensed that it was likely not a natural formation. Wang Jin nodded and cautiously approached the small hillock. Upon arrival, he picked up a fallen twig and began to clear away the accumulated snow. Underneath lay a clump of brown material. Could it be the feces of the Xian Sha Dang Kong? Wang Jin's face turned pale, but upon receiving further information, his expression shifted to one of delight. Giant beast excrement, high-grade fertilizer, which accelerates crop growth when applied. The older the giant beast excrement, the more potent the effect. Just what he needed for farming, he thought to himself, turning to Qin Shuer, "Dear." Qin Shuer also noticed the description, her lips twitching as she collected all the giant beast excrement into her backpack. Thankfully, she possessed the talent of spirit manipulation. Chapter 96. The rewards of the treasure map. After securing the excrement of the Xian Sha Dang Kong, the group promptly mounted the Jade Fox and departed. Once distanced from it, they returned to solid ground, for they needed to open the treasure chest they had just unearthed. It was deemed auspicious to open the chest on solid ground rather than while riding the Jade Fox. Wang Jin placed the chest before the group, and Qin Shuer, unable to contain her excitement, was joined by a gleaming-eyed Luo Ning. After all, this was the fruit of their labor after digging for half a day. "Luo Ning, let us open it together," Qin Shuer suggested eagerly. "Sure," Luo Ning nodded. The allure of opening a treasure chest was irresistible to any girl, and she was no exception. Together, they lifted the lid of the chest obtained from the treasure map. Inside lay a schematic for equipment, a broken yuan seal, and the token. Schematic. Sea-settling divine needle, B soul of a century 1, golden armor plate 2, platinum armor plate 2, fine iron ingot 2, broken yuan seal, Gung Ranger's token. Attracts rangers upon use husband. The sea-settling divine needle? It truly exists, Qin Shuer exclaimed, grasping the schematic in her hands before rushing off to the trading post to procure the necessary materials. Wang Jin's eyes widened with excitement upon seeing these items. Not only was there a schematic, but also the ranger's token and a superior broken yuan seal. The sea-settling divine needle needed no introduction. Having witnessed Li Sanshur wield it, he knew it was an artifact of great power, whether in battle or against giant beasts. Since their last encounter with Lu Changjia, they had not seen a ranger again. Through the channel, they had learned that rangers would only come to seek you. Otherwise, finding one was nearly impossible, and rangers represented the potential to acquire a skill. Then there was the broken yuan seal. The treasures obtained from this treasure map far exceeded Wang Jin's expectations. Thus, it seemed that hunting fish was not in vain. However, he pondered the drop rate of treasure maps from giant fish. He held the broken yuan seal. Gung, his gaze inevitably drawn toward the icy lake, where a young dragon awaited. Husband, I've gathered the materials. I'm making the sea-settling divine needle now, Chen Shuer exclaimed, her excitement palpable after a brief stint at the trading post. All right, Wang Jin replied with a nod. He recognized that Chen Shuer was a girl with strong opinions, yet since their relationship had blossomed, she now consulted him on her endeavors, unlike before. Naturally, Wang Jin was eager to test the power of the sea-settling divine needle. Upon receiving Wang Jin's approval, Chen Shuer wasted no time, consuming the schematic and materials to craft the divine needle. Upon completion, she held a staff nearly identical to her own, resembling the one Li Sancher had wielded. Albeit adorned with more intricate patterns, critical hit, husband, ha ha ha, a critical hit, Chen Shuer exclaimed, her exhilaration palpable as she regarded the sea-settling divine needle in her hands. A critical hit. Wang Jin was taken aback, hastily examining the attributes of the divine needle. Daybreak Sea-Settling Divine Needle V1. Attack 58 Attributes. 1. Attack 8-2. Melee damage increase 2-3. Additional damage 6-4. Defense penetration 1 Artifact Spirit. Ghostly Face of the Divine Head. Spinning the Sea-Settling Divine Needle can negate 1 instance of damage, granting the wielder a brief invulnerability of 1 second. During this invulnerability, using the skill Mountain Toppling will trigger a larger star explosion. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mountain Toppling. Enlarging the sea-settling divine needle, striking forward and triggering a star explosion. Dealing 210 of the user's attack damage to the target. Cooldown 30 seconds. Guiding Finger of the Immortal. Suddenly shrinking and then enlarging the sea-settling divine needle, thrusting forward to inflict damage equal to 180 of the user's attack. If the mountain toppling skill is interrupted, it will create a black hole, drawing in nearby enemies and continuously dealing damage equal to 100 of the user's attack plus defense. Cooldown 40 seconds. Description: one of the 3 special weapons, said to only be found in treasure chests and bodies of water. The Daybreak level sea-settling divine needle has gained an artifact spirit, and these 3 skills are interconnected. Wang Jin murmured softly as he examined the attributes of the divine needle. Let me give it a try first, Chen Shuer declared, brandishing the sea-settling divine needle. Suddenly, her entire body radiated a golden light, and the divine needle expanded dramatically as she swung it forward. Just as she did, the golden glow surrounding her faded, and the massive divine needle struck the snowy ground, resulting in a small explosion that sent snowflakes swirling and toppled 2 nearby trees. A system notification indicated the acquisition of 10 units of lumber, leading Wang Jin to consider this skill quite effective for logging. After unleashing the strike, the sea-settling divine needle rapidly shrank and then expanded again as she thrust it forward. The sequence of skills flowed seamlessly, however, neither the large star explosion nor the black hole effect manifested. Husband, this weapon requires a certain level of skill. After finishing, Chen Shuer shyly handed the sea-settling divine needle to Wang Jin. Ha, dear. Watch me. Wang Jin grinned as he accepted the divine needle, preparing to test it once the cooldown for the artifact spirit had elapsed. Sister Shuer, to activate the absorbing effect of the guiding finger of the immortal skill with the sea-settling divine needle, one must transition to it before releasing the mountain toppling skill, Luo Ning remarked softly, watching the 2. Luo Ning, do you know how? Chen Shuer's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Luo Ning lowered her head, saying, my father taught me, but I'm not very proficient. Chen Shuer, seeing her demeanor, sighed softly, placing a reassuring hand on Luo Ning's shoulder. Luo Ning, consider Wang Jin and me as your family. Shuer is right, Luo Ning. Just treat us as family from now on, Wang Jin added comfortingly. Initially, he had felt somewhat resistant to others intruding on his world with Chen Shuer, but knowing she was Li Sanchi's daughter and understanding her age alleviated his concerns. Although the system had forcibly enhanced her awareness, her essence remained as pure as a blank slate. Listening to their words, Luo Ning nodded slightly. Subsequently, Wang Jin also attempted to test the sea-settling divine needle skills. Achieving results akin to Chen Shuer, no effects manifested. However, Wang Jin felt an unexpected thrill. He was no longer mindlessly casting skills but engaging in a more skillful approach. Let us head home. After experimenting with the sea-settling divine needle, Wang Jin declared. They rode the Jade Fox, soaring far into the distance. Having spent considerable time searching for treasure, dusk was rapidly approaching. Luo Ning once again employed the heavenly eye to observe for a moment before speaking. Not far ahead lies a celestial pivot. Should we activate it? Celestial pivot? Wang Jin suddenly recalled the description of the celestial pivot in the survival manual. This object could be utilized for teleportation. Yet they had not discovered it until now. Let us proceed to activate it. Chapter 97. The celestial pivot. After Wang Jin finished speaking, The group mounted their jade fox and soared towards the celestial pivot indicated by Luoning. Soon, a colossal stone pillar emerged before them. The stone structure towered into the clouds, and when gazed upon, it seemed to pierce the very sky, evoking a sense of awe. Moreover, intricate and mysterious patterns were carved upon its surface. Celestial Pivot, a teleportation nexus constructed by the Candle Dragon in the vast wilderness. Activating the pivot allows for teleportation on the map and the embedding of weapon souls. Another mention of the Candle Dragon? Wang Jin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the distant description of the Celestial Pivot. He recalled that the rewards obtained during the totem trial were also treasures bestowed by the Candle Dragon. Furthermore, what does embedding weapon souls entail? Husband, why have I never heard anyone mention embedding weapon souls? Qin Shuer glanced at the Celestial Pivot's description and turned to Wang Jin. I am uncertain, he replied. Upon hearing their conversation, Luoning elaborated. Sister Shuer, embedding weapon souls allows skills to be inscribed into weapons, akin to the sea calming needle. However, the skills embedded can only be utilized with that specific weapon. I once activated a celestial pivot with my father. Wang Jin, slightly perplexed, pondered the utility of embedding skill books into weapons. Would it not be more advantageous to learn them directly? It is not the same. Luoning shook her head and continued. Once a skill is learned, it incurs a cooldown period. Skills embedded in weapons share cooldowns only with other embedded skills, not those learned. For instance, if Sister Shuer has a skill called Rebirth of Light, and there are two skill books available, one for personal learning and the other for embedding, then both skills can be unleashed simultaneously. Is it truly possible? Qin Shuer and Wang Jin exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Luoning confirmed, each individual can learn a maximum of 5 skills. Any excess must be embedded in weapons, with a maximum of 3 skills per weapon. My father once mentioned that when skills become widespread, everyone will need to prepare several weapons to maximize their strength. I did not anticipate Li Sanshur to possess such knowledge. Wang Jin muttered softly, his brows slightly knitted, a contemplative expression adorning his face. It was no wonder that after defeating others, the myriad of weapons dropped held such significance. After this contemplation, Wang Jin gradually turned his gaze towards Luoning, his eyes filled with curiosity, and remarked, Luoning, you are quite different from when we first met. Back then, you scarcely uttered a word. Upon hearing this, Luoning lowered her head slightly, remaining silent for a moment before softly replying, one cannot remain mute forever. Can one? Wang Jin, upon hearing her words, gazed deeply at her, his lips moving as if he wished to express something but ultimately chose silence. Thus, after flying for a while, they soon arrived beside the celestial pivot. To their astonishment, nearby stood a 4-star homestead. Qin Shuer remarked, Husband, someone has established their homestead right next to the celestial pivot. As I understand it, only those who attained A/B rating in the previous dungeon would receive an upgrade scroll. Wang Jin glanced at the homestead below, aware that 2 individuals resided within, as indicated by the 2 crimson markers on the map. Those 2 had also noticed Wang Jin and his companions riding the jade fox above, but chose not to emerge. Wang Jin had no intention of provoking them and said to Qin Shuer, Indeed, their placement of the homestead here is quite astute. They can teleport back at any moment. However, being near the celestial pivot can indeed be perilous. Subsequently, as they arrived at the celestial pivot, the system prompted them to activate the celestial pivot in the Tangkong Forest. The Tangkong Forest celestial pivot? Our homestead in the Julu Plain should also possess a celestial pivot. We shall investigate it later. With that, Wang Jin opted to activate the celestial pivot. Upon activation, he noticed a teleportation marker appearing on the map. After further examining the function of embedding weapon souls, he found it to align with Luoning's explanation. Then, the group, riding the jade fox, returned to their homestead. Have they departed? After Wang Jin and the others left, a man and a woman emerged near the celestial pivot. The woman gazing up at the sky. The man frowned, astounded that the top-ranked individual of their faction had appeared here. What shall we do? Should we return to the clan? The woman inquired, in no need. He is unaware of our presence, and since he did not attack our homestead, he likely will not turn hostile. Let us inform the clan instead. As night fell abruptly, it was as if a vast black curtain had been drawn across the sky. The winds growing fiercer, swirling snowflakes in chaotic dances before gently descending. The once dimly lit Tangkong Forest was now utterly engulfed in darkness, so profound that one could not see their own hand before their face. Everything around was shrouded in this endless night, save for the scattered wooden cottages within the forest, which emitted faint glimmers, akin to stars in the night sky. This wretched place turns dark so quickly. How vexing, Qin Shuer murmured beneath the enveloping night. Are you afraid? Wang Jin's voice softly resonated behind her. Not at all, Chen Shuer replied with immediacy, then turned to pat Luo Ning beside her with a smile. Asking, what about you, Sister Luo Ning? I'm not afraid either, Luo Ning replied with unwavering resolve. Hearing their words, Wang Jin chuckled. Fortunately, it is night, and there are no immediate dangers outside. It is just like during the day. However, the system's prompts have become increasingly scarce. Previously, as night approached, the system would issue prompts. Now, it simply transitioned into darkness without any notification. Moreover, this sudden snowfall and drop in temperature went unnoticed by the system as well. Indeed, the system's prompts are diminishing, Chen Shuer concurred. There lies an 800-year-old behemoth ahead, Luo Ning abruptly pointed out. Although Wang Jin and Chen Shuer could not discern her gesture, the Jade Fox navigated through the darkness guided by the map. Can your heavenly eye still see at night? Wang Jin asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, the creature ahead is called the Bo Lu, possessing AB rating, Luo Ning informed. Listening to her, Wang Jin opened the map, silently noting the location before continuing toward their homestead. Soon, their homestead came into view, illuminated with lights. We have arrived. Upon landing, Chen Shuer took Luo Ning by the hand and led her into the homestead, turning to Wang Jin to say, Husband, Luo Ning and I will prepare dinner. Please wait for us. Very well, Wang Jin replied, and then he took out the sea-calming needle at the entrance of the homestead to begin his practice. He understood that it was not sufficient to solely rely on attributes. A degree of skill was also essential. Chapter 98. Wang Shihua at the entrance. Wang Jin wielded the sea-calming needle, alternating between slashes and thrusts, attempting to master its unique effects. Executing a large-scale starburst in a state of dominance proved challenging. The speed of execution must be rapid, or else a second would slip away. Releasing the Immortal's guidance also necessitated precise timing to interrupt the starburst skill. The Immortal's guidance possessed a defensive damage bonus. Mastering this was imperative. As he practiced, he pondered deeply. Initially, he could not succeed even once. Yet Wang Jin remained undeterred, practicing repeatedly. The skill cooldown was a maximum of 40 seconds. During the cooldown, he attempted to wield the sea-calming needle to practice the foundational techniques. Gradually, he managed to succeed occasionally in executing the special effects of the sea-calming needle. Meanwhile, Chen Shuer had prepared the meal and sat quietly, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze fixed lovingly on her beloved practicing skills at a distance. Her eyes filled with tenderness. The cold night wind howled through, ruthlessly tossing her hair in disarray, yet she seemed oblivious, her thoughts solely on him. Husband, let us eat first, she called out, noticing Wang Jin drenched in sweat. All right, Wang Jin responded to her call, promptly sheathing the sea-calming needle and striding towards the homestead. Upon returning to the room, the dining table on the first floor was laden with fragrant dishes and a pot of soup, crafted from the seaweed Wang Jin and Chen Shuer had gathered from the lake. After their meal, Wang Jin and Chen Shuer returned to their room on the second floor, while Luo Ning took the Jade Fox to rest on the first floor. Husband, the food supply package is nearly depleted. Tomorrow let us cultivate some land and see if we can grow vegetables. I in the bathroom. Chen Shuer helped Wang Jin massage his shoulders while speaking. Wang Jin nodded. Although snow fell outside, this world should permit it. Otherwise, why would the land be graded? Current temperature, -10 degrees. Current time, 9:10 in the evening. The temperature has dropped again. The system had clearly indicated a minimum of -7 degrees this morning, yet now it has plummeted to -10. It's still only 9 o'clock in the evening, not yet the next day. Observing the current temperature, Wang Jin furrowed his brows. Who knows, darling? Could it be that the dragon at the bottom of the lake is up to mischief? It can't be, Wang Jin replied after a moment of contemplation. Have you forgotten what the female ghost said? Even an adult Shonchi of the same rank cannot influence the entire great wilderness, let alone a mere dragon pup. Besides, that dragon is nearby, yet the entire great wilderness is blanketed in snow. You're right, Chen Shuer yawned, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure. Wang Jin's eyes lit up, and he promptly abandoned the topic. Lifting her out of the bathroom point, one cannot deny that the quilts made from the hides of great wilderness beasts are exceptionally warm. Even if the two of them kick the quilt off the bed, they feel no chill on a snow-laden day. Phew, I've finally sold all the clan tokens and iron. A total of 3,000 pieces of iron and clan tokens have yielded a lifespan of 425 days. The clan tokens are quite valuable, fetching a full 300 days of lifespan, while the iron sold for 1 hour of lifespan per piece. Remaining lifespan, 546 days and 7 hours. At last, my lifespan has exceeded a year. Wang Jin gazed at the remaining lifespan, feeling a surge of security, and then fell into slumber, holding the already asleep Chen Shuer. Beep, beep, beep. The next day, the alert from a friend resounded in Wang Jin and Chen Shui's minds. Who is it? The system hasn't even chimed in yet, and someone is messaging, Chen Shui mumbled sleepily. Wang Jin squinted at the screen. It was a message from Lin Li. He glanced at the time. The system displaying 10:26 a.m. What the hell? How is it already past 10? He sprang up abruptly. Darling, what did you say? Chen Shui, taken aback, asked, It's past 10. The system didn't alert us today. We overslept. Lin Li is waiting for us outside. It really is past 10. Chen Shui also quickly woke up upon checking the time. After freshening up, the two hastily made their way downstairs in the dining area. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, but Luo Ning was nowhere to be found. Current temperature, -12 degrees. Weather, moderate snow. What's wrong with the system? It didn't even remind us this morning? And the temperature has dropped even lower. Wang Jin scratched his head, staring at the system's display. Where's Luo Ning? Chen Shui glanced around downstairs, noticing that Luo Ning's door was ajar, indicating she was absent. Little Yu is also gone. They must be outside playing in the snow, Wang Jin remarked, opening the door. Outside, the snow had accumulated to a considerable depth, and it continued to fall relentlessly. Not far away, the Jade Fox was frolicking in the snow with Luo Ning. Near the clan's teleportation totem, two individuals were riding a white tiger, casting unfriendly glances at Wang Jin. Lin Li, you arrived quite early. Wang Jin greeted with a smile. Am I interrupting your little world? Lin Li responded with a hint of sarcasm. Observing her expression, Wang Jin replied, You just woke up, didn't you? The sudden absence of system alerts made him certain that Minnie would have overslept. If she hadn't, she should have arrived earlier. Having been exposed, Lin Li quickly changed the subject. All right, let's set off and find the giant beasts. Wait, I need to use this first. Wang Jin produced the ranger token. Let me try this token. Perhaps I can obtain a broken yuan seal later. Go ahead. We can help as well, Lin Li replied without objection upon seeing the ranger token. Yet, Wang Jin held the token, staring at her intently. Why aren't you using it? Lin Li asked, puzzled. Wang Jin chuckled. How about you tell my fortune first? Hearing this, Lin Li's face darkened. My fortune-telling ability is limited each day. If I do it now, how will I tell it later? I see. Wang Jin, feeling helpless, opted to use the ranger token. Have you ever seen extraordinary flowers and grasses? I wish to share this splendid floral scene with you. As soon as the token was activated, a voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention to a figure approaching through the snowy ground. A man, tall and clad in a pink robe, with a fair complexion, sharp brows, star-like eyes, a straight nose, and red lips, his dark hair tied back. Most striking were the three ice-like swords at his waist. Wang Shihua, type, Ranger, star level, 2. His weapon is a sword control technique? Wang Jin murmured, observing the weapons at his waist. Sword control is a weapon composed of 3 swords, but it's quite rare. Moreover, wielding a sword control technique requires exceptional skill. Otherwise, one may struggle to master it. A 2-star ranger should be slightly stronger than the 1-star ranger Lu Changjia we encountered previously. However, he shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Given my current strength, I could easily handle Lu Changjia again. With these thoughts, Wang Jin approached Wang Shihua. Seeing this, Luo Ning also walked over with the Jade Fox. Within the clan, due to the incomplete construction of the clan's protective totem, Chen Shui had notified them to take advantage of the relatively mild temperature to develop for now. Thus, few people were teleporting over. Of course, Wang Jin felt there was no need to call others for a ranger. After all, they had 3 small teams at their disposal. Lucky one, do you wish to challenge me? Wang Shihua asked, much like Lu Changjia had, upon noticing Wang Jin's approach. However, his tone lacked the commanding presence of Lu Changjia, instead carrying a somewhat effeminate quality. Indeed, I wish to challenge you, Wang Jin declared without hesitation. Brandishing the sea-settling needle, Chen Shui also drew her dream soul lamp, which flickered with light. As they belonged to the same clan, Chen Shui was not concerned about the dream soul lamp harming Lin Li and the others. Very well, let us begin, but do not trample upon the beauty of this world. With that, Wang Shihua clasped his hands in salute, and Wang Jin mirrored the gesture. Wang Shihua has accepted your challenge. Defeat Wang Shihua within 30 minutes, or he will regain all health points. Firefly Emperor. The system prompt rang out as Chen Shui whispered softly, summoning a massive blue deer. Meanwhile, the sea-settling needle in Wang Jin's hand suddenly expanded. In the face of Wang Jin and Chen Shui's initial assault, Wang Shihua smiled slightly, saying, even flowers possess spirit. Do not underestimate them. He then swiftly spun the swords in his hands around him. Heavenly guidance. Wang Jin immediately activated the third soul of the sea-settling needle, attempting to unleash a black hole. However, he failed. He still could not master the sea-settling needle adequately, resulting in a high failure rate. Unexpectedly, while Wang Jin's attack did not yield any special effects, Wang Shihua easily evaded it in an instant. Wang Shihua was at Wang Jin's side, and the rapidly rotating sword struck him directly, blood sprayed forth. Such high damage. Is this truly a 2-star ranger? This strike took away more than half of Wang Jin's health. Fortunately, Wang Jin's reflexes were quick enough to draw his shield and execute a shield charge, forcing Wang Shihua to halt his assault and dodge the shield's attack. Boom! The Firefly Emperor summoned by Qin Shuer unleashed its skill, sending a powerful shockwave crashing into Wang Shihua, causing him to be knocked back. Health? I can't see his health. Wang Jin immediately activated his talent, Heavenly Descent, lifting Qin Shuer onto his shoulder. Would you like to consume 500 days of lifespan to gain 50 points of free attributes? Yes. Wang Jin chose to allocate points without hesitation, this time distributing the attributes evenly between himself and Qin Shuer. Previously, he had considered saving the lifespan for emergencies, but it seemed he had no choice but to use it now. From the brief skirmish, he realized that Wang Shihua was exceptionally strong, far surpassing the Lu Changjia he had encountered earlier. After swallowing a blood coagulation pill, Wang Jin shouted to Lin Li and Luo Ning, "Return to the home base. Make sure that fellow doesn't touch you." Upon hearing this, Luo Ning summoned a taunting puppet nearby and returned to the home base. It posed no threat, so it was of little use to keep it. Lin Li also retreated into the home base, startled by Wang Shihua's earlier attack, but she remained unperturbed. Her teammate Han Wan, however, did not follow, brandishing a spear. "I can't help you. He can't kill me in one hit. Be careful. He is coming." Wang Jin observed Wang Shihua rapidly approaching, cold sweat trickling down his back, while he edged closer to the home base. The home base's protective barrier should be able to withstand him, especially considering it was a 4-star home base. This was Wang Jin's planned escape route. Furthermore, he decided against calling for reinforcements from the clan. Wang Shihua's damage output was too high, and any incoming allies could easily fall victim to him. Wang Jin also wanted to test his own strength against Wang Shihua. After all, in a normal state, he had not been able to defeat Wang Shihua, and in the Heavenly Descent state, it was even less likely. Besides, if he couldn't win, he could retreat to the home base, wait for his health to recover, and then call for help later. Although the Firefly Emperor has perished, its essence remains in the world. Wang Shihua smiled as he approached Wang Jin, the swords in his hands swirling around him. Qin Shuer stood upon Wang Jin's shoulders, her heart aching as she cast a glance at the wounds inflicted upon him by Wang Shihua. With a swift motion, she summoned her spirit to control the horizontal blade, which now hovered in the air. "Darling, be cautious. Reserve the heavy light," Wang Jin whispered, before charging towards Wang Shihua. The horizontal blade advanced, initiating an assault against Wang Shihua. Observing this, Wang Shihua swiftly spun the sword in her hand, resembling a dancing dragon, effortlessly warding off Qin Shuer's attack. Meanwhile, Wang Jin wielded a shield in one hand and the sea-stabilizing needle in the other, aiming to strike Wang Shihua on the opposite side. Han Wan, seeing Wang Jin in the forefront, launched a side attack with his long spear. The Jade Fox also rushed forth with great speed in an instant. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously. Despite Wang Shihua facing 4 opponents, she remained undeterred. Her sword was remarkably agile, successfully parrying the relentless assaults, in the state of divine descent. Each of Wang Jin's attacks inflicted significant damage. Yet he remained resolute. Having inadvertently sustained another hit from Wang Shihua, he silently calculated his strategy as he fought and retreated. And no longer was Wang Jin reckless. He made every effort to utilize his shield to deflect Wang Shihua's strikes, interspersing attacks with the sea-stabilizing needle when the opportunity arose. Fortunately, Wang Shihua's primary target was Wang Jin, leading her to prioritize defense against Han Wan and the Jade Fox. Occasionally, she would counterattack them, but they were swift enough to evade her strikes. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate. Wang Shihua struggled to breach Wang Jin's defenses, primarily due to a layer of frost enveloping her, a consequence of the Jade Fox's successful ambush skill, which had slowed her down. That moment, Qin Shuer and Han Wan seized the opportunity to breach her sword defense, landing blows on her. Wang Shihua appeared somewhat disheveled, her pink attire stained with blood. This time, victory was imperative, as the cooldown for the sea-stabilizing needle skill concluded. Wang Jin activated the Immortal's guiding finger skill once more. The sea-stabilizing needle suddenly enlarged. Now was the moment. The enlarged needle swiftly shrank and then expanded again, lunging directly towards Wang Shihua. Darling, Qin Shuai exclaimed, quickly deploying the heavy light. For this time, Wang Jin successfully unleashed a black hole. The black hole of the sea's stabilizing needle ensnared Wang Shihua, while beneath her formed 3 rapidly spinning golden wheels. Unable to utilize her sword to defend herself, she found herself trapped in that moment. As Wang Shihua was ensnared, the trio, including the Jade Fox, continued their barrage of attacks. While green serpents erupted wildly from Wang Jin, as the skill's effect faded, Wang Jin swiftly executed the shield slam to maintain control. Enough, enough, Wang Shihua murmured before vanishing from her position. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed. Defeated Wang Shihua, rewarded with spirit fragments 10. Success. This individual was indeed formidable. Wang Jin wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the spot where Wang Shihua had fallen. There, he found a skill book and a white stone. Han Wan, having sheathed his spear, stood silently to the side. Qin Shuai gazed at Wang Jin's form, her lips trembling, for his clothing bore numerous tears from Wang Shihua's sword, stained with blood. Even the soul-splitting garment he wore beneath had been torn in several places. Collecting the spoils, Wang Jin examined the skill. Anticipate the enemy's move. After use, increases personal attack power by 30, vanishes upon receiving damage, effective only once. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Weapon restriction, none. This skill is quite impressive. Wang Jin mused, isn't this tailor-made for Shuai? Under the protection of my divine descent talent, she would sustain minimal damage. Darling, this skill is for you, he declared, handing the skill book to Qin Shuai, who, upon receiving it, glanced at it before promptly learning the skill, though her demeanor suggested she was not entirely pleased. Observing her reaction, Wang Jin reverted to his normal form, placing a hand on her shoulder. Darling, my clothes are torn. Let us return and change. Furthermore, my chest is quite painful. We must hurry back for some relief. All right, I shall tend to you properly, Qin Shuai replied softly. Come on, Han Wan, stop dawdling. Let us go grab something to eat. Wang Jin called to Han Wan, having learned from his conversation with Lin Li that this teammate was named Han Wan, who, much like the former Luoning, was somewhat taciturn. Following the incident with Luoning, Wang Jin had momentarily suspected Han Wan to be a child, but Lin Li assured him that he was not so young. As for the extent of his maturity, Lin Li had declined to elaborate when the topic arose. In their abode, Luoning and Lin Li leisurely sat in chairs sipping steaming seaweed soup. After watching the recent battle from the window, they had lost interest. Notably, the seaweed soup, made from the seaweed harvested from the lake where the Yinglong was discovered, was exceptionally delicious. Wang Jin had devoured 2 large bowls just yesterday. Tribe leader, this seaweed is delightful. Do share some with me, Lin Li remarked without reservation upon Wang Jin's return. 1 pound for a year of lifespan. Wang Jin jested, observing Lin Li enjoying her soup. Lin Li, a rather boisterous woman, was unfazed by the banter, and through their interactions, Wang Jin had learned not to take offense. All right, then do bring me a few pounds. I shall owe you the lifespan, she replied cheerfully. Enough of that, my dear, please sit. I shall apply some medicine to your wounds. With that, Qin Shuai gently lifted Wang Jin's shirt and, using a snow condensation pill crushed into powder, sprinkled it delicately upon his wounds. This method, learned from clan chats, was effective for healing injuries. As she sprinkled the medicine, Qin Shuai pouted and gently blew on the wounds. Ouch, Wang Jin winced. Did I hurt you? Dear? Qin Shuai asked, tilting her head with an apologetic expression. No, the powder is slightly irritating. Just continue as you are. Wang Jin waved his hand, refusing to admit that the blowing was painful. He was unaware of who spread the rumor that blowing on a wound alleviated pain. Then I shall proceed slowly. Qin Shuai bit her lip and manipulated the powder with her spirit, sprinkling it onto Wang Jin's wounds at a deliberate pace while blowing gently. Darling, you could actually go a bit faster. We still need to search for the giant beast. Wang Jin chuckled, expressing a mix of pain and delight. Observing the somewhat nauseating scene before her, Lin Li interjected with a rather unsavory tone. Why not just stay indoors today? You two can go back to your room and enhance your relationship. Right away, right away, Wang Jin laughed awkwardly, while Qin Shuai accelerated her efforts. During the application of the medicine, Wang Jin examined the recently acquired stone, 5 Qi stone, core material for crafting advanced Yuan breaking seal. An advanced Yuan breaking seal. It must pertain to one of the 5 elements, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ran, or Gue. Wang Jin attempted to access the crafting function in the system interface. Upon acquiring the 5 Qi stone, a crafting interface for the Yuan breaking seal indeed appeared, detailing the methods for Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ran, and GUI.IT required 1-5 chi stone and a dew of verdant mist. Dew of verdant mist, essence formed from dissolving materials of millennia-old giant beasts, can be obtained by hunting certain thousand-year-old beasts. So that's how it is. This material can only be obtained by hunting thousand-year-old beasts. The yuan breaking seal for thousand-year-old beasts corresponds to the first 3 elements, and depending on the year, between 2 to 4 seals may be needed at once. The seals for 10,000-year-old beasts encompass some or all of Wu, Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, and Guade. If only I could defeat that adult jade fox depicted in the hunting map. Moreover, what exactly are spirit fragments? There's no introduction at all. I already have 16. Wang Jin muttered as he stowed away the 5 chi stone. Spirit fragments will be useful. If conditions allow, you should gather some. Lin Li casually remarked upon hearing his mumblings. Wang Jin quickly inquired, do you know what they're used for? Not really, Lin Li shook her head. Just collect a few. How many would suffice? Knowing Lin Li's talent, Wang Jin was keenly aware of the opportunity. Her suggestion to collect some surely indicated their significance. After finishing another bowl of seaweed soup, Lin Li glanced at Wang Jin. The more, the better. Understood, thank you for the information. With that, Wang Jin gritted his teeth and, taking Chen Shuer, who was still tending to his wounds, ascended the stairs to craft a set of clothing. Darling, does it still hurt? Chen Shuer asked while adjusting Wang Jin's garments upstairs. Wang Jin smiled, not at all. Let us head downstairs and set off. All right. Hearing this, Chen Shuer felt relieved and linked her arm with Wang Jin's as they descended together. There's an 800-year-old boar deer nearby. I'll ask if we can have a look first. Downstairs, Wang Jin spoke while quickly finishing his meal. Lin Li responded with a thoughtful Are there any other 800-year-old beasts? The deer are particularly challenging to hunt. None. We circled the forest behind yesterday without finding any. This deer was sighted in the grasslands ahead. Wang Jin replied, Is that so? Lin Li listened to Wang Jin's words and checked today's divination. Becoming resolute. Let us go see that boar deer first.